Qiao Niannian has traversed through time. Although she is a legitimate daughter of the Marquis' estate and has 3 capable elder brothers, she is deemed a stumbling block for the original novel's heroine, leading to a tragic family demise. The thought of being burdened by misfortune before even savoring wealth and glory fills Qiao Niannian with urgency. Armed with foreknowledge of the entire plot, she prepares to guide her family away from impending doom. She approaches her mother and begins to babble incoherently. Beep, 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 beep. Her mother responds with confusion. After several attempts, Qiao Niannian realizes she is utterly incapable of articulating or even writing anything pertaining to the future. In desperation, she is brought to tears. Chapter 1. The Funeral. Qiao Niannian is dead. In a final act of defiance, she sacrifices her life to annihilate an entire evil cult, releasing millions of imprisoned souls, yet her own spirit is shattered in the process. In that moment of dissolution, a singular thought crosses her mind. Will I be born without limbs upon reincarnation? When she awakens again, every bone in her body aches, as though they have been mercilessly shattered by a hammer. Before she can ponder the situation further, a voice imbued with concern reaches her ears. "Madam, if you continue to weep, your eyes will be ruined. The young lady will be fine." Confusion envelopes Qiao Niannian as she listens intently. A lady's voice follows, tinged with worry. "This girl has been burning for 2 days. If anything were to happen to Niannian, I will not rest until I have settled the score with Qiao Chushan, A.S. Mrs. Who contemplates the potential fate of her daughter. Tears flow uncontrollably. Furious and heartbroken, she slams her hand against the table, the sound echoing in the room. The maid hesitates momentarily before responding in a hushed tone. The Marquis just entered the courtyard of Concubine Su. It is said the eldest young lady was frightened by the second young lady's attempt to drown herself. Mrs. Hu trembles with rage. He finds time to attend to the lively daughter of the second household while our Nyen lies gravely ill, unconscious for 2 days, her life hanging by a thread, and he cannot be bothered to check in on her. Her fury reaches a boiling point. Despite having relinquished all hope in the man, Nyen remains his daughter. Why does he show such indifference towards her life and death? In hindsight, she realizes her own folly in misjudging him. The thought of his betrayal and his coldness towards their daughter causes her heart to seize painfully. She clutches her chest, her complexion paling. The maid, alarmed, exclaims, "Madam, do not let your anger consume you. The young lady still needs you. If the master does not care for her, you must cherish her, otherwise she will become a child without love." Qiao Niannian feels utterly bewildered. What Marquis, what drowning? And who is Qiao Chushan? That name resonates with familiarity. Isn't this a character from a historical romance novel she stumbled upon a few days prior? In the story, the supporting character, also named Qiao Niannian, is the legitimate daughter of the Minuan Marquis with 3 full-blooded brothers. Mrs. Hua, hailing from a prestigious military family, possesses a straightforward character devoid of deceit. A conniving concubine, outwardly gentle yet brimming with ambition, constantly stirs discord between her and the Marquis. Due to Qiao Niannian's incident of jumping into the river and becoming foolish, Mrs. Hua holds a deep-seated grudge, resolutely refusing to forgive Qiao Chushan. This leads to an increasingly strained relationship between the Minuan Marquis and Mrs. Hua. Later, the second household is discovered in Mrs. Hua's courtyard engaging in witchcraft, witnessed by guests. The Marquis, wishing to defend Mrs. Hua, inquires about the matter, but she misconstrues his concern as disbelief, falling into despair and remaining silent. The Minuan Marquis, left with no choice, pleads for her at the emperor's court, kneeling outside for an entire day and night. After Mrs. Hua's misfortune, the Minuan Marquis spirals into a haze, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, a mere ghost of his former self. Qiao Niannian falls into the hands of the second household, who, under cover of night, sets fire to her, resulting in her being burned alive, publicly branded as a calamity, with the fire deemed divine punishment. Even her 3 brothers meet a tragic end, suffering untimely deaths. Qiao Niannian is left in disbelief. Thus, she has become the foolish Qiao Niannian who was burned alive. Reflecting on the tragic fate of her family, she cannot help but scoff. Such a powerful family, yet they have never experienced the protagonist's halo. It truly is remarkable. She recalls that after the demise of the novel's Qiao Niannian, the second household seized all of the first household's assets. This realization constricts her heart. She has a flaw. She is obsessed with wealth. The second household taking her money is tantamount to jeopardizing her life. This cannot be allowed. As the saying goes, one must seize their own destiny. Especially since the second household uses the first household's funds to recruit soldiers for the male lead, aiding him in ascending to the throne. The daughter of a mere concubine ultimately becomes a beloved empress, favored for a lifetime by the male lead, all while stepping over the corpses of the first household. Using their reputation to curry favor with ministers and employing their wealth to win hearts, the protagonist's family lives extravagantly, utterly absurd. As a member of the first household, Qiao Niannian will not permit the wicked to prosper. She must expose the second household's schemes. Determined, she attempts to rise swiftly, only to falter and tumble from the bed, crashing into a nearby stool and a medicine bowl. The loud thuds resonate through the silent room. Mrs. Hua, who had been weeping, is startled by the sudden commotion, tears spilling from her eyes as she forgets to wipe them away. "Madam, the young lady has fallen," Pomegranate exclaims, and Mrs. Hua hurriedly rushes into the inner chamber. Xiao Niannian clutches her rear, tears brimming in her eyes. This is not scientific. Where is her spiritual power? Where are her martial skills? Mrs. Hua navigates around the screen and enters the inner chamber, only to be met with a pair of pitiful, tear-stained eyes. In that moment, her heart softens. "Nian, how did you end up on the floor? Did you hurt yourself?" Qiao Niannian remains silent, her mind momentarily paralyzed by the beauty before her. Mrs. Hua possesses an exquisite, regal beauty, her face characterized by grace and poise. She wears luxurious garments of cloud-patterned satin, adorned with gold hairpins, a clear indication of the marquis's wealth. Qiao Niannian finds herself entranced by Mrs. Hua's array of hair ornaments. Seeing her daughter's silence, Mrs. Hua expresses her concern again. Qiao Niannian instinctively shakes her head. "It hurts. It hurts terribly. My rear feels as if it has been shattered." Mrs. Hua pauses, as if she has heard her daughter's voice, yet the little girl has not spoken. A flicker of astonishment flashes in her eyes, but is quickly suppressed as she scoops her daughter into her arms and places her on the bed. The 10-year-old girl is light, offering little resistance. It is Qiao Niannian's first experience of being held, and she feels a touch of embarrassment. She thinks it is already quite mortifying. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Mrs. Hua lifts Qiao Niannian's trousers, and a sudden breeze sends a chill through her rear. Mrs. Hua gazes at the red marks on her daughter's fair skin, a pang of sympathy flooding her heart. It's no wonder it hurts, it's all red. Qiao Niannian is utterly taken aback, quickly covering her rear. This is it, her infamous reputation as the fierce matriarch is utterly ruined. Once upon a time, she had struck down scoundrels and vile women, captured wandering souls, and vanquished numerous evil cultivators. Her moniker, the Mad Matriarch, was well-earned. It was difficult for anyone to approach her. Except for her infancy after the age of 3, this is the first time someone has seen her rear in full view. What a humiliating situation. Mrs. Hua is amused by Qiao Niannian's bashfulness. The little girl is indeed shy. She gently ruffles Qiao Niannian's hair. "Mother merely wanted to check if you were hurt." For the first time, Qiao Niannian experiences such affection, and she is immediately smitten. "Mother is so gentle, so beautiful. I am utterly enchanted." Mrs. Hua's smile grows even more tender. Qiao Niannian realizes she is yet to address serious matters and hastily tucks her rear under the covers, ensuring her safety before gesturing to her throat. Was she not supposed to have jumped into the river? How has she become a little mute? Mrs. Hua comprehends her daughter's meaning and gently explains, "The doctor said your fever has affected your throat. You cannot speak for now, but you will be fine in a couple of days." Did I end this case? Mrs. Hua encountered a situation unlike any she had witnessed before. While others succumbed to fever and suffered brain damage, her daughter had lost her voice. Fortunately, the doctor assured her that there would be no lasting harm, provided she adhered to the medication regimen and that in a few days, she would recover. With this reassurance, Mrs. Hua finally felt a sense of relief. Qiao Niannian was taken aback by such occurrences. However, having narrowly escaped death, she had no choice but to accept her circumstances. Eager to ascertain the progression of events, she emitted a couple of ahs, her large, bright eyes fixed on Mrs. Hua, brimming with anticipation. Mrs. Hua speculated, "Are you inquiring about how many days you've been unconscious?" Qiao Niannian nodded vigorously. Truly a mother-daughter bond, they understand each other intuitively. Mrs. Hua gently patted her daughter's head, a look of gratitude on her face. "You've been in a coma for a full 2 days, and I was terribly worried. Next time, do refrain from such impulsiveness. If you ever feel wronged, confide in me, and I shall seek justice on your behalf." Fortunately, her daughter had awakened, the fever had abated, and had anything happened to her, Mrs. Who would have fought tooth and nail with Qiao Chushan. Qiao Niannian patted her mother's hand and began to calculate the time. In the narrative, the 3rd day after Qiao Niannian's leap into the river coincided with the day Mrs. Hu was discovered to have secretly practiced witchcraft. Upon realizing the date, Qiao Niannian gasped again, but this time Mrs. Hu did not comprehend her meaning. Qiao Niannian gestured once more. Mrs. Hu tentatively suggested, "Do you wish for paper and a writing instrument?" Qiao Niannian nodded fervently. "Indeed, she is my own flesh and blood, how well she understands me." Seeing her daughter's urgency, Mrs. Hu promptly summoned a maid to fetch paper and ink. Qiao Niannian intended to document the scheming against Mrs. Hu by the 2nd branch of the family, hoping to alter the course of the narrative. However, the moment she grasped the pen to write, her arm felt as though it were ensnared by an unseen force, rendering her unable to move even a finger. Qiao Niannian raised an eyebrow. She scoffed at this minor constraint from fate. She began to channel her energy to dispel the binding, but before her spiritual energy could coalesce, it dissipated entirely. Stunned, Qiao Niannian realized that her spiritual power had vanished. "This is disastrous. I am unable to alert my mother. If she falls, I shall be lost as well." Feeling numb, she lay on the bed with vacant eyes. Mrs. Hua, noticing her daughter's distress, hurriedly offered comfort. "Niannian, do not fret. In a couple of days, you will be able to speak." Qiao Niannian continued to gaze blankly. "My dear mother, in 2 days, I might as well be preparing your funeral." "Mrs. Hua, this daughter of mine seems to be rather unnecessary." Unaware of her mother's growing exasperation, Qiao Niannian continued to ponder. "I wonder if I can restore my spiritual power in time to conceal the evidence of the conspiracy against the emperor that my mother's room harbors." Ding ding ding. The new chapter has commenced and a new journey begins. Chapter 2. The Family's Misfortune. Qiao Niannian resolved to rise to the occasion. Regardless of her capabilities, the hopes of her entire family rested upon her shoulders. She had to muster her strength. She began to reflect on how events had unfolded. Engrossed in her thoughts, she failed to notice Mrs. Hua, who stood by, utterly stunned, conspiring against the current emperor? How could she ever harbor such intentions? The Hua family had been loyal for generations, valiant in battle, and staunchly protective of their homeland. They harbored no treasonous thoughts whatsoever. Having grown up in the general's household, Mrs. Hua had naturally adopted her father's principles of loyalty to the emperor and love for the nation. She could not fathom how her daughter could entertain such notions. Just as Mrs. Hua was about to comfort Qiao Niannian, she heard her daughter's inner thoughts. "I remember that a maid by my mother's side had been bribed. The items used against the emperor were planted there by that maid." Mrs. Hua was taken aback. That moment, the maid Chunmei entered. "Madam, the medicinal soup for the young lady is ready." "Shall I bring it now?" Mrs. Hua was about to nod when she heard her daughter's thoughts. "My dear mother, she is the maid who was bribed by the 2nd branch. The items were placed by her." Mrs. Hua could hardly believe it. Chunmei had served her loyally for over a decade. She had always been devoted. Mrs. Hua had treated her subordinates generously and had never resorted to scolding. Subtly, Mrs. Hua scrutinized Chunmei. She noticed that Chunmei's gaze had stealthily shifted to Qiao Niannian's bed, her eyes reflecting clear calculation. Previously, Mrs. Hua had never paid attention to Chunmei's small actions, but now, upon closer inspection, she realized the maid's restlessness. Mrs. Hua composed herself and said in a neutral tone, "The young lady just had a bowl of porridge. She can drink the medicinal soup later." If Chunmei were indeed suspect, Mrs. Hua did not dare allow her daughter to consume the medicine she had prepared. Chunmei found the medicine contained many precious ingredients specifically for Qiao Niannian, but she did not dare to counter Mrs. Hua's words and could only comply. "Yes, I shall warm it for the young lady and bring it over shortly. Mrs. Hua nodded calmly and, seeing Chunmei about to leave, called her back. Wait, the young lady just expressed a desire for some snacks. Go to the kitchen and ensure the cook prepares some visually appealing and exquisite treats. Chunmei was reluctant to go. She wanted to ensure Qiao Niannian drank the medicine. Madam, I must see to the young lady's medicine. Mrs. Hua remained composed. Let another maid serve the medicine. I trust you to select the snacks, as you are attentive and know the young lady's preferences. Chunmei felt a surge of pride. She was aware of Mrs. Hua's fondness for Qiao Niannian and had long sought to win her favor, which had earned her a promotion to a second-tier maid. Therefore, Mrs. Hua's words raised no suspicions. I shall go at once. As it happened, the second branch was inquiring about the second young lady's condition. She could deliver the news and earn a considerable reward. Chunmei left in high spirits. Once Chunmei departed, Shirlu, who had been attending to Mrs. Hu, revealed a puzzled expression. She had been by their side and had not heard the young lady express a desire for snacks. Shirlu, send Haitang to follow Chunmei and observe where she goes, ensuring no one else is aware. Mrs. Hua instructed coldly. Shirlu trembled. Could it be that Chunmei was indeed problematic? Not daring to delay, she hurriedly left to inform Haitang. Upon hearing her mother's directives, Qiao Niannian felt somewhat bewildered. How has my mother suddenly become so astute, suspecting Chunmei? Shouldn't she have perished long ago? Qiao Niannian scrutinized Mrs. Hua for a moment. The dark cloud gathering on her forehead was an ominous sign, indicating that the evidence of the conspiracy had yet to be uncovered. Qiao Niannian believed that relying on others was futile. She ought to cultivate her own powers. Closing her eyes, she began to circulate her energy, engaging in her meditative practice. Shirlu, go to my room and retrieve a small box from the beam. Originally, Mrs. Hua intended for Shirlu to merely bring the box down, but her eyes inadvertently fell upon the open Buddhist scriptures on the table. These scriptures had been copied by her daughter as a prayer for her elder brother's safety on the battlefield. The scriptures had been completed 3 days prior, left on the table to dry. However, with her daughter's leap into the river, she had completely forgotten about them. Suddenly, an idea struck Mrs. Hua. She stepped forward and, with a brush, added 2 lines to the end of the text. Mrs. Hua was capable of mimicking her daughter's handwriting, having taught her. After allowing the ink to dry, she tucked the scriptures away and handed them to Shirlu. Replace the contents of the box with these scriptures and wrap them carefully in a cloak. Be cautious, do not let anyone discover it. Seeing her mistress's solemn demeanor, Shirlu dared not be careless, concealing the items within her sleeve before hastily departing. The sight was somewhat comical, lightening Mrs. Hua's mood. Knowing that Chunmei might be problematic, yet her daughter still needed to take her medicine, Mrs. Hua decided to personally oversee the preparation of the medicine with the maid. As for the previous bowl, it had been accidentally shattered by Mrs. Hua. After Qiao Niannian drank a bowl of plain porridge, Mrs. Hua entered carrying a bowl of dark medicinal soup. Qiao Niannian grimaced as she finished the medicine, quickly consuming several pieces of preserved plum to suppress the bitterness. What kind of doctor prescribes such a bitter medicine? Do they even have a medical license? I nearly met my end. Mrs. Hua stifled a smile, pretending not to notice the young girl's complaints. Qiao Niannian pondered her existence for a moment before resuming her urgent practice. Uncertain of how much time had passed, a clear youthful voice echoed from outside the door. Mother, has my sister awoken? At the doorway, the maid bowed respectfully. Third young master. The young lady is still asleep. The third young master, Qiao Beichen, was 13 years old, spirited and unruly, embodying the essence of a young tyrant. He had numerous companions and was adept at indulging in pleasures of life. His most troublesome challenge, however, was studying. The mere sight of a book would induce drowsiness, often leading him to doze off during lessons, much to the exasperation of his teachers who would stomp their feet in frustration. Despite enduring many beatings, he remained unyielding in his ways. As he entered the room, he placed a food box upon the table, just as Mrs. Hua emerged from the inner chamber. His youthful voice was bright, albeit intentionally subdued. Mother, this is a nourishing medicinal dish from the culinary house. You've cared for my little sister so diligently, you must replenish your strength. The culinary house was the most prestigious eatery in the capital, frequented by nobles and dignitaries, where a simple meal could cost 100 taels of silver. The medicinal dishes they offered were particularly rare and sought after. There were tales of individuals who, boasting their royal connections, attempted to trouble the establishment for a medicinal dish, only to find themselves swiftly dealt with. The next day, it was said that the culinary house was backed by someone of immense stature, with rumors hinting at ties to the imperial court. Initially moved by her son's filial piety, Mrs. Hu quickly regained her composure. Last time, when Qiao Beichun had conspired with his classmates to prank their teacher, she had withheld his monthly allowance as a consequence. Where could he have acquired the funds to purchase such a medicinal dish? Mrs. Hu glared. Qiao Beichun, have you been gambling again? Qiao Beichun saw no wrongdoing in his actions. Mother, I earned this money through my own efforts. Earned through efforts? Was gambling truly a skill? She believed this wretched boy had merely developed a knack for trouble. Mrs. Hu raised her hand, intending to strike, but Qiao Beichun deftly darted into the inner chamber, hiding behind his little sister. Mother, my sister is watching. If you have the guts, strike me before her. Mrs. Hua. If only he would release his sister's hand, she would surely teach him a lesson. Qiao Beichun knew his mother cared deeply about her image in his sister's eyes, and he couldn't help but flash a grin. Qiao Niannian, having finished her medicine, began her breathing exercises, her breath now markedly more even. Awakened by the commotion, she slowly opened her eyes to see a grinning face looming over her. Qiao Niannian was startled. Who is this foolish child? Qiao Beichun. What nonsense was this girl muttering? He was handsome, charming, and dashing. How could she call him foolish? No, wait. His sister hadn't spoken at all. Qiao Beichun glanced around, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He could hear his sister's thoughts. Could it be that, as her favorite brother, he was granted the ability to hear her mind? This sister was truly worth his affection. Little sister, look what I've brought you. Qiao Beichun rummaged through his clothing and produced a golden medallion. This medallion had been specially consecrated by a master to ensure Qiao Niannian's safety and well-being. Just as he was about to present it to her, he heard her thoughts. Oh, it's not a fool, it's my unfortunate third brother. He's at the gambling table, cheating, and will have his hands and feet severed, becoming a tragic, useless man. Qiao Beichun. He thought perhaps this gift was not so essential after all. Chapter 3. How Sharp Her Eyes Are. Qiao Beichun resolved to withhold the medallion. His sister's eyes were indeed sharp. She was particularly sensitive to shiny objects. At first glance, she spotted the golden medallion in his hand. What is that? What is that? Something shiny caught my eye. Let me take a closer look. Oh, it's the grand golden medallion my dashing third brother has gifted me. The little girl's eyes sparkled, and Qiao Beichun teased her. I initially intended to present this medallion to my little sister, but now it seems rather kitsch. Perhaps I shall keep it. As he spoke, he waved the grand medallion before Qiao Niannian's eyes. Third brother, when I was 3, a fortune teller told me my destiny lacked gold. This grand medallion is perfect for me, truly. Qiao Beichun was already laughing internally, maintaining a facade of indifference as he feigned disdain. Enough. You're going to pop your eyes out. Here, take it. Make sure to keep it close, understand? Qiao Niannian accepted the medallion, disregarding his words, nodding vigorously. Subtly weighing its heft in her hands, her little face broke into a joyous smile. This grand medallion must weigh more than half a pound. I'm rich now. She opened her mouth, ready to leave her mark upon it. Qiao Beichun, quick of hand, covered her mouth. Little ancestor, this has been consecrated, you mustn't bite it. Qiao Niannian raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the medallion for a moment, concluding, my foolish third brother, you've been deceived. This is merely an ordinary piece of gold. At best aesthetically pleasing, devoid of any magical properties. They probably thought you were naive and easy to trick. Qiao Beichun was indignant. The master was a Taoist priest from Qingyang Temple. How could he possibly deceive him? His sister knew nothing. Her thoughts were utterly unreliable. Enough. Rest while your brother has matters to attend to. As Qiao Niannian watched him leave, she shook her head in resignation. My third brother, so bright and cheerful. No wonder even the maidens wish to entice him, but he is only 13. So young, and who knows if he has matured yet. Qiao Beichun stumbled slightly in his steady stride. Fortunately, he caught himself against the door frame. What was this girl thinking? He had long outgrown the age of innocence. He was mature now. Qiao Beichun suddenly felt that being able to hear his sister's thoughts was not necessarily a blessing. Emerging from Qiao Niannian's room, he greeted Mrs. Hua with a stoic expression as he departed. Mrs. Hua, puzzled, remarked, "He seemed fine when he went in to see his sister. Why does he emerge in such a foul mood?" The maids shook their heads in confusion. Mrs. Hua sighed. Her son was as inscrutable as the depths of the sea. With a darkened expression, Qiao Beichen exited Qiao Niannian's chambers, his ears burning with embarrassment. In his distraction, he collided with a maid, causing her to stumble. "Are you all right?" Chunmei attempted to move her legs but winced in pain. "Third young master. My foot hurts terribly, could you help me up?" Just as Qiao Beichun was about to assist her, he recalled his sister's words about maids trying to entice him. He scrutinized Chunmei closely and noticed something amiss. Her falling posture was peculiar. Typically, when someone falls, they do so without grace, but Chunmei's descent seemed almost choreographed, revealing her curves elegantly as she landed. As she half-reclined, her clothing shifted, inadvertently exposing a glimpse of her fair shoulder from Qiao Beichun's angle. His expression darkened. How could there be so much carelessness and intentionality? He called over a nearby maid who was trimming grass. "Come here and help her up." With that, he bypassed Chunmei and walked away. The young maid, no more than 8 or 9, had been hidden in the bushes and had not noticed Chunmei's fall. Without a second thought, the young maid reached out to assist Chunmei, only to be rebuffed with disdain. "Get away. You're filthy, I can stand on my own." With that, she rose effortlessly, appearing completely unscathed. As Chunmei adjusted her attire, a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. This third young master had no appreciation for beauty. Even a stunning woman like her could fall, and he didn't even offer a hand. Irritated, Chunmei turned her ire towards the idle maid nearby, treating her as a target for her frustrations. She shot a disdainful glance at the dazed young maid and rolled her eyes as she walked away. Third young master. Qiao Beichun's gaze was fixed on Chunmei as she departed, his eyes cold as ice. What transpired today must remain confidential. The maid hastily acknowledged his command, yet after a moment of silence, she looked up only to find that Qiao Beichun had vanished from sight. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. The expression on the young master's face had been utterly terrifying. Surely, she hadn't overheard anything she shouldn't have. Would she face silencing? Having heard many tales of domestic strife from Lu Mama, she was acutely aware that the more one knew, the greater the peril. What should she do? It seemed she had learned too much. Meanwhile, Qiao Niannian had been meditating in her chamber for an hour, slowly exhaling a breath. With her fingers forming a seal, she summoned a flicker of spiritual energy, faint and elusive. This meager essence barely sufficed to lift the covers, let alone obliterate the wooden box suspended from the beams above. "It's over. It appears I am destined for an early demise." Huasher, seated beside her daughter, was caught off guard by this remark and stared in disbelief. Immediately, Huasher straightened her posture. Once Shirlu entered the room, Huasher instructed the 2 second-tier maids to guard the entrance, and they promptly exited, kindly closing the door behind them. Only after Shirlu and the others departed did she approach and, with a thud, kneel on the ground. "Madam, the contents of that wooden box, beneath the cloak, it." Huasher swiftly lifted the cloak, revealing a bloodied straw man. The straw figure was grotesquely adorned with silver needles, its expression a horrific mask, dressed in a miniature dragon robe now riddled with holes. As Huasher trembled while turning the straw man over, she discovered blood-written characters on its back, revealing the emperor's birthdate. Her hand quivered, nearly dropping the straw man, as she stammered, This is indeed a forbidden technique." Shirlu was equally horrified upon witnessing the object. If this were to be discovered, the Marquis would be doomed. "Madam, there is a talisman affixed to the box. I have seen it before. It is a blood curse from the art of witchcraft, exceedingly malevolent and chilling. I took the liberty of replacing it with the safety talisman you procured for the young miss." Huasher nodded. "You have done well. The intricacies of this scheme are indeed formidable. Should this item be uncovered, I would be left speechless." Not only was there a blood curse and the dragon-robed straw man, but the characters written on it bore an uncanny resemblance to her own handwriting. Even she could not discern whether it was indeed her writing. Had it not been for her daughter's warning, she might have been preparing for a funeral in just 2 days. Lying in bed, Qiao Niannian craned her neck to better view what Shirlu had wrapped. "Ah! Is this not the witchcraft intended to harm the emperor that was found in Mother's attic? Mother actually discovered it? My heavens, how fortunate! I need not pressure myself further." Upon regaining her composure, Qiao Niannian grew anxious once more. Mother, you must burn it at once. Having been raised on television dramas, Qiao Niannian had gleaned a truth. One must act swiftly, for delay not only hinders progress but also invites reversal, especially in a household rife with antagonistic fates. Prompted by her daughter's urgency, Huasher immediately summoned Shirlu to bring in a brazier, watching intently as the straw man was incinerated completely before she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mother, the cloak has bloodstains. You must hasten to clean it. Father will arrive shortly. Chapter 4. Blood cursed calmly. Mrs. Hu pointed to the cloak and said, Go fetch some water to cleanse the bloodstains from the cloak. Pomegranate immediately complied, washing it thoroughly. Oh dear, my mother is astoundingly perceptive, akin to a worm in my belly, aware of my every thought. Although Qiao Niannian found it peculiar that Mrs. Hu had discovered the scarecrow, she felt a greater joy in realizing she was not destined for death. Yet a larger question soon emerged. This blood curse was malicious and severe, demanding not only the caster's birth date, but also a medium, which must be either the caster's blood or hair. Qiao Niannian was certain that the scarecrow recently burned by Mrs. Hu did not possess a medium. Thus, it was likely a mere ruse, a replica. The true scarecrow upon which the blood curse had been cast was probably still in the hands of the caster. The real target was the emperor, Mrs. Hu was merely a scapegoat. Once the blame was assigned, should any misfortune befall the emperor, all fingers would point to Mrs. Hu, and no one would suspect another. What a clever scheme of using a knife to kill. Fearing the emperor would investigate the truth, they positioned a scapegoat. With Mrs. Hu's demise, the one manipulating events behind the scenes would likely escape suspicion entirely. Even if the potency of the blood curse were later discovered, the blame would fall on Mrs. Hu's wickedness. To dare employ such dark sorcery against her, Qiao Niannian felt both amused and indignant. It was akin to pulling the beard of the king of hell, inviting death. Qiao Niannian resolved to use her meager spiritual energy to craft a talisman for the emperor, to first gain his trust, and then, once her strength was restored, to unearth the one behind this treachery. Unfortunately, there was not a single piece of talisman paper in the entire room. At that moment, Pomegranate fortuitously returned with the blood curse, tossing it into the fire pit before taking the cloak outside. With a flick of her finger, Qiao Niannian summoned the talisman paper from the fire, which landed in her hand. As she brushed it against the blood curse, it immediately transformed into a talisman of peace. She folded the talisman into a triangular shape and placed it on her person, recalling that soon the crown prince and the third prince would appear together. She would discreetly pass the talisman to the crown prince then. Just as she had meticulously planned, Mrs. Hu entered, her face pale, and embraced Qiao Niannian. Niannian, thank goodness you are here. Otherwise, if she were to harm the emperor, it could implicate the entire marquisate and the general's residence. Do not worry, mother. I will protect you. Mrs. Hu felt warmth from her daughter's heartfelt words, her tense demeanor easing considerably. She straightened up and gently ruffled Qiao Niannian's hair. My dear daughter, you must recover swiftly. Qiao Niannian nodded, patting her little chest. Rest assured, mother. I will definitely recover quickly. And then I will help you deal with those wicked individuals. Perhaps due to being reborn at the age of 10, Qiao Niannian's temperament had become somewhat juvenile. She felt comforted by Mrs. Hu's affection. Moreover, she had made an unexpected discovery. While restoring her spiritual energy today, she accidentally found her lost soul fragment, which was indeed the original owner's spirit. Thus, she was truly Mrs. Hu's daughter. For some reason, her soul had departed from her body and entered another world. At the time, she did not grasp the profound meaning of this realization, but now it was clear. After half a day of cultivation, her spiritual energy had not significantly recovered, yet she felt completely integrated with this body, her soul restored. Now, she possessed a complete soul. No wonder, upon seeing Mrs. Hu for the first time, she had felt an innate sense of familiarity and had not hesitated to call her mother. The mother and daughter shared a tender moment when suddenly a voice from outside interrupted. Madam, the master has arrived. Mrs. Hu's expression darkened. Her daughter had been unconscious for 2 days, and Xiao Chushan had not shown his face even once. Now that she had awakened, what business did he have? Mrs. Hu opened her mouth, intending to instruct the maid to dismiss him. Father arrives at the most inopportune moment. Mother will surely not let him enter. Mother, you do not realize that this is a scheme deliberately instigated by the concubine to sow discord between you and father. You fall for it every time. Delayed by their squabble, Xiao Chushan entered, casting a glance at Mrs. Hu's displeased countenance before turning to observe his daughter's pale face. Why does Jiao Jiao look so pale? He reached out to touch Qiao Niannian's head, relieved to find she was no longer feverish. Oh, dear, father. You are treading on thin ice. Mother thinks I jumped into the river because of you, and she is quite angry. In truth, you have no idea. I was inadvertently pushed off. Mrs. Hu, on the verge of anger, found her ire suddenly dissipating. Xiao Chushan was initially startled, then noticed Mrs. Hua, and the maid's expressions were calm, and he quickly understood. Surely, he was the only one who could hear his daughter's thoughts. It made sense, after all. In this household, his daughter was closest to him. Xiao Chushan's demeanor softened, and Mrs. Hua scrutinized him closely, finding no signs of abnormality. It seemed Xiao Chushan could not hear his daughter's thoughts. She thought to herself, such an incompetent father did not deserve this fortunate turn of events. Both of them felt a wave of relief. Observing that his daughter remained silent, Xiao Chushan inquired a couple of times, but Mrs. Hua, now agitated, did not wish to quarrel in front of her daughter, so she pulled Xiao Chushan into the outer room. She lowered her voice. Niannian was burning with fever for 2 days, and you were absent. Why do you care about her now? You are so good at putting on a show. Xiao Chushan also lowered his voice. I may be putting on a show, but why didn't you inform me about our daughter's serious illness? Is it not your intent to tarnish my reputation before her? Hua Mingyu, you have gone too far. Had he not inquired with the steward, he would still be unaware that Niannian had been unwell for 2 days. Had his daughter not interrupted him upon entering, he would have demanded an explanation. I am shameless? You are indeed quite amusing. I never understood the meaning of the thief cries thief until now. Hua Mingyu, even if you choose to argue with me, you may refuse me in trance, but our daughter is mine as well. Why should I be kept in the dark about her matters? Qiao Niannian listened intently from the inner room. Previously, while reading, she thought they were silent, hence the misunderstandings. Now she realized it was not that they lacked voices, but rather that they were far too quarrelsome. Oh, dear parents. Did you not realize why mother instructed the maid to notify you, yet you received no news? And mother, engrossed in your argument, did you not notice that father has consistently claimed he was unaware of my illness? Alas, 2 childish fools. Mrs. Hua, Xiao Chushan, who is being childish? Neither of them. Daughter, do not overthink. Chapter 5. Joyful rivals. Xiao Chushan refused to acknowledge his childishness, yet he absorbed his daughter's words. Clearing his throat, he stated, in the past 2 days, the emperor has suffered from severe headaches, and I've been accompanying him in the palace. The residence has never sent anyone to relay news to me. Mrs. Hua's final words bore a hint of implication, causing Xiao Chushan to feel a pang of guilt. However, he quickly shifted the topic. This matter surely involved someone scheming behind the scenes. He was going to summon them for questioning. Oh no, my father is thinking. Xiao Chushan, this daughter, what nonsense is she speaking? He has always been quite clever. But now is not the time for a debate with his daughter. Just as he was about to call for someone, an incident unfolded at the residence. Xiao Yueying's kite had landed on Mrs. Hua's roof. As the servant climbed up to retrieve the kite, he accidentally stepped through the roof, falling down. Along with the servant, a wooden box fell, adorned with glaring red talisman paper. At that moment, as the servant emerged with the box, the crown prince and the third prince happened to be walking alongside Xiao Zhaosheng and spotted the box. A voice rang out, blood curse. How could there be a blood curse in Madame's room? The incident at the Mingyuan Marquise was significant. The steward hurried over to summon Xiao Chushan. Mrs. Hua's heart sank. Her daughter had indeed spoken the truth. She lifted her foot, eager to follow, while Qiao Niannian hurriedly propped herself up, desperately shouting in her heart, Mother, mother. I'm here too. I want to see the commotion. Mother, please don't leave me behind. On the way, Mrs. Hua reminded Qiao Niannian, be good Niannian. The contents of the box have already been replaced with Buddhist scriptures. When your mother is taken away, do not be afraid, understand? She reassured her daughter while instructing Pomegranate. In the days I'm not at home, take good care of the young lady. Having arranged her daughter, Mrs. Hua stepped into the courtyard. The courtyard was indeed bustling, with maids and servants kneeling all around, while Qiao Yueying and Xiao Chaoxing stood to the side. In the center were Qiao Chushan, the steward, and a trembling servant holding the box. When Mrs. Hua and Qiao Niannian arrived, this was the scene that greeted them. Xiao Chushan had already grasped the ins and outs of the situation. Upon seeing the box and the blood curse inscribed upon it, his face turned pale. He believed Mrs. Hua would never commit such an act, yet the item had been found in her room. Fearing that others might suspect Mrs. Hua, he immediately spoke when she arrived. Madam, have you ever seen this box? Why was it found above your beam? Xiao Chushan's accusatory tone instantly irritated Mrs. Hua. What did he mean? Was he doubting her? Qiao Niannian, standing behind, was speechless. Father, you can express your concern for mother so coldly. What a talent. Mother, please don't act foolishly, or the second house will go mad with joy. Initially angry, Mrs. Hua, upon hearing her daughter's thoughts, could not help but glance at the people from the second house, only to find Xiao Yueying and Xiao Chaosheng wearing expressions of anticipation. Straightening her back, she calmly stated in front of everyone, this box was placed by me on the beam. The second house paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Mrs. Hua was clearly seeking her own doom. While others were trying to avoid trouble, she readily admitted to it. Xiao Chushan was taken aback as well. The next moment his expression darkened. Do not speak nonsense. It is impossible for you to have placed it there. He desperately signaled to Mrs. Hua to deny it, but she merely snorted and turned away. Xiao Chushan exclaimed, is your wife trying to court disaster? In this matter, Only the crown prince and the third prince had the authority to intervene. Before the crown prince could speak, the third prince stepped forward to address the situation. Lord Minuan, since your wife has already acknowledged that she placed this item, there is nothing more to discuss. Sorcery is a forbidden practice, and our father detests such things the most. I must take your wife away and report this to our father. The third prince, at 17, clad in a blue brocade robe, exuded a remarkable presence. His mother was the favored concubine of the current emperor, and he radiated a sharpness akin to a sword unsheathed. Xiao Yueying's eyes lit up as she gazed at the third prince, and after a few moments of daze, she shyly lowered her head. Qiao Niannian glanced at Xiao Yueying, recognizing her as the heroine of the tale, undeniably enchanting, with eyes that sparkled like water. When she cried, she would surely be breathtaking. Qiao Niannian couldn't help but think of the shameless scenes from the book, where the heroine's clear, watery eyes were often highlighted during her misdeeds. Especially when the heroine was severely bullied by the male lead, her eyes would glisten with tears, and the redness at the corners would easily stir the male lead's desire for conquest. Qiao Niannian had blushed while reading those parts, and later, a friend who became a doctor explained that the redness at the corners of the eyes could stem from various conditions such as blepharitis, allergic eczema, or other causes. Finding this person utterly uninteresting, a typical case of romantic aversion, she was relieved she could treat it. She promptly prescribed a remedy to her friend: find a man who can make the corners of your eyes redden. Dismissing the chaotic thoughts in her mind, Xiao Niannian turned her gaze back to Qiao Yueying's face. From her features, it was evident that she did not possess a fate of great wealth and power. A woman capable of bearing the title of empress must inherently have an exceptional destiny, as the future emperor was a star of noble fortune. And only those whose destinies were worthy could complement such a star. It was clear that Xiao Yueying did not have a fate of riches, yet her features suggested she could ascend to the position of empress. This was intriguing. It was akin to an infant soul inhabiting an adult's body. Generally, one's fate is determined 7 parts by heaven and 3 parts by choice. Xiao Yueying's fate was 7 parts humble, 3 parts choice. Even with choices, she could not become empress unless someone altered her fate. Recalling the blood curse on Mrs. Wasbeam, along with Xiao Yueying's altered fate, it was evident that someone with knowledge of metaphysics was backing the second house. Xiao Niannian's eyes fell upon Xiao Chaosheng, who too had undergone a change in fate. Among the 3 from the second house, aside from Aunt Su, who was absent, both Qiao Yueying and Xiao Chaosheng had altered their destinies. Changing one's fate is not merely an arbitrary act but involves exchanging fates with others. One could only wonder which 2 unfortunate souls had their fates swapped. Chapter 6. The Emperor's Good Crown Prince. Qiao Niannian shifted her gaze from Qiao Yueying to the third prince. It was no surprise that Xiao Yueying was infatuated. This male lead from the book was indeed handsome. He inherited the excellent genes of the favored concubine and the emperor, thus he was not lacking in appearance. This was a person who had been pampered since childhood, exuding a natural arrogance. As her gaze skimmed over the third prince, it fell upon the silent crown prince behind him. At this moment, the crown prince resembled a mere backdrop, albeit a strikingly handsome one that left Qiao Niannian in awe. The young man stood independently, as if a gentle breeze had scattered snow on orchids. He was exceptionally handsome, brimming with vitality, yet exuded a warmth akin to jade. A graceful gentleman. Truly, he was unparalleled in beauty. Having encountered countless faces and calculated myriad fates, it was her first time experiencing such a noble destiny. Even among emperors, few possessed such a rich aura of purple. Moreover, the individual before her radiated not only purple but also a golden hue. This purple aura symbolized an extraordinarily noble fate, 1 in a million, while the golden aura indicated a person in harmony with the heavenly will, suggesting a life of ease and longevity. It appeared that this crown prince had his fate stolen from him. Xiao Niannian had not anticipated that within this small courtyard, 3 individuals with altered fates would converge, 2 who had taken others' fates, and 1 who had lost his. The crown prince, the 6th son of the emperor, was only 13 this year, and his mother was the reigning empress who governed the harem. Throughout history, the crown prince had always been a legitimate son born of the empress, but this particular crown prince had passed away at the tender age of 15. What a pity for such a remarkably gifted young man to have died young. As Qiao Niannian squeezed her way toward the crown prince, she couldn't help but sigh in regret. At that moment, all eyes were on the third prince and Xiao Chushan, leaving no one to notice Qiao Niannian. She quietly approached the crown prince, preparing to lean closer when she was stopped by his attendant. Being mute, Qiao Niannian could not voice her thoughts, so she desperately waved at the crown prince. Ultimately, with no other recourse, she expended a bit of her spiritual energy to tap the crown prince on the shoulder. He turned, his clear and bright eyes locking onto Qiao Niannian, then he dismissed his attendant and approached her. "Little girl, do you need something from me?" Qiao Niannian attempted to respond, but realizing her voice was lost, she could only nod obediently. Truly, she had become a little mute. Would she ever recover? Qiao Niannian thought. No. Why did he curse her the moment he spoke? A person so refined should have a pleasant voice. Indeed, beauty was a test for her. Qiao Niannian rolled her eyes and, to express her feelings, maintained her eye roll a moment longer. This scene was quite amusing. And the crown prince also laughed at Qiao Niannian without reservation. He maintained a cordial relationship with Qiao Niannian's elder brother, Qiao Chuanbai. Before embarking on his military campaign, Qiao Chuanbai took the time to find him, urging him to take good care of Qiao Niannian. Naturally, he held his friend's request close to his heart. However, due to his father's recent illness, which had robbed him of sleep, he remained in the palace to provide companionship, neglecting the whereabouts of the young girl. Consequently, upon leaving the palace, he learned of her misfortune. She had jumped into a lake and damaged her voice. His visit to the Mingyuan Marquis's residence was primarily to assess Qiao Niannian's condition. Now, witnessing the mute girl before him, he confirmed the distressing news was indeed true. She had transformed into a little mute. Xiao Nyen yearned to perform a dramatic exit, but she could not. The entire Mingyuan Marquis's estate depended on her vigilance. Unable to articulate her thoughts, she grasped the prince's hand, gesturing frantically in his palm. The guards, taken aback, quickly intervened, admonishing her for her audacity. "How dare you? Your highness is of the utmost nobility. Release him at once." Yet, Qiao Niannian remained undeterred. As she completed her message, Xiao Rongyu's expression shifted dramatically. Just as the guard was about to speak, he was silenced by Xiao Rongyu. At that moment, Xiao Rongyu was overwhelmed with astonishment. What Xiao Niannian had written was an accurate account of his father's ailment. His initial thought was that the Mingyuan Marquis had divulged the emperor's condition to her. However, upon reflection, he realized the Marquis would never share such sensitive information so casually, nor would he provide such intricate details, some of which even Xiao Chushan was unaware. Could it be that Xiao Niannian possessed some extraordinary insight? Xiao Rongyu pondered her intention in relaying this information. It was clearly to instill trust in him, with ulterior motives in mind. "So, you wish for my assistance?" Before Qiao Niannian could articulate her plan, he had already surmised it. His intellect was indeed sharp. Given that his insight had pierced through her intentions, Qiao Niannian promptly pressed a talisman into the prince's hand, gesturing once more. Xiao Rongyu regarded the amulet with a cryptic expression before breaking into a slight smile. "I shall assist you, but consider this a favor owed to me." Xiao Niannian's eyes widened in disbelief. "But I saved your father. Have you no sense of gratitude?" Xiao Rongyu, discerning the incredulous look in her eyes, responded nonchalantly. "You may choose not to help. It is my father who suffers, not me." Xiao Niannian glared at him, her silence betraying her indignation, and her eyes conveyed a sense of disdain. Xiao Rongyu toyed with the talisman, as if ready to discard it at any moment, suppressing her urge to strike him. Xiao Niannian gestured in his palm, signaling a deal. Only then did Xiao Rongyu accept the talisman, affectionately ruffling the young girl's hair. "Take care of your health. Once you recover, we shall settle this debt." Xiao Niannian clenched her fists, feeling both astonished and infuriated for the first time. Meanwhile, the third prince continued negotiations with Qiao Chushan concerning the matter of the Hor family. "Apologies, but every household has its rules and every nation its laws," he stated, allowing his attendants to escort the Hor family away. Qiao Chushan attempted to intervene but was halted by the third prince's guards. "Mingyuan Marquis, the art of witchcraft is a forbidden practice, and the evidence is irrefutable. If you persist, you will be obstructing justice." At that moment, Qiao Yuing stepped forward, clutching Qiao Chushan's sleeve. "Father, I am frightened." The delay allowed the Hor family and the evidence to be taken away. Shirlu watched helplessly as her mistress was led away, considering intervening but was halted by Hu's silent gaze. Unable to contain her tears, she wiped her eyes, reminding herself to remain strong for her mistress, who surely bore the greatest sorrow. Turning around, she found her mistress had vanished. Upon looking up, she was shocked to see her beside the prince, fists clenched in anger. Shirlyo's face paled instantly. "My lady, you cannot possibly intend to strike the prince." Chapter 7. A day will come when she will be needed, dear lady. Do not act impulsively. Shirlu exclaimed, lunging forward to restrain Xiao Niannian's hand. The prince is not one to provoke. Despite Shirlyo's sudden intervention, Xiao Niannian maintained her balance, feeling remarkably stronger than in her previous frail state. It seemed that contact with Xiao Rongyu had revitalized her energy. Meanwhile, Qiao Yuing timidly cowered beside Xiao Chushan, appearing thoroughly terrified. Witnessing this, Shirlu widened her eyes in astonishment and then clutched Xiao Niannian's arm, bursting into tears. "Oh, my poor mistress. Do not despair. The lady will be fine. You are unwell, having jumped into the river, and now you cannot even speak. Please, do not lose hope." Xiao Niannian jumped in surprise at Shirlyo's outburst, which was quite unexpected. Even Xiao Chushan, who was trying to console Qiao Yuing, turned to look at the commotion. In the next moment, he broke away from Qiao Yuing and hurried to Xiao Niannian's side, concern etched on his face. Unable to speak, Xiao Niannian managed a weak smile after being pinched by Shirlu. "Ah, dear father, you finally remember your daughter. Seeing you so attentively comforting Qiao Yuing, I almost thought it was her aunt who had been captured." Xiao Chushan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Behind him, Qiao Yuing tightened her handkerchief, her expression darkening. Qiao Niannian sensed the tension behind her and couldn't help but scoff. Dear father, you must not realize your reputation. The entire estate knows of your strained relationship with mother and your disdain for the 4 children she bore you. Nonsense. Xiao Chushan mentally protested. He cherished the 4 children his wife had given him, especially Qiao Niannian. He ordered an investigation into the incident of his daughter's fall into the water, questioning why he had not received any communication from his wife. The steward, a loyal confidant of Qiao Chushan, was the only one privy to how much the Marquis adored his wife. He had discreetly admonished the servants. Yet the frequent quarrels between the Marquis and his wife led many to believe their relationship was fraught, giving rise to speculation. As Qiao Chushan departed, the matron from the concubine Sue's courtyard approached, offering a perfunctory bow. Zhu steward, if the Marquis has any instructions, I would gladly assist in alleviating his burdens. The stewardess' expression remained calm. Madame Jia, this matter does not concern you. Focus on your own responsibilities. Madame Jia's demeanor shifted, but she quickly regained her composure. Zhu steward is correct, yet he must understand who the true master of this household is. The steward, uninterested in her ramblings, knew full well the Marquis's true inclinations. Those with shallow insights failed to grasp the situation. If the Marquis truly had a strained relationship with his wife, how could he endure her scoldings repeatedly, only to seek ways to sneak into her chambers again? It is unclear who is truly oblivious. As Granny Jia watched Steward Zhu depart, her cheeks contorted in displeasure. She let out a cold huff before leaving herself. Aunt Sue had long promised her that once she became a lady, she would be appointed as the steward of the Marquis's residence, initially hoping to win over Steward Zhu to pledge loyalty to her. However, it appears he is merely a shallow-minded individual, not worth the effort. For 5 consecutive days, the kitchen has become increasingly outrageous. Thinking the lady was truly in trouble, they began to withhold provisions from the main house and were eager to curry favor with the secondary household. Not only did they divert the main household's share to the secondary household, but their attentiveness to the main household's food also waned. Today, when she went to the kitchen for provisions, she was given only a bowl of plain porridge and a plate of wilted vegetables. Unable to contain her anger, Shirley argued with them, only to be mocked and ridiculed by the other servants. In retaliation, she struck back fiercely. Consequently, they reported her first, and Aunt Sue ordered Granny Zhu to punish her. Qiao Niannian was recovering well, and Shirley did not wish to worry her. Instead of bringing the matter to her, she entrusted it to Haidang. Haidang was infuriated. Compared to Shirley, she was more impulsive and was ready to confront the kitchen staff. Shirley restrained her, reminding her that with the lady and the Marquis absent from the residence, and the steward also out, they could only accept Aunt Sue's reprimands. Inside the room, Qiao Niannian sat gracefully at the table, clad in white, holding a brush, with the window beside her open, revealing a view of a bamboo grove. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, adding an ethereal quality to her presence. Since Qiao Niannian's health had improved, she radiated an indescribable charm, noble, aloof, and unapproachable. Haidang softly placed the food box down without making a sound. Qiao Niannian spoke. Haidang, no need to set the table. I will take you to the palace for a meal. Haidang responded incredulously, Miss. When did you acquire such a penchant for boasting? The palace is not so easily accessible. Only the Marquis has the privilege to enter and exit at will. Chapter 8. Visitors from the palace. Haidang wanted to advise her mistress, but Qiao Niannian had already seated herself at the dressing table, awaiting her assistance with her hair. Haidang thought about her mistress's recovery and how important her mood was. Styling her hair was not a significant task. Approaching Qiao Niannian, she raised her hand to create a simple, everyday hairstyle, but Qiao Niannian glanced over and stated flatly, a hairstyle for entering the palace. Haidang was at a loss for words. It was impossible for them to enter the palace. Yet, seeing her mistress's serious demeanor, Haidang sighed heavily in her heart. Had her mistress injured her mind when she jumped into the river, and the doctor had failed to diagnose it? Regardless of her thoughts, she skillfully proceeded. Choosing a set of blue stream feather ornaments that matched Qiao Niannian's attire, she adorned her ears with matching earrings. This ensemble elevated Qiao Niannian's delicate features, bestowing upon her an air of cold elegance. Miss, you look stunning, Haidang remarked, unable to resist placing a decorative piece on her forehead. The addition enhanced her beauty even more. Qiao Niannian approved and stood up, declaring, let us go. Haitong's expression tightened. Miss, we truly cannot enter. She trailed off as the steward hurriedly arrived, accompanied by a eunuch, both bowing to Qiao Niannian. The eunuch spoke first. Miss Qiao, you are summoned to the palace. Haidang was taken aback. They were genuinely going to the palace. Instinctively, she glanced at her mistress, who remained composed and unperturbed. Haidang was astonished. How did her mistress know that the emperor would summon them? Without allowing Haidang further contemplation, Qiao Niannian followed the eunuch out. Haidang, in a daze, trailed behind. Steward Zhu's expression turned serious. He had left earlier to attend to the Marquis's affairs. Had something amiss occurred in his absence? He dared not delay. assuring Miss. Do not worry. I will summon a doctor immediately. Behind them, Haidang was increasingly confused. Shirlu stood at the door without entering. Could it be that her mistress had seen something from the window? Haidang was filled with questions but had no opportunity to voice them. Once outside the residence, Qiao Niannian boarded the carriage and made her way to the palace. This time, due to the emperor's grace, the carriage was permitted to enter the inner palace. Otherwise, the journey would have taken nearly half an hour. After the eunuch reported, Qiao Niannian entered, while Haidang was left outside. Stepping through the archway into the inner chamber, she found the emperor seated at the head, with the crown prince standing to his right and the Minuan marquis alongside Lady Hua to his left. As Qiao Niannian entered, she prepared to bow, but the emperor gestured dismissively. No need to kneel, formalities are unnecessary. He studied her for a moment. Although merely 10 years old, her delicate features were exquisite, a rare beauty indeed. Beyond her appearance, the composure she exuded and her unflappable demeanor were striking. Are you the one who copied the Buddhist scriptures? The emperor's tone darkened. Why did you place the scriptures atop the beam, nearly causing a tragedy? Do you not realize your wrongdoing? The Minuan marquis's heart raced. Having endured the emperor's intimidating tactics for years, he was still startled whenever the emperor admonished him. His precious daughter had been coddled since childhood and had only recently taken a leap into the river. He feared she might be frightened. However, Qiao Niannian's response was calm and dignified. The emperor's expression shifted from stern to delight. Minuan Marquis, I had no idea you had such a brilliant and beautiful daughter. You are indeed fortunate. This incident was merely a misunderstanding, and I apologize for the distress caused to you. For such a young girl to possess such character is truly rare. Additionally, I bestow upon Qiao Niannian 100 taels of gold, 2 bolts of fine silk, and a complete set of exquisite writing materials, as I find your calligraphy commendable, possessing great flair. Noticing the time, the emperor added, let us dine together at noon. The crown prince will accompany us. Qiao Niannian felt a surge of joy. With the crown prince present, her spiritual energy might recover somewhat. In recent days, her training had shown little progress, and she suspected that being near the crown prince would allow her to absorb more spiritual energy. While Qiao Niannian was elated, the Minuan marquis was astonished. When had the emperor ever shown concern for his subjects' hunger? In the past, when disagreements arose during court sessions, the emperor would deliberately lay out a feast before them, wasting time while they suffered from hunger. Now, faced with the emperor's concern for their well-being, the Minuan marquis felt a sense of conspiracy. The emperor remained calm as he awaited the meal, while the Minuan marquis felt anxious, and Lady Hua was reserved. The crown prince, however, and Qiao Niannian appeared at ease. Qiao Niannian had planned to seize the moment to absorb some of the crown prince's spiritual energy. However, once seated at the dining table, she realized she was unable to approach him. The table was vast, laden with numerous dishes, separating her from the crown prince by several meters. Previously, she had thought such representations on screen exaggerated, but now it felt strikingly real. Although it was not extravagant to the point of featuring over 100 dishes, there were still more than 20. Since their family was dining together, the emperor had even ordered additional dishes, bringing the total to 32. This is excessive. It is far too lavish, all derived from the people's toil. The Minuan marquis suddenly heard his daughter's thought and was startled, causing him to tremble. He hurriedly lifted his head to glance at the emperor, discovering that the emperor's expression remained tranquil, which allowed him to exhale a sigh of relief. His daughter was indeed audacious, daring to assert that the emperor feasted on the people's fat and marrow. If such words were to spread, it would be a capital offense. Fortunately, the emperor was oblivious to their conversation. Just as Minuan Ho was about to pick up his chopsticks, he once again heard his daughter's inner voice. This emperor is relatively diligent and benevolent, yet his life is short, and he is on the brink of a great calamity. Minuan Ho was so startled that his chopsticks clattered to the ground. Chapter 9. A trip to the palace resulted in losing his daughter. Qiao Chushan was engulfed in uncertainty. What did his daughter mean? Could it be that the emperor was in peril? Suppressing the tumult within, Qiao Chushan rose to apologize. The emperor showed no concern and instructed a eunuch to provide him with a new pair of chopsticks, dismissing the matter. Throughout the meal, Qiao Chushan and the Hua family found no pleasure in their food, while Qiao Niannian, blissfully unaware, dined with great delight. She lamented only that she had not grown 2 stomachs, for with over 30 dishes, she had not managed to sample them all before feeling full. After the meal, Qiao Chushan stood to take his leave. The emperor cleared his throat and remarked, the 10th princess and Nyen girl are of similar age. The 10th princess lacks companions. Why not have Nyen girl stay a while longer to keep her company? Although the 10th princess and Qiao Niannian were of comparable age, they had never met. Qiao Chushan hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. Since the emperor had spoken, he could not refuse and thus left the palace, still in a state of bewilderment. How had he ended up leaving his daughter behind in the palace? He could not discern whether this was a blessing or a curse. In the imperial garden, the emperor led the crown prince and Qiao Niannian to admire the scenery. Upon reaching a secluded area, he instructed the eunuchs to stand watch from a distance before turning his attention to Qiao Niannian. Where did you obtain that talisman? It is a drawing by my daughter, Qiao Niannian replied, unfazed by the emperor's inquiry. She understood well the potency of the blood curse and knew that the emperor had undoubtedly been suffering in recent days. The talisman she provided was precisely what could counteract the blood curse. In the narrative, the emperor was depicted as diligent and benevolent, yet tragically fell victim to the blood curse. Qiao Niannian intended to assist the emperor, altering his fate while simultaneously enhancing the standing of her family. Though the Great Xia dynasty prohibited sorcery, it revered practitioners of genuine skill, such as the head of the Xintian Supervisory Bureau, a highly esteemed figure in metaphysics. The emperor scrutinized Qiao Niannian for a moment longer, still struggling to believe that the talisman was indeed her creation. He had previously summoned the head of the bureau to examine his condition, yet no issues were detected. For over a month, he had endured sleepless nights, which only exacerbated his agitation and fury, pushing him to the brink of madness. It was only when the crown prince presented the talisman that the relentless headache and fury subsided entirely. That night, with the talisman in hand, he experienced his first peaceful slumber in ages. However, as days passed, the vermilion on the talisman began to fade, and the emperor, aware of the head of the bureau's exceptional skills, summoned him immediately. The head of the bureau, upon inspection, could replicate the talisman but with inferior efficacy compared to the one provided by the crown prince. Upon learning that the talisman originated from Qiao Niannian, the emperor called for her to inquire further. He presumed that it was crafted by an adept acquaintance of hers, only to discover it was her own handiwork. Just as the emperor was about to speak, a voice rang out from afar. Your Majesty, I have arrived. Please allow me to enter.
An elderly man,
blocked by two eunuchs, hopped closer, waving his hands as if fearing the emperor would overlook him. The emperor rubbed his temples in exasperation. The head of the bureau, noticing the emperor's disinterest, raised his voice. Your Majesty, please see me. I am here. The emperor, his head throbbing, ultimately gestured for the man to enter. The head of the Xintian Supervisory Bureau, dressed in beggar's attire, with a wine gourd at his waist and bare legs clad in simple cloth shoes, bore no semblance of a dignitary. He approached with a grin, bowed to the emperor, and immediately began to pester him. The emperor shot a glance at the head of the bureau, who now seemed far from his usual aloof demeanor, resembling a persistent and troublesome rogue. Ever since the emperor had shown him the talisman, the man had latched onto him. The emperor regarded him with a calculating glint in his eye. Do you truly wish to know? The head of the bureau nodded vigorously. The emperor, feigning nonchalance, replied, I might divulge that information, but I have heard that the Xintian Supervisory Bureau has been sitting on numerous cases. I will personally oversee my subordinates in their investigations. The head of the bureau responded confidently. The emperor nodded. Very well, I shall grant you 1 month to resolve the 3 major cases you oversee. The head of the bureau hesitated. The complexities of these cases were far from simple. Just as he was about to refuse, the emperor produced the talisman once more. All right, I agree. The head of the bureau relented. Henceforth, the Xintian Supervisory Bureau would be required to resolve cases within 3 months, preventing any accumulation. When the time came for implementation, the emperor realized that the head of the bureau was neglecting all cases, yet he found himself in no position to argue. With an opportunity at hand, he sought to amend the agreement. The head of the bureau was no fool. He would not easily accede to such demands. Before he could voice his refusal, the emperor continued, If you agree to my terms, I shall arrange for you to meet this esteemed adept. The head of the bureau's eyes lit up at the prospect, and he eagerly responded, Your Majesty, may we speak now? The emperor nodded and gestured toward Qiao Niannian, stating, This is the adept who drew the talisman. The head of the bureau turned to Qiao Niannian and then shook his head. Your Majesty, do not jest. How could such a young child possibly create a talisman imbued with such potent energy? It is impossible. You cannot deceive me merely to enslave me. Having witnessed the entire exchange, Qiao Niannian was now certain that the crown prince was indeed the emperor's biological son. His methodical approach mirrored that of the crown prince when he had initially attempted to manipulate her. Standing beside the crown prince, she felt a surge of energy as she absorbed the spiritual essence surrounding them, finding it quite delightful. The head of the bureau offered a few remarks, only to realize that the emperor was still observing him. Gradually, he turned his gaze back to Qiao Niannian. Child, is this talisman truly your creation? Qiao Niannian nodded in affirmation. The talisman was indeed her work, albeit infused with minimal spiritual energy due to her weakened state at the time, resulting in its gradual ineffectiveness. The head of the bureau was taken aback, his eyes brightening with realization, and he broke into a broad smile. Child, the vermilion on the emperor's talisman is nearly depleted. I wonder if you could create another one on the spot. Under normal circumstances, the vermilion would last a month. But if it faded within days, it was undoubtedly under attack from malicious forces. The emperor, having learned the situation from the head of the bureau, was curious to see Qiao Niannian's abilities and whether she could resolve the palace's issues. Qiao Niannian felt confident. To gain the emperor's trust, she needed to demonstrate her skills. It was not a difficult task, albeit lacking the necessary tools. Previously, she had used yellow paper and vermilion borrowed from others, merely altering the runes with her spiritual energy. As her words faded, the head of the bureau swiftly produced paper and vermilion from his robe, offering them to her with a beaming smile, clearly prepared. "There's no need to take it so seriously," Qiao Niannian remarked. Yet with 3 pairs of curious eyes upon her, she knew she could not evade their scrutiny and thus accepted the materials. She found a stone in the imperial garden to use as a support, twirled the vermilion brush in her grasp, and confidently set it upon the vermilion. Chapter 10. The soul-devouring curse has been cast twice. The head of the bureau leaned in, eager to observe closely. As Qiao Niannian grasped the brush, she let her creativity flow, and soon a talisman emerged with even greater potency than the one held by the emperor. The previously lingering doubts of the supervisor have now completely dissipated. The emperor gazes upon the freshly crafted talisman with deep satisfaction, knowing he will enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. He reaches out to take it, but another hand moves even faster. Qiao Niannian's eyes widen in shock. After all, she is merely 10 years old. The employment of child labor is unacceptable. The supervisor discerns from the resentment in her gaze that his remark was indeed problematic. Yet, it is not entirely his fault. Qiao Niannian's capabilities far exceed her years, compelling him to treat her as a master. "Very well. Consider this. I shall provide you with a token. Should you require superior talisman paper or vermilion in the future, come to our Xintian bureau. Our materials are unavailable in the market." He concludes, producing a token from his person and handing it to Qiao Niannian, who does not refuse. During her earlier crafting of the talisman, she had indeed sensed that both the paper and the vermilion were of exceptional quality. The supervisor studies her face for a few moments longer, unable to suppress a murmur of wonder. "How peculiar. Your fate is truly exceptional. By rights, you should have encountered a great calamity, yet it appears to have been resolved. According to his logic, this calamity is one that should be inescapable." Qiao Niannian nods in acknowledgement. "You are correct, supervisor. A significant event occurred at home, which fortuitously was resolved today." The emperor, already irritable due to a headache, had been incensed by his mother's use of sorcery, and naturally, he did not hold back his displeasure. Her intention in sending the crown prince to deliver the talisman to the emperor was to ensure he would remain calm while investigating the matter, minimizing the risk of errors. After all, life can often hang by a thread, and that very thread can be an insurmountable pit for an ordinary person. Thankfully, everything has now been resolved, resulting in a perfect conclusion. The supervisor reflects on Qiao Niannian's abilities, realizing he has been overly concerned. From her, he can only perceive what has already transpired. The future remains a mystery to him, indicating that her prowess is on par with his own. In the realm of metaphysics, destinies are often shrouded in obscurity unless one possesses a significantly higher level of insight to discern the fates of lesser practitioners. Clearly, he cannot unravel Qiao Niannian's destiny. Not one to dwell on matters, the supervisor swiftly shifts the topic back to talismans. "Child, aside from the protective talisman, do you possess any other spells?" The emperor interjects with a sardonic chuckle. "Supervisor, your immediate concern should be addressing the major case at hand, while Miss Niannian has her own tasks to attend to." With that, the emperor departs with the crown prince and Qiao Niannian. As they leave, Xiao Rongyu instinctively gathers the talisman crafting materials and hands them to Qiao Niannian, who accepts them without hesitation. These are indeed valuable items. Most importantly, the physical contact while exchanging the talisman paper enhances the experience. Previously, Qiao Niannian had not actively absorbed the ambient spiritual energy during her interaction with Xiao Rongyu, thus limiting the effectiveness. This time, however, as she intentionally draws in the spiritual energy, the moment their fingertips touch, it seems as though the energy flows into her with fervor. Transforming from active to passive absorption feels akin to playing a game where everyone competes on skill. But she has activated a cheat code, effortlessly vanquishing her foes. The overwhelming power makes her question her very existence. The supervisor's eyes widen in disbelief. "No, that item appears to belong to me. The crown prince has borrowed my possession for his own benefit. How is that fair? I desire a protective talisman as well." The emperor, being rather miserly, has taken his leave with his entourage, and the supervisor attempts to pursue them but is promptly dismissed by the eunuchs. He is left wondering what effects the talisman drawn by the young girl might yield. His curiosity piques, akin to an itch that cannot be scratched. Meanwhile, the emperor leads Qiao Niannian and the crown prince to the Yangxing Palace, his sleeping quarters. The supervisor had previously noted that the lightning of the vermilion's hue signifies an attack from malevolent energies. However, after scrutinizing the matter for a while, he found no apparent issues. He had suggested that the talisman creator examine the Yangxing Palace, as they might discern some underlying problem. Qiao Niannian recounts the incident involving the voodoo doll, explaining that the perpetrator sought a scapegoat, and she unwittingly discovered the forbidden technique, which led to the substitution of Buddhist scriptures, unbeknownst to her parents. The emperor is taken aback by the existence of such sorcery. "Does this mean my father was indeed afflicted by voodoo? If the curse is dispelled, will he be fine?" inquires the crown prince. Qiao Niannian affirms, "Indeed. But this blood curse is exceedingly sinister. Typically, one who casts such a curse harbors deep-seated animosity, for it requires the caster's own blood as a medium. Once the curse is broken, the caster will face a backlash, jeopardizing their own life. Even those of considerable skill would suffer severe losses, generally. Practitioners of such dark arts refrain from using them lightly, as once invoked, it becomes a struggle to the death. The blood curse that afflicts the Emperor is distinct from ordinary ones, as he is ensnared by a soul-consuming blood curse. The caster is required to perform the ritual thrice, after which the Emperor will die violently, his soul obliterated without a trace. Upon hearing Qiao Niannian's explanation of the blood curse, the Emperor feels as though he is plunged into an icy abyss. Who could be so ruthless as to risk their own life to take his? He has taken many lives, but now he cannot fathom who harbor such animosity against him. Amidst the tense atmosphere in the palace, a loud crash resounds from outside. The Emperor collects himself. Who goes there? Enter. Thus, he employs a diversionary tactic. Fortunately, his swift movements allowed him to catch the tail end of Qiao Niannian's enlightening discourse. Contemplating the soul-consuming blood curse, the supervisor's eyes gleam with excitement. Child, I never anticipated that you not only excel in crafting talismans, but also possess profound knowledge of sorcery. Are you capable of unraveling this blood curse? Seeing the supervisor voice his greatest concern, the Emperor refrains from expressing his irritation, as his life is at stake. Qiao Niannian glances at the Emperor before responding. Observing your countenance, it appears that the soul-consuming blood curse has already been enacted twice. The adversary's plan was to use the Marquis' estate as a scapegoat, but my parents managed to evade it. Knowing their scheme has been exposed, they may attempt to cast the spell again tonight. Chapter 11. The Emperor's life in peril. Should the soul-consuming curse be cast a third time, the Emperor is doomed to perish, with his very soul unable to escape its fate. If Qiao Niannian's predictions hold true, the adversary may indeed attempt the spell tonight, sealing the Emperor's fate. The Emperor grows anxious. Miss Niannian, do you possess a means to counter this? The supervisor turns to look at Qiao Niannian as well. She nods. There is a method to break the curse, but it requires the Crown Prince's assistance. The Emperor glances at Xiao Nyen, uncertain of what use his son might be. Yet, given the gravity of the situation, he is inclined to comply with whatever Qiao Niannian suggests. Agreed. The supervisor, resembling a curious child, lingers, eager to witness how Qiao Niannian intends to unveil the identity of the mastermind behind this plot. To him, the situation is quite troublesome. Had he been in her position, he would have lacked confidence in finding the culprit before the spell was completed. In the afternoon, with little to occupy her, Qiao Niannian requests a quiet room from the Emperor to prepare her talismans. The Emperor directs her to a chamber, while the supervisor attempts to accompany her, only to be promptly stopped by the Emperor. He finds it unsettling to remain alone, and prefers the company of another. As for the Crown Prince, he has been lent to Qiao Niannian. The Emperor, preoccupied with more pressing matters, does not dwell on his son, while the supervisor casts a puzzled glance at the Crown Prince, wondering if he possesses exceptional talent for cultivation that Qiao Niannian intends to nurture. Yet, that can't be right. When he first encountered the Crown Prince, he had hoped to take him on as a disciple, but the Crown Prince had firmly declined, expressing no interest in metaphysics. Aside from innate talent, what proves valuable to practitioners of metaphysics is the rich purple aura surrounding an individual, which, when absorbed, can significantly enhance one's cultivation. Only the Crown Prince possesses the treasure bestowed by the National Master, which is said to be capable of gathering spiritual energy. Anyone who dares to covet the Crown Prince's spiritual power will face a retaliatory spiritual attack. Those of higher cultivation will have their paths disrupted, while those of lesser cultivation may even lose their lives. This matter is well known throughout the great Xia dynasty, as there was once a formidable cultivator who was killed on the spot for attempting to seize it. Qiao Niannian and Xiao Nyen entered the side hall, while the chief eunuch respectfully remained outside. Qiao Niannian arranged the talisman paper and cinnabar, and before commencing the drawing of the talismans, she made a request. Could the Crown Prince sit beside me? With her spiritual energy only restored to 1/10 or 1/12, drawing high-level talismans would be too taxing, leaving her without strength to apprehend wrongdoers at night. Xiao Nyen was aware that the purple aura surrounding him was quite alluring. Yet he found Qiao Niannian's directness a bit surprising. You like my purple aura too? Qiao Niannian nodded, indeed. The richness of this purple aura is unprecedented. Even the Emperor's aura does not match yours in intensity. Do you wish to absorb it? Qiao Niannian shook her head. You must be wearing some treasure that gathers spiritual energy. Being near you allows for a faster absorption of this energy, and with the enhancement of the purple aura, it is truly twice the result for half the effort. However, if I expend my energy on drawing talismans, I will have no strength left to catch wrongdoers at night. Xiao Nyen produced a jade pendant, crafted from top-grade spiritual jade, inscribed with a formation that gathers spiritual energy. If anyone attempted to seize the spiritual energy from Xiao Nyen, the pendant would retaliate. After considering his worth, Xiao Nyen smiled and proposed. How about you agree to one of my requests? Qiao Niannian replied again. However, this time, she was no longer as passive. Your Highness, it matters not what the request is. I simply wish to know if you are aware of the alterations made to your destiny. Xiao Nyen's expression shifted. and his gaze sharpened as he looked at Qiao Niannian. But upon meeting her calm visage, he softened. You noticed? Qiao Niannian nodded. I sensed something was off during our first encounter, but my condition was too weak to act upon it. Now, I can draw a safety talisman for you, which may protect you to some extent. As for the matter of your destiny, that is more complex and will require my full recovery. His destiny had been altered shortly after birth, causing great fury in the emperor, who promptly summoned the national master and the supervisor of the astral observatory to the palace. After much deliberation, they devised a formation to nurture the purple aura residing within him. Strangely, as he grew, the purple aura intensified, yet those behind the alteration remained inactive. However, everyone understood that he was akin to a concealed explosive, capable of detonating at any moment. Due to health concerns, the emperor was particularly indulgent towards him. Currently, only the emperor, empress, national master, and the supervisor were aware of this matter, and Xiao Nyen was the sixth person to know. Moreover, she claimed she could assist him. While the supervisor could not resolve the issue of his destiny, the national master, after consulting countless ancient texts, was compelled to leave the capital in search of answers. The idea that a mere girl like Qiao Niannian could help him was utterly preposterous, yet he found himself believing it. Xiao Rongyu took a seat beside Qiao Niannian, idly toying with the jade pendant while observing her draw the talismans. Xiao Nyen became engrossed, channeling her spiritual energy to commence the drawing. The first talisman was a protective charm that Xiao Rongyu required. Upon completion, she neatly folded the talisman paper and handed it to him. The moment he received it, the chill that had enveloped him seemed to dissipate, as if he had been immersed in a hot spring, leaving him utterly comfortable. Xiao Nyen did not glance at him, but continued to draw talismans. This time, she not only created the safety charm and protective talisman, but also several other types of talismans. After half an hour, she had completed over a dozen talismans. It was not due to a lack of desire to create more, but rather that the talisman paper provided by the supervisor had been exhausted. Having finished drawing, Xiao Nyen decided to cultivate her spiritual energy. Xiao Rongyu, feeling bored, suggested, "Shall I teach you how to cultivate?" With the gathering formation in hand, cultivating would undoubtedly be more effective. Xiao Rongyu shook his head. "I have no interest. For someone who does not know how long they have to live, what is the point of cultivating?" Although he believed Xiao Niannian's words, he could not help but ponder. What if something happened before she regained her strength? Xiao Niannian refrained from further discussion, merely lamenting the waste of such a splendid talent. After an hour and a half of meditation, Xiao Niannian's spiritual energy had significantly recovered, now reaching 1/3 of her full capacity. If she could remain beside the crown prince daily, perhaps she could restore her energy within a month. By herself, it would take at least 6 months to a year. Such was the disparity. Dinner was once again shared with the emperor, but he seemed preoccupied and lost his appetite, setting down his chopsticks after only a few bites. Xiao Rongyu maintained a normal appetite, while Qiao Niannian and the supervisor ate heartily, their mouths smeared with grease. Observing the two, Xiao Rongyu inexplicably felt they resembled each other during mealtime, both looking as if they wished for two stomachs. Their gazes lingering even after they had eaten their fill, one old, one young, yet their expressions mirrored each other. After the meal, they rested for a while, and Xiao Nyen handed the safety talisman to the emperor, urging him to prepare for sleep. The emperor protested his mental fortitude is not that strong. Knowing that he may perish tonight, who could possibly sleep? With a flick of her wrist, Xiao Nyen sent a talisman into the emperor's forehead, and the next moment, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 12. An important learning opportunity. The supervisor observed Xiao Nyen's actions with wide eyes. Girl, who is your master? To be able to directly manipulate spiritual energy. As far as I know, there are only 2 individuals in the world capable of such a feat, and neither has ever visited the capital. Xiao Nyen shook her head. You cannot meet him. Not only is there a temporal distance, but even in the modern era, my master has already ascended. I may never have the chance to see him again in this lifetime. Seeing that Xiao Nyen did not wish to elaborate, the supervisor wisely chose not to press further. Inside the brightly lit hall, the emperor lay in deep slumber upon the dragon bed, while the crown prince, Qiao Niannian, the supervisor, and the chief eunuch, Li Fu Rui, stood vigil. They were unaware of how long they had waited, when suddenly the candles in the room flickered. Li Fu Rui remarked in confusion, "Where did that wind come from? Could it be that a window is open?" He was well aware that tonight the supervisor and Miss Qiao were to capture the individual responsible for the emperor's blood curse, and he had ordered the doors and windows secured well in advance, so there should have been no issues. As he prepared to investigate, the supervisor's expression turned serious. "It is here." Li Fu Rui shuddered. Could it be that unclean entities had arrived? He hastily stepped back, positioning himself protectively in front of the emperor's bed. "If someone must die, let it be me." Xiao Rongyu's countenance hardened as he fixed his gaze on the hall. Though he was unaware of the specific location of the malevolent presence, his heightened sensitivity allowed him to perceive the drop in temperature, and he could withstand it with his keen instincts. The supervisor was intent on taking Qiao Niannian to the astral observatory, believing it to be a fortuitous opportunity. He turned to Qiao Niannian and said with a smile, "Soon, you will witness how I capture this entity." The supervisor knew of Qiao Niannian's impressive talisman drawing skills. However, the study of metaphysics encompasses more than just talismans. It includes spells, destiny, divination, feng shui, and physiognomy, with spells being the most powerful aspect. As the head of the Astral Observatory, the supervisor's abilities were naturally formidable. He intended to showcase his prowess to Qiao Niannian, allowing her to appreciate his capabilities. Qiao Niannian nodded obediently, genuinely curious about how ghosts were captured in ancient times. After discussing their plan, the supervisor turned his attention back to the hall. His demeanor grave. This marks the third occasion on which the sorcerer has cast a spell upon the emperor, and any hint of error is entirely unacceptable. Swiftly, he produced a palm-sized brass compass from his person. As he performed a series of intricate hand gestures, the needle on the compass began to whirl wildly, and the room's illumination flickered ominously. The sorcerer's subordinates altered their incantation, causing the needle to come to a halt at a specific point. In the next moment, the sorcerer unleashed several talisman papers, which shimmered with golden light as they soared into the air, adhering to the malevolent energy. The 6 talismans formed a circle, effectively ensnaring the dark presence. Once the malevolence was trapped, the room instantly returned to normalcy, radiating brightness akin to that of day. The onlookers gazed at the talisman suspended in midair, observing the circular formation contorting as if something within were writhing in struggle. With the dark entity under control, the sorcerer exhaled in relief, feeling somewhat vindicated. However, the following moment revealed the talisman-formed barrier expanding, and before long, the 6 restraining talismans shattered. Plunging the room into darkness, once more, the sorcerer shouted urgently, "This malevolence seeks to harm the emperor." Li Fuxiang shielded the emperor's bedside, his expression one of terror. "If it must kill, let it be me. Do not harm the emperor." Qiao Niannian squinted, effortlessly detecting a mass of dark energy within the hall. At that moment, Xiao Rongyu drew forth a treasured sword. Curiously, as the dark energy surged toward the emperor, it veered away from Xiao Rongyu's vicinity. Qiao Niannian's eyes lit up. The sword of slaying gods. What remarkable lineage does this prince possess, to wield such a weapon? The sword of slaying gods can vanquish all that exists. Its exterior is merely that of a sharp blade, yet it harbors the essence of fire and thunder. These 2 elements are the very antithesis of malevolent energy, thus explaining why it bypassed Xiao Rongyu to assault the emperor. As the dark entity approached, Qiao Niannian grasped at the void, seizing the malevolence in her hand. The dark energy writhed and thrashed within her grasp, and with a hint of distaste, she compacted it into a small orb, ultimately reducing it to the size of a fist. Affixing a talisman to the orb, she tossed it lightly in her hand, finding it rather satisfying to hold. In the next moment, with a wave of her hand, the candles in the room reignited, and the sorcerer's gaze swept across the space, settling on the orb of dark energy in Qiao Niannian's possession. Is this the malevolence? All eyes in the room turned to Qiao Niannian. When the sorcerer had immobilized the entity earlier, it had taken 6 talismans, indicating a substantial size. Just as the crowd was about to inquire, they witnessed Qiao Niannian apply pressure to the dark orb, visibly shrinking it further. Can malevolent energy truly be compressed? The sorcerer found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Previously, he had only witnessed malevolence being purified or dispersed. The notion of compressing it had never crossed his mind. Li Fuxiang glanced at the dark orb in Qiao Niannian's hand, feeling emboldened. This ominous object no longer appeared so terrifying. Xiao Rongyu stepped forward, and instinctively, the orb recoiled, yet it remained trapped by the talisman, quivering in place. Unfazed by the malevolence's fear, Xiao Rongyu turned to Qiao Niannian. What are our next steps? Qiao Niannian tossed the orb of dark energy. Let it lead us to its master. With that, she flicked her finger, causing the talisman to vanish from the orb. In an instant, the dark mass sensed its bindings dissolve and burst through the window, disappearing into the pitch-black night, as though cloaked in invisibility.
Li Furu exclaimed in shock.
It has escaped. Yet Qiao Niannian remained composed. Do not worry. It cannot flee. We shall pursue it at once. Li Furu immediately offered. I shall summon a carriage at once. The sorcerer interjected, prepare the swiftest steeds. Just as Li Furu was about to nod in agreement, Qiao Niannian waved her hand dismissively. No need. We shall go ourselves. Subsequently, Qiao Niannian grasped Xiao Rongyu's arm and produced a teleportation talisman, causing both to vanish from sight. The sorcerer, dismayed, lamented, wait. I wish to accompany you. Undeterred, he dashed outside, but as he stepped into the vast night, he was at a loss as to which direction to pursue. The guards outside, upon seeing the sorcerer emerge, immediately bowed in respect. Lord Sorcerer, do you have any orders? The sorcerer cleared his throat and inquired. Did you see anyone exit just now? The guard shook his head. I have been stationed here, and can assure you that no one has left. The sorcerer clutched his chest, feeling a pang of regret for missing a crucial opportunity for learning. Chapter 13. Miss Qiao truly is a master. The guard, bewildered, glanced at the sorcerer, only to be struck by astonishment. Lord Wang, did you not see? Miss Qiao and the prince vanished in an instant. Li Furu, equally dumbfounded, stammered. In my entire life, I have never witnessed anyone simply disappear. Wang Xuanji approached Li Furu, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. This Miss Qiao is formidable. Do not offend her in the future. Grateful for his foresight in establishing rapport with Qiao Niannian, he resolved to cultivate a strong relationship with her henceforth. For when the astral observatory required assistance, he would be in a better position to request her aid.
Li Furu,
Aware that even a person of Wang Xuanji's stature spoke so highly of Qiao Niannian, felt a heightened sense of caution. He understood that he must treat Miss Qiao with utmost respect moving forward, as she possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of compressing malevolent energy and teleporting with a single talisman. Determined, Li Furu resolved that upon encountering Qiao Niannian, he would treat her with reverence, akin to venerating his own mother. Meanwhile, Qiao Niannian, having teleported to a secluded area, remained unaware that someone wished to regard her as a maternal figure. She followed the dark orb, arriving at the outskirts of the capital, a place inhabited by impoverished families. Standing before a particular household, Qiao Niannian declared, "This is the one. Let us enter." She grasped Xiao Romeu's hand and seamlessly passed through the wall into the abode. Expecting a meager interior, given that it belonged to the less fortunate, Qiao Niannian was astonished to discover a space of exquisite elegance. The furnishings were crafted from premium rosewood, adorned with roux-ware porcelain, and the tea set was of exceptional Zixia clay. The lingering aroma of incense filled the air. A rare dragon's blood scent worth thousands of taels. Qiao Niannian surveyed the room, her gaze landing upon a hidden door. Xiao Romeu, with a complex expression, noted that they had traversed a considerable distance in mere moments. Qiao Niannian's ability to execute wall passing surpassed his expectations. Fortunately, Xiao Romeu adapted quickly. Accepting the reality of the situation, he looked up to find Qiao Niannian examining the hidden door. With a keen interest in mechanisms, he approached and began to explore, discovering a concealed compartment containing a red button. After manipulating the button, the hidden door before Qiao Niannian swung open. Together, they ventured into the secret passage. Faint candlelight flickering in the distance. As they drew nearer, they observed the escaped dark mass float inside. Qiao Niannian reached out and captured the orb in her hand. It thrashed violently, but she subdued it with her spiritual energy, compelling it to comply. In the secret chamber, an unaware man was engrossed in his task. Extracting a small figurine resembling a dragon robe from a box, his expression one of malevolence. "Cursed Emperor, I had intended to prolong your suffering, but that fool nearly exposed me. I shall expedite my plans." The man had prepared his belongings, awaiting the moment to eliminate the emperor and make a hasty escape. Through a crack, Qiao Niannian observed the figurine in the man's hand, identical to the one the Hor family had previously burned, save for the fact that this one was tied with a strand of hair. Bloodstains marred the hair, still bearing traces of the emperor's essence. At this moment, a man sat cross-legged before an altar adorned with a white cloth, fragrant incense, and exquisite offerings. Above the altar stood a statue, entirely black, draped in a cloak. With a gesture of mystique, its head bowed slightly, embodying an air of tragic compassion. This figure did not appear to belong to either the Buddhist or Taoist traditions. Rather, it resembled the attire of a southern sorcerer, yet upon closer inspection, it was distinctly different. Despite never having encountered such an object of worship, Qiao Niannian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Before she could ponder this further, the man made a move. Qin Sang placed a figurine draped in a dragon robe upon the altar, then seized a dagger nearby, slicing open his palm to let his blood drip onto the figurine. The blood curse was the most enigmatic and intricate of sorceries, requiring the practitioner's own blood as a conduit. Once sufficient blood was gathered, Qin Sang began reciting an incantation. The dragon-robed figurine, which had been peacefully resting on the altar, was suddenly enveloped in a mist of blood. Qin Sang raised his hands. His head tilted skyward, as he seemed to enter a frenzied state. "Go. Souls tormented by the current emperor, seek your vengeance. He is no longer the exalted emperor. He is but a mere mortal. Go forth and slay him." As the man spoke with fervor, the blood mist around the figurine thickened, the intensity of this final invocation far surpassing the previous two. Qin Sang's gaze turned icy. "Dog Emperor, perish." He traced a spell in the air with his hands, then pointed at the dragon-robed figurine. It soared into the air, and Qin Sang felt exhilarated. He had successfully directed the blood curse to locate the emperor. Once the curse entered the emperor's body, the figurine would instantly explode. The mere thought of it filled him with excitement. Just as he believed success was assured, a beam of golden light shot forth from the figurine. This golden light was sharp as a blade, hurtling toward Qin Sang's face. He had no time to evade, and the light penetrated his body. In the next moment, Qin Sang collapsed, supporting himself on the ground as he coughed up blood. How could this happen? My blood curse cannot fail. He was incredulous. This was his most formidable spell, one that no one could unravel, not even the overseer. Qin Sang had wagered his very life on this, knowing full well the risks. He had investigated the capable individuals surrounding the emperor. Only the national master and the overseer were versed in the arcane arts. The national master was away on a journey, leaving only the overseer, who, though powerful, lacked knowledge of sorcery. The previous 2 trials had revealed no issues to the overseer. If it was not the overseer, then who had disrupted his spell, thwarting his plans? Enraged, Qin Sang's eyes blazed with fury, and under the pressure, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Xiao Niannian shook her head. She had yet to act, and he was on the verge of self-destruction from his own rage. His temper was excessively high. At that moment, Xiao Rongyu seized the opportunity to kick open the door to the secret chamber. Before Qin Sang could react, Xiao Rongyu charged toward the altar. Qin Sang hurriedly reached for the figurine, but it was too late. Xiao Rongyu drew the figurine toward him with a swift motion, but he did not grasp it with his hands. Disgusted by the blood upon it, he merely pulled it closer and wrapped it with a handkerchief, never once touching it directly. Seeing the figurine gone, Qin Sang turned and glared at Xiao Rongyu. Who are you? How dare you trespass into my secret chamber? Chapter 14. Unresting eyes. Qin Sang's face darkened, his eyes blazing with wrath. As the most capable sorcerer beneath his lord, he regarded these mere mortals with disdain. Had it not been for the backlash from his failed blood curse, compounded by injuries from talismans, he would have already risen to teach this insolent child a lesson. However, his anger remained undiminished. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Rongyu, seething. Did you break my blood curse? I will kill you. He recalled the elaborate schemes he had devised to seduce the palace maid in order to obtain the emperor's hair and blood. He had spent countless efforts and his own blood to gather these materials, investing his entire life's cultivation, only to see it all unravel. Qin Sang was resolute in his intent to not let Xiao Rongyu escape alive. You dare invade my secret chamber, ruin my plans, and injure me? You shall not leave here alive today. With that, Qin Sang raised his dagger and made another incision on his palm. The wound from earlier had yet to heal, and now he inflicted another cut. Coupled with the previous rituals, the scene was utterly frenzied. Who but a madman would harm themselves thus? Only a fool like him could commit such acts. Steeling himself, Qin Sang straightened, forming a spell with his hands. In the next instant, an inconspicuous jar in the corner shattered, releasing a red figure steeped in resentment. As this specter emerged, the temperature in the basement plummeted. Xiao Rongyu could not see the ghostly woman, yet he sensed the chilling change and tightened his grip on his sword, preparing for confrontation. Qiao Niannian peered out, recognizing the apparition as a woman in red, her attire reminiscent of blood. Her long hair obscured most of her face, revealing only her crimson lips, with eyes a ghastly shade of purple and a pallid complexion, as she let out a chilling, cackling laugh. Qin Sang was exceedingly pleased with the malevolent spirit he had cultivated. This vengeful entity was akin to a killing machine and had indeed claimed many lives, including those of 2 individuals from the arcane sect, tearing them apart without mercy. Now, dispatching a mere novice like Xiao Rongyu would be a trivial task. Qin Sang commanded the spirit to attack, as her talons, half a meter long, lunged towards Xiao Rongyu. Yet, before she could reach him, a small girl emerged from behind the man. The spirit, sensing a more delectable target, opened her gaping maw to consume her. However, Xiao Niannian raised her hand and sent the ghost flying with a single slap. The vengeful spirit crashed against the wall, unable to extricate herself. Qin Sang stared in bewilderment at the unexpected appearance of Qiao Niannian. Who are you? How did you come to be in my secret chamber? Blocked by Xiao Rongyu. Xiao Niannian replied, This person is astonishingly rude. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. In fact, I am the one who unraveled your blood curse. Qin Sang. In truth, your blood curse was exceedingly simplistic. I merely had to exert a little effort to dismantle it. Have you truly studied for many years only to achieve such a mediocre level?
Qin Sang.
Oh, how pitiful. Clearly, you lack the talent. If you are so foolish, why pursue this path? Qin Sang, and your vengeful spirit is far too weak. With such little ability, how dare you present it to others? If I were you, I would be mortified. Qin Sang was genuinely humiliated. Having suffered severe injuries from the backlash of his blood curse, he was barely holding himself together while attempting to command the spirit against Xiao Rongyu. As his prideful nature could not withstand such affronts, he became overwhelmed with indignation. Before his demise, he even forgot to call for help from his lord. Qin Sang truly could not rest in peace, having passed too soon. Yet, as he met his end, his wide eyes remained fixed on Qiao Niannian, as if to convey that he would not rest easily, urging her not to revel in her victory, for they would have the opportunity to compete again in the next life. He was certainly not a mere novice. Qiao Niannian sighed, as she observed him breathe his last. Oh, this man. The greatest fear is a volatile temper. Anger can be detrimental to one's health. It seems he is not even a novice in the arts. Xiao Rongyu watched as Qiao Niannian blithely condemned the man, even in death, seemingly unwilling to allow his soul any peace. Just then, Qin Sang's spirit emerged, unable to contain himself any longer, vexed by the audacity of this insolent girl who continued to slander him even in death. Qin Sang's body gradually swelled, transforming him into a malevolent spirit. In the blink of an eye, he lunged at Qiao Niannian's mouth. This girl was infuriating. He had torn his own mouth apart. Xiao Rongyu, unable to see the ghost, sensed something amiss in the basement and instinctively pulled Qiao Niannian several steps back. What's wrong? Could there be another malevolent spirit? Qiao Niannian remained silent, slapping a talisman onto Xiao Rongyu's forehead. As the talisman vanished, Xiao Rongyu beheld Qin Sang in his ghostly form, alongside another trembling spirit in the corner. Unlike the red-clad female ghost, malevolent spirits typically required time to form, yet Qin Sang had instantaneously darkened into one, suggesting he had mastered some secret technique. Most importantly, there was a peculiar power emanating from him. Xiao Niannian quietly retracted the thunder talisman. Initially, she intended to shatter his soul, but now she decided to capture him for further study. Enveloped in dark energy, Qin Sang charged towards Qiao Niannian, reaching for her face. She swiftly seized his wrist and flung him to the ground, leaving him bewildered. If memory served, he was now a ghost. How could he still feel pain? Before he could ponder further, Qiao Niannian lifted him and hurled him around as if he were a mere plaything. After dozens of tosses, Qin Sang's ghostly form disintegrated, his being scattered in pieces. He glared at Qiao Niannian, as if witnessing the most terrifying demon in existence, more wicked than he. Fear gripped Qin Sang, and he bellowed, "Master, save me." Hearing his desperate cries, Xiao Niannian raised an eyebrow. Meanwhile, the malevolent spirit embedded in the wall managed to free itself. Noticing Xiao Rongyu and Xiao Niannian focused on Qin Sang, it stealthily approached Xiao Rongyu from behind. Having just been struck by Qiao Niannian, it deemed her formidable and resolved to target someone else. The spirit was instantaneously cleaved in two, staring in disbelief at its own body before letting out a brief, agonized scream, consumed entirely by flames. Nothing but ashes remained. The lightning and fire elements imbued in the sword of divine slaying were the very things that malevolent beings feared the most. Touch them, and one would perish. Xiao Nyen still held a talisman, initially planning to act, but was taken aback when Xiao Rongyu dispatched the spirit with a single stroke. She retracted the talisman and turned her attention to Qin Sang, who was now staring reverently at the black statue on the altar. As Qiao Niannian scrutinized the statue, it suddenly stirred and emitted a dark mist, enveloping Qin Sang within. Chapter 15. Master Qin Sang rejoiced, kneeling in devotion. "I humbly welcome my master." The dark mist surrounding him thickened, gradually forming a vortex. "I shall not spare you," he thought, fixated on the girl who had disrupted his plans. He desired her demise. Xiao Niannian chuckled, extending her hand to pull Qin Sang from the vortex. The swirling dark energy came to a halt. The next moment, the mist surged towards Xiao Niannian, intending to engulf her. With a flick of her wrist, she cast a thunder talisman, and with a crack, the mist was dispersed by more than half. The dark energy stood dumbfounded. By the time Xiao Niannian retrieved a second thunder talisman, the mist fled at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Qin Sang watched in disbelief as his master escaped, his eyes wide in astonishment, only to hear Qiao Niannian laughing. "You dare treat the master this way? You're finished. The master will not spare you." Annoying, Qiao Niannian retorted, delivering a resounding slap that decapitated Qin Sang. His head rolled on the ground, and anyone with a weak disposition would surely be terrified. Qin Sang felt disheartened. Was he not a ghost? Could he not retain some semblance of dignity? What kind of skill was this to strike a ghost? Tears streamed down the ghost's face.
Yao Niannian besist no sympathy.
Tossing a thunder talisman into the air, Qin Sang trembled in fear. Was this woman a demon? Why was she tormenting him so? Being a ghost was already difficult enough. "I ask you answer. One mistake, and the thunder talisman will serve you. Do you understand?"
Qin Sang nodded hastily.
How could he not understand? Qiao Niannian was pleased. Why plot against the emperor? Qin Sang answered cautiously. "It is for revenge. I am a descendant of an ancient nation destroyed by the current emperor. He killed my family, and naturally, I do not wish for him to live in this world." Hearing this, Xiao Rongyu scrutinized Qin Sang anew, surprised to learn he was of ancient lineage. "How did you obtain the emperor's hair and blood?" Qin Sang spoke candidly. "I bribed the palace maids serving the emperor. Acquiring these items was quite easy." Xiao Niannian nodded. "One last question. Who is your master? What do they look like? Where do they reside?" Qin Sang's eyes flickered before he replied. "My master is my savior, extraordinarily powerful. I have never seen their visage, nor do I know where they dwell." Xiao Niannian regarded Qin Sang before shifting her gaze to Xiao Rongyu. Xiao Rongyu's tone was frigid, not a single truthful word. The ancient nation vanished hundreds of years ago. It was the Southern Yu that destroyed it. The Great Xia expelled the Southern Yu barbarians and established the Great Xia. If you were truly a descendant of the ancient nation, you would be grateful to the Great Xia and would never rebel. The Great Xia expelled the barbarians, transforming the ancient nation into an ancient city, allowing the old clan members to reside there. Today, the citizens of the ancient city live in peace. No one wishes to instigate trouble. Furthermore, selling out the emperor is a grave offense punishable by the execution of one's entire family for money. It is impossible. As for that master, it is indeed possible they are unaware of these events. Qiao Niannian concurred with Xiao Romyu's assessment. This ghost spoke not a single truth. Qin Sang, feeling unjustly accused, protested. Everything I said is true. How could they doubt him? In the next moment, Xiao Niannian produced a truth-telling talisman and affixed it to Qin Sang. The talisman vanished instantly. Qin Sang, nearly terrified out of his wits, soon realized he was unharmed and looked at Qiao Niannian in confusion. She asked again, why plot against the emperor? Qin Sang, now impatient, replied, I already told you. It is to fulfill my master's grand ambitions. My master seeks to unify the realm and become the sovereign of the human world. As my master's most powerful sorcerer,
It is only natural that I assist.
realizing what he had just revealed, he quickly covered his mouth. Qiao Niannian pressed on. How did you obtain the emperor's hair and blood? That is simple. With a bit of magic, I bewitched the emperor's personal maids, making them believe I am a celestial being who has taken a liking to them. For love, those foolish women would do anything I ask. Qin Sang thought. What has happened? Why am I divulging everything? What had this woman done to him? Not foolish by any means, he soon deduced that it was the talisman from earlier. He wondered just how many talismans she possessed, for she had yet to exhaust them. Ignoring the ghost's internal turmoil, Qiao Niannian continued her questioning. Who is your master? What do they look like? Where do they reside? Qin Sang hurriedly covered his mouth. He could not speak, not a single word. Yet, his lips betrayed him, and he confessed. My master is a particularly mysterious person. Initially, I was pursued by enemies, and it was my master who saved me. Since then, I have devoted myself to them. I have never seen my master's appearance. I only communicate through my master's statue. Before he could finish, the energy inscribed within him suddenly surged violently, and with a pop, a plume of black smoke erupted. The soul of a once great sorcerer was thus reduced to ashes. Xiao Niannian's gaze fell upon the statue on the altar as she stepped forward. To her surprise, the statue shattered into dust. Contemplating the fragments before her, she felt an increasing familiarity with the dark energy. After a moment of reflection with no fruitful outcome, Qiao Niannian resolved to address the ensuing matters first. Qin Sang has passed away, and the malevolent energy she had conjured has dissipated. Qiao Niannian waved her hand, purifying the entire basement of the lingering dark aura, ensuring that everything returned to normal. Otherwise, if someone were to inadvertently stumble in and become tainted by the sinister energy, it could lead to a grave illness. After completing this task, Qiao Niannian took Su Rongyu and exited the basement. In the Yangxin Hall, the emperor remained in a deep slumber. Li Furui stood vigil beside him. Meanwhile, Supervisor Wang Xianji sat at the table, calculating the passage of time. Uncertain whether the two had located the mastermind behind these events, he felt exceedingly bored. Those two had ventured out for their own amusement without including him. How utterly unfair. Wang Xianji, who was not one to remain idle, paced restlessly within the room. Unable to accompany Qiao Niannian to apprehend the perpetrator, he felt he had suffered a great loss. Li Furui wished to offer a hint but dared not, ultimately letting out a silent sigh. At that moment, the candle in the room flickered, and in the next instant, Qiao Niannian and Su Rongyu appeared. Li Furui rubbed his eyes in disbelief at the sudden manifestation of the two. Although he had seen it before, the sudden appearance of two figures in a tightly closed palace still left him unaccustomed. However, Wang Xianji sprang up immediately upon seeing them. Su Rongyu stepped forward, placing a small figure wrapped in a handkerchief on the table, calmly stating, "The rest is up to you, Supervisor." Wang Xianji unwrapped the handkerchief to reveal a small figure clad in a dragon robe, his eyes lighting up with joy. "You truly found it. Fear not, I shall handle the subsequent matters." This small figure had been ensnared by a blood curse. Although the curse had been broken, it still retained a remnant of malevolence that required exorcism. After a considerable time spent reciting incantations and performing rituals, Wang Xianji finally cleansed the small figure of its dark aura. Once the task was completed, the distant sound of the morning bell rang out from outside the palace. Qiao Niannian glanced out the window, noting that dawn had begun to break. Recognizing the time, Li Furui approached to awaken the emperor. As the emperor stirred at Li Gonggong's call, he felt remarkably refreshed, realizing he had not enjoyed such a restful sleep in ages. Turning his head, he noticed the additional 3 individuals in the room, and his expression tightened. He quickly checked himself, relieved to find no signs of injury. It was indeed peculiar. He had been unwilling to sleep last night, yet he had succumbed to slumber without knowing how. However, this was not the moment for such inquiries. His greater concern was, what had transpired last night? Did the adversary make a move? Wang Xianji stepped forward to respond, just as Niannian conjectured. The enemy, fearing discovery, acted prematurely. They had prepared everything to harm the emperor and then intended to flee. Upon finishing his words, Wang Xianji handed the small figure to Li Gonggong, who presented it to the emperor. The small figure, clad in a dragon robe and tied with strands of hair, was soaked in blood and wore a grotesque expression. Just a glance was enough to elicit discomfort. Realizing that it was this hidden foe who nearly led to his demise, the emperor's expression darkened. Such audacity! Who could possibly wish to harm me? Li Fu Rui, feeling the weight of the situation, knelt on the ground. The other three remained composed. Knowing the circumstances, Su Rongyu stepped forward to recount the events surrounding Qin Sheng. Hearing that Qin Sheng's master harbored ambitions of unifying the realm filled the emperor with indignation. Preposterous! I am still alive. And this traitor dares to aspire to unify the world, treating me as mere fodder? He turned to his son, the crown prince. What are your thoughts on this matter? Su Rongyu, as the crown prince, was someone the emperor intended to cultivate, often consulting him on significant state affairs. This incident involving Qin Sheng was not only atrocious, but also a challenge to the imperial authority, and the emperor wished to test his son's judgment. Su Rongyu proposed. Given the peculiar nature of this event, it would be prudent to entrust the investigation to the Imperial Observatory to uncover the identity of Qin Sheng's master. As for the palace, I can oversee a thorough search myself. The emperor nodded, pleased with this suggestion. Very well, we shall proceed as the crown prince advises. Supervisor Wang, the task of locating Qin Sheng's master is entrusted to you. Ensure you find this individual. I grant you 3 months. Should you fail, I shall hold you accountable. And Crown Prince, you shall oversee the palace's search and ensure the Imperial Observatory fulfills its duties. Both Su Rongyu and Wang Xianji bowed in acknowledgement. With the tasks assigned, the emperor turned to Qiao Niannian, his demeanor softening instantly. He recognized that, had it not been for Qiao Niannian, he might very well have perished at the hands of treachery. It was she who had played a pivotal role in this affair. Considering that she had not rested throughout the night, the emperor spoke kindly. Niannian, you must have been quite exhausted. I bestow upon you a garden of plum trees, 100 acres of arable land, and a golden token granting you unrestricted access to the palace. Xiao Nyen curtsied in gratitude. Su Rongyu made no objection. Wang Xianji, seeing the two preparing to leave, hastily took his leave from the emperor and followed them out. With the pressing matters resolved, the emperor appeared more spirited as he headed to court, donning an unusually amiable expression. Meanwhile, Wang Xianji caught up to Su Rongyu and Xiao Niannian, inquiring, Niannian, do you have any leads regarding the mastermind behind Qin Sheng? Xiao Niannian shook her head. None, but the followers of this master often worship a statue. The crown prince has seen it. Supervisor can have an artist draw it. Wang Xianji nodded, relieved that they would not be searching blindly. After their conversation, Wang Xianji was reluctant to part, rubbing his hands together as he brazenly asked, Niannian, did you perhaps use a teleportation talisman when you vanished so suddenly? Xiao Niannian nodded, indeed. Wang Xianji's eyes sparkled. This teleportation talisman had long been lost to time, having only encountered it in books. He was astonished to find someone still capable of crafting it. Niannian, might I purchase a teleportation talisman from you? You need not accept money. Simply provide me with a talisman, and I am open to any terms. Xiao Niannian shook her head. I have exhausted my supply of teleportation talismans. The paper provided by Wang Xianji was limited, and she had already used it all for her spells, leaving her with only 2 true word talismans. Wang Xianji's regret was palpable. Why had he not brought more talisman paper? Realizing that Xiao Niannian had none left, he sighed and turned to leave. As Qiao Niannian and the crown prince strolled through the morning palace, they beheld the sunrise together. Walking side by side along the palace path, they watched as the fiery sun ascended over the city walls, casting orange and red hues across the entire palace, imbuing the resplendent structure with newfound vitality. As the sun gradually rose, the palace became increasingly distinct and imposing. Su Rongyu was well accustomed to the scene, having witnessed it countless times before. However, for Qiao Niannian, it was her first experience of such a sight. Sensing the abundant spiritual energy as the sun rose, she wasted no time in absorbing several breaths of it. Her eyes gleamed with delight. The palace indeed exuded a convergence of dragon energy, the spiritual essence surpassing that of the Marquis's residence. Unaware of Qiao Niannian's thoughts, Su Rongyu observed her joy in watching the sunrise, mistakenly believing that she simply enjoyed the spectacle. Lifting his phoenix eyes to the warm orange sun in the sky, he too felt that the sun today was exceptionally radiant, more so than usual. He accompanied her to the gates of the Marquis's residence, ensuring she entered before coolly speaking, I will conduct a thorough investigation of the palace. A sorcerer can easily infiltrate the palace. The guards must be overly lax. The guards exchanged uneasy glances, sensing that the palace would not enjoy tranquility in the coming days. Unaware of these developments, Qiao Niannian entered the residence, where a maid promptly relayed the news to Qiao Chushan and Madame Huo. Upon receiving the information, the two hurriedly rushed out. After sharing the details, Madame Huo leaned in closer to Qiao Niannian, whispering, Did the emperor trouble you or press you for anything? It is not that she is petty, it is merely that this is Zhou Niannian's first time entering the palace, and she has yet to meet the 10th princess. The emperor's claim that the 10th princess wishes to see Zhou Niannian strikes one as rather peculiar. Chapter 17. The True Word Symbol. Mrs. Hua clearly harbors suspicions regarding the emperor's intentions, which is why she insisted on keeping Qiao Niannian in the palace for the night. Mingyuan Ho, residing nearby, overheard his wife's doubts about the emperor's treatment of their daughter. Under normal circumstances, he would surely have reprimanded his wife for voicing such rebellious thoughts, as one must be cautious with walls having ears. However, he too is concerned for their daughter and shares the same uncertainties. This time, he chose to feign ignorance. Should his wife express such concerns again, he would intervene then. Comforting himself with this thought, he turned to his daughter, inquiring about her well-being. Surprisingly, Mrs. Hu did not refute Zhou Chushan's words, but rather echoed them. Listen to your father. Zhou Niannian observed the improvement in their relationship and smiled as she spoke. Mother. Father, the emperor did not trouble me at all. It is the 10th princess who is fond of me and insisted on hearing stories from me, keeping me awake all night. She could only offer her apologies. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chushan and Mrs. Hu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their daughter has always had a penchant for illustrated books, and Mrs. Hu deemed it trivial, allowing her to indulge in it. Although she had not heard her daughter recount any stories before, it was not surprising that she could narrate, having seen so many. That's good. As long as there are no issues. Yes, your mother was so worried about you that she couldn't sleep all night. Zhou Niannian was immediately touched, stepping forward to link her arm with Mrs. Hua's, affectionately leaning against her. Mother, I am sorry for making you worry. Although the emperor had sent word, Mrs. Hua certainly could not rest easy. She shook her head, stating that as long as her daughter was safe, that was sufficient. Zhou Chushan watched as the mother and daughter embraced, his heart feeling as though it were immersed in honey. This scene was warm and beautiful. Zhou Niannian had been inside for some time and was pleasantly surprised to see that her parents were not arguing. Father and mother seemed to have reconciled. Could it be that after Mother's incident, father has come to realize his true feelings? This is good. Previously, whenever they met, it ended in quarrels. Now, regardless of the reason, they are not fighting, which is a blessing. Hearing his daughter's thoughts, Zhou Chushan felt wronged, believing himself to be a victim. When had he ever quarreled with his wife? It was always his wife who found fault with him. Mrs. Hua, upon sensing her daughter's thoughts, felt uncomfortable and glanced at Zhou Chushan. Seeing his expression unchanged, she let out a sigh of relief. How embarrassing it would have been if he had heard such disgraceful words. Besides, she was not unreasonable. Her grievances were always justified. Had it not been for Zhou Chushan's mistakes, would she have quarreled with him? Reflecting on how he had spent the previous night in worry for Niannian, Mrs. Hu finally spoke softly. Your father was also worried about you and couldn't sleep all night. After saying this, she quickly diverted her gaze. Pretending as if she had said nothing, Zhou Niannian found it amusing. It seems both father and mother harbor feelings for one another, only to be stirred by petty individuals. It is all that little White Lotus, Qiao Yuing's fault, playing the part so well. By the way, the box sealed with a blood curse was placed there by Chun Mei. I must remind mother to capture her for a thorough interrogation. This time, I hold the complete script and can forewarn my parents of future events. As long as they are prepared, we can certainly alter the tragic fate of our family. Zhou Niannian sat up straight, brimming with confidence. Mother, I have something very important to tell you. About the beep beep beep. Zhou Niannian. What on earth? She opened her mouth again. Beep beep beep. Mrs. Hua, being attuned to her daughter's thoughts, understood what Zhou Niannian wanted to say. Seeing her struggle to articulate it, she presumed that perhaps this world did not permit her to speak. Fearing that her daughter might become anxious, she immediately sought an excuse. My dear, I too have something to share. We have discovered who placed the doll on the beam in your mother's room, and it is Chun Mei. Despite my kindness towards her and your fondness for her, I never expected her to be so malicious, almost causing my demise. I have already had her confined to the woodshed. In truth, it was not only about the doll incident. There was also the matter of Mrs. Hua instructing Chun Mei to inform Zhou Chushan of Zhou Niannian's attempted river plunge. Chun Mei had been duplicitous, leading to Mrs. Hua's misunderstanding of Zhou Chushan. Considering how many such incidents Chun Mei had orchestrated over the years, Mrs. Hua was furious. Just as Zhou Chushan was about to mention Chun Mei's actions, his wife had already disclosed the information. Zhou Chushan could only echo her words. Zhou Niannian was astonished. I didn't anticipate that father and mother had already uncovered the truth. They are quite impressive. Since they are aware, I need not burden myself. It must be fate preventing me from revealing the plot. Yet, although I already knew, should I not display some emotion upon hearing mother divulge this matter? Zhou Niannian pondered for a moment and then decided to feign anger. Mother, I truly did not expect Chun Mei to be so malicious. This is utterly intolerable. Having delivered her lines, Zhou Niannian turned to look at Mrs. Hua and Zhou Chushan, eager to gauge their reactions. Both wore expressions of amusement internally. You performed splendidly. Perhaps refrain from acting next time. However, on the surface, both maintained similar expressions of indignation. They had spent an anxious night, thoroughly investigating the Marquis' residence, and Chun Mei had been discovered. Yet, she would rather die than disclose the identity of those behind her, and Mrs. Hua, knowing the truth, was too weary to continue the interrogation. She had already arranged for guards to keep watch, planning to send her directly to the authorities in the morning. After explaining Chen Mei's situation, Mrs. Hua, recalling that her daughter had not rested the entire night, promptly suggested that she return to her courtyard to rest. Just as Qiao Niannian took a few steps, she saw guards dragging Chen Mei toward her. Upon seeing Qiao Niannian, Chen Mei fell to her knees with a thud. "Second miss, please save me. I truly realize my mistakes." Chen Mei was typically adept at reading situations, and she had always won Qiao Niannian's affection with her eloquent speech, especially since Mrs.
Hoy adore Nian.
If Qiao Niannian were to plead on her behalf, Mrs. Hu would surely forgive her. Qiao Niannian raised an eyebrow. "You want me to help you?" A flicker of joy crossed Chen Mei's eyes as she broke free from the grasp of her two captors and crawled to Qiao Niannian's side, hugging her legs. "Miss, I beg you to help me. I was blinded by greed before, but I have changed now. Please give me another chance." Qiao Niannian felt that Chen Mei was insulting lard. Lard is delicious. It adds such flavor to dishes. However, helping her was not out of the question. "I can help you." Zhou Chushan and Mrs. Hu were taken aback. No, surely their daughter would not feel sympathy for this wicked maid. Just as Mrs. Hu was about to speak, Qiao Niannian pulled out a piece of talisman paper from her possession, which vanished upon landing on Chen Mei. Zhou Chushan, Mrs. Hu, what just happened? Meanwhile, Chen Mei, momentarily dazed, looked up at her young mistress, bewildered. "Miss?" Chapter 18. The Truth Unleashed. Qiao Niannian smiled as she assisted Chen Mei to her feet. "Do not be afraid. I will only ask you a few questions. Why did you wish to harm my mother?" Chen Mei blurted out, "Because Aunt Sue offered me too much money. I worked hard to serve the lady and you, earning only a couple of taels a month. Yet, for placing a trinket on the lady's beam, Aunt Sue rewarded me with 100 taels. Zhou Chushan was stunned. "What did you say?" "With that money, I could buy a nice courtyard and live comfortably for the rest of my days. I never imagined that the lady would discover the box on the beam. Otherwise, she would have long been dead, and the 100 taels would have been mine." Chen Mei's eyes widened as the buried secrets within her spilled forth uncontrollably. Realizing her slip, she hurriedly covered her mouth. "Second miss, it was you who orchestrated this. It is you who aims to harm me." Chen Mei was both anxious and furious. Qiao Niannian let out a light laugh. "It's me. Where have you hidden your silver?" Chen Mei, unable to resist the power of the truth spell, reluctantly confessed, in a box beneath a floorboard under the bed. Xiao Chushan's expression darkened. The words he had just heard had utterly shattered his worldview. When he married his wife, their love was profound, but after she bore him a third son, Qiao Beichen, a drunken night at a banquet led to his loss of consciousness. Upon awakening, he found a maid by his side, Su Yinyang. He could scarcely recall the events of that night, but after having the nurse confirm their indiscretion, his relationship with the Hu family deteriorated. Thankfully, Su Yinyang was sensible, never demanding anything, and often defending Hu Shi. Apart from that one reckless night, he had not touched Su Yinyang again, and she seemed content, raising a pair of twins, Qiao Chaosheng and Qiao Yueying. After having children, Su Yinyang lived a quiet life, and Qiao Chushan, seeing her pacific demeanor, grew fond of the children, though they could not compare to those born of Hu Shi. In his heart, Su Yinyang was understanding and gentle, a good woman. Thus, he could not believe she would commit such acts, and he needed to ascertain the truth of the maid's claims. He summoned a guard, Qiao Qi. "Immediately gather men to search Chun Mei's room and ensure the silver is found." One of the guards, pressing down on Chen Mei, bent to comply, calling others to join in the search. Seeing this, Chen Mei crumpled to the ground. Qiao Chushan waited with a cold expression. Hu Shi had long suspected the second household of foul play but lacked evidence. Now that Chen Mei had confessed, she was eager to see how Qiao Chushan would deal with Su Yinyang. Hu Shi harbored disdain for Su Yinyang, a sentiment known throughout the estate. Yet, she had never mistreated Su Yinyang nor withheld her share of provisions, leaving her perplexed as to why Su Yinyang harbored such hatred towards her. Regardless of the thoughts swirling in their minds, it was not long before the guards returned, bearing a black wooden box. The box, locked but now split open, revealed a neatly arranged 100 taels of silver and numerous pieces of jewelry. Qiao Niannian glanced at it and mused, "No wonder my jewelry has been disappearing. I never expected it to be with you." Hu Shi doted on her daughter, and whether it was a seasonal change, a birthday, or the new year, Qiao Niannian's jewelry was plentiful. Over time, losing one or two pieces went unnoticed until she sought a birthday gift from her 8th year, only to find it missing, leading her to the revelation. All along, she had thought the loss was her fault, only to discover it was with Chen Mei. Hu Shi recognized several items as belonging to her daughter, her face darkening. Xiao Chushan's expression hardened further, and he ordered the guards to bring Su Yinyang before him. Su Yinyang was soon ushered in, her confusion evident as she asked, "My lord, madam, what has transpired?" Hu Shi scoffed disdainfully, feigning innocence. Xiao Chushan's gaze was ominous. "This maid claims you gave her silver to frame the madam. Is this true?" Su Yinyang was taken aback, her eyes reddening as she began to weep. "My lord, I have always been honest, never harboring any ambitions. As for my children, I have instructed them not to seek anything. How could I possibly incite a maid to commit such a malicious act? Su Yinyang's voice broke, her tears flowing freely. She did not cry out in protest or accuse others. Instead, she sought to establish her own character. She understood well that within this household, Qiao Chushan's favored one was Huisher, and his most cherished children were hers. In his heart, she held no significant place. If she were to appear overly assertive, it would only provoke his disdain. Nonetheless, she was also aware of Qiao Chushan's nature, sentimental and soft-hearted. A few tears would surely soften him. Indeed, Qiao Chushan felt a pang of sympathy, yet he was not foolish. He kicked the box of silver, questioning her. Su Yinyang lamented, "My lord, I am wronged. I have never seen this silver, nor do I know why Chun Mei would say such things." Yet, Qiao Chushan had no evidence against her. The mere presence of silver could not condemn Su Yinyang. Qiao Niannian pinched a truth talisman, the last one remaining, and used it on Su Yinyang. The talisman vanished upon contact with her. Chun Mei watched in disbelief, rubbing her eyes in astonishment at the talisman's disappearance. Qiao Chushan and Huisher marveled at their daughter's prowess. Though they were more composed now, he pressed on. "Was it you who gave Chun Mei the silver?" Su Yinyang nearly denied it, but the words that escaped her lips were, "It was I who gave it." Qiao Chushan's face fell completely. He had not expected Su Yinyang to be the culprit. The thought that Huisher had nearly been harmed by Su Yinyang ignited a fierce anger within him. "Why would you frame the madam? She has treated you with kindness and never mistreated you. How could you wish to harm her?" Su Yinyang let out a cold laugh, her expression bordering on madness. She looked at Qiao Chushan, a shiver running through her. "Why? Shouldn't you ask yourself why I would do this?" Chapter 19. The true Madame Qiao Chushan had risen to his position through his own merit. He could not be deceived by Su Yinyang. "Your misdeeds have nothing to do with me." Su Yinyang scoffed. "I've been married to you for 13 years, guarding an empty house. Huisher has not wronged me, yet her very existence mocks my inability to earn your affection." Upon realizing her words, Su Yinyang's face turned ashen. "No, I didn't mean that. My heart is not truly like this. I wish for her demise. Only then can I become the rightful wife, and my children can be recognized as legitimate. Were it not for the blood curse turning into a talisman of safety, Huisher would have perished long ago. Once she was gone, everything would be well. I could be the legitimate wife and my children legitimate heirs. All this is Huisher's fault. It is her fault. She deserves to die." Su Yinyang's innermost thoughts erupted in a scream. Silence enveloped the room. Qiao Chushan was left stunned. He had never anticipated such malice lurking within Su Yinyang. She appeared lost, bewildered by her surroundings, as if her deepest thoughts had escaped her control. Chun Mei, lying on the ground, felt a strange sense of relief at Su Yinyang's expression. After the blood curse was revealed, Su Yinyang had threatened her using the man she adored, insisting that if she spoke the truth, her fiancé would be harmed. Chun Mei, unwilling to see her beloved suffer, took the blame upon herself. She had resigned herself to her fate until she encountered the second young lady. In her eyes, the second young lady was foolish and naive, easy to deceive. Yet, it turned out the second young lady possessed remarkable abilities. Chun Mei closed her eyes, overcome with regret. She should never have conspired against the madam for money. She had erred. This was not the madam's fault. It was the lord who had been intoxicated and made foolish decisions. Su Yinyang suddenly laughed, tears streaming down her face. "After all I've done, I cannot even earn a lingering glance from the lord. How tragic." Qiao Niannian could no longer endure, exclaiming, "Enough. My father has never touched you." Qiao Chushan was taken aback. "What?" Huisher also looked up abruptly, and Chun Mei widened her eyes in shock. The nearby guards perked up their ears. Qiao Niannian directly exposed her lies. "I have observed Qiao Chaosheng and Qiao Yueying's features. They are not even my father's children. Moreover, there is no emotional connection between you and father. Hence he has never laid a hand on you." Su Yinyang's eyes widened in terror as she gazed at Qiao Niannian. These events transpired long before Qiao Niannian was born, and she had concealed the truth for so many years that even Qiao Chushan was unaware. How could Qiao Niannian know? At this moment, she realized that she had meticulously plotted everything, yet overlooked Qiao Niannian. But when did Qiao Niannian become so formidable? She even knew about events from 13 years ago, when only she and Qiao Chushan were present in the room. "Su Shi, you've schemed against me for so many years. It is utterly detestable." Qiao Chushan seethed, his gaze towards Su Yinyang filled with a desire to rend her apart. "No, this is all a fabrication." Su Yinyang attempted to explain. "Who told you to be so foolish? That is why you fell into my trap." Su Yinyang never anticipated that she would be unable to utter a single lie, ultimately collapsing helplessly to the ground. Qiao Chushan, furiously enraged, intended to have Su Yinyang dealt with. After all, a mere maid had dared to conspire against him. Qiao Niannian instantly intervened. "Father, wait. Here we go again, it's never ending." Qiao Niannian thought. "I cannot disclose the plot written in the book. How can I prevent my father from killing Su Yinyang? Su Yinyang has a master behind her. They are the true mastermind behind the scheme against the Ho residents. If Su Yinyang dies, it would be difficult to trace the person behind her. Su Yinyang should remain alive. So, we can draw out the one behind her before eliminating her. Upon hearing his daughter's thoughts, Qiao Chushan abruptly changed his words. Su Yinyang shall receive 30 lashes and be confined to her room. No one is allowed to see her without my permission. Furthermore, should today's events be leaked, they will be punished with death. The guards, who had merely hoped to witness some gossip, now regretted overhearing such significant secrets. Fortunately, the Lord was just and did not indulge in the indiscriminate killing of the innocent, and both guards resolutely kept the secret. Su Yinyang was soon dragged away. The 30 lashes nearly cost her half her life. The guards tossed her into a room, leaving even a maid behind. Meanwhile, Chunmei was fed a silencing drug, had her tendon severed, and was sent to the magistrate's office. In Qingfeng courtyard, Huashi observed Qiao Chushan's long face, filled with righteous indignation. Rarely did Huashi choose to confront him. Instead, she prepared a soothing soup for him, feeling sympathy for her husband. His concubine had betrayed him, and the dragon and phoenix twins he had raised for 12 years were not his own. It was indeed a grave injustice, utterly tragic. Yet, Qiao Chushan's anger was not solely due to Su Yinyang's betrayal or the fact that the children were not his. It was the realization that he had been deceived by a woman for 13 years. Should this matter become public, how could he ever show his face again? Qiao Chushan lay down on Huashi's bed, ready to abandon all pretense. However, it was not the time to dwell on that. How could she remind Qiao Chushan that Su Yinyang had someone backing her? Huashi pondered for a moment before formulating a plan. She engaged Qiao Chushan in conversation. How could a woman like Su Yinyang, who rarely leaves the estate, acquire a blood curse? Qiao Chushan contemplated briefly before responding. The blood curse is an exceedingly intricate sorcery. The one in Su Shi's possession must have been given to her by someone else. Huashi regarded him appreciatively. Thus, the true adversary may be the person behind Su Yinyang. We cannot ascertain their true intentions. Qiao Chushan nodded. Rest assured. I will increase the number of hidden guards in the coming days, ensuring the safety of the Ho residents. Be cautious when going out as well. He feared that if their adversary had not succeeded this time, they might contemplate other schemes. Sorcerers were particularly troublesome. Their methods were nearly impossible to defend against. Qiao Chushan despised such mystical practitioners, preferring direct confrontation over clandestine curses. At that moment, a maid entered. My lord, madam, the fourth young master and young lady have arrived. Huashi raised an eyebrow. Xiao Chaosheng and Xiao Yueying had come rather quickly. She did not wish to see the two, giving Qiao Chushan a pointed look. Your beloved son and daughter have come. Shouldn't you hurry to greet them? Qiao Chushan remarked. Only a true spouse knows how to inflict the most pain. Chapter 20. The arrival of the second uncle Huashi did not wish to see the two, yet Qiao Chushan had no choice but to rise. Stepping outside, he encountered Xiao Chaosheng and Xiao Yueying, who quickly spoke up. Father, we are unaware of what Annie has done to provoke your wrath. But she surely did not act with malice. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Is scheming against me a misunderstanding? Or is having a cuckolded husband a misunderstanding? Or perhaps birthing another's children and having me raise them is a misunderstanding? The more Qiao Chushan contemplated, the angrier he became. And he increasingly found the two before him irksome. Enough. Mind your own affairs. Do what you must. Should I discover that you have been sneaking over to Su Shi's side, you will be expelled from the Ho residence. Qiao Chushan warned the two before dismissing them. Qiao Chaosheng and Xiao Yueying were left stunned. Although their father had never favored them as he did the children of the main house, he had always treated them well. This was the first time they had witnessed their father in such a rage. Tears welled in Xiao Yueying's beautiful eyes, but she did not wipe them away, allowing them to cascade down her cheeks. Xiao Yueying could not help but clench her fists. This man was truly cold-hearted and unfeeling. Thus, her plans would no longer require hesitation. She had initially intended to give him another chance. Brother, let us leave. Qiao Chaosheng replied, anger etched on his face. We shall go. One day, father will regret treating us so. Secretly, Qiao Chaosheng had befriended the third prince, intending to support him in claiming the throne. He had previously sought to persuade his father to align with the third prince. But what did his father say? That the crown prince was the rightful heir. That the Daxia dynasty had always favored the legitimate son over the firstborn, and he had been soundly reprimanded for it. Externally, Qiao Chaosheng had accepted this, yet internally, he dismissed it, planning to find an opportunity to persuade his father that the third prince was the destined one. Now, it seemed unnecessary. His father did not regard him with any importance, focusing solely on those three inept sons. If that were the case, he would show his father who the most outstanding son truly was. Inside the room, Huashi observed the expressions of Qiao Chaosheng and Xiao Yueying as they departed, and her heart sank. Had she not witnessed the scene, she would have remained oblivious to how blind she had been all these years. She had indeed harbored doubts in the past. After all, the Qiao family had never produced dragon and phoenix twins. Such occurrences were said to carry genetic implications. Su Shi had been thoroughly investigated before entering the estate, and there had never been any instances of twins. How then did she and Qiao Chushan produce a pair? It was indeed auspicious. Yet, upon seeing the newborns resembling Qiao Chushan, her doubts had vanished. Now that she knew Qiao Chaosheng and Xiao Yueying were not his children, a new question arose. Who are these two children, and why do they resemble Qiao Chushan so closely? As Qiao Chushan entered, he found his wife gazing out the window towards the direction where Qiao Chaosheng and Xiao Yueying had departed. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke. My dear wife, after all these years, you have truly wronged me. Thankfully, the truth is finally revealed. Huisher scoffed. I always knew you lacked the fortune of having twins. She adamantly refused to acknowledge her jealousy upon witnessing Susher give birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. At that time, the entire capital buzzed with the news of Susher's good fortune in bearing such a pair upon her arrival. Qiao Chushan felt a pang in his heart from his wife's words. Just as he was about to respond, a maid rushed in. Sir, madam, the second master has arrived. Surprise illuminated the faces of Qiao Chushan and Huisher. The brothers, Qiao Chushan and Qiao Chufeng, had shared a close bond since childhood. Following the death of the late Marquis, Qiao Chushan inherited his father's title, which, under normal circumstances, would have necessitated a demotion in rank. However, Qiao Chushan had distinguished himself in his youth by saving the emperor's life, earning the emperor's favor, and thus he was allowed to retain his marquisate, becoming the Minuan Marquis. Conversely, Qiao Chufeng, who had a passion for martial arts, devoted himself to the military and was dispatched to guard the borders a decade ago, a departure personally overseen by Qiao Chushan. Huisher held a favorable impression of this younger brother. Indeed. Please stay for a few days and inquire about Chuanbai's news. The couple tidied their attire and proceeded to the front hall. On the way, Huisher suddenly remembered that Qiao Niannian had yet to meet her second uncle and promptly instructed a maid to awaken her daughter. In the front hall, as Qiao Chushan stepped into the main chamber, he beheld a figure standing with her back to him, and a broad smile spread across his face. He turned to Huisher and respectfully addressed her, elder sister. His younger brother exhibited humility and sincerity, having remained devoted to the family throughout his years at the border. Even so, whenever he acquired something of value, he never forgot his kin. Huisher genuinely regarded this younger brother as family. Upon hearing this, Qiao Chufeng's expression turned somber. I, too, wish to stay longer, but the situation at the border is dire, and I may have to depart in a few days. His face was grave as he continued. We have indeed secured a few victories, and the barbarians seemed ready to surrender. However, this was merely a ruse to catch us off guard. They seized the supplies sent by the emperor while we were relaxed, and now our army's provisions are nearly depleted. I have come specifically regarding this matter. In warfare, endurance is paramount, and the foundation of sustained combat lies in supplies. With hundreds of thousands of troops facing starvation, this situation is dire. What did the emperor say? Qiao Chushan, upon hearing this, shifted the conversation away from supplies and instead inquired about familial matters. How have you fared these years at the border? Qiao Chufeng smiled. I have been well. Initially, it was somewhat uncomfortable. The conditions there cannot compare to those in the capital, but over time, I have adjusted. After exchanging pleasantries, Qiao Niannian entered with her maid. Upon seeing her daughter, Huisher's expression softened slightly. Niannian, come and meet your second uncle. You've yet to meet him at your age. Qiao Niannian paused, thoughts racing in her mind. Not only did he sell the supplies, but he also feigned innocence before my elder brother. When the barbarians attacked, my brother protected him, allowing him to escape and send word, yet after his departure, he failed to do so and instead fabricated evidence that led to my brother's delay and subsequent defeat. It is because of this second uncle that a war, which could have been easily won, turned into a disastrous loss, resulting in my brother's death and the demise of 500,000 soldiers defending our homeland. The reason is almost laughable. It was simply because the barbarians promised too much to be refused. The expressions of Qiao Chushan and Huisher changed dramatically, disbelief washing over them as they processed their daughter's inner thoughts. The younger brother, whom they had always considered family, would be responsible for the deaths of their son and 500,000 soldiers at the border. Huisher, unsteady, knocked over the teacup on the table. The sound of the cup clattering to the floor was jarring. Chapter 21. The second uncle's gamble. As Huisher toppled the teacup, Qiao Chufeng turned to her. Confusion etched on his face. Elder sister, what is the matter? Huisher gritted her teeth, suppressing the urge to voice her questions. Noticing her discomfort, Qiao Chufeng expressed concern. Elder sister should rest if she is unwell. It is unwise to push through in such a state. His every gesture remained humble and polite, leaving Qiao Niannian in awe. No wonder he managed to deceive my parents and elder brother. His acting is extraordinary, effortlessly embodying the caring family member. Hearing her daughter's thoughts, Huisher regained her composure. The events her daughter spoke of had yet to transpire. Questioning Qiao Chufeng now would yield no results. She needed to maintain stability. I am fine. I apologize for worrying you. Second brother, this is Niannian. You have yet to meet her. Qiao Chufeng's gaze fell upon Qiao Niannian, the 10-year-old girl with delicate features, slightly chubby cheeks, adorned with a gold hairpin and accessories, exuding charm and liveliness. For a moment, he appeared lost in thought. The Qiao family was known for their good looks, with Huisher being a beauty and all three sons exceptionally gifted.
Yet,
With Qiao Niannian, she surpassed her three elder brothers in beauty. Nevertheless, Qiao Chufeng merely glanced at her before a look of regret crossed his face. This is my first time meeting Niannian. Xiao Chushan and Huisher maintained their smiles, though their hearts grew colder. After all, it was a matter of military significance. However, from the palace to the Minuan Marquis' residence, they had ample time to discuss. Previously, Qiao Chushan had written to Qiao Chufeng, introducing his niece, Qiao Niannian, and Qiao Chufeng was undoubtedly aware of this. With time and resources at his disposal, the absence of a meeting gift for the child could only be perceived as intentional. Qiao Niannian, however, responded with a gracious smile. It's quite all right. Niannian lacks for nothing. Though she spoke lightly, her inner voice couldn't help but critique. It is not that he hurriedly forgot to bring a gift. Rather, he feels I am unworthy of affection, and therefore withheld one. In truth, he had prepared a gift, but it was given to Qiao Yueying instead. Xiao Chushan pondered when this had transpired, perplexed by his ignorance. Huisher was equally astonished, had it not been for her daughter's reminder. She would never have suspected a connection between Qiao Yueying and Qiao Chufeng. When they had met years ago, Qiao Yueying was merely 2 years old. What could a 2-year-old comprehend? Qiao Chufeng's use of a toddler to gather information about the household was perplexing. Contemplating this, Huisher's expression turned icy. Even Xiao Chushan could not muster joy. Sensing the shift in demeanor of Qiao Chushan and Huisher, Qiao Chufeng felt a flicker of doubt arise within him. According to his investigations, the relationship between Qiao Chushan and Huisher was fraught with tension, and they were not particularly fond of their daughter, Qiao Niannian. Rumor suggested that when Qiao Niannian nearly drowned, her elder brother had not even cast a glance her way, while Qiao Yueying, merely startled by the incident, received immediate attention and care from their elder brother. Could it be that his information was incorrect? Impossible. The people he had arranged were trustworthy. Moreover, the monthly letters from Qiao Yueying clearly conveyed her elder brother's affection for her, leaving no room for doubt. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Chufeng took the initiative to speak. Elder brother, elder sister, where's Yueying? The last time I saw her, she was still a little girl. After 10 years, she must have blossomed into a young lady. Just as Qiao Chushan was about to respond, he heard his daughter's inner thoughts once more. Just a moment ago, they were affectionately calling her big sister. Yet now, in front of my mother, they mentioned Xiao Yueying. Is this to spare my mother too much joy?
Ms.
Hu remarked. Indeed. Previously, Qiao Chufeng behaved similarly. However, she never held it against him, for after all, Qiao Yueying is also Qiao Chufeng's niece. Yet, his disparate treatment is something Ms. Hu cannot overlook. Once she begins to take note, the duality of Qiao Chufeng's character becomes glaringly evident, and Ms. Hu finds herself revolted. She had truly been blind to his duplicitous nature in the past. And then there is my father, who is most pitiable. Helping others raise a daughter is one thing, but allowing his own daughter to conspire with his younger brother to undermine him is quite another. Although my father ultimately survived, his fate is worse than death. He has descended into madness, subjected to Qiao Chufeng as beatings and ridicule, reduced to the status of scraps even dogs refuse to consume. How utterly tragic. Qiao Chushan was nearly propelled into a frenzy. This scoundrel dares to treat him in such a manner. With this thought, he fixed a piercing gaze upon Qiao Chufeng, eager to discern what sort of man he truly is. Qiao Chufeng, meanwhile, was under the impression that he had made the right move, reveling in his own self-satisfaction. He knew he had wagered correctly years ago. Qiao Chushan's most cherished possession is Qiao Yueying. Xiao Niannian continued her banter, exclaiming, "Look at that eager expression. One might think the children of the Su family belong to my uncle." Qiao Chushan exclaimed, "What nonsense. The one who has cuckolded him is his own brother?" Just as he was about to explode, he heard Xiao Niannian's continued teasing. Unfortunately not. Judging by appearances, they share no blood relation. Xiao Chushan wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. He was on the verge of losing his temper, but was relieved to hear her next words. "This necklace was obtained through my uncle's dealings with the barbarians over grain transport routes. Only the noble class among them would wear such adornments, adorned with their fierce eagle totem. Due to this necklace, someone reported it to the emperor, inciting his suspicions regarding my elder brother's deliberate delays." The moment Xiao Niannian's thoughts concluded, the cheerful voice of Qiao Yueying echoed from the doorway. As she entered and set her eyes upon Qiao Chufeng, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Her gaze fell upon the necklace around her neck, and she nodded in satisfaction. Upon seeing this ornament, he felt it suited Qiao Yueying perfectly, and now it was indeed quite beautiful. Chapter 22. The dispute of eyebrows and eyes. Seeing her uncle's gaze fixed on the necklace around her neck, Qiao Yueying shyly turned to him, blinking her eyes. This necklace was a special gift from her uncle, and she adored it, especially the dazzling ruby upon it. Their silent exchange of glances did not escape the notice of the others present. Had this been in the past, Qiao Chushan would not have thought twice. However, now, he could not help but ponder. A daughter and a brother colluding to undermine him. What a cunning duo. Qiao Chushan snorted coldly, interrupting their silent exchange. It had been a long time since he last saw Yueying. She had truly blossomed into an even more enchanting young lady. Qiao Yueying smiled coyly, but remained silent. It was Qiao Chushan who turned to her. I have never seen you wear this necklace before. It appears rather special. Where did it come from? Qiao Yueying hesitated, quickly casting a glance at Qiao Chufeng before replying with a smile. I bought it myself on the street. It looked rather unique. Qiao Chushan slammed his palm down on the table, his expression darkening. Lies. Where did this necklace truly come from? Qiao Yueying jumped, bewildered by her uncle's sudden fury. The necklace was not something she purchased. It was a gift from her uncle. Yet, could she admit that now? In his letter, he mentioned that he had only brought her gifts and none for Qiao Niannian. To speak the truth now would betray her uncle and put him in a difficult position. Qiao Yueying resolutely maintained her stance, insisting she had bought it. Qiao Chushan stood up and approached her, while Qiao Chufeng stepped forward to shield Qiao Yueying. Brother, what's the matter? The young girl simply admired something beautiful. Why are you so angry? Qiao Chushan forcefully pushed him aside, yanking the necklace from Qiao Yueying's neck. His face cold. You need not defend this rebellious girl. This necklace is an item only the barbarian nobility would possess, with their totem engraved upon it. How could she claim to have bought it? At such a young age, already spinning webs of deceit. If I do not discipline her now, I am complicit in her wrongdoing. Fortunately, it is only our family present. If she were to wear it out and be seen by others, they would think I conspired with the barbarians. He then glared at Qiao Yueying. Speak honestly, where did this necklace come from? Qiao Yueying remained steadfast, insisting she had purchased it. Qiao Chufeng was equally perplexed. He had only thought the necklace beautiful and wished to gift it to Qiao Yueying, never anticipating that his elder brother, so well-versed in the world, would recognize its origins. Moreover, the implication of colluding with barbarians, as stated by his elder brother, sent Qiao Chufeng's heart into a tumult. Could it be that his elder brother was aware of his dealings with the barbarians?
How could that be?
Not to mention that these were matters occurring at the border, and each time he communicated with the barbarians, it was done with utmost secrecy. There was no way anyone could know. It seemed the misunderstanding stemmed from the necklace. However, he could not admit to gifting it either, considering he had only given it to Qiao Yueying and not to Qiao Niannian. Such preferential treatment would undoubtedly invite Ms. Hua's displeasure. Caught in this predicament, Qiao Chufeng found himself in a most unenviable position. Qiao Yueying was equally distressed. Understanding the situation, Qiao Chushan, recognizing her silence, spoke sternly. Bring the young lady downstairs and beat her until she confesses. Qiao Yueying was left dumbfounded. She only wished to show her uncle the necklace he had gifted her. How did it come to this? Regret washed over her. Had she known, she would not have worn it to flaunt. Qiao Chufeng became agitated. Just as he was about to speak, he was cut off by Qiao Chushan. I know you care for Yueying, but if you do not discipline her now, it will be too late when she makes a mistake. Remember, spoiling a child is akin to killing them. Qiao Chufeng found himself in a bind, whether to plead for leniency or not. Meanwhile, Ms. Hua was quite pleased, and Qiao Niannian, noticing her mother's satisfaction, stealthily offered her a piece of food. Watching this unfold was all the more enjoyable, with something to nibble on. Xiao Nyen could not help but revel in the misfortune. Well done, father. You're doing great. I must remind you to destroy that necklace quickly. That way, no one will report it to the emperor, and he won't misunderstand my elder brother due to suspicion. Before Qiao Niannian could say more, Qiao Chushan had already torn the necklace apart, tossing it to a servant. Bring a brazier. This cursed item must not be kept. The servant, not daring to delay, hurried in with the brazier. In front of Qiao Chufeng, Qiao Chushan threw the precious necklace he had labored to obtain into the brazier, and before long, it melted and deformed, losing its former exquisite appearance. Qiao Chufeng was consumed by rage, his hands clenched into fists hidden within his sleeves, his nails digging into his flesh until blood flowed, yet he felt nothing. At that moment, he was filled with an intense hatred and fury, forced to suppress it within his chest, afraid to reveal even a hint of it. 200,000 taels of silver had been squandered by Qiao Chushan. Alongside his anger, his heart ached as though it were bleeding. Ms. Hua and Xiao Nyen kept their eyes glued to Qiao Chufeng, fully aware of the darkness that lurked beneath his calm facade. They noticed his several attempts to intervene and stop Qiao Chushan, all of which did not escape their keen observation. The mother and daughter shared their morsels, savoring the sweet flavor of the unfolding drama even more. Qiao Chushan understood their enjoyment and felt no hesitation in delivering another blow to Qiao Chufeng. After incinerating the necklace, he turned to Qiao Chufeng with a serious expression. Brother, do you believe what I have done is right? Upon hearing Qiao Chushan's question, Qiao Chufeng nearly ground his teeth to dust. This scoundrel. He burned his belongings and still had the audacity to inquire about the results. But what could he do? Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the anger bubbling within him and managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. It burned well. Qiao Chushan was satisfied. Patting Xiao Chu foam on the shoulder, praising him, I knew my second brother would understand my intentions. The burned necklace was a minor issue. But if it caught the attention of someone with ill intentions and was reported to the emperor, it could escalate into a significant problem. In our current war against the barbarians, we cannot afford to leave any incriminating evidence for others. You may not be aware of it at the border, but in the capital, danger lurks everywhere. Xiao Chu foam swallowed his grievances, acknowledging, elder brother's words are wise. Xiao Niannian burst into laughter. Father is mighty. I shall raise the banner for you. Xiao Chushan felt a swell of pride. Indeed, in critical moments, he was the most important person to his daughter. After all, only he could hear her true thoughts. He was undoubtedly the chosen one. Xiao Chu foam, who had originally come to gather information, now felt disheartened and departed without further conversation. Xiao Chushan did not attempt to keep him, escorting him out. Once outside the Mingyuan Marquis' residence, Xiao Chu foam felt utterly disoriented. This was nothing like he had anticipated. Where had he gone wrong? Inside the Marquis' residence, after sending off Xiao Chu foam, Xiao Chushan turned his gaze toward his daughter. Nian, I am preparing to write a letter to your elder brother. Do you have anything you wish to add? We can compose it together and have your second uncle deliver it to him. Concerned for his son's safety, Xiao Chushan could not afford to be indifferent. Yet he was unaware of the unfolding plot and could only seek to extract information from his daughter. Chapter 23. Preparing in advance in the study. Xiao Chushan prepared his writing materials. Xiao Nyen found herself in a quandary. While she was well-versed in metaphysics, she faced a limitation. She could not clearly foresee calamities involving her relatives, only catching vague glimpses of certain issues. Coupled with the constraints of the storyline, anything that had been penned by the author was beyond her ability to articulate. This rule applied solely to family and was ineffective with outsiders. Yet, the very fate she yearned to alter was that of her own family's expendable role. Alas, how can I make father understand that my second uncle is not a good person? Xiao Chushan raised an eyebrow, feigning casualness as he spoke. Nian, I have a doubt that I'm unsure how to express. Perhaps I could discuss it with you. Xiao Niannian lifted her gaze. Xiao Chushan sighed. Today, your elder sister was punished, and I found it strange. That necklace appeared quite precious, worth at least several thousand taels of silver, and it was a barbarian artifact. Even if your elder sister were wealthy, she could not acquire it. Xiao Niannian's alarm bells rang. What does this mean? Does father believe that Xiao Yuing has been wronged? Is he attempting to clear her name? Xiao Chushan felt a pang in his heart. Why couldn't his daughter consider him in a more favorable light? Was he the sort of person who sympathized with another's daughter? That daughter had brought ruin upon his entire family. Fearing that his daughter would continue to misunderstand, Xiao Chushan decided to speak plainly. Xiao Niannian nodded. Father is finally using his brain. Please continue. Thus, he proposed to write 2 letters, one for her second uncle to deliver and another for a guard to take to her elder brother. What do you think? Xiao Niannian's eyes lit up. Of course, that would be splendid. It would be best to remind elder brother to be cautious of those around him. If the barbarians realize they cannot defeat elder brother, they will resort to bribing those in his circle, showering them with riches. Those individuals have likely never encountered such treasures and will be easily tempted. My elder brother is steadfast and valiant, a hero dedicated to defending his homeland. Yet he remains vulnerable to betrayal from those he protects, which is indeed tragic. Xiao Chushan's eyes reddened at the thought. To avoid revealing his emotions, he quickly lowered his head, suppressing the tears that threatened to fall. Xiao Nyen sensed her father's peculiar behavior, but dismissed it. What parent wouldn't he worry about their child going to war? Preventing elder brother's immediate peril is merely a temporary solution. The more pressing issue is supplies. The last batch of provisions was sold to the barbarians by your second uncle, and this time, he is personally overseeing the delivery, directing it straight into the hands of the enemy. Without addressing the supply issue, even if elder brother does not perish on the battlefield, he will surely succumb to defeat when resources run dry. Xiao Chushan nearly snapped his brush in half. He pondered their strategy. Nian, last time the barbarians stole our grain, leaving your elder brother and his men starving. I fear they may attempt something similar again. I wonder where the barbarians will strike next. Xiao Nian sighed. Your second uncle has intentionally taken a detour off the main road while escorting the grain, leading through the cliff valley, which is flanked by 2 mountains. The barbarians, having received advance intelligence from your second uncle, are already ambushed on both sides, waiting to push boulders down as the caravans pass, seizing the provisions without a fight. In truth, the solution is simple. We could switch to water transport for the grain, slowing down the land route. Before reaching the cliff valley, we could set a trap within a trap to catch them off guard. Excellent. Upon hearing his daughter's plan, Xiao Chushan couldn't help but exclaim in delight. The abrupt sound nearly caused Xiao Nyen to tumble off her chair. She looked up, bewildered, at her father's sudden outburst. After speaking, he hurriedly pushed her out the door, rushing to don his attire for the palace. Xiao Nyen suddenly thought, something is amiss. Her elder brother was destined to die young, which was evident in the dimming of the children's palace positions in her parents' faces. This foretold a calamity awaiting her elder brother. Yet now, why did it seem that her mother's children's palace had regained a glimmer of hope? What could have transpired in such a brief time? Huisher, feeling her daughter's gaze upon her, curiously touched her face. What is it? Is there something on my face? Qiao Niannian nodded eagerly. Beep, 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 beep. Ha, here we go again. Qiao Niannian counted on her fingers for a while but could not derive any conclusions. Huisher realized her daughter had the ability to foresee the future. She was astounded to discover that she also possessed fortune-telling skills. This was indeed remarkable. However, knowing that her eldest son had a chance of survival eased Huisher's tense heart somewhat. She did not ask for much, only that her son lived, just to be alive. 2 days passed. Next was Qiao Beichen, who claimed to be going to the academy. Yet the academy reported that he hadn't attended in over 10 days. Huisher exploded with rage. The servants, witnessing their mistress in a fury, dared not utter a word and quickly retreated. In her room, Qiao Niannian was meditating when a folded white crane made of paper flew in through the window. She opened her eyes, waved her hand, and the crane landed gently in her palm. In the next moment, the voice of Wang Xianji emerged. Master Qiao, please meet me at Mingpinjai. Qiao Niannian, having matters to discuss with him as well, promptly rose and headed toward Huisher's courtyard. Upon entering Qingfeng courtyard, she sensed an unusual atmosphere. Inquiring with a maid revealed that it was her third brother's doing. Upon entering the room, Qiao Niannian consoled Huisher, successfully eliciting a smile from her mother before seeking an excuse. Mother, I didn't intend to deceive you. It was mainly to find a talisman to ensure elder brother's safety from the supervisor. Unfortunately, I cannot let you know that I am acquainted with the supervisor. Fortunately, my third brother's antics have inadvertently made things easier for me. Huisher was initially reluctant to agree, but upon hearing her daughter's thoughts, felt overwhelmed. The supervisor? Which supervisor? Is it the esteemed supervisor of the Astronomical Bureau? This supervisor was reputed for their profound knowledge of Tao, elusive and rarely seen. Apart from the emperor, few could command their favor. Many sought to curry favor with them, yet few ever laid eyes upon them. Her daughter knew such a prominent figure? As Huisher considered her daughter's ability to read fortunes and foresee the future, she wondered if her daughter also understood the Tao. Thinking of how Qiao Niannian was also striving to assist her elder brother, Huisher reluctantly agreed, but arranged for Shirlu to accompany Qiao Niannian for her safety. The two exited the estate and headed straight for the tea house where they had arranged to meet the supervisor. Chapter 24. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is also present in the Tianzi room of Mingpinjai. 3 individuals sat gathered around a carved wooden table adorned with yellow pear. The esteemed minister Wang Xianji and His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, leisurely savored their fragrant tea, their demeanor calm and composed. In stark contrast, the middle-aged man beside them fidgeted restlessly, his face etched with anxiety, glancing frequently towards the door with an eager gaze. Wang Xianji, typically known for his lack of composure, exhibited an unusual calmness today. He cast a cryptic glance at the middle-aged man, saying, "What are you so anxious about? I've already summoned the person. They will arrive shortly." The man, upright in posture with hands resting on his thighs, wore a grave expression. "How could I not be anxious? I am nearly at my wit's end. Can the individual you recommended truly resolve this case of disappearance?" Wang Xianji maintained his enigmatic demeanor. "Rest assured, the person I recommended is undoubtedly reliable. If you do not trust me, can you doubt His Royal Highness? The Emperor has tasked us with investigating this matter together. Failure is not an option for any of us. I would never jeopardize myself or His Royal Highness." The man found merit in this statement. While Wang Xianji might risk his own reputation, he would never dare to endanger the Crown Prince's. Summer Romeu, discreetly placing her teacup down, corrected Wang Xianji's misstatement. "If this matter cannot be resolved, it falls upon the Minister of Justice and the Supervisory Minister, and does not concern me." The middle-aged man queried, "What does that mean?" His previously eased mind was abruptly filled with trepidation once more. The Minister of Justice regarded Wang Xianji with suspicion. He had been misled by this man too many times before. This time, he would not be deceived again. Wang Xianji, feeling somewhat exasperated by the glare, thought it was ungrateful of the man not to appreciate his rare kindness. However, he needed to pacify him verbally. "Old Xing, I assure you, trust me just this once." Xing Zhongqiu, who oversaw the Ministry of Justice and frequently entrusted peculiar cases to the Astronomical Bureau, had no choice but to interact with Wang Xianji. Though slippery in nature, Wang Xianji was a man of his word. Given his assurance, Xing Zhongqiu decided to grant Wang Xianji one more chance. "Very well. I shall give you another opportunity, but I hope you prove more reliable this time." As Xing Zhongqiu settled down, the tea room fell into a tranquil silence. At that moment, a guard announced at the door, "Your Highness, Miss Qiao has arrived." "Let her in," Summer Romeu instructed, and the guard promptly opened the door, allowing Qiao Niannian to enter. Shirley, tasked with ensuring Qiao Niannian's safety, discreetly peeked inside after her entrance and was taken aback to see the Crown Prince present. "Goodness, when did my young lady become so close to His Royal Highness? As a maid of experience, she knew better than to display excessive surprise, lest she bring embarrassment to her mistress. Thus, she stood outside, feigning composure with a straightened posture. Inside the private room, Qiao Niannian's eyes lit up upon seeing Summer Rongyu. So, His Royal Highness is here as well. Summer Rongyu's expression softened as she beckoned Qiao Niannian to take a seat. Wang Xianji quickly poured a cup of tea for Qiao Niannian, his demeanor courteous. Meanwhile, Xing Zongqiu's face darkened ominously. Had it not been for his excellent upbringing, he might have stormed out in frustration. He had foolishly believed that Wang Xianji had genuinely changed, only to find himself deceived once more. Xing Zongqiu barely managed to utter through clenched teeth. Is this the person you claim can help us solve the case of disappearance? A mere 10-year-old girl with baby fat can unravel a missing persons case? Are you jesting? Wang Xianji's countenance soured at the remark. Xing Zongqiu, how can you speak such words? This is Master Qiao. If she cannot solve the disappearance, then we might as well accept our punishment. Wang Xianji's irritation grew. How shallow could this man be to judge by appearances? If he had witnessed Qiao Niannian unraveling blood curses, teleporting, and wielding magic, he would surely be left astounded. Xing Zongqiu observed Qiao Niannian closely. Aside from her beauty surpassing that of her peers, he discerned no other distinction. In contrast, Qiao Niannian experienced a moment of shock upon hearing his name. In the original text, Xing Zongqiu was portrayed as straightforward, inflexible, and often at odds with many officials due to his character. 80% of the officials in the capital found him disagreeable. Interestingly, while officials detested him, the emperor favored him dearly, always shielding him from criticism. However, after the emperor's demise, the third prince ascended to the throne and held a disdain for Xing Zongqiu's rigid nature, ultimately leading to his downfall. Following Xing Zongqiu's death, Xiao Chaoxing took over the Ministry of Justice, resulting in chaos and public discontent. Though Xing Zongqiu's role in the narrative was limited, Qiao Niannian held a fondness for him. Now, observing the man in reality, she noted his demeanor reflected a just and upright character, though a dark aura loomed over him, suggesting recent encounters with malevolent forces. Qiao Niannian spoke up. Minister Xing, have you been plagued by nightmares lately? Frequently waking in terror, as if enveloped in fog, with the sound of a woman's cries echoing in your ears? Xing Zongqiu's previously impatient expression froze at her words. He lifted his gaze, his sharp eyes fixed intently upon her. How do you know this? Qiao Niannian remained unfazed. Minister Xing, you have undoubtedly come into contact with malevolent forces within the last 10 days, carrying them with you, which has allowed their dark energy to invade your being and cause these relentless nightmares. After speaking, she turned to Summer Rongyu. Your Highness, may I borrow your talisman? Without hesitation, Summer Rongyu produced her protective talisman. Qiao Niannian grasped it and pressed it against Xing Zongqiu's forehead. He instinctively recoiled, yet in that moment, his body felt as though it were frozen. The next instant, the talisman landed upon his chest, and the 3 scales that had been resting there suddenly flew away. With a wave of her hand, Qiao Niannian enveloped the scales in spiritual energy, gently tugging them into her grasp. The talisman on Xing Zongqiu disintegrated into dust, leaving him feeling unexpectedly light. He was left speechless, utterly astonished. Since taking on this case, he had felt an overwhelming fatigue compounded by the nightly disruptions of nightmares. He had assumed it was merely exhaustion, not realizing that the scales were the source of his turmoil. Xing Zongqiu regarded Qiao Niannian with a tone laced with respect. Miss Qiao, I apologize for my earlier offense. Qiao Niannian waved her hand dismissively. No harm done. Though the true concern lies with the 3 young ladies taken by this malevolent entity. Xing Zongqiu's expression turned one of admiration. Had he heard her mention 3 young ladies upon first meeting her, he would have suspected that Wang Xianji had divulged information to her. After all, he had immediately sealed off the news upon receiving the case, controlling all involved parties to prevent the information from spreading and inciting panic. However, Qiao Niannian had accurately pinpointed his issue, compelled the malevolent entity to reveal itself, and correctly identified that 3 young ladies had been seized by it. Xing Zongqiu was now completely convinced. You are indeed correct, Miss Qiao. 3 young ladies have vanished, and each disappearance was preceded by the leaving of a scale. Can you discern what type of malevolent entity left these scales? Chapter 25, Selection of Weapons. Qiao Niannian glanced at the scales in her hand. These are likely scales left behind by a newly transformed serpent demon. Wang Xianji was taken aback. Are you suggesting a serpent demon? It has been centuries since any monsters have appeared in the Great Xia dynasty. Since the founding emperor unified the realm, establishing the Great Xia, the nation has enjoyed peace. And the populace has thrived. Demons no longer dare to surface. Historical records do mention a few instances of monster appearances, usually coinciding with times of imperial disinterest, political turmoil, or impending dynasty collapse. The Great Xia is flourishing. How could a demon appear now? Wang Xianji's expression turned grave. Qiao Niannian spoke earnestly. This serpent demon possesses the ability to transform, which indeed suggests a measure of fortune. It is known that for a demon to take human form is a perilous endeavor, fraught with danger, where the majority meet their demise. Yet this serpent has encountered a significant opportunity. However, this chance also serves as a calamity for the serpent. It likely faced a formidable foe during its transformation and, by a stroke of luck, survived to successfully change form. Now, in order to sustain its existence, it must consume the Yin energy of young maidens. Are these three girls all born during the Yin year, Yin month, and Yin hour? Before Xing Zhongqiu could respond, Wang Xuanji interjected. Indeed, I have examined their birth dates, and they were all born in Yin year, Yin month, and Yin hour. Qiao Niannian nodded. That is precisely the case. Serpents are inherently Yin, and girls born during the Yin year, Yin month, and Yin hour are the most nourishing sustenance for an injured serpent demon. Xing Zhongqiu stated directly. Is there any possible resolution? Xia Rong coughed lightly. Though this serpent demon is wounded, it remains a demon, and thus, it will undoubtedly pose a challenge to resolve. Qiao Niannian replied, yes, the serpent demon has indeed cultivated its powers, making it quite formidable. Coincidentally, she needed to select a protective item for her elder brother, and a magical artifact would be the best choice. Xing Zhongqiu, known for his upright character, never engaged in deceitful tactics. He assumed Qiao Niannian was genuinely distressed and turned his gaze towards Wang Xuanji. Wang Xuanji was taken aback. Could it be that the three girls are already deceased? Xing Zhongqiu grew anxious. One of those girls was the granddaughter of the esteemed elder, who held a significant position in the current court. This elder, a veteran of 3 dynasties, had once been the teacher of the late emperor and later instructed the current emperor, and now serves as the tutor to the crown prince. The elder has only one son, who is but one daughter, cherished and adored to the utmost. If she were already dead, how could he explain it to the elder? That old man is quite stubborn. Should he learn of his granddaughter's misfortune, he would be relentless in his pursuit of retribution. Seeing the two men in such a state of alarm, Qiao Niannian coughed again. Do not worry. With my presence, this matter can be resolved. Although my spiritual energy is currently diminished and I lack suitable tools, capturing a demon will be rather difficult. Xia Rong continued in agreement. Miss Qiao, there is no need for concern. The department has plenty of good items. You can simply accompany us to choose a few. Wang Xuanfin interjected. No. The trajectory of this situation seems slightly off. However, upon reflection, it appears there is no discrepancy. After all, Miss Qiao indeed requires tools for demon hunting. With a grand gesture, Wang Xuanji declared, let us proceed to select items immediately. Anything that may be of use, feel free to take. Thus, they boarded a carriage and arrived at the Qintian Observatory, situated in a towering structure to the east of the imperial palace. The observatory stands as the tallest edifice in the capital, reaching toward the heavens. It is the most enigmatic division of the Daxia dynasty, directly overseen by the emperor, tasked with astrological divination, safeguarding the dynasty's fate, and discreetly managing supernatural occurrences. Upon entering the observatory, 2 guards clad in gray robes greeted Wang Xuanji and his companions with respect. Wang Xuanji waved his hand dismissively and led Qiao Niannian through the mechanical door. This door operated similarly to a manually controlled elevator, where individuals could enter, and designated personnel would turn a crank to operate the door, allowing it to ascend or descend to the desired floor. The floor occupied by Wang Xuanji was the highest in the observatory, the 18th. Upon reaching the 18th floor, guided by Wang Xuanji, they arrived at a private vault. This vault housed Wang Xuanji's treasured collection amassed over many years. Typically, only those disciples who made significant contributions would have the opportunity to behold its contents. Wang Xuanji brought Qiao Niannian and Xia Rong inside, while Xing Zhongqiu chose to remain outside, uninterested in the items. The private vault indeed held an extensive array of treasures. Artifacts adorned the walls, displayed on shelves, and meticulously housed in boxes. Wang Xuanji began to introduce the items to Qiao Niannian. Behold this Tai Chi Buddhist dust, inscribed with a calming incantation, which can protect you from malevolent spirits. What say you? Qiao Niannian's gaze lingered on the dust, finding it acceptable. The handle was crafted from fine black peachwood, intricately carved with formations, endowing the dust with spiritual essence. It was, indeed, a commendable artifact. Observing Qiao Niannian's lukewarm reaction, Wang Xuanji retrieved a compass from a nearby shelf. This is the 5-star compass, capable of divining celestial beings and earthly spirits, as well as assessing the 5 elemental energies. Qiao Niannian glanced at it and shook her head again. This is the 3 pure golden bell, which can command 100 ghosts. She continued to decline. This is the thunder sword, potent in vanquishing demons and spirits. Wang Xuanji proceeded to introduce yet another item, without prompting from Qiao Niannian. This dragon plate is also quite remarkable, capable of summoning winds and rain. These few treasures were among his most cherished possessions. Yet Qiao Niannian expressed disinterest in all of them. Xia Rong surveyed the items in the vault and turned to Wang Xuanji. Surely, Master Wang, you are not so stingy as to withhold your treasures? Wang Xuanji nearly lost his temper. Were it anyone else, he would certainly be reluctant to part with such valuable items, but Qiao Niannian was different. Her innate talent and powerful abilities made it impossible for him to begrudge her a single artifact. Although he possessed many treasures, Selecting a magical tool required a connection with its wielder. Otherwise, it would merely gather dust here. The items he presented were all artifacts previously wielded by individuals of exceptional skill, yet the Crown Prince had the audacity to claim he had not revealed any treasures. It felt like an unjust accusation against him. Wang Xuanji felt a pang of hurt. However, he suppressed the discomfort and acquiesced. When it comes to the most formidable practitioner of the Daxia dynasty, it must be the National Master. Historically, the position of National Master has always been exalted and shrouded in mystery. No one knows where the National Master originates, only that when the nation falls, the National Master perishes, and when the nation thrives, the National Master endures. The longevity of the National Master is tied to the existence of the dynasty they serve. The previous Dazhou dynasty lasted 300 years before its demise. Later, the ancestors of the Daxia dynasty quelled the strife, establishing a new regime. At the 13th year of this dynasty, a child bearing the National Master's golden seal entered the palace to meet the emperor, becoming the National Master of the new dynasty, purportedly at the age of 13, coinciding with the dynasty's own inception. Wang Xuanji was uncertain of the depths of the National Master's abilities, yet he certainly possessed a plethora of valuable items. Since His Highness has stated so, I shall remember it well. Chapter 26. The Tai Chi Yinyang sword. While Xiao Rong and Wang Xuanji engaged in conversation, Qiao Niannian approached a rusted sword, standing before it. The sword had lost its original form, yet it evoked a sense of familiarity within Qiao Niannian. Observing her gaze fixed on the sword, Wang Xuanji shook his head with a sigh. I fear this sword is not suitable. It was wielded by the benefactor of our Wujiman's ancestor. According to the recorded history of Wujiman, the first leader of our sect was pursued and injured by demons, and it was an elderly man who came to his rescue. This elder had a fondness for wine, and after saving the leader, he likely became inebriated, leaving behind his treasured sword. In time, the leader passed the sword to his disciples, promising to return it to the descendants of the benefactor should they seek it. Now, several hundred years have passed. I am already the 9th generation disciple of Wujiman, and this sword, having endured the passage of time, has become rusted and dilapidated, appearing unusable. Qiao Niannian felt a stir within her heart, as she recalled that this unreliable old man seemed somewhat familiar. After all, the sword she once possessed had been lost by her master during one of his drunken escapades. No matter how she inquired later, her master could never recall where her sword had vanished. But how could this be? Setting aside the discrepancies in time and space, these individuals were not even from the same world. Rationality told Qiao Niannian that it was impossible. Yet the haunting familiarity compelled her to extend her hand towards the sword mounted on the wall. Wang Xuanji, witnessing this, immediately called out, "Do not touch it. You may be harmed." Initially, some were skeptical, yet over time, no one dared to entertain further thoughts. Even though the sword had become a mere relic in his possession, he remained uncertain if its temperament had retained its former volatility. Startled by Wang Xuanji's sudden exclamation, Qiao Niannian almost dropped the sword in her hand. Wang Xuanji gazed at the sword in Qiao Niannian's hand, utterly taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Why, you're all right?" Qiao Niannian gripped the hilt of the sword, channeling her spiritual energy through the blade, and in an instant, the entire sword began to tremble. The magical artifacts throughout the room vibrated in unison. Wang Xuanji stood in a daze, watching as the artifacts on the wall crashed to the ground, his gaze inevitably drawn back to the sword in Qiao Niannian's grasp. What was once a rusted, seemingly useless blade now shimmered with a chilling brilliance, radiating a silvery light. This. Wang Xuanji found himself at a loss for words, a vague thought stirring within him, yet he dared not voice it. Qiao Niannian brushed away the rust from the sword's surface, awakening its latent energy, realizing that this was indeed the artifact lost by her master. Elated, she performed a few elegant maneuvers, causing the artifacts in the room to hum in response. She then turned to Wang Xuanji, her face alight with excitement. "The one who saved your ancestor must have been my master. This sword belongs to me." Although Wang Xuanji had suspected as much, he was still profoundly astonished. So, Qiao Niannian was indeed the disciple of that eminent figure. No wonder she possessed such remarkable powers. However, the age discrepancy puzzled him. He suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. How foolish of me. That formidable master could easily have lived for several centuries. While Qiao Niannian contemplated how to explain her master's presence, Wang Xuanji unwittingly provided his own interpretation. "You are absolutely correct." Wang Xuanji, witnessing the sword finally reunited with its rightful owner, was nearly moved to tears. "Master Qiao, your benefactor once bestowed great kindness upon our Wuji sect. Now that your benefactor has passed, should you require any assistance in the future, I, Wang Xuanji, will be at your service." Qiao Niannian declined his offer. The fact that the sect leader had encountered her master was merely a twist of fate. It had little to do with her. What intrigued her more was how her master, clearly from another era, had appeared in this time, and conversely why she, belonging to this era, had ventured into a different realm. It felt as though an unseen force was urging her forward in search of the truth. "Master Qiao, The Wuji sect has an altar dedicated to your benefactor. You must offer a stick of incense. Following Wang Xuanji, she entered the inner hall, where several altars were dedicated to former leaders of the Wuji sect. At the side of the altars stood an unnamed one, which Wang Xuanji explained. The altar for your benefactor was established by the sect's founder, as your benefactor appeared to be in their 60s when they saved the founder. By the calculations of time, your benefactor may have already passed, hence the establishment of this altar. However, since we do not know your benefactor's name, there are no inscriptions, but a wine gourd left behind remains. Qiao Niannian's gaze fell upon the gourd's edge, where evident signs of wear were present. She recalled how she had once attempted to clean it, only to ruin the surface with a steel wool scrub. It truly is my master. The Wuji Yin-Yang sword was a coincidence, but the wine gourd was undeniably significant. Her master had indeed been here. At that moment, Wang Xuanji presented her with the lit incense, and Qiao Niannian respectfully offered 3 sticks. As the incense burned, she distinctly felt a gentle force enveloping her, causing her eyes to shine brightly. Oddly enough, the 3 sticks of incense burned rapidly, as if they hadn't been nourished in years. Realizing her master also existed in this realm, Qiao Niannian proposed to Wang Xuanji, "May I take my master's altar with me?" Wang Xuanji readily agreed. The moment she grasped the altar, her spiritual energy surged, revealing an inscription, Taoist master of the Taiping sect, Dao Siyuan Su. Qiao Niannian retrieved the Taiji Yin-Yang sword she had previously used and set up an altar for the founder. Now, she only needed a protective artifact for her elder brother. That should be easy to find. Wang Xuanji soon unearthed a heart-protecting mirror from his private stock, which greatly pleased Qiao Niannian. Her journey had proven to be remarkably fruitful. Upon their exit, Xingzhongqiu had grown impatient. "Your Highness, Lord Wang, Master Qiao, time is of the essence. When shall we proceed to capture the serpent demon?" He had been waiting far too long, and if not for the individuals present, he would have barged in to teach a lesson. Wang Xuanji finally remembered the serpent demon was still at large and immediately turned to Qiao Niannian. "Master Qiao, when do you think we should set out to capture the serpent demon?" Chapter 27. Can you gather spiritual energy? Inspector General, I require talisman paper, vermilion,
and a quiet room.
Qiao Niannian made her request, and Wang Xuanji promptly arranged a stack of talisman paper and vermilion. As for the quiet room, he willingly relinquished his usual space for drawing talismans. Qiao Niannian appreciated the gesture and expressed her gratitude. Wang Xuanji didn't elaborate further, as these items were for her use. After arranging everything, Xiao Rongyu turned to enter the room but was halted by Wang Xuanji. "Your Highness, drawing talismans requires tranquility. You should not enter." Xiao Rongyu adjusted her robe, her tone neutral. "I assure you, I will not disturb Master Qiao while she draws talismans." She proceeded to enter, prompting a glare from Wang Xuanji. "If you can go in, so can I." Thinking this, he attempted to follow her inside. Xiao Rongyu noticed his movement and expressed her disdain. "You wish to enter? Can you gather spiritual energy?" "Of course not. So, what use are you other than a hindrance?" With that, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. She could gather spiritual energy, making her invaluable to Qiao Niannian. Wang Xuanji thought to himself, with that altered destiny, even the national master has gone out seeking solutions, and now it seems it has become an advantage? He refused to admit his jealousy. "It's just a gathering array set up by the national master. If it weren't for the spiritual energy nourishing my aura, my destiny would have been completely stolen away." Wang Xuanji resolutely denied, feeling envious. Meanwhile, Xingzhongqiu observed Wang Xuanji's increasingly odd behavior. Once a respected inspector general with profound Taoist knowledge, he now resembled a mere errand boy. Curiously, he inquired, "What is Master Qiao's true background? You have never been so attentive when meeting the emperor." Wang Xuanji rolled his eyes. "What do you know? The emperor is a sovereign, of noble status, yet ignorant of Taoist practices. Master Qiao is entirely different. She is the benefactor-s." His voice dwindled to a whisper. Xingzhongqiu failed to catch the last part, but he dismissed Wang Xuanji's words, focusing instead on the pressing matter of the serpent demon. The emperor and the elderly tutor were anxiously awaiting news in the palace. "You stay here with Master Qiao and the prince. I will arrange the personnel, and we shall depart at once." Wang Xuanji did not refuse. At that moment, in the palace, the emperor had finally managed to pacify the elderly tutor and found a moment to meet Ming Yuan. The weary emperor, with a fatigued expression, approached. "My minister, what urgent matter requires my attention at this time?" The elderly tutor's granddaughter had been missing for 2 days, and her cries had drained the emperor's strength. Initially reluctant to meet Qiao Chushan, he recalled that Qiao Chushan was Qiao Niannian's father, prompting him to drag his weary body to see him. Ming Yuan knelt before the emperor. "Your Majesty, I have uncovered some information for your review." For 2 consecutive days, Qiao Chushan had been investigating the circumstances surrounding the loss of the grain shipment. However, time was of the essence, and he could only piece together the events that had transpired. He lacked the confidence to persuade the emperor to split the grain transport into 2 routes. Yet, for the sake of his son, Qiao Chushan was determined to do whatever it took. Your Majesty, I find the recent loss of provisions to be exceedingly peculiar. Historically, our supply routes have remained unscathed during warfare. Yet, this time, the supplies were seized by the barbarian tribes. These tribes have never before ventured into our established supply lines, despite their frequent raids on border villages. They typically operate on the fringes of our territory, while transporting provisions occurs deeper within the realm of the Great Xia. This area, being perilous, would typically deter them, as any news of their presence would prompt a swift response from our forces, leaving them no time to escape. Yet, these barbarians acted with remarkable precision, swiftly eliminating the escort and absconding with the supplies in a mere hour, exhibiting no signs of panic, as if their actions were premeditated. The Emperor spread out a map, which clearly delineated distances, timings, and the usual routes of the barbarians, confirming that they had never traversed the region designated for the transport of provisions. This route, being in proximity to the border, might simply be a coincidence. Based solely on these conjectures, I find it difficult to convince Your Majesty. While navigating waterways may seem straightforward, the reality is fraught with challenges. Constructing large vessels demands substantial resources, labor, and time, which would only prolong the hunger faced by our border soldiers. No one would readily believe Qiao Chushan's assertions either. Qiao Chushan maintained his stance. Your Majesty, if, hypothetically, this situation is indeed true, and if more supplies are seized by the barbarians, how shall the soldiers at the border endure? I beseech Your Majesty to reconsider. He understood that his reasoning alone could not sway the Emperor. However, he could not voice the inner thoughts of his daughter. Thus, he resolved to persist in his counsel, kneeling until the Emperor acquiesced. The Emperor found this absurd and initially intended to dismiss Qiao Chushan, but then abruptly shifted his tone. Does your daughter share these sentiments? The Marquis of Minuan, filled with thoughts of defiance, was taken aback by the Emperor's inquiry.
His daughter?
Did he mean Niannian? Niannian had no connection to this matter. Your Majesty, my daughter merely misses her elder brother. It has nothing to do with this situation, he began. But before he could finish, the Emperor interjected. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. You shall oversee the matter personally. As the Marquis of Minuan was Qiao Niannian's father, and considering her considerable capabilities, the Emperor realized that if she was aware of this issue and had not intervened, it could indeed signify a larger problem. To err on the side of caution, the Emperor decided to entrust the task to the Marquis. I shall not concern myself with your arrangements, as long as the soldiers at the border do not go hungry. After this decree, he conferred a golden token upon the Marquis to facilitate his endeavors. The Marquis, dazed, left the imperial study, gazing at the token in bewilderment. Why had the Emperor suddenly agreed to his proposal? Regardless, since he was now personally overseeing the matter, he was determined to ensure that the supplies reached his son. Thus, that very night, the Marquis supervised the construction of large vessels. Meanwhile, in the inn, Qiao Chufeng furrowed his brow. According to his sources, the provisions had already been gathered, and the imperial edict for their transport should have been issued, especially since the border soldiers were on the verge of starvation. Yet, as darkness fell, there was no word from the Emperor's court, leaving Qiao Chufeng feeling increasingly uneasy. Recently, I have received valuable feedback from readers, particularly from Shiguang Rushi Zhongguyen, who pointed out logical inconsistencies in my narrative. I sincerely appreciate your keen observations, which I have since amended. The revised content is as follows. Qiao Chaosheng and Qiao Yueying are 12-year-old twins, the fourth young master and young lady of the Marquis. Their uncle, stationed at the border for a decade, has never met the female protagonist. Thank you for your thoughtful comments and for each word you have penned. Chapter 28. Listening to the youngest Qiao Chufeng grew increasingly convinced that something was amiss. Additionally, Qiao Yueying, having faced punishment, intended to sneak into the Marquis's residence to visit her cousin, only to find several guards stationed outside her door. As for the provisions, this was a matter of utmost urgency. Food had clearly been prepared, yet no imperial edict had been issued. Unable to remain idle, Qiao Chufeng donned his hat and ventured outside, determined to ascertain the truth himself. In the astronomical bureau, Wei Qingning, the second disciple of Wang Xuanji, coincidentally sought an audience with him, accompanied by Xing Zhongqiu. Clad in a deep blue official robe and wearing a compass at her waist, Wei Qingning saluted before speaking.
Master,
I have discovered that the serpent demon resides atop Sunset Mountain, 100 miles outside the city. My senior brother and third junior brother have already gone to delay it. We must hurry to join them. As the head of the astronomical bureau, Wang Xuanji had four exceptionally capable disciples who typically managed most affairs. Xing Zhongqiu glanced at the closed door and suggested, "Shall we ride over first?" Wang Xuanji shook his head. "We cannot afford to ride. Serpents are associated with darkness, and midnight is the most ominous hour of the day. At that time, the serpent demon feeds on pure Yin souls, thus gaining immense strength. If we ride over now, we will arrive too late." Xing Zhongqiu was taken aback. "Why did you not say this earlier? It is nearly dark, and by the time we reach there, midnight will have passed." Infuriated, he exclaimed, "This is a delay." Wei Qingning hastily interjected, "I have already dispatched someone to hold off the serpent demon. My senior brother should be able to wait for our arrival. Should we wait? We must leave at once." Xing Zhongqiu insisted, rushing to get a horse. Before Wang Xuanji could utter another word, the two were already on their way out. Why the hurry? Master Qiao has yet to emerge. Wang Xuanji called after them. Xing Zhongqiu looked at him in confusion, finding it strange that Wang Xuanji remained calm while the situation was so urgent. He acknowledged Qiao Niannian's abilities, having witnessed her prowess firsthand, yet he could not fathom Wang Xuanji's lack of urgency. Wang Xuanji rolled his eyes, finding it laughable that Xing Zhongqiu was unaware of the existence of teleportation talismans. Ignorance was indeed frightening. Just follow my lead, he instructed. Xing Zhongqiu scoffed. I will follow your lead, only to fail the mission? Wang Xuanji, undeterred, replied, you will not succeed in pinning this on me. Qingning, let us proceed, he concluded. Wei Qingning was bewildered by the sudden mention of Master Qiao, but felt compelled to act quickly. Master, we should leave now. My senior brother and third junior brother may not stand against the serpent demon. Having dealt with various spirits before, she was concerned for their safety. Wang Xuanji, seeing their determination, waved them off, then go ahead. Xing Zhongqiu, now more incensed, retorted, when the emperor demands an explanation, I will tell the truth. With that, he stormed out, and Wei Qingning, gritting her teeth, followed suit. Wang Xuanji shook his head, bemused. Rather than utilizing the perfectly good teleportation talismans, they chose to ride. He continued to wait, and after an hour, Qiao Niannian and Xiao Rongyu finally emerged. Qiao Niannian began by drawing a protective talisman for Xiao Rongyu, channeling even greater spiritual energy than before, thereby enhancing the talisman's potency. She also crafted several other talismans that would prove useful, for unlike spirits, demons posed a greater threat. Waiting for the two to emerge, only Wang Xuanji was seen. Xiao Rongyu inquired further, where is Lord Xing? Lord Xing feared the delay, so he rode ahead, he replied, his gaze lingering on the teleportation talisman in Qiao Niannian's hand. Qiao Niannian nodded, then let us proceed as well. Time is of the essence. With the hour already late, Wang Xuanji's heart surged with excitement. He was finally about to experience the power of the teleportation talisman. Eagerly, he adjusted his robes. But before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a tightness on his shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, Qiao Niannian and the others appeared atop Sunset Mountain. Xiao Rongyu, having already undergone a teleportation, remained relatively calm. Wang Xuanji, however, was overwhelmed. As a member of the Xianmen, he had some understanding of talismans, but this fragrant talisman was a first for him, evoking tears of joy. This was the sheer power of the teleportation talisman, and it was astonishingly swift. Not far away, Wang Xuanji's eldest disciple, having traced the serpent demon's path, was taken aback to find his master standing before him. Master, when did you arrive? Wang Xuanji cleared his throat, striving to restore his usual authority. I have just arrived. The disciple scratched his head, astonished by his master's rapidity. Regardless, he felt relieved that his master was present. Master, following the serpent demon's trail, we discovered it entered the cave ahead. The cave is a labyrinth, and we cannot ascertain its exact location. As the disciple Li Yunting finished speaking, Xiao Rongyu and Qiao Niannian revealed themselves. With dusk having fallen and trees obstructing visibility, Li Yunting had initially failed to notice their presence. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the crown prince and hastily knelt in respect. Xiao Rongyu waved his hand, rise. We must focus on the serpent demon. Li Yunting relayed the information he had gathered before turning to his master. Wang Xuanji, however, fixed his gaze on Qiao Niannian, awaiting her guidance for the next steps. Without much contemplation, Qiao Niannian glanced at the mountaintop and declared, let those people descend the mountain. Remaining here would only lead to their demise. Ordinary people are as fragile as ants before such creatures, and staying here may cost them their lives. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanji, noticing his disciples in action, kicked him, follow Master Qiao's instructions. Li Yunting exclaimed, so we heed the youngest rather than the most esteemed. Chapter 29. The situation is dire. Li Yunting followed Qiao Niannian's orders, dispersing the group to wait at the foot of the mountain. Since they were all from the Qintian supervisor, he kept his third disciple, Su Wenin, behind to await his master's command. Master Qiao, I have a method to locate the serpent demon, but it requires borrowing some scales. Sensing his confidence, Qiao Niannian, assured he wouldn't repeat previous mistakes, handed over the scales. She then watched as Wang Xuanji, holding the scales and a compass, began to jump in place. After a while, wiping the sweat from his brow, he spoke slowly, just follow the compass. He transferred the residual energy from the scales onto the compass, which would then track the serpent demon based on the lingering essence. The more potent the serpent demon's aura, the more responsive the compass would be. Li Yunting watched in awe. Master truly possesses profound skills. Qiao Niannian sighed, pondering if practitioners of the great Xia dynasty truly required such antics to capture demons. It seemed rather foolish. Xiao Rongyu appeared unfazed, accustomed to such scenes, remaining the calmest among them. The four of them, guided by the compass, entered the cave, which branched into 3 paths. The compass pointed to the leftmost tunnel, indicating the strongest presence of the serpent demon. As they ventured deeper into the cave, The ground became increasingly damp, the darkness thickening, accompanied by a foul stench. Additionally, they could hear the muffled cries of women. Inside the cave, several luminous pearls and jewelry lay scattered, while in a corner, 3 girls huddled together, trembling and weeping. Opposite them, a massive black python coiled lazily, its eyes shut, seemingly asleep. "Master, let me lure the giant python away while you find an opportunity to rescue them." Li Yunting, having followed Wang Xuanji since childhood, was both gifted and diligent, a standout among his peers. His suggestion was undoubtedly the most prudent. Qiao Niannian frowned. Such a hassle. However, Li Yunting did not underestimate her due to her youth. He earnestly inquired, "Does the young lady possess any other methods?"
Simple, we go straight in.
With that, Qiao Niannian boldly strode forward. Xiao Rongyu, Wang Xuanji, and Li Yunting were left in stunned silence. Just like that? Perhaps due to her light-footedness, Qiao Niannian approached the 3 girls confidently, and remarkably, the giant python did not awaken. The girls, upon seeing Qiao Niannian, gasped in fright. "Who? What kind of monster are you?" A few days prior, when the serpent demon had brought them here, it had also transformed into human form. Qiao Niannian's sudden appearance, silent as a specter, undoubtedly marked her as a creature of the other world. Regardless of how charmingly she transformed, her essence as a demon remained unchanged. Initially, upon seeing the giant python, the girls fainted, but now, perhaps accustomed to the terror, they found themselves unable to faint again. "I am not a monster. I come to rescue you. Whether you wish to leave is up to you." With that, she turned to depart. Just then, Xiao Rongyu approached, and upon seeing the crown prince, Sun Sairu's face lit up with surprise. "Your Highness." Xiao Rongyu nodded. "Let us speak outside." Sun Sairu immediately turned to her 2 companions. "They truly have come to save us. We must hurry and leave." Though the other 2 girls did not know Xiao Rongyu, they had become good friends with Sun Sairu during their captivity and trusted her implicitly. Hearing her insist that these 2 were there to rescue them brought them to tears of joy. They scrambled to their feet, but, in their panic, one of them accidentally kicked a copper pot, which clattered against some jade ornaments. The sharp sound echoed loudly within the cave. At that moment, the slumbering giant python opened its eyes. Wang Xuanji's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. The giant python has awakened." The 2 immediately brandished their talismans and rushed inside, while the 3 girls trembled behind them, tears streaming down their faces. "Wah, it's awake. It will surely eat us. I'm so scared. Please knock me out." They preferred to faint than to face the giant python. The giant python, surprised by the audacity of these intruding humans, eyed them hungrily, drooling, with its saliva dripping onto the ground right where Wang Xuanji and Li Yunting stood. They swiftly scattered, realizing that the python's drool was corrosive, instantly eradicating the surrounding foliage. Wang Xuanji's face paled. That saliva was highly toxic and corrosive. If they were to come into contact with it, their very bodies would be at risk of dissolution. Thankfully, Qiao Niannian had previously advised them to disperse the crowd. Had they remained on the mountain, facing the serpent demon would have led to certain death. Fighting was not an option against a demon that had cultivated for over a millennium. He would have to rely on cunning instead. Wang Xuanji prepared to reason with the serpent demon. "O serpent demon, you have only recently transformed, which is no small feat. To consume these 3 individuals, tainted by slaughter, would be a grave mistake that undermines your very foundation. It would be far more prudent to release them and focus on your cultivation, thus ensuring you achieve your ultimate form." The serpent demon sneered. "You odious Taoist. What concern is my affair to you? I advise you not to meddle, or I shall devour you as well. Now depart, for I shall not hold your insolence against you." Qiao Niannian found this amusing. This diminutive serpent demon, having just manifested, dared to refer to itself as this lord. Such audacity was truly remarkable. However, the cave was rather cramped, and Qiao Niannian felt it unwise to engage in combat there. She resolved to lure the serpent demon outside before dealing with it. Wang Xuanji remained still, provoking the serpent demon's ire. "You ungrateful wretches, then perish." As the words left its mouth, the demon's aura surged violently, stirring a tempest of dust and debris that almost toppled Li Yunting. Wang Xuanji's expression grew grave. Serpents embody the yin, and during the day, their powers wane under the sun's influence. Yet at night, they flourish under the embrace of darkness. And at the zenith of yin, they reach their peak. The serpent demon twisted its form, blocking the cave's entrance, and unleashed a torrent of venom towards Wang Xuanji and his companions. "Quickly, evade!" Wang Xuanji bellowed. In haste, they pulled the trembling trio behind them to avoid the venom. The toxic liquid splashed against the ground and walls, obliterating the branches and weeds in an instant. The potency of this toxin was extraordinarily fierce. Moreover, the yin energy surrounding the serpent continued to escalate. Chapter 30. The accursed Taoist Wang Xuanji, observing the serpent demon's sudden surge in power, sensed an ominous shift. Qiao Niannian also felt a jolt of alarm. According to the Daxia calendar, what day was it? Wang Xuanji calculated quickly, his countenance changing drastically. It is the Yin year, Yin month, and Yin day, at the zenith of Yin. To engage in battle with a millennia-old serpent demon at this time was akin to courting death. Qiao Niannian lamented her unfamiliarity with the Daxia calendar. Had it not been for the escalating yin energy in the air, she would not have deduced the perilous situation. Li Yunting, noticing the solemn expressions of his master and Qiao Niannian, cautiously interjected, "Master, the serpent demon is wounded. Surely it must have weaknesses even at this peak of yin?" Wang Xuanji, grave in demeanor, replied, "With the yin year, yin month, and yin day combined with the serpent's inherent yin nature, should it consume 3 pure yin bodies, not only will its wounds heal, but its power will double, reaching its prime." This elucidated why the serpent demon sought 3 pure yin girls. They were akin to potent elixirs, capable of restoring and amplifying its strength. Much like the purple energy emanating from Xiao, which served as a tremendous boon to cultivators, promising a substantial enhancement upon absorption. Were it not for the National Master's protection, the prince would have long since met his demise. The pure yin body, however, only affected malevolent entities. Sun Sairu, having been pulled aside by Wang Xuanji to evade the venom, heard his words in full, her eyes widening in terror. She had never fathomed that her frail, ailing body was a pure yin body, a veritable elixir for the serpent demon. Did this mean she was destined to be devoured today? No, she cried internally. She was still young, unwilling to embrace death. Having never committed a wrongdoing in her life, why had this serpent demon set its sights on her? Sun Sairu felt utterly wronged, believing she must have drawn the worst luck to possess such a cursed constitution. "Master, what shall we do next?" she implored. "I will lure the serpent demon away. You must take this opportunity to escort them to safety, thus diminishing its combat effectiveness."
Li Yunting objected.
However, Wang Xuanji had already drawn his magical artifact. "This is our only course of action. Engage the serpent demon, and it could easily dispatch you with a flick of its tail." Li Yunting retorted, "Only my dear master knows how to strike where it hurts most." He was the most formidable Taoist among the younger generation, yet against a millennia-old serpent, he felt as insignificant as a fledgling. The truth stings the most. Wang Xuanji disregarded Li Yunting's protests and hurled his artifact at the serpent's tail. Despite the serpent's considerable size and quick reflexes, the confined cave allowed Wang Xuanji's artifact to strike true, eliciting a pained howl from the demon, causing rocks and debris to rain down from the cave's ceiling.
"Flee,"
Wang Xuanji commanded, seizing the moment of the serpent's anguish to reveal the exit. Li Yunting, sensing the urgency, grasped Sun Sairu and dashed away. When he attempted to take the prince with him, Xiao Nyen stepped back, evading his grasp. "Take them and leave at once."
Li Yunting asitata.
But Xiao Nyen fixed him with a steely gaze. "This is an order." Thus, Li Yunting, steeling himself, led the 3 girls out. The serpent demon, witnessing its sustenance escaping, went into a frenzy. "Cursed Taoist, you have thwarted my plans. Perish." With that, a tail as thick as a pillar swept towards him. To be struck would mean certain death. Wang Xuanji could not evade in time, raising his compass as a shield, yet the serpent's tail collided with him, sending him hurtling across the cave. "Support Wang Xuanji. We must exit first." Qiao Niannian unleashed her Wujianyang sword, intercepting the serpent's tail, while Xiaorongyu caught Wang Xuanji. And the 3 hastened their escape. The serpent demon seethed with rage. These shameless humans only sought to thwart its plans. It vowed to tear their bodies apart once it captured them. Serpents are known for their swiftness, and as Qiao Niannian and the others emerged, the serpent demon gave chase. "Run. I shall see where you flee." As the words echoed, Li Yunting charged forward with the 3 girls. Upon noticing Qiao Niannian and the others, he was taken aback. "When did you all emerge?" Qiao Niannian cast a glance at the mountain shrouded in yin energy and slowly replied, "It was all the serpent demon's doing. It can manipulate the yin energy to ensnare you in an illusion. No matter how you run, you cannot descend the mountain." The serpent demon lashed its tail, sending a cloud of dust swirling, though it was consumed by fury, declaring, "Even if you comprehend the situation, it is too late. You have irrevocably enraged me. None shall leave alive today." Qiao Niannian stood resolutely at the forefront, her face engulfed in dirt. At that moment, she felt utterly despondent. With her aversion to filth, she detested being sullied. The serpent demon's venom from earlier had nearly suffocated her, and now she was coated in dirt. Clenching her fists, she teetered on the brink of explosion. Yet the serpent demon, oblivious to her plight, boasted, "I shall poison you all to death." With that, it recoiled its neck, gathering strength, preparing to unleash a venomous spray. Unable to contain herself, Qiao Niannian hurled a heavenly thunder talisman into the air. A bolt of violet lightning, as wide as a basin, crackled down. The lightning struck the serpent demon's mouth, causing it to explode, black smoke billowing forth. And the tantalizing scent of roasted snake wafted through the air. Xiaorongyu, Wang Xuanji, Li Yunting, and the trio of pure yin bodies all stood in bewilderment. What just transpired? Where did that thunder come from? The serpent demon too was taken aback. Where did that lightning strike come from? Soon, the serpent demon realized it was the handiwork of Qiao Niannian, and its rage intensified. A mere human dared to harm it. Such audacity was utterly foolish. with its mouth injured. It could not spew venom, yet it possessed other formidable abilities. Today, it would ensure that this impudent girl paid dearly. The serpent demon surged upward, the surrounding yin energy coalescing around it, causing its form to swell to twice its original size. Wang Xuanji quickly exclaimed, "This is bad. It can absorb yin energy." Once the serpent demon gathered this energy, it would converge all its power into a singular, devastating strike, its ultimate technique. As the serpent demon swelled to several times its original size, it loomed over the mountain, its mere movement causing the ground to tremble beneath everyone's feet. The onlookers quickly steadied themselves, only to witness the serpent's tail sweep across, sending the mountaintop flying. Before they could react, the colossal python charged directly at Qiao Niannian. The three pure yin bodies present fainted in terror at the sight. Xiao Rong, alongside the others, felt their hair rise as the overwhelming stench filled the air, striking their faces like a painful blow. Shielded by a gathering spirit formation and wielding the god-slaying sword, Xiao Rong managed to withstand much of the serpent's oppressive aura. He stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Qiao Niannian. Chapter 31. Is this the same serpent demon? Qiao Niannian stood resolute, her hand gripping the Wujian Yang sword. As the serpent's massive form bore down upon her, the sword flew from her grasp, enlarging midair as it aimed for the demon's head. The serpent was swift, yet the Wujian Yang sword was swifter still, striking its target with a resounding thud, akin to iron striking mincemeat. The serpent felt a dull thrum resonate through its body as the gathering yin energy it had amassed was instantly shattered, causing its inflated form to shrink somewhat. As further strikes rang out, the serpent diminished in size, leaving it bewildered. What was happening? How could it, a mighty demon king, be bested by a mere sword? Overcome with rage, the serpent opened its mouth wide, intent on swallowing the Yang sword whole. The sword quivered, nearly succumbing to the noxious stench wafting from the serpent's maw. It was no wonder its master found it repugnant. Even as a sword, it could barely endure. The Wujian Yang sword, having cultivated spiritual awareness, was capable of transformation at will. It flew to the serpent's mouth, coiling around it like a rope, tightening its grip, and even tying a knot to prevent the demon's escape. Now secure, the serpent could no longer spew its foul liquid. Its eyes widened in disbelief. Never had it been treated so indignantly by a mere sword. With determination, it attempted to open its mouth wider. But it was no match for the Wujian Yang sword. Ultimately, it transformed into its human form, attempting to reach for the sword. However, Qiao Niannian stepped forward unexpectedly, catching the serpent off guard. She smiled gently at it, then effortlessly lifted its entire form and slammed it to the ground. The serpent was left dazed. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? As Qiao Niannian approached again, the serpent could no longer withstand the humiliation. Please, no more. I yield. I realize my mistakes. It hurts too much. This girl hit harder than anyone he had ever faced, even more so than his father. The Wujian Yang sword had long since flown aside, while Qiao Niannian relished the spectacle of her opponent's plight. The sight of the serpent, once a fearsome creature, now reduced to a pitiful mess, was almost too much to bear. The serpent's scales were nearly all torn away, leaving only a few fragments clinging desperately to its body. It was a tragic sight indeed. Why provoke anyone, let alone a woman? Why unleash such filth upon one with a penchant for cleanliness? If not the serpent, then who should bear the brunt of her wrath? Not only did the Wujian Yang sword witness this, but also Wang Xuanji, Xiao Rong, and Li Yunting were rendered speechless, astonished at the transformation of the once world-ending serpent demon. Should it dare spew foulness again, I shall extract its gallbladder, Qiao Niannian declared coldly. Discarding the serpent's arm to the ground, the creature trembled, clutching its own limb in despair. How could such a formidable warrior exist? It was already injured, and now half of its demonic power had been shattered. This was beyond comprehension. The scene was one of utter humiliation. The once mighty serpent could only sit on the ground, its attire in tatters, dirt covering its body, resembling a bird's nest in disarray, curled up and quaking. The atmosphere fell eerily silent. A hiccup escaped the serpent, which it quickly stifled, casting an innocent gaze toward Qiao Niannian. It had not intended to react, but its body betrayed it. Seeing that the serpent understood its place, Qiao Niannian's expression softened slightly. Meanwhile, Li Yunting was left astounded. This was a demon, a 1,000-year-old one at that, so feeble? Wang Xuanji coughed violently, spitting blood. Feeling relief wash over him, the pressure on his chest had dissipated after witnessing the serpent's defeat. Li Yunting glanced between his master and Qiao Niannian, realization dawning upon him. It wasn't that the serpent was weak, it was Qiao Niannian's prowess that was extraordinary. Now that they had captured the serpent, what was to be done? Initially, Wang Xuanji had aimed merely to rescue, not to capture. Now, faced with a subdued demon, he found himself unsure of the next steps. Qiao Niannian regarded the serpent. Do you not wish to know who orchestrated this? Orchestrated? Wang Xuanji looked at the serpent anew, realizing it might not be acting alone. The serpent trembled, fearful. How could this girl know of its puppeteer? Xiao Rong interjected, Li Yunting, take these 3 down safely and send word to the palace about the Grand Tutor. As for the serpent, it would require further attention from Niannian. Niannian? The name struck Qiao Niannian as peculiar. Almost slipping, she caught herself. Why does that name evoke such imagery? She dismissed her fleeting curiosity. Names were mere labels, devoid of significance. Li Yunting, glancing at the serpent's labyrinthine domain, hesitated. Master Qiao, what about this fog? With a swift motion, Qiao Niannian unleashed a talisman, dispersing the mist and revealing the serene moonlight that illuminated the descent. The path was now clear. Li Yunting hesitated, glancing at the 3 individuals on the ground. It was not merely a matter of propriety. He could not carry all of them at once. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Qiao Niannian interjected. Help has arrived. He turned to see figures emerging from the shadows, Xing Zhongqiu and Wei Qingning. Followed closely by Zhongqiu's guards. Breathless, they approached. We searched for hours at the base of the mountain, feeling as though we were trapped in a maze. Wei Qingning exclaimed, her eyes widening as she spotted Li Yunting's master. Master, when did you arrive? Li Yunting felt a twinge of confusion at her words. Junior sister, what do you mean? Master has been here for some time, and the captured individuals have already been rescued. You arrived just in time to assist me in escorting them down. Wei Qingning opened her mouth to respond, but Li Yunting urged her to focus on the task at hand, and she, still bewildered, hoisted 2 girls onto a horse before carrying Sun Sire down the mountain. Xing Zhongqiu cast a glance at Wang Xuanji, realizing that he had likely been deceived once again. This wretched creature was always scheming. No wonder he was so short. His excessive scheming had stunted his growth. Wang Xuanji was smug, claiming that following his advice was sufficient. Yet Xing Zhongqiu stubbornly refused to listen, and it served him right. After an exhausting ride here, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of the true form of the serpent demon. How pitiful. Wang Xuanji mused. Does this disciple lack insight? He hasn't even inquired about the mastermind behind the serpent demon. Why leave? He intended to witness the interrogation. Li Yunting, seeing his master's reluctance to depart, also remained still. His master was injured, and he needed to stay to take care of him. Xing Zhongqiu found the group peculiar. Noticing Xing Zhongqiu's gaze, Wang Xuanji smiled and spoke. Xing Zhongqiu stepped forward, saying, I shall remain here to see if assistance is needed. He was principled, not foolish. How could he miss Wang Xuanji's blatant attempt to send him away? Yet, he chose to stay, determined to vex the wretched creature. Nearby, the overlooked serpent demon cautiously wriggled its tail. Perceiving a lack of attention, its eyes suddenly gleamed with hope. It exerted considerable effort to slither 10 meters away, feeling exhilarated. Quietly rising, it prepared to escape. Qiao Niannian glanced at the serpent demon, stepped forward, and stepped on its tail. The serpent demon stood up, about to flee. But with a thud, it found itself face first on the ground. What scoundrel had tugged at its tail? Master, you must be tired. Do you need me to massage your legs? Qiao Niannian, uninterested, retorted, speak. Who instructed you to do this? The serpent demon's eyes darted, preparing to lie. Qiao Niannian unleashed a talisman radiating with electric light, hovering above the serpent demon's head. The serpent demon could vividly sense that with a mere thought from Qiao Niannian, the lightning could strike down upon it, potentially shattering its very soul. It swallowed hard. It's not that I do not wish to speak. I simply do not know who he is. That day, while I was cultivating, at a critical moment, an eagle suddenly swooped down to attack me. Unable to resist, I desperately attempted to transform. I could have transformed long ago, but to do so is perilous for a demon, and I had always suppressed that power. That day, I only slightly activated my demonic energy, inadvertently attracting a lightning tribulation. The lightning struck the eagle, injuring it, and as it sought to escape, I ensnared it tightly. Ignoring the danger of being clawed by the eagle, I allowed it to endure 2 more lightning strikes, ultimately resulting in its demise. Perhaps due to the eagle absorbing some of the tribulation's force, I was subsequently struck a few times myself. I was injured yet managed to successfully transform. However, even after achieving transformation, I remained gravely wounded. Then, a mysterious figure appeared. With a mere wave of his hand, my injuries were significantly healed. He then told me that if I consumed the souls of 3 pure beings, I could greatly enhance my power and form a demon core. Upon mentioning the demon core, the serpent demon's tone noticeably wavered. Qiao Niannian cast a cold glance, and the serpent demon's previously ignited anger dissipated in an instant. Woe is me! How could they bully a serpent like this? Am I not entitled to the dignity of a serpent? The serpent demon protested. It's absurd to say that demons can form cores upon birth. It isn't necessary to consume humans. Angered by the doubt cast upon it, the serpent demon snapped. I am not lying. Everything I said is the truth. Qiao Niannian regarded the serpent demon thoughtfully before slowly inquiring, what does that mysterious figure look like? The serpent demon hadn't anticipated Qiao Niannian would believe its words. Such an outrageous claim would typically be met with skepticism, even from its own kin, who deemed it a monster. Now, suddenly believed by Qiao Niannian, the serpent demon felt a warmth blossom in its heart. However, before it could bask in this feeling, The thunder talisman above it stirred, and it understood that this was merely an illusion. After I transcended my tribulation, heavy rains followed, and the sky darkened. The figure wore a black cloak and held an oiled paper umbrella. He stood at a distance, and I could not discern his features. Qiao Niannian suddenly turned to Wang Xuanji and the others. Do you possess an image of the statue offered to Qin Seng? I do. Li Yunting produced a portrait. Qiao Niannian showed it to the serpent demon. Is this the person? After a few glances, the serpent demon nodded vigorously. It is indeed him. Though I cannot see his face, his attire is identical. Wang Xuanji remarked, this is an unexpected gain. He prepared to ask further questions, but the serpent demon had already revealed all it knew. Further inquiries would yield no more truths. The serpent demon had shared everything it could. Now looking anxiously at Qiao Niannian, what do you intend to do with me? You won't kill me to silence me, will you? While training on the mountain, it had heard woodcutters recount historical tales. Those who were interrogated and revealed the truth were always executed. Contemplating this, the serpent demon grew incensed. Humans are truly despicable. As it seethed, its body began to swell. Qiao Niannian glanced at it. What is wrong? The serpent demon resolved to fight back. You are not keeping your word. How am I not keeping my word? Qiao Niannian retorted, bewildered. The serpent demon scoffed. You said if I confessed, you would spare me. But now you seem to be reneging. Qiao Niannian was even more speechless. When did I ever say such foolishness? Do I need to negotiate terms with a demon I have firmly subdued? The serpent demon was left dumbfounded. Didn't he you? It's impossible. It pondered deeply, realizing it had nearly forgotten to negotiate terms. Nearby, Xing Zhongqiu finally understood. The youth before him was, in fact, the serpent demon. Moreover, someone had instigated it to consume humans, and this individual was connected to those Wang Xuanji was investigating. Who was this person? Able to appear so opportunely before the serpent demon as if orchestrated? Why do you seek to form a demon core? Qiao Niannian had noted the serpent demon's almost explosive reaction upon mentioning the core. Chapter 33. Danger for Third Brother. Qiao Niannian regarded the serpent demon. Aware that many demons lacked cores, some, with lesser talents, could cultivate their entire lives without ever forming one. Only a select few were born with cores, such as the descendants of ancient divine beasts. These beings benefited from their ancestors' bloodline advantages, possessing cores from birth, which would grow stronger with cultivation, potentially leading to the inheritance of their ancestors' powers. Could it be? Qiao Niannian's skeptical gaze fell upon the serpent demon. Among the 10 divine beasts, there was indeed one that resembled a serpent. The Tingsha. The Tingsha, with its wings, could soar through the clouds, resembling a dragon but lacking claws. It boasted a vibrant appearance, adorned with blue patterns and purple wings, truly magnificent. Yet, among the Tingsha, there had never been one entirely black and wingless. Perhaps Qiao Niannian's inquisitive gaze was too evident. The serpent demon, feeling indignant, declared, I am a descendant of the divine beast black dragon. Qiao Niannian couldn't help but chuckle. It was not an intentional laugh, merely an involuntary reaction. The black dragon, at the very least, was a dragon. Yet, how could one mistake this for anything other than a mere serpent? Incensed, the serpent demon thought, despite its unusual appearance, once it formed its core, it would surely transform into a dragon. Other dragons were born with horns and claws, naturally possessing cores, while it was left looking like a serpent, leading to its ostracism among its kin. Subsequently, it was betrayed by its own kind, barely escaping with its life and leaving the dragon clan. Yet, it was then hunted by an eagle. Fortunately, it succeeded in transforming and discovered the means to form a core. Alas, all was in vain. Time had slipped away, and the elixirs were taken. It might never again have the chance to coalesce a core and become a true dragon. Qiao Niannian realized that the situation had not escalated into a grave error, nor had it cost him his life. Beside her, Wang Xuanji's eyes gleamed with envy. He was about to step forward when he noticed a change in Qiao Niannian's expression. Oh no, I forgot about third brother, she exclaimed, swiftly casting a teleportation talisman. In an instant, Qiao Niannian, along with Xiao Rongyu and the serpent demon, vanished from the spot. Xing Zhongqiu's eyes widened in disbelief, and Li Yunting was equally astonished. Where did they go? 2 living beings and a large snake just disappeared like that? Wang Xuanji looked at Xing Zhongqiu, who was swallowing hard, and displayed a look of disdain. What is there to be surprised about? It's just a teleportation talisman. No need to make a fuss. He turned to Li Yunting and said, Disciple, let us descend the mountain. Qiao Niannian had left, leaving him feeling quite dejected. Alas, his relationship with Master Qiao was not yet close enough. He needed to strive for improvement. Ideally, he could obtain a couple of teleportation talismans from Master Qiao for practical use. The very thought of it was delightful. Xing Zhongqiu had encountered many individuals skilled in the arts, especially with the National Master being quite formidable. Yet, even the National Master had never vanished before his eyes. Qiao Niannian's actions shattered Xing Zhongqiu's understanding of the world. Seeing Wang Xuanji and Li Yunting had already walked far ahead, he hastened to catch up. Such profound mysteries were terrifying, sending chills down his spine. Regardless, Wang Xuanji had some cultivation. It felt safer to stay close to him. On another note, Xiao Rongyu, having experienced his third teleportation, had settled into a state of calm. Observing that Qiao Niannian had brought the snake along, a smile graced his lips. The mastermind behind the Black Snake's crimes aimed to disrupt the capital and likely sought to harness it for their own purposes. From the serpent's words, Xiao Rongyu discerned that the individual had intentionally incited the demon to commit murder. If the goal were merely to kill a few people, they could have sent anyone. It was evident that the target was the serpent demon itself. This demon had just transformed and had not yet accumulated any karmic debt, making it difficult to control. The individual clearly preferred to tempt the demon into committing heinous acts and then ensnare it. Xiao Niannian was taken aback that Xiao Rongyu had guessed her intentions. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, she generously praised him. "Your Highness is truly astute. I have a penchant for seizing what belongs to villains. Since they wish to take the snake away, I shall claim it first. I am curious to see if they dare to snatch it from my grasp." Her words were bold, yet she possessed the confidence to back them up. Meanwhile, the serpent, overhearing their conversation, realized it had been manipulated. "How dare that scoundrel deceive me?" it thought, still seething with indignation. Before it could express its anger, it heard Qiao Niannian declare her intention to claim it. "Wait. Isn't anyone going to ask for my opinion?" it protested, twirling a thunder talisman in its hand. "I have no objections at all. I am quite willing," the serpent replied. Qiao Niannian nodded in satisfaction, instructing, "Then shrink down and rest on my arm." Reluctantly, the serpent transformed into a miniature black snake, fitting comfortably in the palm of her hand. At first glance, it appeared merely as an intricate pattern on her attire. Without further conversation with Xiao Rongyu, Xiao Niannian hurriedly departed. On the way, the serpent could not suppress its curiosity. "If I consume those 3 women, can I truly not condense a demon core?" Qiao Niannian, noticing the serpent's lingering hopes, replied directly, "If you refrain from eating humans, there is still a chance for you to form a demon core. However, once you consume human flesh, you can forget about it for life. If it were that simple, every demon would merely feast on a few humans to enhance their power. And who would bother with arduous cultivation?" The serpent grumbled. Very well. It was now convinced that the scoundrel had indeed deceived it. Anger flashed in its eyes. How could a proud descendant of the dragon clan be fooled by a mere human? It vowed to enact vengeance upon the deceiver should they cross paths again. As the serpent contemplated its revenge, Qiao Niannian arrived at the entrance of the Mingyuan Marquis' residence. The estate was brightly lit, and the guards had not yet retreated. If memory served her right, it must already be the hour of the pig. What good-hearted person could still be awake at such a late hour? A sense of unease crept into Qiao Niannian's mind. Had the estate been afflicted by some malevolent force? Yet, upon careful inspection, she found no signs of anything amiss. Suppressing her doubts, she approached the entrance. Qiao Niannian nodded and was about to enter when a thought struck her, causing her to retreat. Has anything peculiar occurred in the residence today? She wondered. Chapter 34. Women are terrifying creatures. The night was still relatively young. Why not linger outside a bit longer? Qiao Niannian thought, "Oh no, mother is angry." Wait, did His Highness not send anyone to speak on my behalf? Madame Hua was furiously distressed. Of course. The prince had sent someone to speak for her. She couldn't be bothered to expose the lie. Yet, the more she knew it was a falsehood, the more she worried for Qiao Niannian's safety. She could not help but be upset. Thankfully, Qiao Niannian had a sweet tongue. She stepped forward, linking her arm with Madame Hua's, her voice dripping with honey. "Mother, please do not be angry. If you are upset, your daughter will feel heartbroken. How about this? If you're angry, just slap me twice." With that, she playfully extended her hand. Madame Hua raised her hand as if to strike, but when it met Qiao Niannian's palm, she found herself unable to follow through. It seemed she was at her wit's end with this daughter. To strike her was unthinkable, and scolding was ineffective. She would have to resort to other means. In Xiao Beichen's courtyard, Madame Hua pulled Qiao Niannian inside, and a young servant immediately stepped forward to pay his respects. Madame Hua, observing the kneeling figure, ordered a chair to be brought to the courtyard. It was quite late for such a display. It would surely frighten someone. The young servant was drenched in sweat, uncertain of what to do. Madame Hua took her seat and finally inquired, "Where is third young master?" She feared that with a mere turn, the boy had slipped away again. Initially, she intended to discipline Xiao Beichen, but to her surprise, he was fast asleep. What a heart, he must have to sleep so soundly. Madame Hua chuckled lightly. So, he has already fallen asleep. The young servant shivered at her gentle tone, sensing an ominous premonition. Soon his fears materialized. Madame Hua commanded the guards to retrieve Xiao Beichen from his chamber. These guards, trained to protect the estate, acted swiftly. At her command, several barged into the room. Xiao Beichen, deeply asleep, had not even registered what was happening before he was seized by the guards and dragged out. Though it was early autumn and the days were still warm, the nights had grown quite chilly. As the night breeze brushed against his drowsy face, he shivered and slowly awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself facing his mother and younger sister. Just as Qiao Beichen was about to speak, his mother's voice cut in, "Hold third young master down on the stool." "Mother, I am your own son," Qiao Beichen protested. "I've already admitted my mistake regarding the gambling. In the past, once he acknowledged his wrongdoings, the matter was settled. Why must he still face punishment this time?" Madame Hua ignored him entirely. The guards were efficient, and before Qiao Beichen could utter another word, they had him firmly restrained. Realizing they were serious, he began to wail. "Mother, I understand my mistake. I promised to study diligently at the academy. Is that acceptable?" "Enough noise." Hua turned to the guards, commanding, "Silence him." Qiao Beichen was left in shock. His mother was indeed ruthless. It was one thing to strike him, but to deny him the right to express pain was another matter entirely. Indignant, Qiao Beichen opened his mouth to protest, but before he could utter a word, a piece of cloth was stuffed into his mouth. With a single command from Hua, the guards brandished the rod. Hua explained to Qiao Niannian that the rod used for punishment was not trivial. The smaller one weighed only 20 pounds and could draw blood with 7 strikes. However, in the esteemed Qiao family, where rules were stringent, the guards were elite selected from military ranks, wielding a larger rod that weighed at least 40 pounds. Typically, 5 strikes would suffice to see blood. "Pay close attention," she instructed. Qiao Niannian had a foreboding feeling that her third brother's impending misfortune was entirely her fault. However, what could she say? All she could do was silently apologize. "I'm sorry, third brother, this is all my fault." Qiao Beichen did not desire such apologies. What he wanted was to avoid the rod altogether. Yet, Hua was resolute in teaching the siblings a lesson, showing no signs of mercy. The guards held him down and raised the rod to strike. The heavy thud of the rod against his backside echoed, and after 5 strikes, blood was drawn. Unable to bear the sight, Qiao Niannian heard Hua's admonishment. "Watch closely." Qiao Niannian realized her mother was determined to make her see this. "Enough. Clean the courtyard and tend to the third young master's wounds properly." Hua's tone was calm, and without hesitation, the servants complied, restoring the courtyard to its original state. The serpent demon observed the scene, trembling in fear. Indeed, women were not to be trifled with. From beneath her mother's overwhelming aura, Qiao Niannian obediently kept quiet. Hua was quite pleased with her daughter's demeanor, considering it a lesson well learned, and her heart softened. "Very well, dear." Just as Qiao Niannian was about to leave, she noticed her mother's brow darkening. Is she facing another calamity? She must listen carefully. Who is the scoundrel this time attempting to harm her? Qiao Niannian furrowed her brow as she calculated. Her insights into her family's fate were merely approximations, lacking precision. For specifics, she would need to consult Aunt Sue later. Hua was taken aback that even with Aunt Sue imprisoned, mischief was still afoot. She promptly instructed Pomegranate to prepare a lighter diet for Aunt Sue, as heavy meals would only lead to discomfort. The previous collaborators from the second household had all been sold off by Hua, leaving no remnants of them in the residence. Previously, Hua had chosen not to pursue the matter, but should she decide to, the second household would surely suffer. Chapter 35. His Royal Highness is truly attentive. Qiao Niannian opened the box to reveal the ancestral tablet and a protective bronze mirror. Aside from these, there was a bundle of vermilion talismans. Such a quantity would last for many years. Beneath these items lay a wooden box, which she opened to find neatly tied incense and a sand-filled incense burner. The former indicated meticulousness, while the incense burner showed genuine care. Qiao Niannian gazed thoughtfully at the incense burner, pondering the likelihood of His Royal Highness taking an interest in her. Presently, she was merely 10 years old, her body yet to mature. The only redeeming feature was her face, but when compared to Xia Rongyu, it paled in significance. She pinched her baby fat. She was not unattractive, merely excessively cute, with her features still soft. Considering all of this, the possibility was nil. Very well, my resolve remains intact. If His Royal Highness truly fancied her, she would find it hard to refuse such a handsome face. Casting aside these errant thoughts, Qiao Niannian arranged a feng shui spot for the ancestral tablet in her room, placing the incense burner carefully. She earnestly lit the incense, and to her astonishment, it ignited in an instant. The speed was far greater than when she lit incense at the Qintian Bureau. "Master, how long has it been since you've eaten? You're consuming so quickly. Impudent girl, how dare you speak? If you don't continue to offer incense, I might just perish." The master lamented, shedding a tear of bitterness. Qiao Niannian, hearing his voice, felt a thrill of joy, quickly followed by exasperation. "Master, you've ascended. How could you perish?" The master's voice was filled with grievance. "You know not the hardships of ascension. It was only after ascending that I understood. Being a deity allows one to live long, but under certain conditions, one must receive offerings. If a deity is neglected over time, their lifespan is limited. Conversely, the more fervent the offerings, the longer the life." Qiao Niannian realized that even in the heavens, competition was fierce. Yet, regarding her master's longevity, she would not take it lightly.
Do not worry, master.
I am now the legitimate daughter of the Qiao family, with resources at my disposal. I will build you a temple. The master expressed satisfaction. Henceforth, he too would become a deity receiving offerings. Initially, the second household conspired to frame her mother for secretly practicing witchcraft, aiming to bring about her demise. After her mother's death, they plotted to eliminate her. Following her demise, her eldest brother would be ensnared by treachery, then her second brother, and so forth, leading to disastrous fates for them all. Her father suffered most tragically, deceived by a maid, leading to the loss of family, only to be cuckolded by Aunt Sue, raising another child, ultimately facing humiliation from these two offspring. All of this appeared to be a grand scheme targeting the Qiao household. Furthermore, the emperor was ensnared by a blood curse, and the crown prince's fate was altered. This, too, was part of the plot. While reading, Qiao Niannian initially believed the author had designed it this way to sacrifice the Qiao household, allowing the female lead to attain a status worthy of the male lead. The royal family's design was to ensure the male lead ascended to the throne. However, upon encountering these individuals, she felt that the male and female leads lacked the capability to orchestrate such events. It seemed as if an unseen hand controlled everything. All occurrences resembled a game of chess, with the so-called male and female leads merely pawns. This was a plan targeting the great Xia dynasty, the Qiao household, and perhaps all loyal subjects. When she read the book, it had not concluded. She saw the third prince ascend to the throne, crowning Qiao Yueying as empress. Yet the question remained, would the third prince truly secure his position? That was uncertain. The third prince acted on his whims, being the son of a favored concubine, spoiled and haughty, lacking respect for the worthy. Upon ascending, he ruthlessly eliminated loyal subjects. By the time he took the throne, most loyalists were already dead. Such a court could not endure. Furthermore, Qiao Yueying had always been identified as Qiao Chushan's daughter, her true identity concealed. Thus, the pressing question arose, who were Aunt Sue's two children? Who was the mysterious figure behind her, and what was their connection to Qin Sang? Were they all under the command of a single master? What were the intentions of this enigmatic figure? Did they seek to topple the great Xia dynasty or harbor other motives? Qiao Niannian was oblivious to the true objectives of this hidden figure. But she resolutely refused to permit anyone to harm her family. If her mother's calamity was linked to Aunt Sue, then she would take action against Aunt Sue. Moreover, her brother's protective mare needed to be prepared swiftly and sent to the frontier. After contemplating her path forward, Qiao Niannian finally closed her eyes. She slept late but awoke early. Just past the hour of the tiger, she rose. Morning was the time of day when spiritual energy was most abundant. After meditating for an hour, her maid entered to attend to her. After washing and having breakfast, Qiao Niannian took her maid to the place where Aunt Sue was detained. The guards at the entrance welcomed the second young lady, eagerly opening the door for her. Last night, the lady sent someone to inform that the second young lady wished to see Aunt Sue, and thus was allowed to enter directly. The carefully prepared words of Qiao Niannian were rendered unnecessary. As she stepped inside, she was met with Aunt Sue's fierce glare, a look born from resentment towards Qiao Niannian. It was unclear what the girl had done to provoke such ire, but it had forced Aunt Sue to reveal truths she would rather have kept hidden. She had even suffered a beating, and now her backside throbbed painfully, without even a balm for relief. If given the chance, Aunt Sue would have relished the idea of strangling Qiao Niannian. Unfazed by Aunt Sue's contempt, Qiao Niannian boldly presented a talisman of truth. Aunt Sue, with a wary expression, scrutinized her. What was this troublesome girl up to? Qiao Niannian wasted no time. What is your relationship with Qin Sang? Previously, in the presence of her parents, she had been unable to inquire about Qin Sang, as the matter of the emperor's blood curse demanded secrecy. Aunt Sue's face contorted with confusion. Qin Sang? What Qin Sang? The power of the talisman was evident to Qiao Niannian, for Aunt Sue's bewilderment confirmed her ignorance. Who is your master? The question startled Aunt Sue, causing her to instinctively cover her mouth. With a flick of her fingers, Qiao Niannian unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, rendering Aunt Sue immobile except for her mouth, which began to spill the truth. I do not know who my master truly is. Every time I meet him, he is clad in black, his face hidden from view. Qiao Niannian nodded, pursuing the most pressing inquiry. How did you come to know your master? What has he commanded you to do? Who are Qiao Yueying and Xiao Chaocheng? What is your objective? Chapter 36. The truth of years past. Aunt Sue fought with all her might against the compulsion to speak, but it was in vain. With her eyes shut tight, she recounted the events of her past. I was born into poverty. My father was a gambler who sold me to a brothel to pay off his debts. Unwilling to succumb to such a fate, I managed to escape. And it was my master who rescued me. Grateful, I chose to remain by his side. He nurtured me with care and eventually sent me to serve as a maid in the Marquis's residence. For 2 years, my master did not appear. When he finally did, he instructed me to seduce Qiao Chushan. I was reluctant, for my heart belonged to my master. Yet, since Qiao Chushan was pivotal to my master's grand plans, I had no choice but to comply. Alas, despite my many attempts to entice him, he remained oblivious, his affection solely for the Hor family. During the third young master's full moon celebration, I drugged his wine, leading him to believe we had been intimate. Subsequently, I became the concubine in the household. Since then, my master has not returned, only sending word for me to raise the 2 children. A decade has passed, and when my master reappeared, he handed me a box, instructing me to place it in his quarters. I knew its contents, and I complied with his command. However, that wretched who managed to discover the box and swapped its contents, evading a fate worse than death. As she recounted this incident, a palpable hatred simmered in Aunt Sue's eyes. And what of Qiao Yueying and Qiao Chaocheng? Yueying and Chaocheng are my master's children. I have always adored him. How could I possibly seek to seduce Qiao Chushan? Aunt Sue laughed mockingly, a hint of pride lacing her expression. After all, she had manipulated that man for years, relishing in the discord he experienced over her and her master's offspring. You seem quite pleased, Qiao Niannian remarked, a smile that did not reach her eyes. Aunt Sue scoffed. And what of it? What can you do to me? Everyone in this residence dances to my tune. I once thought you a fool, but it appears I misjudged you. With his secrets laid bare, Aunt Sue felt no need for pretense in front of Qiao Niannian. She had believed herself to be a master investigator. Yet she had stumbled in her dealings with Qiao Niannian. Nevertheless, she was unperturbed. Once her master arrived, she would find a way to reclaim her fortunes. What does your master truly desire? At the mention of her master, reverence colored Aunt Sue's expression. She glanced at Xiao Nyen with disdain. I am unaware of my master's intentions, but I know he is a person of great ambition. You are merely pawns in his game. Despite the inquiries, the only valuable information gleaned was the lineage of Qiao Yueying and Qiao Chaocheng. As for the identity and goals of this master, Aunt Sue remained in the dark. Observing Aunt Sue's smug countenance, Qiao Niannian chuckled lightly. You seem rather pleased. Surely your master is coming to see you. After all, given your failure to fulfill his task, he must surely wish to inquire about the situation. Here, allow me to present you with a grand gift. No need for thanks. Qiao Niannian produced a talisman of lies. Her first use of such an item, specifically prepared for Aunt Sue. The talisman soared through the air, landing on Aunt Sue and vanishing without a trace. Aunt Sue's face turned pale with terror. She could bear the consequences, but her master must not come to harm. Knowing Qiao Niannian was aware of her master's impending arrival, she resolved to thwart his approach and find a way to send him a warning. She sketched 2 talismans on her protective heart mirror, a rebound talisman and a protective talisman. With these in hand, her eldest brother should be safe. Just as Qiao Niannian contemplated who to send with the protective copper mirror, a servant announced the arrival of her second uncle. Surprised, she inquired, "What of father?" Intrigued, Qiao Niannian followed the servant to the front hall. As she approached, she overheard a conversation. Qiao Chufeng frowned, expressing dissatisfaction in his tone towards Hua.
Sister-in-law,
You said the same thing when I arrived last night. Today marks the 4th day. I cannot wait any longer. The soldiers' rations are only sufficient for 5 days. And today is already the 4th. I fear for Chuan Bai and the others. Qiao Niannian could hardly contain her exasperation at Qiao Chufeng's words. You dare mention my brother? When he was in peril, you felt no remorse. You merely acted like a cat mourning a mouse. Hua's previously chaotic mind suddenly cleared.
her daughter was right.
Xiao Chufeng had shown no mercy when it came to her son, nor did he feel guilt when selling grain to the barbarians. Now, he feigned concern before her. If he wished to play the part, she would let him act to his heart's content. Hua's face reflected worry. Second brother, given the urgency of Chuan Bai's situation, why not enter the palace and plead with the emperor for immediate provisions? Xiao Chufeng was momentarily taken aback. He had come to the marquis's residence precisely because he had not been summoned by the emperor. With patience, he replied, Sister-in-law, the emperor has not called for me. This matter requires my elder brother's intervention. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Having spoken, Hua rose. Second brother, I have matters to attend to. So, I must take my leave. Xiao Chufeng quickly stood. Sister-in-law, attend to your affairs. Once Hua had departed, Qiao Niannian hastily followed suit with her maid. How peculiar. Things seemed to be unfolding rather oddly. As they distanced themselves, Hua, though her hearing was muddled, understood Qiao Niannian's intent. Regardless of Qiao Chushan's business, the grain absolutely must not be allowed to leave with Qiao Chufeng. She needed to devise a plan to prevent this from happening. After much contemplation, Hua resolved to write a letter to her family. Her family hailed from a lineage of generals. Her father was a general of cavalry, her elder brother a major general, and her second brother led the vanguard. In a household steeped in military tradition, Qiao Chuan Bai had grown fond of the army from a young age, having followed his elder brother to the barracks. At only 19, he was already capable of commanding troops in battle, having driven the barbarians into retreat on 2 occasions. Father has repeatedly praised Chuan Bai in her presence, declaring him a natural talent for leadership, even surpassing his 2 uncles. If father were to discover that the grandson he cherishes the most would one day fall victim to treachery, it would undoubtedly grieve him deeply. Hua hastily penned a letter to be delivered by Haiteng. Chapter 37. The thoughts of Qiao Chufeng. Qiao Niannian encountered Haidang on the road. Upon learning that Haidang was headed to the general's residence, her eyes brightened. She could arrange for someone from the general's household to deliver a protective copper mirror to her elder brother. The general's residence was well acquainted with the routes to the border, making them the most suitable messengers. She immediately called out to Haidang, "Wait a moment, I have a letter for my second cousin. Please take it with you." Qiao Niannian pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Haidang, who looked puzzled. Why does the second miss carry a letter with her? She did not look closely. In truth, what Qiao Niannian handed over was merely a blank sheet, the words appearing only upon it resting in her hands. Haidang accepted the letter and hurried away. Meanwhile, Qiao Chufeng, finding himself exceedingly bored, wandered out of the house and meandered about the Marquis's residence. He had once lived there until the emperor dispatched him to the border, which marked his separation from the family.
Now he could only stay at an inn.
Observing the bustling servants and the opulent courtyard, he couldn't help but clench his fists. All of this should have been his. He blamed Qiao Chushan for obstructing his path and lamented the foolishness of his deceased father, who failed to see who was truly deserving of inheriting the marquisate. For 40 years, Qiao Chufeng had concealed his true self, his schemes fleeting and nearly unnoticeable. He traversed the back garden and arrived at the courtyard of the second household. This courtyard was unlike the first. Aunt Su and Xiao Yuang resided in a secluded little yard that lacked the elegance of Hui's Qingfeng garden or the comfort of Qiao Niannian's Xuxing pavilion. It contained only 6 rooms. One for Aunt Su, one for Qiao Yuang, a small kitchen, a storeroom, and 2 maid quarters. With Aunt Su confined, Qiao Yuang was now the sole occupant. Recently, Qiao Yuang had been struck harshly, and the redness on her face had only just begun to subside. She had not left the courtyard in days. Resentful of her father's favoritism and her uncle's lack of support, she felt wronged. Especially since the item in question had clearly been given to her by her uncle, who knew she was innocent, yet did nothing to defend her. Previously, she could rely on her mother for comfort, but now that her mother was confined, she had not even seen Su. She felt unfortunate, as the second household had been enduring a streak of misfortune. Her father, who had once lavished her with affection, had now resorted to violence against her. Qiao Yuang was so lost in her thoughts that she did not notice Qiao Chufeng's entrance. He called out helplessly, Yuang. Startled, she looked up and, upon recognizing him, a momentary look of confusion crossed her face before she lowered her gaze. Qiao Chufeng sighed, "Yuang, is your face feeling better? Uncle did not intentionally neglect to speak up for you. If I had, my sister-in-law would have known I brought you a gift and might have caused you trouble. My silence is for your own good." Xiao Yuang pressed her lips together. At that moment, Qiao Chufeng produced a wooden box from his possession and presented it to her. "See what's inside." Unable to restrain her curiosity, Qiao Yuang opened the box to find a set of jewelry even more exquisite than the last necklace she had received. This time, it was a complete set. No girl could refuse such beautiful adornments, especially ones unique in the capital. Her expression softened instantly as she murmured, "I thought Uncle no longer cared for me." Qiao Chufeng affectionately ruffled her hair. "How could that be? You are my favorite." He gazed at the 12-year-old girl before him. Youthful and innocent, yet already displaying the beginnings of her charm, her eyes slightly gleaming. Qiao Niannian perched high on a tree branch, her figure concealed by the lush foliage. Since her mother's departure, she had anticipated Qiao Chufeng's visit to Qiao Yuang. In truth, she found Qiao Chufeng's attitude towards Qiao Yuang perplexing. Approaching 40, with 2 daughters of his own, the elder already 17, it was curious that he favored a niece over his own flesh and blood. Every month he penned a letter, occasionally sending gifts to the entire household, including Qiao Yuang, for whom he had prepared a present far superior to the others. This fact remained a secret to everyone in the household. Qiao Niannian found it odd. However, witnessing Qiao Chufeng caressing Qiao Yuang's had stirred her heart. This was quite shocking. The serpent demon accompanying her remarked, "Humans are even more outrageous than we demons. We at least wait for our young to mature before developing such affections." Qiao Niannian remained silent, observing the courtyard for a while before growing weary of the scene. Qiao Yuang seemed entirely unperturbed, allowing Qiao Chufeng to engage in such intimate gestures, even appearing to relish them. Unable to bear the sight, she leapt from the tree, muttering to herself in disbelief. Qiao Chufeng, nearly 40, has taken a liking to 12-year-old Qiao Yuang. It's utterly beastly. No wonder he would later become the Marquis. Advocating for Qiao Yuang to be crowned empress, he is merely supporting his own affections. This twisted sentiment is truly incomprehensible. Qiao Niannian lamented. Her thoughts interrupted when Qiao Chushan called her, leading her to his quarters. He began with shocking news. "I have something to tell you. The emperor suspects that the last grain shipment was compromised by spies, so he has arranged for it to be transported by water this time. I was uncertain about whom to send, but fortunately, my elder brother is now in the palace and has taken on this task. The supplies have already departed by water." Hui's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. She had not anticipated her brother's swift action in seeking permission from the emperor, who had agreed. Both husband and wife wore expressions of delight. With her brother personally overseeing the transport, the supplies would surely reach their son. Qiao Niannian felt the greatest joy. Initially worried about how to persuade her father and uncle not to sell the grain to the barbarians, only to discover that the emperor had devised a solution. Let me calculate whether this grain can safely reach my brother. Qiao Niannian began to count on her fingers, while Qiao Chushan and his wife held their breath, fearful of missing any important news. Thankfully, the outcome was favorable. Hurrah! This time, all the grain will reach my brother. And the 50,000 soldiers will no longer suffer hunger. After celebrating, she grew puzzled. Why has the emperor suddenly become so astute? Could it be that my uncle anticipated the presence of spies, prompting him to request the waterborne transport of supplies? Unable to comprehend, she decided to dismiss the thought. Regardless, the result is what matters. Just as Qiao Chushan sought to offer his daughter some comfort, she had already consoled herself. Thus, he remained silent. At that moment, a maid entered to announce, "Second Miss, young Master Huijin has arrived." Chapter 38. A mishap befalls the crown prince. It was my cousin who has arrived. Mother and father, I shall go take a look. With their consent, Xiao Nyen dashed out. Qiao Chushan and Mrs. Hu were not at all surprised. This child has always been fond of wandering this way, particularly cherishing her younger sister, Qiao Niannian, who often comes to visit. The last time Qiao Niannian fell into the water and lost consciousness, Huijin came to visit her for 2 consecutive days, only to be assigned a task by his father and had to leave for several days thereafter. As Qiao Niannian stepped out of the courtyard, she spotted her cousin approaching, accompanied by a maid. Her cousin, Huiyu, was 17 this year, a vanguard in battle, valiant and skilled, much like a concealed sword, capable of delivering a devastating blow to the enemy at a critical moment. Clad in a fitted uniform, he walked with a brisk air, though his skin was somewhat tanned. "Cousin," he exclaimed, "look what I have brought you as a gift." He presented a box to Qiao Niannian. Raising an eyebrow in surprise at the unexpected gift, she opened the box to find a wooden sword inside. "Cousin, after your frightening ordeal in the water, I specifically found this peachwood sword to protect you," he declared with a broad smile. "Don't be too moved." Qiao Niannian's lips twitched. A snake spirit peeked out, observing with disdain. Who said a sword made of peachwood is a peachwood sword? A true peachwood sword is a magical artifact requiring incantations. This is nothing of the sort. Accepting the gift, Qiao Niannian then inquired, "Cousin, do you have any time off lately?" Huiyu, having performed exceptionally in his recent mission, had received a few days of leave from the emperor. "Could you possibly visit the border and deliver something to my elder brother? Be good, don't cause trouble." "I only have 3 days off, not 3 months, he replied. That presents a dilemma, Qiao Niannian thought. She intended to warn Huiyu of the potential danger her brother faced, but instead blurted out, "Beep beep beep beep, very well, let it be annihilated." Huiyu looked perplexed. Where is that sound coming from? Before he could ponder further, a commotion erupted in the distance. It was Qiao Chushan and Qiao Chufeng. Qiao Chufeng had come to the Ho residence seeking assistance from Qiao Chushan, but Qiao Chushan, aware of his brother's dubious character, was reluctant to oblige. Qiao Chufeng, displeased, exclaimed, "Elder brother, this matter pertains to Chuanbai, concerning the 50,000 soldiers at the border. How can you refuse to help?" Qiao Chushan appeared troubled. "Second brother, it is not that I refuse to assist, but the national treasury is depleted, and we lack sufficient provisions." Huiyu raised an eyebrow. His father had received a letter from his aunt earlier that day, hastily entering the palace and subsequently departing the capital in secrecy. Yet, he was aware that his father was transporting provisions via waterway. Could it be that his uncle was unaware of this? Just as he was about to offer a warning, Qiao Niannian pinched him. She cautioned him. "Beep beep beep beep. What on earth? I can never speak at critical moments. I'm not implying that my uncle would sell provisions to the barbarians. I merely wish to warn my elder brother that my uncle is not a good person." "Is that so difficult?" Upon reflection, her uncle harbored intentions to harm her father and ascend to the position of marquis, rendering him indeed a villain in her eyes. Unable to alert her cousin, and fearing he might speak out and ruin matters, she felt an urgent sense of unease. Huiyu was bewildered. The voice he had just heard had originated from his cousin, yet she had not spoken aloud. Could it be her inner voice? Moreover, did their uncle truly intend to sell food to the barbarians? Contemplating this, Huiyu swallowed his words. After much discussion, Qiao Chufeng failed to sway Qiao Chushan and ultimately stormed off, red-faced. "Very well, it seems I must wait until the day after tomorrow." That evening, Huiyu remained at the Ho residence for dinner before departing. Just as he was about to leave, Qiao Niannian spoke up unexpectedly. Huiyu frowned as he felt a folded talisman thrust into his hand. "Cousin, this is for you, to ensure your safety. If you believe in me, come find me tomorrow." Huiyu did not grasp the full meaning behind Qiao Niannian's words, but he carefully tucked away the talisman she had given him. It was a heartfelt gesture from his cousin, one he could not disregard. Qiao Chushan, ever observant, noticed his daughter's actions and promptly pulled his nephew aside. "Huijin, be sure to keep safe whatever Niannian has given you. Do not let it out of your grasp, understand?" Huiyu patted his chest. "Uncle, Rest assured. I will keep it close to me. He then exited the Ho residence. Though both the General's residence and the Ho residence lay within the capital, they were situated at opposite ends, one to the south and the other to the north. Huiyu had traversed this path countless times, normally reaching home in a quarter of an hour, yet today it felt as though he had only covered half the distance after 3/4 of an hour. He halted, sensing something amiss. At that moment, a woman's voice called from behind.
Huiyu, Huolang.
Huiyu had never believed in ghosts or supernatural occurrences, yet today, an unshakable chill enveloped him. The voice echoed again. As he turned, he noticed a surge of dark energy approaching from behind, engulfing his legs. A hand rested on his shoulder, its breath whispering in his ear. Huiyu froze. Despite his martial prowess, he found himself at a loss for how to retaliate. Tensing his body, he shouted, "Monster, begone at once, or I shall make you regret it. Huolang, I assure you, I am indeed quite beautiful. There is no need for further charm. It is your heart I desire. Will you not grant it to me?" Huiyu distinctly felt a pair of hands on his shoulder. He looked down but saw nothing. Suddenly, a hand reached out, clawing at his chest. In the next moment, a beam of golden light erupted from his chest, causing the malevolent entity to wail in agony before vanishing. Huiyu witnessed the golden light and shielded his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in a familiar location. Hastily, he retrieved the talisman from his chest. The vermilion powder had noticeably faded. Indeed, it was his cousin's talisman that had saved him. Did she possess knowledge of the dangers he would face? And what of his uncle's warning? Did he also know of his cousin's formidable abilities? At the Ho residence, Qiao Niannian calculated with her fingers, reassured that her cousin was safe. However, before she could lower her fingers, she sensed that the protective talisman on the crown prince was under attack. Chapter 39, Timely Arrival Without Hesitation. Qiao Niannian flicked out a teleportation talisman and vanished from her location. The next instant, she appeared in the Eastern Palace. Upon her arrival, she beheld a shadow entangled with Xiao Nyen, a painted-skin ghost attempting to devour the purple aura surrounding him. This ghost had cultivated for centuries and had attained a certain level of prowess. The protective talisman had merely withstood 2 of its attacks before disintegrating into dust. The ghost smirked, enveloping Xiao Nyen in its sinister energy as it prepared to siphon away his purple aura. With a swift motion, Qiao Niannian struck, sending the painted-skin ghost sprawling to the side. Startled by her sudden appearance, the ghost was momentarily stunned. Anyone daring to thwart its plans must face dire consequences. It crawled on the ground like a beast, rushing towards Qiao Niannian. "Be careful," Xiao Nyen shouted, alarmed at the ghost's charge towards her. The ghost was remarkably swift, reaching Xiao Niannian in an instant. She leaped and delivered a powerful kick, sending the ghost crashing to the ground. "No, I am a ghost," it protested. "How can I be kicked away?" This girl was rather peculiar. The ghost, cunning as it was, decided to flee after having suffered a setback. In the Eastern Palace, the stone slabs were solid and unyielding. The ghost, upon hitting the ground, nearly fell apart. "You little brat, are you seeking death?" Having been careless previously, it resolved not to fail again. The ghost extended its claws, preparing to retaliate. Qiao Niannian seized the painted skin demon and unleashed a flurry of blows upon it. "Dare to harm those I protect? Let us see the extent of your power." At this, Xiao Nyen, who stood nearby, felt a smile tug at the corners of her mouth. The sight of Qiao Niannian mercilessly thrashing a demon struck her as oddly endearing. Soon after, Xiao Nyen witnessed one of the demon's arms fly off, landing on the floor with a thud, followed by a leg that crashed nearby. The painted-skin demon was left dazed, its hard-earned malevolent energy nearly obliterated.
Please stop.
"Ancestor, have mercy." The painted-skin demon knelt, fearfully pleading for its life. "If you continue, I shall perish." With a swift kick, Qiao Niannian sent the demon hurtling away, revealing its true, grotesque form, an unattractive woman marred by large birthmarks on one side of her face, with several moles dotting the other. Upon revealing her true self, the ghost began to weep. "Oh my goodness, please spare me. I never intended to harm anyone. I was forced into this." Qiao Niannian scoffed. "Oh, who compelled you?" The demon lamented, "The lives I took were never my intention." As she cried, she gingerly picked up her severed arm and leg. To Qiao Niannian, she appeared like a demon coerced by a Taoist priest to commit wicked acts. Intrigued, Qiao Niannian prompted, "Go on." Seeing Qiao Niannian's belief in her words ignite a flicker of hope, the demon's eyes sparkled with deceitful intent. "The master is a statue revered by Taoist priests, with immense powers," she said, her voice laced with seduction. "Considering my plight, could you not let me go? I am truly pitiable." With Qiao Niannian not outright rejecting her, the demon grinned slyly. Deception was her forte, and this naive girl was too easily swayed. In the next instant, her form transformed, a surge of malevolence radiating from her. "You insolent child, you've thwarted my plans. Prepare to face the consequences." Qiao Niannian was well aware of the demon's true nature and had no intention of showing mercy to one who had caused the demise of many innocents. She unleashed a thunderous talisman, a bolt of violet lightning as thick as a bowl, obliterating the painted skin demon into dust. Simultaneously, in a secluded corner of the capital, a man stood with his hands clasped in a seal, murmuring incantations as he expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Before him stood a statue identical to the one worshipped by Qin Sang. The statue, devoid of any absorbed energy, spoke coldly. "Fool, you fail even at this." The man immediately knelt, an earnest expression on his face. "Your Excellency, I shall swiftly procure fortune for you." The statue appeared somewhat appeased. "Make haste." The man complied, and, seeing the statue fall silent, wiped the blood from his mouth, and exited the secret chamber. He instructed his subordinate, "Inquire about the head of the Qintian supervisory office. He is currently at the palace." The subordinate departed promptly. The man gazed at the night sky, noting the gentle glow of the Ziwei star, seemingly unchanged. The crown prince remained unscathed. He had dispatched a formidable ghost, one he had painstakingly tamed over several years, to ensure obedience. This ghost had aided him in numerous endeavors, never once failing. Yet today, an event he deemed infallible had inexplicably faltered. In the entire capital, only two individuals posed a challenge to him, the National Master and the Supervisory Office Head. The National Master had long ago discreetly exited the capital. Presently, the only rival was Wang Xuanji, who fortuitously was not in the city today. To his astonishment, the painted skin demon had perished without absorbing any energy, instead inflicting severe harm upon his own vitality. Furthermore, the demon had managed to escape unscathed. The more he pondered, the more perplexing it became. This matter was pivotal to the master's grand ambitions and warranted thorough investigation. In the Eastern Palace, Qiao Niannian approached quietly, ensuring no one was disturbed. After vanquishing the painted skin demon, she waved her hand, restoring the palace to normalcy. Xiao Rongyu, though pale, was otherwise unharmed and would recover with a few days' rest. Qiao Niannian produced a newly crafted protective talisman, folding it into a triangular shape. "This is my latest creation. Beyond protection, it contains a thunder talisman. Should you be attacked by malevolent entities, the thunder talisman will retaliate. Consider this a token of gratitude for our previous encounter. Next time, there will be a fee." Previously, she had not charged because the supervisory office head had provided her with resources and she had aided him in return. The emperor had rewarded her for resolving a blood curse, and the crown prince had significantly assisted her as well. Henceforth, her talismans would indeed come with a cost. Xiao Rongyu nodded in agreement. He then retrieved a luminous pearl, offering it to Qiao Niannian. Chapter 40. The dragon vein is in distress. The luminous pearl was a gift Xiao Rongyu had long prepared for Qiao Niannian. He had been unsure how to present it, but now, under the guise of purchasing a talisman, the moment was opportune. Qiao Niannian declined. This is far too extravagant. While she intended to charge for her services, she could not accept such a lavish item. The luminous pearl exuded an aura of wealth, its value undoubtedly substantial. One of her talismans could hardly equate to such worth. Xiao Rongyu anticipated her reaction. At times, Qiao Niannian held steadfast principles, yet she was also quite naive and easily swayed. "My situation is complicated, and I will require your assistance in the future. Consider the surplus as part of your fee." Reflecting on this, Qiao Niannian agreed. After all, Xiao Rongyu's fate had been altered, presenting a genuine dilemma. Had she not intervened, the crown prince would have met an untimely demise at the age of 15. With that in mind, she accepted the luminous pearl, which was as large as a baby's fist, radiating a gentle glow, leaving her to wonder just how much it could fetch. As Qiao Niannian prepared to depart, Xiao Rongyu seized the moment to inquire, "Do you know why malevolent entities have appeared in the palace?" Qiao Niannian genuinely did not know. The palace was typically shielded by the emperor's dragon energy, deterring any nefarious beings. The last incident had been the result of a blood curse cast upon the emperor, which allowed evil forces to infiltrate the palace through a medium. The recurrence of such dark energies was indeed peculiar.
Why?
Xiao Rongyu continued, "It appears the dragon vein of the royal tomb has encountered issues. My father has dispatched the head of the supervisory office to address the matter, but as of now, the results remain unknown." Qiao Niannian could not suppress her astonishment. The dragon vein held paramount significance for the fate of a dynasty and was the very location of the royal tomb. Any disturbance was far from trivial. It seemed her previous suspicions were validated. Someone was conspiring against the great Xia dynasty. Noting the shift in Qiao Niannian's expression from shock to understanding, Xiao Rongyu spoke again. "Nianner, what thoughts do you have regarding the troubles with the dragon vein?" His question, though seemingly casual, carried an air of certainty, as if he anticipated her insight. Qiao Niannian contemplated. Logically, she and Xiao Rongyu were inextricably linked in this situation. To protect her family, she needed to alter the fate of the Ho residence. The root of this change lay in preventing the third prince from ascending the throne, thus ensuring peace for the Ho family. Otherwise, even if they appeared safe now, Once the third prince reigned, he would harm loyal ministers, sealing the fate of the entire family. Moreover, with the heroine in the picture, her obsession with her status as a concubine would drive her to eliminate the main branch at the first opportunity, altering her identity. This entire narrative was malleable. It hinged on ensuring Xiao Rongyu's survival. As long as the crown prince remained alive, the throne would remain out of the third prince's grasp, thereby averting the bloodshed of loyal subjects and thwarting the heroine's schemes. In terms of the conspiracy against the Ho family and the great Xia dynasty, Xiao Rongyu's insights would provide them with greater foresight and precaution. The House of Ho has discovered the matter of the blood curse, which was placed on my mother's beam by Su Yinyang. This blood curse was given to her by a mysterious individual who undoubtedly knows Qin Sang. Although Qin Sang is already deceased, there remains a master behind him. Today, the sorcerer who utilized malevolent objects to siphon off your purple aura also worships a statue, referring to it as his master. All of this may not merely be a coincidence. I suspect that the ultimate aim of this master is to disrupt the realm of the great Xia dynasty. He is orchestrating a grand scheme, with each significant person as his pawn. Moreover, I have reason to believe that your fate has been altered by this master. Xia Rongyu, born under the auspicious purple star, is destined to be an emperor. This master's interference in the great Xia dynasty and his theft of Xia Rongyu's fate suggests he desires to claim the throne for himself. Initially, all of this was mere conjecture, yet the recent disturbance in the dragon vein has only served to corroborate my suspicions. Qiao Niannian spoke with earnestness, her logic clear, her demeanor entirely unlike that of an ordinary 10-year-old child. Xiao Rongyu suddenly felt a whimsical urge to tease Qiao Niannian. He leaned closer and up close. Her skin appeared even fairer, her bright eyes sparkling with liveliness, and the baby fat on her cheeks seemed irresistibly soft. Unable to resist, he reached out and pinched her cheek. So soft. Qiao Niannian promptly swatted Xiao Rongyu's hand away. Do not pinch my face. Seeing that the little girl's eyes held only seriousness and not a hint of shyness, Xiao Rongyu could not help but smile. Indeed, she was still just a child. He leaned back, creating distance between them, merely finding her endearing. May I be your elder brother? I will protect you, including the House of Ho. Xiao Niannian's eyes sparkled with thought. She recalled how, during their first encounter, she had merely delivered something for him in exchange for a condition.
Now,
he was voluntarily offering to be her brother, even vowing to safeguard the House of Ho. Such a generous offer. Qiao Niannian certainly would not refuse. After all, calling him brother wouldn't cost her anything. Greetings, brother Tai Zi. Xiao Rongyu had several sisters already, born of the palace concubines. He did not lack for siblings, furthermore. The empress had given birth to the 10th princess, who was Xiao Rongyu's biological sister. He had heard his sisters call him brother before. But Qiao Niannian's address felt uniquely sweet. Xiao Rongyu affectionately patted Qiao Niannian's head. Good girl. Brother has a gift for you. Xiao Rongyu produced several land deeds and handed them to Qiao Niannian. These are deeds for a villa in the outskirts. The scenery is delightful. And you can spend a few days there whenever you wish. The land deed belonged to the Hunter Gardens, which included natural hot springs. The 10th princess had once persistently requested it from the crown prince, but Xiao Rongyu had adamantly refused. Now, he casually bestowed it upon Qiao Niannian. Before Qiao Niannian could respond, Xiao Rongyu had already placed the deeds in her hands, simultaneously inviting her to dinner. Niannian, I haven't had dinner yet. Would you like to join me? Qiao Niannian held the luminous pearl in her left hand and the deed in her right. This was too generous for her to decline. Although she had already dined that evening, she could certainly eat a little more. The palace attendants moved swiftly. Within moments, a lavish spread was arranged before them. Xiao Rongyu dismissed all the attendants before calling Qiao Niannian out. Qiao Niannian's eyes lit up at the sight of the dishes on the table, as they included her favorites from her previous visit to the palace. Initially, she intended to keep Xiao Rongyu company during the meal, yet he hardly ate himself, instead serving her dish after dish. Qiao Niannian's little belly soon became round and full. Xiao Rongyu only ceased feeding her once she was satisfied. In the future, should you wish for delicacies, you may always come to the East Palace to find me. Qiao Niannian felt she had misjudged Xia Rongyu previously. The crown prince was quite amiable. He acknowledged her as a sister, presented her with a gift, and invited her to enjoy delicious food at her leisure. Qiao Niannian resolved to expedite the resolution of the issues surrounding Xia Rongyu. While food was not a concern, she had discovered something intriguing. She noticed a shadow heading towards the courtyard where Su Yinyang was imprisoned. Unexpectedly, Qiao Niannian followed closely behind, not anticipating such an opportunity. Chapter 41. The mysterious individual appears. The mysterious individual possessed exceptional agility and formidable martial skills. Upon entering the House of Ho, he made a beeline for Su Yinyang's courtyard. Qiao Niannian closely trailed him, and upon witnessing him enter the room, she found a spot with water and submerged a talisman. Soon, the events occurring within Su Yinyang's chamber materialized upon the water's surface. While applying the deceit talisman to Su Yinyang, she had subtly altered the talisman paper. The moment the mysterious individual appeared, she would be able to see the happenings inside the room. Upon witnessing the mysterious individual, Su Yinyang was filled with overwhelming excitement and deep-seated grievances, tears welling in her eyes. "Master, you have finally come," she exclaimed, throwing herself into the mysterious individual's embrace. Qiao Niannian peered into the water, eager to glimpse the mysterious one's visage. Yet, to her surprise, as Su Yinyang lunged towards him, the mysterious individual tilted his body, completely obscured by the light behind him, rendering even the one exposed eye unrecognizable. The mysterious individual comforted Su Yinyang for a moment before gently pushing her away, his voice cold and detached. Upon hearing this, Su Yinyang immediately sought to recount the recent events, eager to warn her master to flee. Xiao Chushan had begun to harbor suspicions about her, and furthermore, Qiao Niannian was acting unusually, resembling a peculiar creature capable of wielding arcane arts. "Master, why are you asking such things? I am fine. I deliberately allowed Xiao Chushan to imprison me. That fool has been deceived by me for so many years. How could he possibly uncover any flaws? What is she saying?" The mysterious individual, upon hearing her words, harbored no doubts. He was well aware of Su Yinyang's loyalty. Throughout the years, she had served him without a hint of deceit. Thus, when Su Yinyang claimed that Xiao Chushan had not discovered any flaws, he accepted it without question. However, one aspect puzzled him. Why would you willingly allow Xiao Chushan to imprison you? Su Yinyang grew anxious. The more urgent she became, the larger her lies grew. "It is all because of the Hu family. Xiao Chushan has had a falling out with them and has been causing me trouble. To protect me, he voluntarily locked me away." Having spoken, Su Yinyang closed her eyes in despair. Her heart vehemently rejected the truth. Yet the words that escaped her lips were the very opposite. The mysterious individual, upon hearing her words, finally felt a sense of relief. Before he could utter anything further, Su Yinyang suddenly grasped his arm, her expression fraught with urgency. "Master, you must leave quickly," she silently urged in her heart. Yet the words that fell from her lips became, "Do not worry, everything is proceeding according to our plan." Despite Su Yinyang's apparent anxiety, the mysterious individual gave it no further thought. Seeing her confidence, he believed her. It was no wonder he had faith, after all. Xiao Chushan was as dull as a pig. For over a decade, he had never once suspected Su Yinyang. Based on this alone, he trusted her words. In fact, to encourage her loyalty, the mysterious individual, in a rare moment of sentiment, praised Su Yinyang. "You have done well. Your efforts over the years have not gone unnoticed. Once I achieve great success, I will certainly take you as my wife." Su Yinyang felt both touched and anxious. She was moved that her master recognized her sacrifices. From the moment he saved her, she had been willing to do anything for him. Over the years, she had never felt it burdensome. Yet, she was distressed that Qiao Niannian had cast a spell upon her, rendering her incapable of uttering a single truth. If Qiao Niannian were to discover her master, he would be in grave danger. She attempted to convey her warning through her actions, but her movements betrayed her intent. "Master, I truly have endured hardships. You must visit me more often." The mysterious individual wrapped his arm around Su Yinyang's shoulders, hearing her request for the first time. As a mere pawn, he harbored no feelings for Madame Su. All his actions were merely to compel her into servitude. Yet, understanding her need for affection, he was willing to offer her occasional sweet words. "Very well, I shall visit you more often." Prior to his entrance, he had already sealed the acupoints of the guards outside, allowing him to act with such audacity. Madame Su was engulfed in despair, fully aware of the impending danger, yet feeling utterly powerless. Summoning her resolve, she bit down on her tongue, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Qiao Niannian, witnessing the scene, clicked her tongue in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Madame Su would be so infatuated, willing to harm herself for a man. Unbeknownst to them, a serpent demon had approached, propping itself up to observe the unfolding drama in the water below. It shook its head, perplexed by the human women who would go to such lengths for a man, whilst in their demon society, a woman could have many partners, leading a far more carefree existence. Xiao Nyen held disdain for women who inflicted pain upon themselves for a callous man and was equally averse to the chaos of infidelity. However, this was customary among demons, where one could engage in dual cultivation with multiple partners. Fearing that the mysterious figure would discover Madame Su's anomaly, Xiao Nyen flicked her fingertip, extinguishing the candles in Madame Su's room in an instant. The mysterious figure, observing the breeze that swept through the window, found it odd, for there had been no wind upon his arrival. Yet, he dismissed the thought, as he had ventured into the solely for the sake of his mission. Everything had deviated from his plan, rendering him cautious in his actions. After conducting an investigation, he confirmed the location of Madame Su's quarters and slipped in under the cover of night, intent on inquiring about the task. Blood flowed freely from Madame Su's mouth. Yet it bore no significance. Have we succeeded or failed? The mysterious figure replied, Qiao Chushan has sought an audience with the emperor for several days, apparently to plead for the monitoring officer, which led to his release. Madame Su longed to slap herself, feeling powerless against the binding lies. She yearned to inform her master of the mission's failure. Xiao Chushan had begun to suspect her and had uncovered the true identities of Zhao Sheng and Yuing. The priority was to urge her master to whisk them away. Instead, she fabricated, Zhao Sheng and Yuing are currently in high favor with Xiao Chushan, disregarding the children of the Hu family. The situation appears quite favorable. The mysterious figure nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Since the plan is proceeding smoothly, we shall continue as intended. I will take care of matters concerning the Hu family. Once she is eliminated, find a way for Qiao Chushan to establish you as his legitimate wife. After all, Zhao Sheng and Yuing cannot remain as illegitimate offspring. Madame Su wished to refuse. With her life on the line, considerations of legitimacy seemed trivial. Indeed, my children must be of legitimate birth. The mysterious figure found some solace in this, relieved that nothing had gone awry with Madame Su. He left with the assurance that everything was under control. Rest assured, there will be no unforeseen complications. Madame Su covered her mouth, but could not suppress her promise. The mysterious figure sensed something was amiss with Madame Su that evening, yet he brushed it aside. Having nurtured her, he trusted her implicitly, his ambitions overshadowing any concerns for a mere pawn's demeanor. With the information he desired acquired, the mysterious figure departed. Qiao Niannian's hand glided across the water's surface, restoring its tranquility. She produced a teleportation talisman, swiftly appearing behind the mysterious figure, embedding a piece of parchment into his form before vanishing through the wall. The mysterious figure felt an odd sensation on his back, as if something had attached itself to him. As he exited he deftly kicked off the wall to propel himself away. However, a miscalculation left him just shy of the wall, and he stumbled, falling to the ground with a resounding thud, followed by a sharp cry. The cry was abrupt and fleeting. Initially unguarded, he quickly stifled his voice, fearing detection.
Yet.
The commotion had already roused the inhabitants of the torches ignited in the courtyard, and the mysterious figure paled. Realizing he had stumbled into a trap laden with rat traps, he had fallen into several. His fingers nearly broke under the pressure. With 3 traps clamped on his hands, any movement sent searing pain coursing through him. As guards rushed toward him, the mysterious figure dared not linger and immediately attempted to escape. Disregarding the traps on his hands and feet, he leaped, gripping the wall, desperate to scale it. Unfortunately, the stones crumbled beneath him. He bore the pain and pulled himself up, only to fall again, landing painfully. A loose stone cascaded down, striking him on the head, momentarily stunning him. He let out a yelp, feeling a warm trickle down his face. Regret washed over him. Why had he infiltrated It seemed cursed, bringing him nothing but misfortune. In the distance, Qiao Niannian observed the scene with glee. This man dared to treat thee as if it were his own, coming and going as he pleased. She resolved that he would think twice about returning. The serpent demon resting on Qiao Niannian's arm remarked upon the man's misfortune. What did you affix to him?
Oh.
Merely a misfortune talisman, she replied. The serpent demon chuckled inwardly, vowing never to provoke this woman again. Meanwhile, the guards of the rushed forth, torches in hand. As the mysterious figure, pressed for time, neglected to tend his wounds, employing his agility to evade capture. Each step was agonizing, the traps painfully embedded in his flesh. The mysterious figure feared for his safety, knowing that losing his life was far worse than enduring a broken toe. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he leapt once more, gripping the wall with both hands, exerting considerable force to secure his hold, even as the traps dug deeper. Beads of cold sweat formed on his brow as he fought against the agony, intent on escaping the estate. Just then, the courtyard gate burst open, and guards stormed in. Spotting the cloaked figure scaling the wall, without hesitation, they brandished their swords, striking at him. 2 swift blows landed on the mysterious figure's legs, but he persevered, vaulting over the wall. Seeing him escape, the guards shouted, "Brothers, pursue him!" Splitting into 2 groups, several men scaled the wall in pursuit while others rushed out through the main entrance. The mysterious figure leapt down from the wall, quickly sealing his acupoints to staunch the bleeding from his legs. He stumbled away, desperate to flee. The commotion had drawn the attention of Qiao Chushan and the Hu family, who promptly emerged to investigate. Upon spotting Qiao Niannian, they rushed to her side. "Niannian, why are you still outside? A thief has infiltrated the estate. Are you unharmed?" Qiao Niannian smiled and shook her head, though her heart was icy. "What thief? Father, that was merely someone who dared to place a green hat upon you." Qiao Chushan, what nonsense about green hats? He has never had any affection for the Su family. Husher stifled a laugh nearby. She felt a twinge of regret. How she wished Qiao Chushan could hear their daughter's thoughts. She was curious to see the look of frustration on that scoundrel's face upon hearing her heart's voice. Alas, this scoundrel was not fortunate enough to hear it. Qiao Niannian, however, was not overly concerned. She raised an eyebrow at her mother. This mysterious person, upon encountering Su, has already decided to eliminate my mother. So her impending calamity must be connected to this enigmatic figure. But the guards have already pursued him, and there has been no change in my mother's fate. Could it be they have not captured him? Let me ponder this situation. This incident had occurred quite some time ago, nearly forgotten. In the novel, The scene of Su meeting the mysterious figure was merely a few hastily written lines. The mysterious individual was skilled in martial arts, moving freely within the Marquis's residence. She recalled that this figure had been hiding in one of the 4 prominent brothels of the capital, the 100 Loft. Although it was a brothel, it was backed by the Duke's residence. The women there were meticulously chosen, adept in poetry and music, and their patrons were all esteemed nobles. It was said that some even kept concubines there, paying a fixed sum each month to treat these women like ancestors. Consequently, the influence of the 100 Loft was intricate, and few dared to offend it. The guards, while chasing the mysterious figure, could not barge in and investigate due to the Loft's formidable reputation. No wonder the guards could not capture him. He had taken refuge in the 100 Loft. What shall we do if we cannot apprehend him? My mother is in danger. Qiao Niannian possessed esoteric skills that could easily capture the mysterious figure, but forcibly altering her family's fate would invoke the backlash of the heavenly mandate. If she intervened to seize the mysterious figure, it might temporarily avert Huishir's impending doom. Yet subsequent dangers would loom larger. This served as a check on those versed in the mystical arts. If they could intervene freely to alter their family's fortunes, chaos would ensue. Ordinary people might still alert their parents to danger, but Qiao Niannian found herself trapped. Anything related to events written in the book could not be spoken of, which was quite distressing. Nearby, Qiao Chushan's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. He was indifferent to being cuckolded, but he could not tolerate any harm coming to his wife. He promptly summoned all the guards, wielding a blade, and charged out. Chapter 43. All can hear the daughter's heart as Qiao Niannian contemplated how to warn her parents. Her father had already stormed out. Qiao Niannian. Father. Do you even know where you're going in such a rush? Huishir had initially felt a bit touched. However, upon hearing her daughter's thoughts, her expression changed. Her daughter was right. Qiao Chushan could not hear her heart's voice, and his hurried departure must be related to Su. Realizing this possibility darkened Huishir's expression. Noticing her mother's troubled demeanor, Qiao Niannian could not help but fixate on her. And she immediately observed that the ominous shadow of calamity had diminished from her mother's forehead. Oh, the disaster has lessened significantly, and the palace of children shines brighter. It seems the provisions are smoothly transported by water. Huishir felt somewhat reassured upon hearing this. She gently patted Qiao Niannian's little head, feeling a pang of affection. She had slept soundly through the night, not waking once. Yet, this night was destined to be anything but peaceful. The first blow came when Mingyuan Ho led a raid on the 100 Loft. Everyone in the capital knew what kind of place the 100 Loft was. Inside were patrons who kept mistresses, and many had their heart's desires fulfilled there. The women of the 100 Loft were all beautiful and talented, catering to the elite. Not to mention, they had the Duke's residence backing them, which was no ordinary support. It was the family of the Emperor's most favored concubine. Mingyuan Ho disregarded the Loft's powerful connections and conducted a search, practically inviting trouble from the Duke's residence. Within a single night, news of this incident spread like wildfire throughout the streets. Early the next morning, Qiao Niannian heard the maid speaking of it. She was not particularly interested in the gossip. Her primary concern was the mysterious figure. Had her father apprehended the intruder from last night during the raid?
Indeed.
The maid exclaimed excitedly. When the master raided the 100 Loft, the madam had even threatened him, but he stood firm, surrounding the brothel. In the end, the intruder was indeed uncovered. Under normal circumstances, the thief would have been elusive, but last night, he had taken the mousetrap that Afu had left in the corner. The trap, designed to catch weasels stealing chickens, had been modified with razor-sharp teeth, leaving wounds that could not be easily denied. Qiao Niannian nodded. Everything was predetermined. Had it not been for her misfortune charm, the mysterious figure would have left no trace, blending seamlessly into the 100 Loft, unrecognizable. It was almost amusing. The mysterious person likely had not anticipated being thwarted by a few mousetraps. Time was of the essence. She needed to pay her respects to her mother. When Qiao Niannian arrived at Qingfeng Courtyard and saw Huishir, noticing her brightened forehead, she felt relieved, for the ominous shadow had indeed vanished. Mother's calamity has disappeared. How wonderful! Thank goodness for father. He is truly remarkable. This time, it was father who saved mother. He indeed cares the most for her. Upon entering, Qiao Chushan heard his daughter praise him, and his face lit up with a smile. Niannian, why aren't you sleeping in a bit longer? You were up late last night. Children need their rest. After saying this, he cast a proud glance at Huishir, thinking he deserved a few compliments just like their daughter. However, Huishir's expression darkened further. She shot Qiao Chushan a glare before smiling sweetly to send Qiao Niannian away. After all, arguing was not suitable in front of their daughter. Qiao Niannian had confirmed that her mother's calamity had indeed dissipated, and now knowing the answer, she naturally took her leave. Especially since her second cousin would be arriving shortly. As Qiao Niannian departed, Huishir dropped the pretense. She glared at Qiao Chushan, her expression fierce. Qiao Chushan was bewildered. He had not slept all night, chasing the mysterious figure, and now his wife was ungrateful, even angry at him. He felt wronged. After all his efforts, she showed no concern and was now upset? Huasher, furious, retorted, "You were out all night, eager to find the man who has wronged you." "Not for me." Qiao Chushan widened his eyes in disbelief. "What nonsense. I was doing it for you." "For me?"
How dare you say that?
Huasher's anger intensified. If Qiao Chushan had indeed pursued the culprit out of jealousy, she could understand, but she could not forgive him for lying. Qiao Chushan grew agitated. "When did I lie? If your calamity were not linked to the mysterious figure, would I have led the guards to raid the 100 Loft? I would not risk offending those backed by the Duke's residence if it were not for your safety." His words left Huasher momentarily stunned. "You. What did you say?"
No, wait.
How did Qiao Chushan know about her calamity? Could it be, you can also hear our daughter's heart? Qiao Chushan was equally shocked. You can too? The couple exchanged astonished glances, realizing that they could both hear their daughter's thoughts. As Huasher came to understand that Qiao Chushan's actions were indeed for her sake, she felt a rare pang of guilt. This matter was well, forget it. The Marquis would not hold it against you. Qiao Chushan was aware of the impending apology from her family. However, he had no desire to listen. What was the harm in a man enduring a bit of grievance? His wife merely lacked understanding of the situation. Would he truly compel her to apologize? That would be exceedingly unmanly. After all, he had always been this way. Huasher. So, are you blaming me? I must say, you are being unreasonable. Outside the room, the maids, hearing the sudden escalation of the argument, instinctively moved further away. They were already accustomed to such occurrences. Qiao Niannian was oblivious to her parents' quarrel. She had instructed a maid to wait at the entrance for her cousin, asking her to lead him directly to the garden upon his arrival. The maid looked puzzled. She had been attending to the young lady and had heard nothing about young Master Huaijin's visit. Previously, he would always send a message in advance before coming. And it was unusual for him to visit the Ho residence 2 days in a row. The maid thought her mistress was overthinking. Young Master Huaijin would not come.
Yet.
Qiao Niannian offered her no chance to respond and had already departed. Haidang, who had seen Qiao Niannian off, immediately scolded the maid for lingering. "If the young lady has instructed you to go, then go. What are you dawdling here for?" Upon hearing this, the maid dared not delay and promptly left. Haidang, at this moment, would certainly not doubt a single word spoken by her young mistress. If the young lady claimed young Master Huaijin would come, then he would undoubtedly arrive. The young maid, unaware of Haitang's thoughts, simply believed her mistress was being fanciful, wondering why Haitang was indulging in such whims as well. At the entrance, as the young maid approached, she unexpectedly encountered young Master Huaijin entering, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Miss, it's truly miraculous. Young Master Huaijin has really come." Huayu had not slept well the previous night, burdened by countless questions he wished to pose to Qiao Niannian. Rising before dawn, he initially intended to come directly. But recalling his cousin's penchant for slumber, he restrained his excitement. After breakfast, noticing that time had passed, he hurried to the Ho residence. Upon entering, he saw Qiao Niannian, only to be approached by a young maid. "Young Master Huaijin, my young mistress has sent me to bring you to her." Huayu's eyes sparkled with interest. "When did you arrive?" His excitement grew. His cousin must possess some genuine insight. While it was not surprising that she knew he was coming, the precision with which she calculated the timing was rather extraordinary. Following the maid, he made his way to the pavilion in the rear garden, where he spotted Qiao Niannian standing by the lake, feeding the fish. "Dear cousin," he exclaimed, rushing forward. "Second cousin, you've come," she replied, scattering a handful of fish food into the water. Watching the fish scramble for the morsels, Qiao Niannian felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Huayu, stepping closer, could no longer contain his burning curiosity. "Cousin, did you know I would encounter something unclean last night?" "Yes," Qiao Niannian admitted without hesitation. The moment she saw Huayu, she sensed he had been tainted by a malevolent spirit. However, it was not severe, merely a vengeful ghost seeking a substitute, and thus, not to be feared. Huayu's eyes widened in shock. "Cousin, if you knew, why did you not mention it sooner? If you had, I would not have been so frightened. It was quite unsettling." Qiao Niannian feigned innocence. "Second cousin, I did mention it. Would you have believed me?" Huayu fell silent. Indeed, he would not have. "Well, that is beside the point. The main concern is that spirit. Cousin, it won't be following me, will it?" Qiao Niannian shook her head. "With the talisman I provided you, there will be no issues. However, have you recently acquired something you ought not to have? That might have attracted such malevolence. Something I should not have." "No, I haven't taken anything recently," Huayu replied, perplexed. Qiao Niannian scrutinized Huayu's features for a moment before suggesting, "You must have frequent contact with this item. Otherwise, you would not have been tainted by deathly energy." Huayu's expression shifted. "Deathly energy? Are you implying someone is deliberately trying to harm me?" Qiao Niannian shook her head. "I cannot ascertain whether this energy is due to your own carelessness, or if someone has deliberately caused it." Huayu fell into deep contemplation. After a lengthy pause, the only possibility that came to mind was his cloak. During a recent mission, he had rescued several young women from bandits, one of whom had been on the verge of death, her clothing pitifully scant. Finding the scene unseemly, he had draped his cloak over her. That girl was now serving as a maid in the general's residence. He had deemed his cloak to be without defect and continued wearing it. Though he was a young master of the general's residence, he could not afford to waste anything, otherwise, he would surely face his father's wrath. After recounting the events to Qiao Niannian, she surmised that the cloak could indeed be the source of the problem. Huayu, now agitated, asked, "What should we do now?" "Let us investigate. That should provide clarity," Qiao Niannian suggested. She felt that using a teleportation talisman in public was somewhat inappropriate, so she agreed to accompany him. The two made their way to the general's residence, heading straight to Huayu's courtyard. He retrieved the cloak, and as Qiao Niannian examined it, she noticed the deathly energy emanating from it, her gaze settling on a particular button. This button, Huayu explained, was not originally like this. It was accidentally dropped by Yunyang. She later replaced it. This button is an object from a grave, buried for at least 100 years, infused with heavy deathly energy. Though this energy may not be apparent in the short term, over time, it will attract malevolent entities. If the deathly energy enters your body, it will lead to numerous ailments, ultimately causing death, and most people would not discern the issue. How insidious! Huayu exclaimed. So, Yunyang intends to harm me quietly? In an instant, he threw the cloak to the ground, stepping back several paces while pulling Qiao Niannian with him. "Cousin, do I have any deathly energy on me now? I suddenly feel weak in my limbs. Is the deathly energy taking effect?" As Huayu spoke, he could not help but clutch his forehead, appearing as though he might faint. Qiao Niannian found his reaction amusing. "The deathly energy on you poses no threat. However, the poison is a more pressing concern."
Poison?
Huayu stammered. "Lift your sleeve and check if there is a gray line on your arm. If that line reaches your heart, it signifies the onset of death. You are only in the early stages now." Huayu was convinced of his cousin's claims regarding the deathly energy, for he had indeed encountered a ghost the previous night. However, he dismissed the notion of being poisoned. Not only had a physician recently assured him of his good health, but he also had not noticed any gray lines during his daily baths. He believed his cousin must be mistaken. Huayu rolled up his sleeve, revealing his smooth skin for Qiao Niannian to see. "Cousin, look." Qiao Niannian touched his arm, and in the next moment, a gray line appeared in Huayu's vision, already reaching his shoulder. Beyond that lay his heart. Huayu suddenly felt his legs weaken. "Illusion," Qiao Niannian replied coolly. "It is akin to the deathly energy on your cloak. Ordinary people cannot perceive it." "Cousin, what should we do now? Will I not meet an untimely demise?" Qiao Niannian pondered for a moment. The deathly energy is easily resolved, and the poison is not insurmountable. However, the individual behind this may resort to other means to harm you. Today it is deathly energy. Tomorrow it could be poison. Today it is the cloak. Tomorrow it could be a jade pendant. Prevention is key. Huayu's expression darkened as he grasped Qiao Niannian's arm and declared, "We shall confront Yunyang. I must see if she is indeed the one attempting to harm me." In the maid's quarters, Yunyang was unwell and resting in her room. Huayu led Qiao Niannian inside, where they found Yunyang writing something in the courtyard. Huayu stepped forward and discovered it was a Buddhist scripture. Upon seeing Huayu enter, Yunyang was taken aback, hurriedly putting down her brush and rising to pay her respects. "Second young master, what brings you here?" Huayu pointed at the scriptures on the table, asking, "Are you copying the Buddhist texts?" Yunyang felt a bit embarrassed, explaining, "Having been rescued from the bandits by the young master, I am filled with gratitude, yet I possess no skills. Thus, I can only transcribe these scriptures to pray for blessings for you and the general's residence, as a token of my appreciation." Huayu nodded lightly, turning his gaze towards Qiao Niannian. He suspected that his cousin had misjudged the situation. Yunyang observed the seemingly harmless girl and doubted whether she could be a person of malice. Noticing Huayu's glance towards the young lady, Yunyang inquired curiously, "Who is this miss?" Qiao Niannian took the initiative to introduce herself. "I am Huayu's cousin. I heard he saved a maid and came to see." As Qiao Niannian scrutinized Yunyang's features, she discerned a countenance indicative of a malevolent individual, one who had likely taken countless lives. With a flick of her fingers, she calculated further, finding it all quite intriguing. So, the leader of those bandits is none other than this Yunyang. Huayu staggered back, his eyes wide in disbelief. What nonsense! The bandit leader is Yunyang? Qiao Niannian calculated again. Yunyang harbors resentment towards my second cousin for destroying her territory and killing her men. Thus, she feigned innocence and allowed my second brother to bring her to the general's residence, with the intent of annihilating everyone there. Hui was taken aback again. She intends to kill my entire family? Is she a cannibal? He wished he could pack Yunyang up and throw her as far away as possible. He performed a respectful gesture towards Qiao Niannian. "So it is you, Miss Cousin." Qiao Niannian nodded, smiling as she prompted, "Second cousin, did you not have something to discuss with Yunyang? Speak up." Huayu, momentarily bewildered, then saw Qiao Niannian wink at him and hurriedly nodded, "Yes. I have something to say to you." Yunyang gazed at Huayu with gratitude, feeling indebted to her savior. Huayu scratched his head. pondering what exactly he should say. While he was formulating his words, Qiao Niannian produced a talisman and gently pressed it onto Yunyang, causing her to vanish. She never left her back exposed to others. Yunyang mused, just a little maid, she's really overly nervous. She dismissed it and resumed copying the Buddhist text at the table. Upon leaving the maid's quarters, Huiyu whispered, "Cousin, who exactly is Yunyang?" Huiyu insisted, "Little sister, why are you only speaking with your mouth and not your voice?" Qiao Niannian looked exasperated.
Here we go again.
Since Yunyang plays a significant role, I cannot reveal her true identity to my second cousin. It was crucial to note that Yunyang nearly obliterated the entire general's residence. In the novel, the Hu family had already fallen by this time, followed closely by Qiao Niannian's demise. The general's residents learned of the news and gave Qiao Chushan a beating, subsequently severing ties with the Ho family out of deep sorrow. Thus, the general's residence fell silent. The next news arrived 6 months later, involving a poisoning incident within the general's residence, resulting in countless casualties, over 100 lives lost, with only 2 survivors, the maternal uncle and the maid who administered the poison. This incident caused a stir, inciting the emperor's wrath. However, by then, the emperor had become a tyrant, favoring only the third prince. The emperor assigned the matter to the third prince for resolution. The third prince uncovered the true culprit, gaining considerable public support. Nonetheless, the novel mentions that while investigating the poisoning case, the third prince saved a woman who became a formidable weapon in his hand. That woman was named Yun. It seems evident now that she is indeed Yunyang. What began as a perception of a distressed woman now aligns with the general's residence's turmoil and Yunyang's true identity. It suggests that the third prince investigated the true culprit but shielded them, ultimately fabricating a rationale to appease the emperor and the general's residence. After all, the maternal uncle was already rendered powerless, unable to stir any trouble. The emperor had long ceased to govern affairs of state. The third prince took the woman for his own use, found a scapegoat to divert blame, and thus resolved the matter flawlessly. The third prince is truly cunning. It's no wonder he can ascend to the throne. With over 100 lives lost in the general's residence, he handled the investigation, using his political adversaries as scapegoats, eliminating enemies while winning the hearts of the people. Moreover, he protected the real culprit, turning Yunyang into a weapon of his own. The destruction of the general's family brought the third prince both fame and fortune. Huiyu felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. His little sister not only perceived Yunyang's identity, but also foresaw future events. The general's residence would indeed fall victim to Yunyang. While the third prince meticulously managed the poisoning case, apprehending political foes to take the blame while shielding the true perpetrator, Huiyu was infuriated, gritting his teeth in rage, wishing to tear flesh from the third prince. His family had fought valiantly for the nation, with many relatives perishing on the battlefield, and this was how the third prince repaid their loyalty? With that thought, Huiyu felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness for his cousin, for knowing Yunyang's identity in advance. "Cousin, what shall we do now?" Huiyu had completely come to rely on Qiao Niannian. Suddenly, an image of the small courtyard appeared in the bronze mirror. Huiyu gasped, "Cousin Yu, this." His astonishment left him at a loss for words. "Goodness, my cousin is so remarkable." Qiao Niannian explained, "I just placed a talisman on Yunyang and another on the mirror. These 2 talismans act as a medium, transmitting images from there to here." Huiyu nodded, though he didn't fully understand. It did not hinder his admiration for his cousin. "You are truly impressive." After expressing his admiration, he turned his attention to the bronze mirror. Within it, Yunyang was still diligently copying the Buddhist scripture. Just this image alone would not suggest that she was capable of causing the demise of over 100 individuals in the general's residence. Indeed, a bandit leader who feigns vulnerability after losing her territory and brothers shows remarkable endurance. Chapter 46. Yunyang is captured. Huiyu thought to himself that his cousin's words made it seem like Yunyang was not a good person. Yet, she was indeed a villain. These bandits, merciless and inhumane, had slaughtered over 1,000 people in a single village, sparing neither the young nor the old. Not even infants of mere months. They seized their food and wealth, killing the inhabitants and, upon their departure, setting fire to the village, leaving no evidence behind. Had it not been for a few woodcutters witnessing the scene, the extent of their atrocities would have remained unknown. They exhibited no humanity, treating people like swine. When encountering travelers passing by, they would capture women for humiliation and kill men outright. That road, over time, became a forbidden path for locals. Such beasts deserved to be killed 1,000 times over. Huiyu felt no remorse for annihilating the bandit stronghold. Yet, he never anticipated that the bandits would be so cunning as to disguise themselves as innocent women and play the victim. He could not allow anyone to harm his family. Thus, even while Yunyang was copying the Buddhist scripture, Huiyu remained vigilant. It wasn't until an hour later that Yunyang finally set down her brush. Rubbing her wrist, her expression darkened. Even during her time on the mountain, she hadn't written so much. Now, in the presence of her enemies, she had to feign writing Buddhist scriptures. It was utterly absurd. She was a killer, one who had never believed in Buddhism, considering it a mere deception for the masses. She naturally held it in disdain. Now, she found herself engaged in the very act she most despised. During the day, she was merely putting on a show for others. Now that the time was right, she had other matters to attend to. As Yunyang left the maid's quarters, she greeted passers-by with a gentle demeanor. In just 4 or 5 days, Yunyang had become quite familiar with the servants of the manor. She made her way to the dining hall with ease, seemingly accustomed to her surroundings. Upon reaching the dishes prepared for Master Huiyu, she inquired with the cook. The second young master asked me to check on the quality of the food. Her words elicited no surprise from the others, who pointed out the dishes to her. Yunyang appeared quite satisfied. At that moment, someone was testing for poison with a silver needle, a customary practice in the kitchen to prevent any mishaps that could endanger the general's household. Yunyang observed the process without stepping forward. Instead, she positioned herself beside the tester, using their body to conceal her sleeve. In a swift motion, she flicked a small pebble, striking a nearby maid, who fell to the ground unexpectedly. The commotion drew everyone's attention, and seizing the opportunity, Yunyang quickly dropped a pill into the tested soup. She then approached the fallen maid as if nothing had occurred, assisting her up and offering some comforting words. The praise from the onlookers was swift, and she helped the maid away. Meanwhile, the poison tester, oblivious to any foul play, checked the remaining dishes with a silver needle, found no issues, and instructed the servants to take the food away. Inside the room, Huiyu's scalp prickled at the scene. This woman had audaciously exploited his name to gain access to the kitchen, and she had succeeded. The kitchen served everyone in the general's residence. If Yunyang set her sights on something, the general's household would be in peril. How terrifying. Cousin, what shall we do now? We have evidence. We must apprehend her. Huiyu exclaimed. Is that all? The two made their way to the kitchen entrance, where Yunyang was still comforting the maid. Huiyu appeared suddenly, startling her momentarily before she regained her composure. Young master, what brings you here? Huiyu stepped forward, roughly pushing the maid aside. With a mocking smile, he taunted. I thought you were a weak woman captured by bandits. Who knew you possessed such martial skills? Yunyang's expression shifted, instinctively prompting her to explain. You are the leader of those bandits, Yunyang. You truly know how to conceal yourself. Yunyang's face paled in disbelief. How did you know? Huiyu, reveling in her astonishment, replied, Did you think your tricks were clever? I have long known your true identity. I merely wished to observe your antics. I am disappointed to find your only skill lies in poison. He clicked his tongue, almost pushing Yunyang to the brink of despair. Impossible. How could you discover it? I am aware your identity has always been a secret, known only to a few bandit leaders. But how can you be sure they won't betray you? Huiyu's voice was cold. In truth, they were instructed to do so. How else could I know your identity? Yunyang's eyes reddened as the realization sank in. She had hidden her identity so flawlessly. How could Huiyu have uncovered it? All her efforts to aid those fools in their revenge had been in vain. They had betrayed her. Though filled with rage, she retained a shred of rationality. Grasping a handful of poison powder, she intended to scatter it but found herself frozen in place. Qiao Niannian, retract your fingers and look at your cousin. You wasted another talisman, she remarked. Now tell me, where did you acquire that button? Yunyang replied, a mysterious person gave it to me. I could not see their face, as they wore a mask and a black cloak. Up close, I could smell the incense from a temple. The mere mention of the mysterious figure caused fear to wash over Yunyang. She still could not forget the terror that person instilled in her. Her hideout had remained undiscovered by the authorities for years, demonstrating its secrecy. Yet that individual not only located her hideout, but also infiltrated her chamber undetected. The memory of their lethal grip still haunted her. Huiyu furrowed his brow. What did this mysterious person tell you? When did they give you the button? The power of the talisman had been tested by many and was deemed inescapable. Yunyang, too, found herself divulging all she knew uncontrollably. The mysterious person told me you would attack our hideout in 3 days and we would be defeated. I thought they were mad, but 3 days later, the soldiers indeed came, and we were vanquished. At that moment, the mysterious figure reappeared, giving me the button to aid in my revenge. I disguised myself as a girl captured by bandits to gain your trust. I sewed the button onto your cloak, believing it would lead to your immediate demise. However, as I waited, you remained unharmed. Later, I learned that it takes at least 6 months for the poison to take effect, so I decided to poison your food instead. This poison will claim your life in 7 days, and no remedy will save you. Chapter 47. A good daughter was born. You have ruined my plans. You deserve to die. Yunyang glared at Qiao Niannian, her murderous intent palpable. However, she was immobilized, unable to move, her face contorted in rage. Huiyu, witnessing Yunyang's hostility towards his sister, stepped forward. Who gave you the audacity to threaten my sister? You seek death. With a resounding slap, he struck Yunyang's face. Huiyu, being exceptionally skilled in martial arts, could easily lift over 200 pounds. The force of his slap sent Yunyang spinning through the air before crashing to the ground. Her face instantly swelled and reddened. The impact left her head ringing and half of her face numb, and as she regained her senses, she realized something was amiss in her mouth. Yunyang spat out blood, accompanied by 2 of her teeth. Enraged, she seethed, Huiyu, Since you are aware that I poisoned you, you should also know the potency of the 7-day heartbreak grass. Although there are still 2 days remaining, this poison is sufficient to turn you into a useless wreck. A sinister smile crept across her face as she considered the outcome. With matters having escalated to this point, she felt fearless, for Huiyu would share her fate. Qiao Niannian harbored a particular disdain for seeing her enemies revel in triumph. The malicious Yunyang sought to annihilate everyone in the general's household, and Xiao Niannian could not bear to witness her gloat. In front of Yunyang, she rolled up Huiyu's sleeve and, under her watchful gaze, channeled her spiritual energy to expel the poison. Huiyu displayed his bronzed arm, flexing his muscles to ensure Yunyang could clearly see just how trivial her poison truly was. Yunyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. This is 7-day heartbreak grass. There is no antidote. Huiyu, brimming with confidence, retorted, your feeble tricks are merely a game to me. Did you truly believe them to be effective? He then stepped forward and incapacitated Yunyang's martial abilities. The onlookers were left in shock. The young master was poisoned, but the cousin managed to neutralize it. How remarkable! The kitchen staff expressed their deep gratitude towards Qiao Niannian. After all, the food consumed by the young master was prepared in their kitchen. Had anything happened to him, they too would bear the consequences. To put it bluntly, one could argue that Qiao Niannian had saved their lives. Cousin, thank you so much. If you hadn't exposed this bandit leader, we might have unknowingly served poisoned chicken soup to the young master. Huiyu nodded in agreement, indeed. Had it not been for you, I would have remained oblivious to my poisoning. Just 2 days longer, and I would have met a gruesome end. Merely envisioning that scene is terrifying. Fortunately, my cousin is here. Huiyu's gaze fell upon his younger cousin, and he couldn't help but ruffle her hair. The 10-year-old girl had yet to reach his shoulder. Cousin, this time you have indeed saved your second brother. Speak up. How would you like your second brother to express his gratitude? Qiao Niannian's eyes sparkled at his words. Second cousin, it's simple. Help me deliver something to elder brother. Huiyu then recalled that Qiao Niannian had previously asked him to deliver something to her elder cousin, a request he had not taken seriously until now. As countless thoughts surged within Huiyu, a loud crash erupted behind him. The sound of slaps echoed as the maid he had pushed aside rushed towards Yunyang, striking her face with both hands, expressing an intense desire to inflict harm. The older women watching sighed. This girl's parents had been slain by bandits, forced by circumstances. She had sold herself to a trafficker before eventually being brought to the general's residence. After speaking, one of the women spat in disdain. These bandits are merciless, killing indiscriminately. They deserve to die. In my opinion, a swift execution would be too lenient. They ought to be subjected to slow slicing. The atrocities committed by bandits ignited universal hatred. The young girl continued to slap Yunyang's face, cursing, damn bandits, it is you who caused my parents' deaths. I wish to see you dead. Once the maid and other young servants had vented their frustrations, they finally pulled her aside. By then, Yunyang's face was unrecognizable, her hair disheveled. Her visage swollen like a pig's head, marred by several bloody marks. A ghastly sight indeed. Huiyu coldly observed the now powerless Yunyang, his heart hardened. Thankfully, his cousin had exposed her treachery in advance, averting the crisis of the entire general's residence being poisoned. He harbored a desire to end Yunyang's life but knew he could not grant her such an easy fate. As a leader of bandits, her crimes were severe. Once imprisoned, she would certainly face justice. Huiyu turned to Qiao Niannian. Bring that pot of poisonous chicken soup along with Yunyang to the Dali temple. Yunyang lay like a heap of mud, her martial prowess nullified, battered by the young girl's fists and feet, left with barely a breath of life. Any attempt at resistance was futile. Qiao Niannian, witnessing Yunyang being taken away, felt elated. With her gone, the third prince would no longer have an invincible killing machine at his side. The existence of protagonists in a world signifies that they are individuals of great fortune. However, to sever the opportunities of the male lead is to cut off his destiny. She intended to ensure that the third prince would remain forever estranged from the throne. Meanwhile, tales of Qiao Niannian's brave deeds began to circulate throughout the general's residence. By the end of the afternoon, the kitchen staff had spread the news of how she had exposed Yunyang as the bandit leader and saved the second young master from poisoning. Upon hearing of this, her two aunts promptly selected numerous fine items from the storeroom and sent them to Mingyuan Marquis' residence as gifts for Qiao Niannian. They even prepared presents for her younger sister, acknowledging that this little sister had given birth to a remarkable daughter. Without Qiao Niannian, the general's residence might have met its doom. Gratitude was essential. Having witnessed his cousin's formidable capabilities, Huiyu agreed to journey to the border to deliver the heart-protecting bronze mirror to his elder brother. Anxiety etched his face. He had doubted his cousin's words at the time, but now, after a day of sleeplessness, he was concerned for his brother's safety. If anything were to happen to him, he would never forgive himself. Rest assured, cousin, I have written a petition for leave. Prepare the items for me. I shall depart today. Chapter 48. The old lecher Qiao Niannian promptly handed the prepared items to Huiyu. These items must be kept close to elder brother, regardless of the circumstances. He should not part with them. This heart-protecting bronze mirror could save his life in a crucial moment. Upon hearing his cousin's earnest words, Huiyu carefully secured the mirror. Qiao Niannian felt a tinge of regret. If only I could reveal the treachery of my second uncle colluding with the barbarians. Elder brother is still unaware that our treacherous second uncle has long since sold grain to the barbarians. They have plotted an ambush in the cliff valley. If second cousin and elder brother lead their troops there, they could certainly capture several barbarian leaders. Alas, I have no way to warn them. The affair at Cliff Valley must be left as it is. This was not the first time Huiyu had heard of Qiao family's second uncle's collusion with the barbarians through his cousin's thoughts. Previously, he had been skeptical. But now, having recognized his cousin's strength, he held no doubts. Since the Qiao family's second uncle was trading with the barbarians in Cliff Valley, he would certainly join his elder brother for an ambush. That day, Huiyu set off on horseback. In the evening, Huiyu observed the item sent from the general's residence along with letters and became aware of her daughter's actions. A mix of pride and concern filled her. Xiao Chushan understood his wife's sentiments. He felt similarly. However, he still offered words of comfort to his wife. Niannian is unique. She is destined for greatness. As her parents, we need only to provide her with ample support. She knows what she is doing. Huiyu had initially intended to reprimand her daughter for engaging in such perilous activities at a young age. What if she were to be harmed by the bandit leader? Yet, Xiao Chushan's words were not without merit. Her daughter was unlike others. All she could do was support her. As for the gifts from the general's residence, Huiyu did not even glance at them, instructing the servants to deliver everything directly to Qiao Niannian. Upon seeing the two large chests filled with items, Qiao Niannian was overwhelmed with excitement. Ancestor, I have discovered a way to earn money. The capital was home to many influential figures. And surely every family faced unresolved supernatural occurrences. She could resolve these issues with a mere flick of her hand, and the money would flow in abundantly. She was truly astute. Opening the chests, she found exquisite fabrics, various jewelry, and decorative items, plenty of treasures even without gold and silver. Qiao Niannian had the items sent to the storeroom, then opened her desk drawer to retrieve a box. This contained all her savings. As a legitimate daughter, her monthly allowance was 20 taels of silver, supplemented by her parents and brothers. She usually spent on some jewelry and fine clothing, all of which were not inexpensive. After tallying her possessions, she discovered she had 300 taels in banknotes, 200 taels in ingots, and 50 taels of gold. Besides these, she also possessed a gold medal gifted by her second brother. Previously, Qiao Niannian had read a report stating that a certain emperor had constructed a temple, costing 288,000 taels of silver. At that time, the national treasury held only 800,000 taels, so building the temple consumed a third of it. She could forego such extravagance, but would still require over 100,000 taels, and with additional expenses for recruiting disciples and their sustenance, the sum would be significant. After securing her funds, she reverently offered incense to her ancestors and began to speak earnestly. Rest assured, ancestor, although I do not possess sufficient funds just yet, I have discovered a path to wealth. I shall earn more silver and establish the temple soon. The incense before her ancestor burned brightly. The following day, Qiao Niannian arose to find Xiao Chufeng visiting again. He sensed something was amiss but could not pinpoint the issue. It had been 6 days. And he could no longer wait. This time, he was determined to have Qiao Chushan assist him with the grain situation. Xiao Chufeng prepared a multitude of persuasive arguments for Qiao Chushan. To his surprise, Qiao Chushan was surprisingly agreeable. Rest assured, second brother, the grain is ready. And the timing is just right. After you finish lunch, you may set off. As you depart this time, our family shall again be separated. Qiao Chushan looked quite sentimental. Qiao Chufeng nodded in agreement, observing intently, his eyes slightly reddened. Ever since the Huiyu family learned of Qiao Chufeng's true nature, their demeanor had grown cold. However, Qiao Chufeng paid this no mind. To him, his sister-in-law from a martial lineage was simple-minded, having never doubted him in all these years, thus presenting no cause for concern. At noon, the family gathered for lunch, with Qiao Yueying and Qiao Chaosheng also present. The sight of his 2 children irked Qiao Chushan immensely, yet he could not act against them. Qiao Yueying had once saved the Empress Dowager, who held great affection for the girl. If he were to suddenly end her life, he would have much to answer for to the Empress. Then there was Qiao Chaosheng, favored by the esteemed Confucian scholar of the Imperial Academy, whose reputation was well known. Should he harm the boy, he could not face the scholar. It was all the fault of the third son for being so unambitious. Why could he not attract the attention of such a scholar? If it were Qiao Beichun who gained favor, would he find himself in such a predicament? Qiao Beichun had recuperated in the residence for several days and was finally able to rise. Upon entering, he immediately caught sight of his father's disdainful gaze.
Why?
He thought. He had been ever so obedient during his recovery, so why did his father still regard him with such disfavor? Qiao Beichun had a rather lukewarm relationship with his second uncle, having been only 3 years old when the latter left home. A child of 3 could hardly comprehend anything, and he had almost no recollection of this second uncle. As he took a seat, Qiao Beichen naturally settled beside Qiao Niannian. They were flanked by Huisher, while Qiao Yueying and Qiao Chaoxing sat next to Qiao Chufeng. The atmosphere at the dining table was warm and cheerful. Xiao Nyen noticed her second uncle's gaze occasionally lingering on Qiao Yueying with a hint of affection, prompting her to shiver slightly. This old lecher, despite his age, finds interest in a mere 12-year-old girl. How utterly twisted. Qiao Beichen, caught unawares, choked on a soup. How foolish can one be to choke while eating? Truly remarkable. He could not afford to respond to his younger sister's musings but instead focused intently on Qiao Chufeng and Qiao Yueying. He could scarcely believe it. His second uncle was enamored with Qiao Yueying, his very own niece. This was utterly scandalous. He wished to voice his thoughts, yet Qiao Yueying, noticing his gaze, mistook it for jealousy over her closeness to her uncle. In front of Qiao Beichen, she personally served Qiao Chufeng a piece of dish. Uncle, do try this braised lamb. It is exceptionally well prepared. A sweeter smile adorned her face. Qiao Beichen's expression soured as he attempted to speak. Qiao Niannian felt inexplicably perplexed. Could it be that third brother harbors feelings for Qiao Yueying? Is the heroine's charm truly that potent? Ignoring even taboo relationships. Although Qiao Yueying is not father's biological daughter, being the offspring of Su Shi and another man, third brother is unaware. Oh, how thrilling. Qiao Beichen choked again, coughing incessantly. Xiao Chushan, observing with disdain, remarked, if you cannot even eat properly, how do you expect to excel in your studies at the academy? Huisher shared a similar expression of disapproval. What good was her son compared to her little darling, who behaved so well at the table and even entertained them with gossip? Yet, Qiao Chufeng was indeed shameless. At his age, to fancy a 12-year-old girl was utterly disgraceful. Huisher rolled her eyes inwardly, but maintained a serious demeanor while eating. Qiao Beichen felt utterly wronged. His father disdained him, and his mother did as well. They had no inkling of what he had just overheard.
Indeed.
He was the chosen one, capable of hearing his sister's thoughts. But what was she saying? That Qiao Yueying was not their father's biological daughter? This revelation was shocking. His father had been cuckolded. Should he find a chance to hint at this? Qiao Chaosheng, noticing Qiao Beichen's disdain, promptly placed a piece of chicken into Qiao Chushen's bowl, wearing a respectful expression. Father, this smoked chicken is quite delightful. Do give it a taste. In times past, such scenes would elicit praise from their father. Hearing such commendation would leave both Huisher and Qiao Beichen with grim faces. The second household had consistently used such tactics to sow discord between their father and Huisher, achieving great success. As Qiao Chaosheng served the chicken, he discreetly glanced at Huisher. She merely regarded the chicken with no hint of jealousy, instead appearing to revel in the situation. Go ahead, eat up. It is another son honoring his father. Qiao Chaosheng frowned, then turned his gaze back to Qiao Beichen, who was staring at the meat with a peculiar expression. Qiao Chaosheng, unwilling to relent, scrutinized Qiao Beichen's face for signs of anger or jealousy, yet found none. He felt perplexed. Qiao Chaosheng looked toward Qiao Chushan, awaiting praise. Qiao Chushan, eyeing the meat in his hand with contempt, finally spoke, his tone displeased. If you are to eat, then eat properly. What is this fidgeting about? Do you expect others to serve you? Qiao Chaosheng's expression shifted at the reprimand. Qiao Yueying, too, turned pale, having just served lamb to her uncle. Noticing her reddened eyes, Qiao Chufeng could not help but speak up. Elder brother, we are all family. The children are only showing their filial piety. After the meal concluded, it was time to see Qiao Chufeng off. Sated and content, he exited the Mingyuan Marquis' residence. As he beheld the large characters above, a surge of excitement filled his heart. Xiao Niannian, observing her second uncle's sparkling eyes, understood his thoughts. Look at the fervor in my uncle's gaze. He seems about to pierce through the plaque with his stare. How commendable it is that he has endured for so many years for the sake of a marquis's position. And now that his aspirations are within reach, it is only natural for him to be overwhelmed with emotion. Qiao Chushan cast a sharp glance at Qiao Chufeng and was taken aback to see ambition gleaming in those usually gentle eyes. Goodness, how unexpected. Had it not been for his daughter's reminder, he might have overlooked his brother's ambition. Anger surged within him. He and Qiao Chufeng were half-brothers. Qiao Chufeng's mother had passed away early, and it was his own mother who raised him. According to the rules of primogeniture, the title should rightfully belong to him. In truth, Qiao Chushan cared little for the title. If Qiao Chufeng desired it, he could simply voice his wishes, as he had never intended to deny him. However, now that Qiao Chufeng was plotting against him and their family, even endangering Qiao Chuanbai, Qiao Chushan could never forgive him. For the sake of his son and family, he could not refrain from counteracting. The supplies in the carriage appeared to be filled with grains, yet beneath the surface, only a few bags contained actual provisions, while the rest were filled with sand. As long as Qiao Chufeng harbored no ulterior motives and delivered the supplies safely, there would be no complications. Yet if he entertained treacherous thoughts and exchanged with the barbarians, one could only imagine the expressions on their faces upon discovering the stones and sand within. Contemplating this, Qiao Chushan chose to issue a warning. Second brother, be cautious on the road. These supplies are of utmost importance. The last batch was intercepted. And this one must not falter. Otherwise, our soldiers in the Great Xia shall face peril. Without provisions, it would be absurd to expect famished soldiers to triumph against the well-fed barbarians. Though he had sent his brother-in-law by water to transport the supplies, they should be nearing the border by now. But Qiao Chufeng was unaware of this. Everything depended on his fortune. Unperceptive of Qiao Chushan's hidden meaning, Qiao Chufeng believed his brother was merely concerned for Qiao Chuanbai's safety and promptly reassured him. Elder brother, rest assured, I shall deliver these supplies to Chuanbai, even at the cost of my life. He then bid farewell to each family member before mounting his horse and leading the departure. Once Qiao Chufeng was gone, Xiao Yueying could not help but speak up. Father, the Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, a time for family reunions. Aunt has been confined for so long. She must surely realize her mistakes. May I go to visit her? Since Su has been confined, Xiao Yueying has attempted various methods, all in vain.
Now,
She can only seek the help of Qiao Chushan. With a stern expression, Qiao Chushan was about to refuse her plea, but Xiao Yueying preempted him. Upon hearing this, Qiao Niannian raised an eyebrow, realizing the cleverness of her sister's approach. How astute. By invoking the Empress Dowager, their father could hardly deny Qiao Yueying's request, suggesting that Su might soon be released. However, that would not matter much, for with the talisman of lies in place, she would be unable to speak a word. Initially, Xiao Chushan had worried about Su creating further chaos, but hearing his daughter's thoughts eased his concern. It was just as well, for he intended to interrogate the mysterious person they had captured. He had been preoccupied with shipbuilding and then with arranging the transport of sand and gravel, which required meticulous planning. In the midst of it all, he almost forgot the puppet master behind Su. He was eager to discover who had orchestrated the downfall of the Ho family for over a decade, and what enmity could possibly lead someone to insert a woman into his life, along with 2 children with no connection to him whatsoever. Chapter 50, Interrogating the mysterious individual in the dungeons of the Ho residence. The cloaked figure lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Qiao Chushan frowned at the sight of the barely breathing man. You all have been excessively brutal. How am I to conduct an interrogation like this? The guards protested their innocence. My lord, we did not lay a hand on him. He did this to himself. The unfortunate individual had attempted to escape that very night, using his inner strength to shatter the skylight, only to become stuck due to his girth. His upper body was outside, while his lower body remained inside. And after enduring the cold for a night with prior injuries, he developed a high fever. They had to rescue him, fearing he might perish, and administered medicine to him. Yet, the following evening, unwilling to accept defeat, he tried to escape again, bending the iron bars of his cell to flee, only to inadvertently fall into the water dungeon, nearly drowning. Deep within the dungeons, there was a water cell that remained open due to neglect. Without a second thought, he jumped in, oblivious to the danger. Had a guard not checked on him, he would have drowned without anyone knowing. Qiao Chushan suspected his rough handling during capture had resulted in the man suffering a head injury. Was this something a rational person would do? Originally intending to conduct an interrogation, Qiao Chushan now saw that the man lacked even the strength to speak, leading him to abandon the effort. It would be a disaster if he extracted no information only to have the man die on him. You lot, keep a close watch on him and summon a doctor. We cannot afford to lose him. The guards complied, feeling a sense of frustration. Previously, it was the criminals who feared for their lives. Now, they found themselves worrying about this one inadvertently passing away. After being brought in, he had not received a single lash. Instead, they were administering medicine and summoning doctors. It was as if he had mistakenly arrived at a charitable institution. As Qiao Chushan departed, the guards brought in a physician to examine the man, administering medicine they had prepared themselves. This was their first experience concocting medicine for a prisoner, and it felt rather novel. After taking the medicine, the mysterious individual regained some clarity, but as he surveyed the familiar confines of his cell, despair washed over him. On the first day of his escape attempt, he had shattered the skylight, but halfway up, his ability to contort his body failed him. That moment felt like the most absurd of his life. The next day, fearing the same would happen again, he chose to exit through the main door, using his inner strength to break free. However, he was soon met with a river obstructing his path. He had not given much thought to why there was a river at the Ho residence. All that mattered was survival. He could swim, after all, so he leaped into the water. Yet, once submerged, he found himself unable to swim. Had the guards not intervened in time, he would have drowned. Already injured, having endured a night in the cold, and now having nearly drowned, he fell into a complete stupor. The guards, seeing him unconscious, decided not to intervene, reasoning that he was too troublesome and surely would not die. They awaited Xiao Chushan's arrival. Upon his arrival, the doctor was summoned, and the man regained a modicum of awareness. Gazing at the familiar cell, the mysterious individual was overwhelmed with frustration and sorrow. He felt trapped. With all his skills, a mere dungeon should not confine him, yet here he was, unable to escape. In his fury and despair, he spat out a mouthful of blood. In her hidden chamber, Qiao Niannian observed the bloodied figure in the copper mirror and lost interest. She traced her fingers across the mirror, restoring it to normal. The power of the misfortune talisman was too great. At this rate, his life would be in jeopardy. That night, Qiao Niannian teleported to the dungeon, removed the misfortune talisman from the mysterious man, and replaced it with the truth talisman before passing through the walls. Outside the dungeon, a desolate alley awaited, devoid of pedestrians. At that moment, Qiao Niannian spotted a familiar silhouette dart past. It seemed to be her third brother. She hurried after him, tugging at his small bundle from behind. "Third brother, where are you headed?" Her gaze fell upon his face. Noting the darkened aura at his brow, a bad omen indeed. It was evident that his current business was of dubious nature. Xiao Niannian began. Bip 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 bip. Xiao Beichen looked momentarily puzzled. "Little sister, what did you just say? I couldn't hear you. Please repeat." No matter how many times I say it, you won't understand. Truly, in this world, it is survival of the fittest. Without power, even fate conspires against you. With no means to deter Xiao Beichen, she had no choice but to follow. "Take me with you, or I shall inform mother." With no other option, Xiao Beichen acquiesced, knowing that if their mother were to find out about this affair, it would not merely result in a scolding. Upon arriving at the designated spot beneath the grand willow tree, they found a man waiting. Upon seeing Qiao Niannian, he frowned. "Beichen, why have you brought your sister along? We are engaged in serious business. Bringing a child along is a liability." Xiao Beichen did not wish to involve his sister, but he could not allow anyone to disparage her. "What liability? My sister's presence is a mark of respect. She is my kin. Though you are my good friend, I will not tolerate disrespect towards her." Lu Wenxian, witnessing Xiao Beichen's rising ire, suppressed his own impatience and spoke gently. "I merely feared your sister would be bored. It is all men here." Xiao Beichen found this to be reasonable, yet Xiao Niannian studied the man across from her. He appeared presentable, but she sensed he was not of good character. Lu Wenxian was a classmate of her brother and had introduced him to gambling. Initially, Xiao Beichen won consistently, raking in not just small sums, but hundreds and even thousands of taels. This led him to believe he was exceptionally lucky, a veritable god of fortune. As Xiao Beichen's gambling prowess grew, he gained notoriety throughout the city, earning the title of gambling god. However, this was all an elaborate ruse, designed to ensnare him in a web of vice, cultivating his arrogance until he was confident enough to wager his very limbs in a gamble. Ultimately, this led to the tragic loss of both his hands and legs, primarily orchestrated by his so-called good friend, Lu Wenxian. Chapter 51. Small bets bring pleasure, but gambling harms the body. The three of them made their way to the gambling den. Along the way, Lu Wenxian cautioned Xiao Beichen, "Brother Beichen, today a formidable opponent has arrived. He is unbeatable in the gambling den, so be extra cautious." Lu Wenxian and Xiao Beichen were not only classmates but also shared a commendable friendship, making Lu one of the few companions of Xiao Beichen. He possessed a profound understanding of Qiao's character, arrogant and self-important. This was largely due to the nearly 30,000 taels of silver he had provided to Qiao over the years, which had fostered such habits. When it came to gambling, Xiao Beichen had reached a level of disdain for all. He could hardly believe anyone could surpass him. Indeed, as soon as Lu Wenxian finished speaking, Qiao's demeanor soured. "Brother Wenxian, are you not aware of my prowess? After years of gambling, I have never lost. No matter how skilled my opponents may be, they invariably fall to me." Upon hearing this, Lu Wenxian's smile deepened. "I naturally have faith in you, Brother Beichen. The gambling house awaits. Let us proceed." Xiao Niannian glanced up at the sign of the gambling house, the house of constant victory. How fitting. After all, what is a gambling house if not a place of perpetual triumph? It turns out my third brother lost a bet here, leading to his hands and feet being severed, ultimately resulting in his drowning in a filthy drain. How tragic. Xiao Beichen, oblivious to his sister's grim thoughts, stumbled slightly, nearly tripping over the threshold. Lu Wenxian immediately expressed concern. "Brother Beichen, are you alright? Be cautious on the steps." Xiao Beichen waved his hand dismissively. He couldn't fathom why his sister would harbor such thoughts about him. He intended to retort, but she remained silent, leaving him feeling frustrated and unable to voice his thoughts. The trio entered a modest foyer where a clerk was tallying accounts, while two attendants greeted guests. Upon spotting Xiao Beichen and Lu Wenxian, their eyes brightened, and they hurried over. "Young Master Qiao, young Master Lu, welcome. Please step inside. Today, we have a guest with outstanding luck who has won quite a fortune. However, with young Master Qiao here, that guest's luck is surely at an end. He is currently at table 1. The two attendants eagerly detailed the situation inside. They were particularly fond of esteemed guests like Xiao Beichen, who not only won consistently but also generously tipped upon leaving, which could amount to several months' wages for them. Xiao Beichen was accustomed to such flattery, having never known defeat in gambling. He had grown accustomed to hearing such praise. As the attendants led the three into the gambling house, the sounds of chatter and excitement grew louder. The establishment was sizable, featuring 8 gambling tables. each surrounded by eager spectators. However, one table stood out, enveloped by throngs of onlookers, table 1. At this table stood a youth, appearing no older than 13, whose demeanor radiated arrogance. Before him lay a stack of chips that clearly indicated his remarkable success. With a haughty gaze, he taunted the crowd, tossing his chips into the air. What's the matter? Is this all you can muster? I haven't even begun to exert myself, and you've already lost. How dull. The spectators, visibly perturbed, had no retort. They were regulars at the gambling house, possessing their own skills. Yet they found themselves vanquished by this unknown boy, a humiliating defeat. They longed for someone to emerge, and best the youth, to restore their honor. Perhaps sensing their discontent, the youth sneered. A bunch of worthless fools, how tiresome. With that, he flung his chips onto the table, the sound echoing like a slap of humiliation across the faces of the onlookers. At that moment, the attendants ushered Qiao Beichen and his companions into the fray. Seeing the path obstructed, one of them called out, "Young Master Qiao has arrived. Make way." The crowd turned, and upon recognizing Qiao Beichen, they seemed to find hope. Swiftly, they surrounded him. "Young Master Qiao, you've come. You must help us avenge our losses. We don't know where this skilled gambler came from, but he has taken all our chips. Some have even staked their entire fortunes." Regaining their senses, they were filled with regret. One man clung to Qiao Beichen's leg, tears streaming down his face. Qiao Beichen grimaced at the sight. "Have you once again wagered the deed to your house? I've warned you. Losing a bit of silver is one thing, but do not stake your home. This time, I cannot assist you. Consider it a lesson learned." The man tightened his grip. "Please, young Master Qiao, you have the kindest heart. Would you truly stand by and watch me become homeless? My entire family would suffer alongside me. My mother is 80. The crowd exchanged glances, incredulous at his audacity. In the next moment, others chimed in, lamenting about children and elderly relatives, their expressions filled with despair as they treated Qiao Beichen as their last hope. Xiao Niannian raised an eyebrow, surprised at her brother's popularity in the gambling house. The attendant explained, "Young Master Qiao is a master gambler, winning every time he plays. He has amassed quite a fortune here, yet he never stakes deeds or women. In a gambling house, there are too many who lose their minds and act recklessly." Niannian's lips twitched at the absurdity of his benevolence. Those who had gambled once would surely gamble again. If he did not take their bets, others would. How foolish. Lu Wenxian, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Brother Beichen, why not lend them a hand?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qiao Beichen rejected the notion. They are not children. Actions have consequences. With that, he extricated himself from the man's grasp and made his way toward table 2. Suddenly, a voice filled with anger called out from behind. "Qiao Beichen, is that you?" He froze, turning to face the speaker, his expression shifting drastically. "Luo Zhouxing, what are you doing here?" Luo Zhouxing appeared momentarily stunned before realizing. "So, the legendary gambler at the House of Constant Victory is you?" His disbelief was palpable. "You, this fool, have taken up gambling?" Qiao Beichen scoffed, brimming with pride. "Indeed. It is I. Do you have an issue with that?" The two had a long-standing rivalry, having clashed since childhood. Once, Luo had been dressed as a girl by his mother, and a young Qiao, perhaps taken by his beauty, had impulsively kissed him in front of others. The ensuing chaos had led to a scuffle, with Qiao feeling utterly repulsed upon realizing he had kissed a boy. Thus, their enmity had grown, fueled by the memories of their childhood antics, leading to numerous altercations at family gatherings. Now, upon their reunion, the tension ignited once more. Luo Zhouxing glared at Qiao Beichen, his voice icily challenging, "Since you possess such skill, let us gamble around. Are you up for it? Why not? Bring it on." The usually composed Qiao Beichen had succumbed to the thrill of the challenge, taking a seat opposite Luo Zhouxing. Xiao Niannian observed the unfolding drama, realizing how their rivalry had reignited. She recalled that in the story, Lu Zhouxing ultimately met a tragic fate as well. Following the death of Sanga, Lu Zhouxing also encountered an unfortunate demise. However, as a mere supporting character, his role was brief, merely mentioned before fading into obscurity. Xiao Niannian gazed at Lu Zhouxing's face for a moment, noting the darkened brow, reminiscent of Sanga. The mastermind behind this was indeed quite cunning. First, they cultivated Qian's arrogance in Beicheng. Lu Zhouxing, a playful spirit with a sharp mind, had a talent for gambling, often frequenting gaming houses. Both the Mingyuan Marquis' residence and the Prime Minister's manor were targets of the schemer. She recalled that in the novel, after Qiao Beichen's misfortune, Lu Zhouxing faced a similar fate. It was said that during a leisure outing, he was mysteriously killed, with his body discovered at Qiao Beichen's grave. Many claimed it was the result of Qiao Beichen's reckless antics that led to Lu Zhouxing's demise. Little did they know, as soon as he left the capital, he was ambushed, leaving no trace of evidence. In truth, all of this was orchestrated by the third prince. It was unfortunate that the prime minister was overly rigid, adhering to the traditions of the court, favoring the legitimate heir over the eldest son, aligning himself with the crown prince. Lu Wenxian was indeed a confidant of the crown prince. This gambling match was a culmination of 2 years of effort by the third prince. When Xiao Beichen and Lu Zhouxing fell into misfortune, no one would suspect the gaming house or Lu Wenxian. No one would perceive it as a scheme. They would merely think the two had indulged in gambling and engaged in unsavory deeds, leading to their unfortunate ends. Moreover, the Changshen gaming house was also secretly owned by the third prince, although this remained a well-guarded secret. Interestingly, Qiao Niannian made another discovery. Upon entering the gaming house, she noticed several irregularities. This seemingly ordinary establishment had an intricate feng shui arrangement. While it was common for businesses to employ feng shui to attract customers, this gambling house's layout was designed to siphon the fortune of its patrons. The longer a guest lingered, the more their luck was devoured by the casino. Observing the patrons, she noted their pallid faces and vacant stares, indicative of prolonged stays that had drained them of considerable fortune. Qiao Niannian was unyielding when it came to such malevolent schemes. She raised her hand and struck a corner of the feng shui layout. With that corner destroyed, the entire arrangement meant to absorb others' luck was dismantled. Following this disruption, several gamblers engrossed in their games suddenly regained clarity. Many had come merely to play a few rounds and intended to leave soon. Little did they realize that once inside, they could not depart without emptying their pockets. One leader among them, recalling family, hurriedly made for the exit. Seeing a number of people leaving, Qiao Niannian stealthily approached Xiao Beichen's side. Lu Zhouxing, surprised to see the girl beside Xiao Beichen, had not initially noticed her due to her diminutive stature, obscured by a crowd.
Now,
Observing the clever and lively little girl standing next to Xiao Beichen stirred feelings of envy within him. Despite their differences, he recognized her at once. In that moment, a pang of bitterness struck him. Why should Xiao Beichen have such a charming sister? If only his mother had been fortunate enough to bear him a sister. He wouldn't have had to endure the indignity of being dressed as a girl, forced to wear skirts. The thought of the consequences of that incident ignited a fiery gaze directed at Xiao Beichen. That wretched creature had tarnished his reputation for life. The incident had been an accident. He had stumbled and unintentionally landed on Lu Zhouxing, inadvertently kissing his face in front of a group of admiring ladies. Ever since, his title as the third young master of the Mingyuan Marquis' residence had been sullied. It was all Lu Zhouxing's fault for not keeping his distance. The two locked eyes, tension crackling between them. Lu Wenxian nearby could hardly contain his amusement, reveling in the scene before him. This was precisely the dynamic he wished to see. The more they despised one another, the more fiercely they would wager when the time came, and he would ensure that one of them would meet their demise. With this thought, Lu Wenxian cast a furtive glance at the feng shui arrangement in the corner. It had been said that as long as that layout remained, the two would be ensnared in confusion. Whatever he urged them to do, they would comply. With a mere nudge, he could render one of them incapacitated. Chapter 53. Who disturbed my feng shui layout? Lu Wenxian's expression shifted dramatically as he witnessed the corner of the feng shui arrangement being disrupted. Who tampered with my feng shui layout? He exclaimed. This arrangement was the Ling Shi layout for fortune transformation, meticulously crafted. The serpent had to be positioned on the upper beam in the southwest corner, coiling and poised with its head upright, directly facing the gaming house to siphon the fortune of the gamblers.
but now,
The serpent's head, meant to consume luck, had been struck down. Panic flickered across Lu Wenxian's face. This feng shui layout was critical. If it failed to cloud Lu Zhouxing and Xiao Beichen's judgment, his subsequent plans would be thwarted. The higher-ups had long since instructed him that the success or failure of this endeavor rested on this pivotal moment, and one of the two had to be eliminated at all costs. Given the importance of today, he had checked the feng shui layout earlier and found no issues. However, it was prudent to err on the side of caution. The master who had arranged the feng shui was resting in the back courtyard of the gaming house today. Lu Wenxian hurriedly summoned someone and whispered a few words in their ear before they dashed off. "What are you doing?" Lu Zhouxing impatiently inquired. "Aren't you dealing the cards?" The dealer glanced at Lu Wenxian, who subtly nodded in response. They would proceed once the feng shui matter was settled. While the dealer shuffled the cards, Xiao Nyen took a seat nearby. This looked entertaining. "Count me in." Xiao Beichen and Lu Zhouxing both promptly refused. Gambling was no trivial pursuit, as boys. They might indulge, but girls should not partake in such activities. Xiao Niannian rested her chin in her hands, her big eyes blinking innocently. "Sanga, let me just play a few rounds, please." When she pouted, Xiao Beichen couldn't help but relent, especially when she gazed up at him with those sorrowful eyes. He felt compelled to offer her the best of everything. "It's just a couple of rounds."
Fine.
Lu Wenxian's expression darkened. The cards had been rigged specifically for Xiao Beichen and Lu Zhouxing. Now, with Qiao Niannian barging in, it threatened to disrupt his plans. He couldn't help but interject. "Niannian, there are delicious treats over here. How about I have someone bring you some while you watch them play?" Qiao Niannian rolled her eyes. "I'm not your little sister. I want to play, right, Senga?" Xiao Beichen instantly replied, "Agreed, my little ancestor, I agree." After saying that, he provocatively looked at Lu Zhouxing. "If my sister doesn't understand the game and ends up losing, it's on me. Do you have an issue with that?" Lu Zhouxing consented, generously stating, "If my sister loses, I won't take her money. It's merely a few coins. That doesn't concern me. The main thing is her happiness. He recalled how his mother had always longed for a daughter from someone else's family. Upon his birth, the moment it was revealed he was a son, the smile on his father's face vanished instantly. Over the years, he has repeatedly lamented why he could not have had a daughter instead. Had it not been for his mother, he would not have had to endure hardships alongside his master. Lu Wenxian stood by, bewildered. As the two had already made plans without his consent, he found himself without any grounds to oppose them. Moreover, while he referred to Qiao Niannian as his sister, she would retort, yet Lu Zhouxing addressed her as sister without receiving any protest. Ultimately, it all boiled down to his family's poverty, while Lu Zhouxing hailed from a noble lineage. This thought consumed Lu Wenxian with jealousy. Why should these individuals hold themselves in such high regard? Was it solely due to their fortunate birth? How could they look down upon him? Naturally, Qiao Niannian did not miss the fury etched on Lu Wenxian's face. Some individuals, both impoverished and sensitive, perceive a mere ordinary comment as an insult. Such people are truly pitiful, yearning for the innate riches of others, yet unwilling to acknowledge their envy, all the while claiming indifference. As Qiao Niannian reflected on this, the game commenced. The rules were simple. The one with the highest score wins. Before revealing her cards, Qiao Niannian silently recited a prayer. Master, I am not gambling for mere pleasure. I seek to gather funds to build a Taoist temple. These two fools are wealthy. If I do not swindle them, whom shall I? After concluding her prayer, she unveiled her score. Qiao Beichen, 6, 7, 8, a total of 21. Lu Zhouxing, 4, 3, 7, totaling 14. A smug smile crept across Qiao Beichen's face, while Lu Zhouxing's expression darkened. Qiao Beichen declared, in that case, I shall not hold back. No sooner had he spoken than Qiao Niannian revealed her cards, grinning as she displayed 7, 8, 9, a total of 24. I concede, she proclaimed, sweeping the chips toward herself. Qiao Beichen, surprised, remarked, I almost forgot my sister was playing. Lu Zhouxing's demeanor brightened. Losing to Qiao Niannian was more palatable than losing to Qiao Beichen. The second round commenced. Lu Zhouxing achieved 21, Qiao Beichen secured 13, while Qiao Niannian boasted 22. I concede, she repeated, claiming another pile of chips. Lu Zhouxing mused, thank goodness for my little sister. The third round saw Qiao Niannian once again declare, 23, I concede. The fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh rounds followed suit, each time with her victorious declaration. Lu Wenxian stood by, utterly astonished. This was happening far too swiftly. Initially, he had hoped for a more prolonged contest, allowing time for a skilled individual to amend the feng shui. If things continued at this pace, it wouldn't be long before Qiao Beichen and Lu Zhouxing lost everything. Lu Wenxian interjected. Wait, what are you doing? Can't you see we are in the midst of a game? Lu Zhouxing's expression soured. He had intended to go easy on Qiao Niannian, but her prowess left him and Qiao Beichen with no escape. Lu Wenxian chuckled awkwardly. This game of chance lacks excitement. Why not switch to dice? Whoever rolls the highest wins. Lu Zhouxing remained silent, glancing at Qiao Niannian. Qiao Beichen also looked to his sister, seemingly deferring to her. With a nonchalant nod, she replied, very well. This game is devoid of skill and thus lacks interest. The gambling house promptly provided several sets of dice. Lu Wenxian eyed the gambling house staff, who nodded in affirmation. This time, there would be no issues. The dice had been tampered with, ensuring Qiao Niannian would not roll a high score. Lu Wenxian secretly sighed in relief. Just then, the master arrived. The master was a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe. He approached with an air of arrogance, his gaze lofty. Lu Wenxian hesitated to speak. The gambling house staff led the master to the beam, pointing out the snake's head. Upon inspecting it, the master noticed the snake's head had fallen from the body, and his expression shifted dramatically. This snake had been imbued with secret techniques. Not even the most skilled swordsmen could harm the statue with all their might. Had someone been here recently? The gambling house staff shook their heads. No. Only familiar faces frequent here. Today, there are no strangers. Lu Zhouxing had been in the gambling house for days. The spirit snake statue had only fallen today, with no connection to him. As for Qiao Niannian, she was merely a child, hardly taken seriously. The master found no useful information. However, the gambling house staff urged him, Master, please repair this quickly. It is of utmost importance. Although he could not elaborate, the master's understanding was clear. Otherwise, he would not have remained on site. The gambling house staff surrounded the master, while on another table, the second round of dice rolling commenced. Everyone was engrossed in the gambling, oblivious to the master. Only Qiao Niannian noticed, unable to suppress a sigh at the master's antics. This master is truly foolish. Treating the repair of a feng shui arrangement as if performing a divine ritual. Does he truly wish for my brother's life? Qiao Beichen's eyes widened. He glanced at his sister, then turned to see a Taoist figure leaping about. Was this person truly a threat to his life? Unlikely. He could not believe that such antics could endanger him. He felt that compared to the one leaping about, his sister posed a greater risk. He pulled out a pouch of silver, now reduced to half its original amount. Lu Zhouxing fared better, though he had lost a significant sum to Qiao Niannian. It merely returned what he had previously won. Soon, the three commenced rolling the dice. Qiao Niannian boldly pushed all her chips forward, ready to play for high stakes. Lu Wenxian, having suggested the switch to dice to buy time, found Qiao Niannian's decision to end the game prematurely undesirable. He needed more time for the master. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Lu Wenxian slipped away. Qiao Niannian paid no mind, urging Qiao Beichen and Lu Zhouxing to place their bets. Just as they placed their silver, Lu Wenxian returned with 3 cups of water. Qiao Beichen felt parched and lifted a cup to drink. Qiao Niannian remained still, casting a wary glance and discerning the water's dubious nature. Good heavens, this is not for feng shui, it's a potion of mind control. If consumed, whatever is said or done would be at Lu Wenxian's mercy. Whether Lu Zhouxing loses or my brother faces defeat, they might find themselves dismembered. Just as Qiao Beichen raised the cup, he heard his sister's thoughts, realizing the water was not to be trusted. He found it hard to believe that Lu Wenxian would resort to such treachery. Yet, his sister's conviction was compelling. Qiao Beichen feigned drinking a couple of sips before putting the cup down, pretending to accidentally spill it. Oh dear, I'm so clumsy. Lu Wenxian's eye twitched, feeling that his carefully laid plans were unraveling. Qiao Niannian refrained from drinking, which Lu Wenxian dismissed. Lu Zhouxing, however, unsuspectingly gulped down the entire cup. They then began the game anew. Lu Wenxian glanced at Qiao Beichen, cautiously suggesting, "Isn't this gambling a bit dull? Why not increase the stakes?" While this statement was common in gambling houses, Qiao Beichen found it curious. Lu Wenxian was acutely aware that he had wagered all his money, leaving him devoid of any additional gambling funds. To stake more would be tantamount to risking his limbs. Just as he was poised to decline, he observed Lu Zhouxing slam his palm upon the table and rise to his feet. "Increase the stakes. Qiao Beichen, what else do you have to wager? Present it. For I, Lu Zhouxing, do not believe you possess the ability to win every bet." Qiao Beichen gazed at Lu Zhouxing, noticing the dazed look in his eyes, which sent a chill through his heart. Could it be that the water Lu Wenxian had delivered earlier was indeed compromised? He deliberately remarked, "I still have my hands and feet. Dare you to wager them?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhouxing replied, "Why not? I will wager my hands and feet, as well as my eyes. Let the witnesses from the Chongqing gambling house testify. Whoever loses shall accept their fate." Though Qiao Beichen and Lu Zhouxing were rivals, he had never contemplated harming him. His earlier comment had merely been a test, but he was taken aback by Lu Zhouxing's earnest agreement.
Now,
he was certain that the water was tainted and Lu Wenxian was involved. Furthermore, everything echoed the words of his younger sister, who had foretold that he would be the one to lose, facing the dire consequence of losing his hands and feet. With this realization, Qiao Beichen felt a shiver run down his spine, awakening him further. Lu Wenxian interjected, "Miss Qiao, this is a bet between men. You need not involve yourself. If you lose." Qiao Niannian understood Lu Wenxian's intentions, but defiantly stated, "I shall wager too. What are a pair of hands, a pair of legs, and a pair of eyes to me?" Lu Wenxian, exasperated by Qiao Niannian's persistent interference, wished he could silence her, but could not. He could only watch as the 3 of them shook the dice. Lu Wenxian felt a twinge of anxiety. All 3 dice had been tampered with, and it seemed likely that Qiao Niannian would lose. After all, her dice contained fine sand, rendering it impossible for her to roll a high number. Very well, he thought. First we will take Qiao Niannian down, and then Qiao Beichen. That would be a satisfactory outcome. As the dice were cast, the onlookers held their breath, captivated by the audacity of wagering their very limbs and eyes. A collective gasp arose at the thought of such a loss. It would indeed be a tragic waste. The crowd had never witnessed such a gamble before, their eyes glued to the dice on the table, unwilling to miss a moment. Qiao Beichen rolled first. 5, 5, 6, 16 points. Lu Zhouxing followed, 6, 6, 6, 18 points. With 3 sixes, Lu Zhouxing had secured victory, leaving Qiao Niannian and Qiao Beichen on the brink of losing everything. As the game commenced, the casino's enforcers gathered around. Lu Zhouxing pointed at Qiao Beichen. "He is lost. Sever his arms and legs, and remove his eyes." Qiao Beichen sprang up, eager to explain, but Qiao Niannian interjected, "What's the rush? I haven't rolled yet." The enforcer scoffed. "The highest is 18 points. Could you possibly exceed that?" Without hesitation, Qiao Niannian rolled the dice, revealing her total. 6, 6, 6, 1, 19 points. The crowd was left in stunned silence. The enforcers could hardly believe it.
Impossible.
"You must be cheating." Qiao Niannian retorted, "I merely used my inner strength to manipulate one of the dice. I did not cheat. You did not provide these dice, and you stated it was a matter of comparing totals. What say you all?" She did not address the enforcers, but turned to the surrounding witnesses, who had come to attest to the fairness of the game. Should there have been any enchantment clouding their minds, they would have sided with the casino. But now, they unanimously believed Qiao Niannian had triumphed. "Very well," Qiao Niannian concluded. "Then Lu Zhouxing and Qiao Beichen's limbs and eyes are mine. I shall not rush to take them. I will keep them for now." The enforcers found themselves at a loss for words. They could not forcibly harm Qiao Niannian or Qiao Beichen, as the Mingyuan Marquis was not to be trifled with. However, it appeared the orders from their master would remain unfulfilled. Ignoring the enforcers, Qiao Niannian busied herself collecting her winnings, for this was no mere game. It was a substantial sum. The Master's temple had made significant progress. Qiao Beichen felt immense gratitude. Had it not been for his sister, he would have faced dire consequences at Lu Wenxian's hands. He resolved to never forget this betrayal. Lu Wenxian, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, signaled to the dealer to detain Qiao Niannian as she prepared to leave with her winnings. The dealer, unable to resist the allure of her substantial haul, suggested, "Miss Qiao, since you are here, why not try another game? We also have high-low betting." High-low betting allows players to wager against the house based on the outcome of the dealer's roll. The table presented numerous options, and if a player's bet matched the dealer's roll, they would win. If not, the house would prevail. Qiao Niannian found the prospect tedious, realizing the dealer had also tampered with his dice. Even if she could discern the numbers, she understood that the dealer could easily manipulate the outcome the moment he lifted the lid. There was little chance of victory, yet she thrived on challenges. Very well, she agreed, mentally reinforcing her resolve. "Master, others are offering us money. It would be foolish not to accept. Would you not agree?" With a silent prayer for protection, she took her seat. The dealer began to shake the dice. Just then, a casino enforcer approached, whispering into the dealer's ear, causing him to visibly relax. "Ah, the spirit snake has been repaired." In truth, the spirit snake was quite unattractive, far less appealing than her own black snake. Indeed, snakes, like all creatures, possess their own aesthetics. The middle-aged dealer, though dressed plainly and appearing unremarkable, had made appearances in tales of old. He possessed extraordinary auditory acuity and had a penchant for dice games. He could discern the outcome of any thrown die. This unique talent had attracted the attention of the third prince, who arranged for his training. Now, he was a master of the craft, able to roll whatever number he desired and ensure a predetermined victor. Previously, he was astonished by Qiao Niannian's prowess, but now, with the master's enhancement of the gambling environment, his victories seemed inevitable. The dealer manipulated the dice with such finesse that they appeared to dance in his hands, swirling and spinning with an almost lifelike quality. Qiao Beichen, a frequent patron of the casino, was well acquainted with this dealer, having never witnessed him lose. However, he had never faced the dealer himself. The dealer only emerged in critical situations or when distinguished guests were present, never otherwise revealing himself. Upon witnessing the dealer personally issuing the rolls, Qiao Beichen had assumed it was due to Lu Zhouxing's esteemed status, but now it seemed otherwise. Qiao Beichen was no fool. Previously, I placed too much trust in Lu Wenxian. Now, however, that trust has waned, and the minor issues he once overlooked have become increasingly evident. It is akin to the fact that Lu Wenxian has exchanged glances with the host on several occasions, and each time a problem arises, the host instinctively looks towards Lu Wenxian. Coming from a modest background, Lu Wenxian only gambles small amounts and has never taken significant risks. In fact, his first visit to the gambling house was in Lu Wenxian's company, and it was Lu Wenxian who encouraged him to place his first bet. Over time, Qiao Beichen found himself consistently winning at gambling, and eventually, he developed an obsession with it. Yet, his sister's intuition suggested that Lu Wenxian was far from a good person. This implies that everything was part of a deliberate scheme. For 2 years, an individual has painstakingly orchestrated his wins, and with so much time invested, the desired outcome must be substantial. Qiao Beichen was drenched in cold sweat as he seized his sister Qiao Niannian's hand. "Sister, let us cease gambling and depart." Qiao Niannian, observing her brother's pallor, felt a flicker of doubt. Her brother, though admirable in many respects, seemed incapable of discerning character. After 2 years of acquaintance, he had failed to recognize that Lu Wenxian was leading him astray. Were it not for her presence, he might have continued down a perilous path. Thankfully, the ominous atmosphere was not as thick as before, yet the danger still loomed. The mastermind behind this scheme had invested considerable effort, and they would not relent until their objectives were met. She broke free from her brother's grasp. "Brother, I notice Lu Zhouxing appears dazed, as if intoxicated. I am uncertain how long he has been here. Please ensure he is well taken care of." "My foolish brother. They have spent 2 years entertaining you and provided you with such substantial funds, which are essentially life-saving money. You wish to leave without any consequence? Have you not seen the enforcers from the gambling house making their entrance? These are all men of the third prince, each possessing formidable skills." Yet Lu Zhouxing made no effort to resist. Under normal circumstances, they would be fierce rivals, and given their childhood misunderstandings, Lu Zhouxing would typically react by striking him if he took hold of his hand. This only served to confirm that the drink was indeed compromised. One could only wonder if its contents were harmful. Fortunately, he had abstained from consuming it. With this thought, Qiao Beichen felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Lu Wenxian clenched his teeth, suppressing his fury as he forced a smile. "Brother Beichen, were you not at odds with him? Now that he is in such a state, it is the perfect opportunity for you to seek retribution." Chapter 56, Winning Streak. Upon seeing Lu Wenxian, Qiao Beichen was consumed with an urge to retaliate, yet he refrained. Now was not the moment to sever ties. He concocted a casual excuse. After all, my father is a prime minister and we are rivals. Should anything happen to him, I would be the first to be implicated. I have no desire to bear the blame. With that, he dismissively pressed Lu Zhoxing back onto the chair and ignored him. Lu Wenxian's eyes flickered. He had initially intended to incite Qiao Beichen to exact vengeance, but upon hearing his words, those thoughts were swiftly quelled. Meanwhile, the dice tumbled on the gambling table, signaling it was Qiao Niannian's turn to place her bet. She was busy calculating her chips. 11,000 taels. 11,520 taels. 11,530 taels. In total, she calculated around 17,000 taels, which was certainly impressive. Turning to the host, she smiled and inquired, "What will happen if I place my bet correctly?" The middle-aged man maintained his smile. "If you correctly predict the outcome, I shall pay you the amount you wagered. Should you guess a leopard correctly, I will double your winnings. Conversely, should you lose, your wager will be forfeited to the gambling house." Qiao Niannian nodded, finding the rules straightforward and transparent. Thus, she decided to follow the previous protocol and wager all on the leopard. She placed her entire stack of chips on the table. Lu Wenxian's eyelids twitched. Did Qiao Niannian truly understand how to bet? Others typically wagered incrementally, placing larger bets when confident and smaller ones when uncertain, as dice games depend heavily on chance. Yet this young lady, without hesitation, chose to wager all at once. It was simply irrational. Qiao Niannian saw no fault in her approach. Placing each bet individually seemed cumbersome, and she preferred to resolve it all at once. Have you considered that betting on a leopard is exceedingly rare? The host, having worked in the gambling house for over a decade, was witnessing someone place an all-in bet for the first time, a staggering sum of 17,000 taels wagered, without a blink. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. After all, many affluent patrons frequented the establishment with substantial sums on hand. However, most would not wager everything at once. This behavior clearly indicated Qiao Niannian's lack of experience in gambling. Regardless, since these funds belonged to the gambling house, her all-in wager was of little consequence. At that moment, in a guest room in the back of the gambling house, the master, who had just prepared the spirit serpent, stood with one hand forming a seal before him, muttering incantations. The spirit serpent overhead appeared to open its gaping maw, voraciously consuming the fortunes of those within the room. Qiao Niannian raised an eyebrow. The people at this gambling house exploit its feng shui to siphon others' fortunes. Do they not fear being overwhelmed by the very energy they harvest? Qiao Beichen shivered at her words. Though he was unfamiliar with the concept of fortune, he had recently felt an overwhelming chill, as if he were plunging into an icy abyss. Now, upon hearing his sister's intuition, the two insights coalesced, revealing the gambling house's underlying issues. The surrounding patrons, however, exhibited a stark contrast. They felt invigorated, their excitement mounting, eager to engage in further gambling as their palms itched. Yet the current game was too exhilarating, and the crowd surrounded table number 1, leaving no room for escape. After a moment, he flicked the dice, and they settled on 1, 2, 3, a small 6. Just as the dice were revealed, Qiao Niannian made a subtle gesture, transforming what should have been 1, 2, 3 into 3 sixes. The middle-aged man lifted the dice, his expression brimming with confidence, only to discover that what was supposed to be a small 6 had become 3 sixes. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. 3 sixes constitute a leopard. My heavens, it truly is a leopard. Could the Qiao family be home to a gambling deity? This third young master had already enjoyed remarkable luck, but with Miss Qiao, fortune seemed to shine even brighter. Let us not even discuss luck. A leopard pays out 2 to 1. On 17,000 taels, that amounts to 34,000 taels.
Goodness.
She has won a sum that I could scarcely dream of in my lifetime. Not only the onlookers but even Xiao Beichen stood agape. My goodness. Does my sister possess some secret technique? How else could she possibly predict the outcome from the ever-winning host, Chen? Lu Zhoxing remained in a daze, albeit with fragmented memories, still unable to process the situation. Once he regained his senses, he too would be astonished by Qiao Niannian's remarkable luck. In stark contrast to the excitement of Qiao Niannian, Qiao Beichen, and the surrounding crowd, Lu Wenxian's expression darkened to a point that suggested he had consumed something foul. Even the typically composed host wore a similar expression of disbelief. This was impossible. How could this happen? He was certain the dice showed 1, 2, 3, a small 6, yet upon revealing them, they displayed 3 sixes. Fortunately, his temperament was steady. He quickly concealed his shock and regained his composure. Miss Qiao, your fortune is indeed remarkable. You have emerged victorious. He then summoned someone to retrieve the chips. In this gambling house, daily transactions exceeded 10,000 taels. A mere 30,000 taels was inconsequential. Qiao Niannian, perceiving the host's implications, feigned ignorance. Indeed, I have always been fortunate. I did not expect this to hold true here as well. As she spoke, she extended her hand to arrange her winnings, her heart brimming with delight at the sight of the pile of chips. It seems she has nothing to worry about and should take a stroll at the gambling house. Is there any place that offers quicker money than here? When it comes to wealth, none can rival the riches of a gambling den. Since there is an opportunity, it is only natural to seize it. Miss Qiao, why not try something different in the second round? You still wish to play? Aren't you afraid of losing? The middle-aged man replied with a calm demeanor. Miss Qiao, you are mistaken. Gambling inherently involves both wins and losses. I run this gambling house, so I have no fear of losing. Miss Qiao had no objections. With someone providing her with money, how could she refuse? Excellent. I wonder what we should play. Let's roll the dice. My brother and I will use 3 dice to see who has the higher number, with odds of 10 to 1. Very well. I bet 50,000 and 100 taels. With a grand gesture, Qiao Niannian placed all her chips on the table. The middle-aged man chuckled. His gaze fell upon a strong man behind him. Qiao Niannian was unaware that this man possessed formidable skills. With just a slight exertion of his internal energy, he could shatter Qiao Niannian's dice, ensuring her defeat. The dice were soon brought forth. Remarkably, this time they were all normal dice, without any foul play. The middle-aged man began, spinning the dice for a full quarter of an hour before placing them down, creating quite the spectacle. Qiao Niannian, in contrast, merely gave hers a casual shake before setting them down. At that moment, the man behind her employed a hidden force, aiming to shatter Qiao Niannian's dice from afar. However, Qiao Niannian cast a connecting talisman onto the dice, rendering her small action unnoticed by anyone. Both players revealed their roles simultaneously. Qiao Niannian exclaimed, 3 sixes. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, found all his dice shattered by the internal force. The faces of everyone in the gambling house changed dramatically. This is impossible. The most shocked was the strong man. He had aimed to destroy Qiao Niannian's dice, yet instead, he had obliterated the dealers. This cannot be. He was a capable aide to the third prince, with unmatched internal strength in the capital. How could he fail against a mere girl? The dealer was equally astonished, especially regarding the silver. Qiao Niannian had bet 50,100 taels. With the tenfold odds, he owed her 510,000 taels. The entire gambling house lacked such funds. This silver must not be paid. The expressions of the people at the gambling house darkened, resembling those who had just swallowed something foul. In contrast, Xiao Beichen, upon witnessing his sister's victory, felt a wave of happiness wash over him, nearly causing him to faint. Just moments ago, he had been anxious, fearing his sister would lose to the gamblers. He had even considered selling off one of his properties to compensate her in the event of a loss. Fortunately, his sister had proven herself. Unable to contain his excitement, Xiao Beichen rushed forward and embraced Qiao Niannian's shoulders. Sister, I had no idea you had become so formidable. She had won 2 rounds, surpassing his winnings over the past 2 years, which totaled merely over 10,000 taels. Xiao Niannian smiled at the middle-aged man across from her and said, tenfold means 510,000 taels, and these chips as well, please convert them for me. According to the gambling house's rules, there was a 5% commission, meaning the house owed her 533,295 taels, quite a generous amount. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched, and the next moment, his expression darkened. You dare to demand such a sum? Do you not know the rules of our gambling house? If I give you this much money, I fear you may not live to enjoy it. The money cannot be given. The master had just been contemplating the lives of Qiao Beichen and Lu Zhuxing. Previously, he had wanted them to fight each other, but the plan had failed. Now, he could only resort to force. As the middle-aged man finished speaking, the gambling house's strongmen advanced, surrounding the 3 of them. Lu Wenxian seized the opportunity to close the door, preventing anyone from escaping. He looked up and met Qiao Beichen's furious gaze. Initially, he averted his eyes in guilt, but then recalled something and turned back, glaring at Qiao Beichen. What are you staring at, Qiao Beichen? You should now understand that I have been deceiving you all along. Although Qiao Beichen had sensed Lu Wenxian's ill intentions through Qiao Niannian's thoughts, witnessing a person he considered a friend commit an act of betrayal filled him with immense rage. He had never wronged Lu Wenxian in any way.
Why?
Lu Wenxian sneered. Why? You, born into privilege, can never comprehend the struggles of us ordinary folk born into poverty. Do you have any idea how much effort I exerted to attend the Imperial Academy? My mother toiled through sleepless nights crafting embroidery until she bled, while my father chopped wood for years to gather enough tuition. To attend school, my parents had to bow down to others, while you, the lofty young master, were born into ease, never having to plead for anything, naturally drawing others to seek your admission to the academy. Xiao Beichen lowered his gaze. He indeed had never applied himself to his studies, and his admission to the academy was due to his status. Qiao Niannian rolled her eyes. Surely, my foolish third brother does not genuinely believe he is at fault? The Imperial Academy is inherently designed for the nobility. The annual fees are several times more than those of the poor. Without these impoverished souls, how could Lu Wenxian afford the tuition to receive guidance from esteemed scholars? Moreover, Lu Wenxian's parents' hardships have no bearing on my third brother. Blaming him for their plight is utterly absurd. Xiao Beichen suddenly felt foolish. He glared at Lu Wenxian. Your parents faced difficulties, and the lack of money for tuition has nothing to do with me. It is your own inability. Cannot you earn money to pay for your education? Lu Wenxian retorted, but I want to study. I have no time. Xiao Beichen scoffed. Is that not your own folly? A clever person learns from a single reading, while only a fool like you needs to clutch your book every day. Lu Wenxian countered. Is that so? The middle-aged man beside them shot a fierce glare at Lu Wenxian. Have you lost your mind? What he says is law. He is now a prisoner. What harm can he do to you? Nearly led astray by this scoundrel, you should focus on your own affairs. I will not trouble you. Xiao Beichen glared at the gamblers. I am the son of the Mingyuan Marquis. If you dare to act against us, beware that my father will bring people to dismantle your gambling house. Xiao Nyen face-bombed. Her third brother truly was foolish. They intend to kill and silence witnesses. Do you think they care who your father is? They are with the third prince. Xiao Beichen swallowed hard. He regretted not practicing martial arts with his elder brother all these years. Now, he was merely a wealthy youth with a few defensive skills, unable to contend with so many strong men. Cold sweat trickled down his back. His own safety mattered little, but his sister could not be harmed. He regretted listening to that beast Lu Wenxian's coaxing to sneak into the gambling house at midnight. Not only had he endangered himself, but also his sister. Sadly, regret was now of no consequence. Xiao Beichen leaned closer to Qiao Niannian and whispered, Sister, I will hold them off. You must run quickly. Though Qiao Nyen found her brother's statement redundant, she felt a twinge of emotion. However, she had one question. Third brother, there are 12 strong men, all masters, plus Lu Wenxian and the dealer. Which one will you hold off? Xiao Beichen pondered deeply. He realized that stopping one would be of no use. The dealer, having lost patience with their chatter, interjected, Shut up. What is there to deliberate? You all must die. Nearby, onlookers among the gamblers trembled in fear. One stammered, Master Qin. We have nothing to do with this matter, so we will take our leave. One of the strongmen kicked him down, drawing his sword and pressing it against the man's throat. You think you can leave? You all must die. With a swift motion, the assailant ended the man's life, blood splattering across the faces of those nearby, leaving one individual utterly terrified. The enforcer, displaying a look of disdain, brutally attacked the surrounding gamblers without hesitation. In Chapter 58, Qiao Niannian kicked Xiao Beichen. After dispatching the first victim, the enforcer turned his attention to the second. He swung his sword towards the man who had already fainted from fear. Witnessing this, Qiao Niannian raised her hand lightly. She refrained from stopping the killing because the individual was indeed deserving of such a fate. A compulsive gambler. He had squandered his family's wealth and even dragged his wife into a life of vice, using their child as leverage. In Qiao Niannian's eyes, such a person was not worthy of salvation. However, the next man was different. He was diligent in his work and, though he occasionally indulged in gambling with spare change, he was genuinely affectionate towards his wife and daughter. Despite his flaws, he was not a villain of great malevolence. As Qiao Niannian made her move, the sword met an unexpected resistance, halting its advance. In the next moment, her fingers deftly twisted, redirecting the blade towards the enforcer's companion. Startled, the companion attempted to evade but was ultimately too late, resulting in the sword piercing his arm, prompting a pained scream followed by curses. Ah, this hurts like hell. Are you insane? You're supposed to be killing them, not turning on me. The enforcer turned to see Qiao Niannian, his frustration boiling over. Since her arrival at the gambling den, she had disrupted their plans, leading to their carefully laid scheme unraveling. Xiao Beichen, ever protective, frowned as he caught the enforcer's gaze. What nonsense are you spouting? You injured your own partner, and now you want to blame me? Are you out of your mind? Before the enforcer could retort, the owner of the establishment grew impatient. Stop wasting time with them. They all need to die. Handle it quickly, otherwise, when dawn arrives and the guards come, we will all be in trouble. The enforcer fell silent, casting a menacing glance at Xiao Beichen. While everyone here was destined to die, he resolved to deal with Xiao Beichen first. Xiao Beichen felt his legs weaken. No way, this can't be happening. The third young master of the esteemed Mingyuan Ho residence was about to meet such a humiliating end here. If he were to perish, it would be one thing. But dragging his little sister into this was a crime worthy of eternal damnation. Regret washed over him as he thought, Nian, it's all my fault. If I hadn't come to gamble, you wouldn't be in danger. I swear if we make it out of this, I will devote myself to my studies and never gamble again. After speaking, he found his own reasoning absurd. The thugs in the gambling den were formidable. Even if he had wings, escape was impossible. Regardless, Xiao Beichen was filled with remorse, regret for his gambling addiction, for misjudging people, and for trusting that scoundrel Lu Wenxian. But his sister was innocent. Wiping away tears, he turned to Lu Wenxian. I know you hate me. You can kill me or do whatever you wish. But my sister is innocent. Can you let her go? Lu Wenxian raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised that Xiao Beichen could still ask such a naive question at the brink of death. Qiao Niannian was aware of his intentions to eliminate Xiao Beichen. How could he possibly allow her to escape? However, witnessing Xiao Beichen's pitiful demeanor sparked a sense of satisfaction within Lu Wenxian. The noble scion of the Ho residence was experiencing this fate. As his eyes glimmered, He stepped forward, resting a leg on a chair and gesturing provocatively. Your sister deserves death, but since we've known each other for so long, and this is your first time begging me, I'll show you some pity. Here is a chance. If you crawl through my legs, I will release your sister. Hearing those humiliating words, Zhou Beichen clenched his fists, his eyes reddening. Lu Wenxian raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Don't want to save your sister? Zhou Beichen felt a surge of hatred. For the first time, he realized just how powerless he was. Any random person could easily crush him. He was filled with loathing, yet this was his sister's only chance. Meanwhile, Qiao Niannian had managed to dispel the drug's effects on Lu Zhoxing, restoring him to normalcy. He had merely been under the influence of the drug, not suffering from amnesia. Shocked for a moment, he quickly grasped the situation. Seeing Zhou Beichen about to kneel before Lu Wenxian, he seized Zhou Beichen's arm. Have you lost your mind? Even if you do crawl through, he won't spare your sister. Zhou Beichen's eyes were bloodshot. This is my sister's only chance. I must do this. He had no power. To save his sister's life, he was willing to sacrifice his own dignity, his only bargaining chip. Lu Zhoxing glanced at Zhou Beichen and then at Qiao Niannian, murmuring, your sister might not need our help. Lu Zhoxing had begun to piece things together. Since Qiao Niannian entered the gambling den, everything had fallen under her control, whether it was winning against him and Zhou Beichen or the owner. Such capability was impressive. Moreover, Qiao Niannian's method of dispelling the drug was remarkably skilled, reminiscent of the National Master's techniques for detoxification. Lu Zhoxing found it hard to believe that Qiao Niannian, so young, was from the mystical realm. Yet, given the circumstances, he could not dismiss it. Having undergone 2 years of arduous training and possessing a wealth of experiences, he was not like Zhou Beichen, who had never ventured far. Zhou Beichen, unaware of Lu Zhoxing's musings, had no intention to inquire further. All he wanted was for his sister to survive. He stepped forward, ready to kneel before Lu Wenxian. However, as his knees buckled, Qiao Niannian kicked him to the ground. What a disgrace. Kneeling before someone like Lu Wenxian is worse than death. Zhou Beichen, sprawled on the ground, struggled to rise, clutching his lower back. When did his sister become so strong? It felt as if a bull had rammed into him, leaving him feeling utterly incapacitated. Meanwhile, an enforcer pushed Lu Wenxian aside. Don't just stand there. You're delaying me from killing. The enforcer held Lu Wenxian in contempt. If it weren't for his ability to manipulate Zhou Beichen, the third prince would never have taken an interest in someone so feeble. Lu Wenxian's face flushed with anger, but he could only begrudgingly step back, his eyes dark with resentment. The enforcer, indifferent to the tension, beckoned Zhou Beichen over. Zhou Beichen's expression shifted, especially when Qiao Niannian unexpectedly moved in front of him. Sister, don't worry about me. Just run. Qiao Niannian rolled her eyes. This gambling den isn't that big. Where can I possibly run? With remarkable agility, Qiao Niannian sidestepped the enforcer's attack, swiftly grasping his wrist. In the next moment, she struck his arm with a powerful blow. A sharp crack resonated as the enforcer's arm broke. Without mercy, she kicked him away, sending him crashing into a gambling table, shattering it to pieces. Zhou Beichen, Lu Zhoxing, Lu Wenxian quietly stepped back, swallowing hard. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 59, Chaos unleashed. The thugs murmured among themselves, this girl has some skills. She took down the boss. The owner's expression darkened. Everyone, attack at once. The remaining 11 thugs of the gambling den, no longer hesitating, charged forward. Qiao Niannian, unfazed, moved with remarkable speed. When one thug lunged at her with a sword, he struck only at an illusion. In the next moment, he felt a chill at his back. Qiao Niannian had seized a stool and brought it crashing down upon him, causing him to spit blood and lose consciousness. Excellent, that made the second one incapacitated. Qiao Beichen's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily forgetting the pain in his waist, as he witnessed his sister knock out yet another thug. The third, then the fourth, and the fifth fell, until only the owner of the gambling den, Lu Wenxian, and Lu Zhoxing remained standing in the room. Qiao Niannian's gaze swept over Lu Wenxian, who was visibly trembling. Her piercing glare was as if a deity of death had emerged from the depths of hell. This young girl fought with such ferocity, dispatching each thug with a single punch. These men were elite guards trained by the third prince, selected with greater scrutiny than even the imperial guard. Now, standing before Qiao Niannian, they were no more formidable than fledgling chicks. With a disdainful scoff, Qiao Niannian dismissed Lu Wenxian as a worthy opponent. Her attention shifted to the owner, who had lost his earlier composure. His ability to lead the gambling den stemmed not from martial prowess, but from his clever mind and exceptional gambling skills. He was a refined gentleman. Refined gentlemen do not resort to violence. As Qiao Niannian stepped forward, Chen Zhuangzhu retreated, inching back until he collided with a stool and fell into it. You, Qiao Niannian kicked Chen Zhuangzhu off the stool. What do you mean you? Hurry up and get the money. It's a total of 561,000 taels of silver. Trembling, the owner stammered, I'll go right now. Lu Zhoxing, perceptive as ever, immediately followed the owner. Qiao Niannian nodded, swiftly handing him a talisman to place over his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhouxing cradled the talisman as if it were a rare treasure. Qiao Beichen felt a pang of jealousy. His sister had given him talismans before. Why did Lu Zhouxing deserve one? He looked at his sister with a pitiful expression. Qiao Niannian, seated on the stool, glanced at her third brother. Isn't your friend still waiting by the door? Aren't you going to check on him? At this, Qiao Beichen sprang to his feet, though still in pain. It paled in comparison to his eagerness to confront Lu Wenxian. Meanwhile, Lu Wenxian was frantically trying to open the door, but no matter how hard he pulled, it remained shut. He thought he was unnoticed, but Qiao Niannian's mention of him startled him, prompting him to pull with even greater force. Yet it was futile. By the time Qiao Beichen reached him, Lu Wenxian had still failed to open the door. Qiao Niannian glanced at the door, recognizing that it had been sealed with magic. Mere physical strength would not suffice to open it. The one who had cast the spell was the same person who had repaired the spiritual serpent earlier, and he should be emerging soon. Patiently, Qiao Niannian waited. Upon arriving in this world, she had encountered a member of the Qinsang Xian sect. Though they worshipped a mysterious statue, they were not practitioners of evil. This master of the gambling den, however, was a genuine practitioner of dark arts. In her previous life, she had perished in a confrontation with the most formidable dark practitioner, which had brought her to this great Xia dynasty. Qiao Niannian was no stranger to such practitioners. From the very first glance, she had sensed the darkness within him. As Qiao Niannian awaited the dark practitioner's emergence, Qiao Beichen had already begun to chastise Lu Wenxian. Lu Wenxian, 2 years older and somewhat stronger, found himself at a disadvantage despite Qiao Beichen's lack of formal training. With a family of military figures, his eldest brother, cousin, and second cousin, Qiao Beichen had picked up a few techniques over the years, so Qiao Niannian had no cause for concern. As expected,
Qiao Beichen easily overpowered Lu Wenxian.
Just as Qiao Niannian observed the two men grappling and tugging at each other's hair, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Lu Zhouxing burst through the curtain, clutching his chest. Niannian, there are people from the Xian sect. You must leave at once. Aware that Qiao Niannian was also from the Xian sect, he could not ascertain who was stronger. By age alone, the older man, likely in his 40s or 50s, posed a threat to the 10-year-old girl. Just moments ago, he had been struck by that older man. Had it not been for Niannian's talisman, he feared he might have met his end. However, before he could finish speaking, the owner entered, accompanied by the master from the back courtyard. The master carried himself with an air of superiority, regarding the chaos in the gambling den with indifference. To him, the thugs were no more than fledglings. He believed that if Qiao Niannian possessed any skills in the arcane arts, dealing with these men would be effortless. He cast a disdainful glance around the gambling den, finally fixing his gaze upon Qiao Niannian, revealing a menacing glint in his eyes. Qiao Niannian scrutinized him in return. She calculated his aura and discerned that he bore several lives on his conscience, debts incurred while serving the third prince, as well as his own misdeeds. Upon further estimation, she realized that all the lives he had sullied were directly linked to him, prompting a look of revulsion to cross her face. How shameless to masquerade as a master when he had even killed his own parents. The master, observing Qiao Niannian, initially dismissed her as an insignificant child. Just as he was about to launch a scathing remark, Qiao Niannian spoke first, her words causing his expression to shift dramatically. How could you know? The truth of his patricide was a secret known only to him. How could she possibly be aware? With a cold smile, Qiao Niannian replied, Are you not also a member of the Xian sect? Surely, you must be capable of divination. The master was left speechless. He could perform divination, but it required tools and the combination of birth dates to yield such insights. They had never met before today. Even with some ability, how could she know of his heinous act? This revelation exceeded the master's comprehension. He mistakenly believed that Qiao Niannian had someone investigate him. What a sharp-tongued little girl. You seem adept at manipulating hearts. Had it not been for my own knowledge of the arcane, you might have deceived me. Chapter 60. Third brother changes fate master. What do you think of this foul girl? Is she manageable? The owner was filled with trepidation. Just moments before, Qiao Niannian had pierced through the master's past. The owner began to doubt whether the master could truly contend with Qiao Niannian. The master scoffed. No matter how skilled a practitioner of the Xian sect may be, divination requires tools for assistance. She cannot possibly discern the past and present of others with just a flick of her fingers. He was convinced that she must have sent someone to investigate his past. Rest assured, she is merely a little girl with some martial skills. She is not worthy of my concern. Upon hearing this, the owner let out a sigh of relief. Very well then. Although he did not believe Qiao Niannian was merely a girl with some martial skills, especially after witnessing how she had incapacitated the third prince's elite guards with ease, he still regarded the enigmatic practitioners of the arcane arts with greater respect, particularly this master before him. While the gambling den had been thriving and the third prince was pleased, most people were not inclined to become ensnared in gambling. However, ever since the arrival of this master, the gambling den has flourished remarkably. With a mere flick of his fingers, he transformed the business, multiplying its profits several times over. In the Great Xia dynasty, individuals skilled in mystical arts were held in high esteem, especially since the national master was a member of the Xianmen sect. Emerging as a guardian of the dynasty, the national master could endure as long as the nation itself persisted. Due to this, the emperor issued a decree mandating respect for all Xianmen practitioners throughout the Great Xia. They were exempt from taxes and were not required to kneel before officials. Those with genuine talent could even apply for examinations. Upon passing, they would receive official recognition from the court, granting them a salary that increased with their rank. They could leverage this recognition to secure positions within the government. A far more accessible path than the arduous years of study endured by scholars awaiting the imperial examination. Master Chen was oblivious to the nature of evil cultivators. Having witnessed the master's abilities firsthand, he naturally trusted his words. He directed harsh words towards Qiao Niannian, proclaiming, "I once believed you were formidable, but it appears you are nothing but a counterfeit. Now, let the master personally deal with you." Qiao Niannian did not disdain the master, rather. It was she who found herself looked down upon. The master possessed limited skills, and his perspective was as narrow as that of a frog at the bottom of a well. Unable to achieve certain feats himself, he assumed they were non-existent in the world. Moreover, she discovered an intriguing connection between her third brother's impending calamity and the individual before her. Historical accounts indicated that he had been dismembered, but had not perished. According to Qiao Beichen's fate, such an event should not have occurred. Having calculated his destiny, Qiao Niannian knew his fate was exceptionally noble. As long as he did not seek death, minor obstacles would easily resolve themselves. Thus, even if he were to lose his limbs, survival was assured, freeing him from the confines of a watery grave. Yet, she perceived a correlation between this master and her third brother's fate. A moment of contemplation allowed her to grasp the underlying reasons. No wonder my brother, after having his hands and feet severed, ended up drowning in a filthy ditch. It seems this master exchanged destinies with him after his disfigurement. This master is inherently a harbinger of misfortune, possessing a dreadful fate. Only through his cultivated abilities has he managed to suppress some of his ill fortune. Had he been an ordinary person, calamity would have befallen him long ago. My brother, having lost his limbs, would surely meet a tragic end under such a fate. A sharp intake of breath escaped Xiao Beichen. What is this? This wretched master dares to covet my fate. How shameless! Even if my destiny were to be ruined, it must not benefit this beast. His gaze toward the master shifted, now viewing him as nothing more than a beast. Previously, he had doubted his sister's words, even questioning if she had been overly sensitive. However, he now recognized her ability to foresee the future. Every thought she harbored manifested in reality. Thus, if she foretold his tragic demise, it would indeed come to pass. If she suggested that this vile creature coveted his fate, then it was true. How could he endure such a fate? The treacherous individuals surrounding him sought his ruin. Lu Wenxian, Master Chen, and this unfamiliar master. What was it about him that displeased them so? Over 2 years, they had meticulously orchestrated this scheme. Xiao Beichan lamented his unfortunate destiny, while Qiao Niannian could not help but shake her head. My brother's fate is truly dire. In truth, within the entire Minuan Marquise, aside from the main family, who possesses a fortunate fate, our mother met a tragic end, our eldest brother perished, our third brother met a tragic fate, our second brother suffered a cruel fate, and our father lives in misery. Ultimately, I too was burned alive. Look at this entire family, truly a band of cannon fodder, utterly extinguished. Yet, compared to the annihilation of the entire family, my brother's situation is even more tragic. The third prince seeks to eliminate those from the Minuan Marquise, with my brother as one of his targets. Lu Wenxian harbors jealousy towards him and wishes for his demise, while this master covets my brother's fate, desiring to exchange destinies with him. It seems my brother has quite a few adversaries. A chill ran down Xiao Beichen's spine. He was indeed the most unfortunate of all. However, his utmost concern remained the thought of his dear sister being burned alive. His eyes turned crimson. His sister, so small and adorable, akin to a sweet rice dumpling, had been cherished by him since childhood. The mere thought of his beloved sister meeting such a horrific end ignited a fervent desire within him to exact vengeance upon those responsible, envisioning their torment in myriad ways. That night, Qiao Beichan endured a torrent of realizations about his own inadequacy. Even in confronting mere subordinates of the third prince, he required his sister to shield him. Throughout that night, he repeatedly felt the weight of his impotence, feeling utterly worthless. Beyond his title as the third young master of the Minuan Marquise, he was nothing. In that moment, Qiao Beichen experienced a profound transformation, and that night marked a pivotal turning point in his destiny. The events of that night would remain etched in his memory for years to come, ultimately shaping him into the future Prime Minister Qiao. Yet at present, Qiao Beichen was still merely the third young master, reliant on his sister for protection. Chapter 61. It is that master again. Master, please intervene and deal with this demoness. Master Chen respectfully bowed to the master before pointing at Qiao Niannian. The master remained unperturbed. His primary objective was Qiao Beichen. Witnessing his plan falter as Qiao Beichen prepared to depart, he would act without needing Master Chen's urging. After all, this was a matter of life and death for him. Born under an unfavorable fate, he had become an evil cultivator and, in his 40s, appeared to be over 50. Fortunately, he had fortuitously encountered a wise figure who informed him of his flawed destiny and lack of longevity. Startled, he sought guidance. He had diligently cultivated to alter his dismal fate, even sacrificing many lives in the process. The figure promptly instructed him, revealing a method of extending his life by exchanging fates with an exceptionally noble person. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of fate exchange, he was fortunate that the wise figure was amiable and left behind a statue. He merely needed to find a suitable individual with a noble fate and bring them before the statue, at which point assistance would be granted. The master had no doubts, bowing reverently to the statue before following its guidance into the capital. After all, the more noble the fate, the greater the power. The capital of the Great Xia, a nexus of authority, was the optimal location. After preparing, the master arrived in the capital. Not long after, he fortuitously encountered Qiao Beichen and discerned his impending calamity. Instantly, he fixated on Qiao Beichen. Upon learning that Qiao Beichen was the third young master of the Mingyuan Marquis, he hesitated. That very night, he dutifully prayed before the statue and conveyed his intentions. Following his confession, 3 large characters materialized on the wooden table. Third Prince. Through inquiries, he learned that the third prince was the favored son of the current emperor and the favored consort, enjoying significant privilege. He approached the third prince, who held profound respect for practitioners of the mystical arts. After stating his purpose, the prince readily agreed to assist him. Thus, the intricate plan unfolded. After all, Qiao Beichen was destined to perish. The master merely awaited the moment of his demise to exchange their fates. He would obtain what he desired, and Qiao Beichen would meet his end with purpose. The plan, initially flawless, faced an unexpected challenge with the emergence of Qiao Niannian, nearly derailing everything. The master would certainly not overlook Qiao Niannian. However, upon closer inspection of her, he realized that her fate was significantly superior to that of Qiao Beichen. Naturally, the master began to devise his plans. After all, he was in the business of exchanging fate. If he could acquire a better one, he would disdain the inferior one belonging to Qiao Beichen. As the master scrutinized Qiao Niannian, his gaze bore an unsettling resemblance to that of a merchant assessing the value of goods. Qiao Niannian raised an eyebrow. Could this master believe that my fate surpasses that of my third brother, which is why he is so keenly interested in it? Hearing his sister's thoughts, Qiao Beichen couldn't help but glance at the so-called master, and indeed, he saw him regarding Qiao Niannian with a peculiar look. Enraged, Qiao Beichen swiftly pushed his sister behind him and yelled at the master. What are you staring at, you old fool? Do you have no shame at your age? Do you wish to die? You think you can covet my sister's fate? She is not someone like you can lay your filthy hands on. The master, taken aback by the insult, darkened his expression. Ignorant child, how dare you speak so arrogantly? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. With lightning speed, the master lunged for Qiao Beichen's neck. The force of his attack stirred a fierce gust of wind that caused those nearby to stagger back several steps. Qiao Beichen was caught off guard. Fortunately, Qiao Niannian reacted swiftly, shoving him aside and seizing a table leg, bringing the heavy gambling table crashing down upon the master's head. With a thunderous crash, the solid wooden table, heavy enough for several individuals to lift, splintered into pieces. The master had not anticipated Qiao Niannian's sudden strike, and before he could react, the table struck him, creating a deep dent in his skull, blood streaming down his gaunt cheek. Still holding a piece of the table leg, Qiao Niannian did not afford the master a moment to recover. She swung it mercilessly at his face, shattering the bones with brutal force. The crowd watched in horror as the master was sent sprawling, half his face caved in. As he spat blood, dizziness overwhelmed him, and his face went numb. A ringing in his ears. Lu Zhouxing, possessing some martial prowess, had narrowly escaped death from the master's earlier blow, thanks to the talisman given by Qiao Niannian. He had thought that confronting this master would be challenging, yet the girl dispatched him with astonishing ease. Seeing the master incapacitated, Chen Zhuangzhu realized the situation had turned dire and attempted to flee. Lu Zhouxing swiftly blocked his path, a gentle smile masking his intentions. Zhuangzhu, there's no need to rush away. We still have accounts to settle. This man had just claimed he would retrieve silver, only to sneak into the master's room and conspire against him. Now, he must make this scoundrel taste the consequences. As Chen Zhuangzhu attempted to protest, Lu Zhouxing's fist struck his abdomen, followed by a relentless beating. Qiao Beichen, equally incensed, stepped forward, looking for any opportunity to kick the man. This scoundrel dared to scheme against me. Let me show him the consequences of his actions. Meanwhile, the master, still in shock, finally regained his senses and looked at Qiao Niannian with terror. Why you? Don't come any closer. Qiao Niannian laughed mockingly. Weren't you just so arrogant? What are you afraid of now? Advancing toward him step by step, she resembled a reaper from the depths of hell. The master could not help but cry out, Master, save me. As he uttered those words, a sinister wind surged into the gambling den, rattling lanterns and stirring candles. The eyes of ordinary patrons burned with pain, rendering them unable to open them. Lu Zhouxing and Xiao Beichen, being close to the master, were nearly knocked off their feet by the gust. They had to cling to a nearby pillar to steady themselves as darkness engulfed much of the gambling hall. The master, witnessing the black wind, was filled with elation. Surely, his esteemed benefactor would rescue him in this moment of peril. Qiao Niannian stood unfazed against the wind, her hair billowing as she remained untouched amidst the chaos around her. The dark wind, undeterred, surged toward the master. Narrowing her eyes at the encroaching darkness, she felt an unsettling familiarity with the scene unfolding before her. Previously, when they had captured Qin Sang, she had witnessed a similar phenomenon when Qin Sang had called for protection. This was the second encounter with the dark wind. With determination, Qiao Niannian unleashed 2 talismans of heavenly fire to test their potency. Upon contact, the black wind hesitated momentarily before the talismans ignited with a brilliant blue flame, incinerating half of the darkness. The once formidable black aura quickly lost its strength. Qiao Niannian retrieved 2 more heavenly fire talismans. Her current strength was only at 60%, and the talismans lacked their full potency. In her prime, she could have dispatched such a trivial darkness with a single talisman. The heavenly fire was the bane of all malevolent forces. As Qiao Niannian brandished the talismans, the black wind, seemingly frightened by the flames, retreated hastily. The master, wide-eyed, pleaded, "Esteemed one, do not leave. I am still here." But the black wind fled even faster at his words. In a hidden chamber, a dark-clad man spat blood in frustration. "Useless. You can't even handle such a simple task, and now you've brought me trouble." The heavenly fire talismans were indeed his nemesis. This was his second failure, a blow to his pride. He grimaced, pondering the identity of the girl. Previously, he had only managed to keep Qin Sang at bay. Now, she had the power to harm him. How long had it been since their last encounter? Such a person could not be allowed to grow, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Summoning 2 attendants, he commanded Qian Shan, Qian Shui, descend immediately and investigate the recent happenings in the capital. Discover when a child of such profound abilities emerged. The 2 subordinates complied and departed. The man pressed his wound, contemplating deeply. Although he had dispatched a fragment of his essence, it represented only a fraction of his power and lacked full awareness. He could only glean limited information from the master's mark, learning that it was the heavenly fire that had burned him and that the adversary was merely a 10-year-old child. Beyond that, he was left in the dark. As the black wind dissipated, only Lu Zhouxing, Qiao Beichen, Qiao Niannian, and the master remained conscious in the room. The others had succumbed to oblivion. Lu Zhouxing was unharmed due to the protective talisman given by Qiao Niannian, and Qiao Beichen remained safe by virtue of his proximity to Lu Zhouxing. Qiao Niannian and the master, both practitioners of the mysterious arts, were naturally unperturbed. The master's face, once brimming with joy, transformed into despair as the dark wind retreated. He realized he could not escape this day. Yet, he felt a twinge of pride in his discerning eye. He had forsaken Xiao Beichen in favor of Qiao Niannian's superior fate. The girl, so young yet possessing such formidable abilities, was indeed a testament to her remarkable destiny. Should he succeed in exchanging fates, he could hardly fathom the heights of achievement that awaited him. With this thought, the master regarded Qiao Niannian with a mixture of resentment and longing. "It is all your fault. You have destroyed my chances, and you truly deserve to perish. Shouldn't you face your demise? You have harmed my brother, and now seek to inflict more suffering upon me, as well as claim the lives of so many innocent souls. You have slain your own parents and your wife and children. You exhibit an utter lack of humanity." Qiao Niannian nodded in agreement, saying, "That's not all. He even desires to exchange fates with others. Do you know what fate exchange entails?" Qiao Beichen shook his head. "Exchanging fates is akin to swapping destinies. This evil cultivator has committed numerous heinous acts, and when he dies, he shall surely descend into hell to suffer. However, if he exchanges his fate with another, that individual must bear his sins and endure the torment in hell on his behalf." Qiao Beichen's eyes widened in realization. He had believed that fate exchange merely involved a simple swap of destinies, unaware that it also entailed the transference of guilt. Remembering his sister's heartfelt sentiments, he realized he had indeed been a victim of a fate exchange, ultimately meeting a tragic end. This meant that even after his dismal demise, his suffering was far from over. He would have to endure the torments of hell in place of that vile creature. Unable to contain his fury, Qiao Beichen stepped forward and vehemently kicked the master several times. "You scoundrel, for coveting my fate, I shall end your life." In his rage, he lost control and, with a few powerful kicks, ended the master's life. In the next moment, the master's soul floated out. Thinking no one could see him, he turned to flee. However, Qiao Niannian swiftly raised her hand, sending a talisman soaring through the air. In an instant, the talisman enveloped the master's soul, which she then sealed within a bottle she carried. Lu Zhouxing and Qiao Beichen could not perceive the soul. Yet they sensed something amiss with the lifeless body on the ground. Approaching, they checked for breath and confirmed the man was indeed dead. Let him be dead. He is of no further use to us, they concluded, glancing at Qiao Niannian. Aside from the third prince's people, there were many from the gambling house who needed to be cleared out. Relying solely on the two of them would take far too long. Just as Qiao Beichen was about to refuse, considering the safety of his sister, he recalled her formidable prowess and felt reassured. He went to seek reinforcements. The only conscious individuals left in the gambling house were Qiao Niannian and Lu Zhoxing. Can you assist me in waking this Chen Zhuangzhu so he may return my money? Qiao Niannian inquired. Lu Zhoxing had no objections and promptly fetched a bucket of cold water from the well in the backyard, splashing it onto Chen Zhuangzhu's face. Startled, Chen Zhuangzhu shivered awake, only to find himself confronted by Lu Zhoxing's fierce expression. He promptly closed his eyes, ready to faint. Lu Zhoxing kicked him sharply, his tone menacing. Should you dare to faint, I shall shatter your bones piece by piece. Trembling, Chen Zhuangzhu opened his eyes and whimpered, Young Master Lu, please spare me. I am but a servant. I do whatever my master commands. This matter has nothing to do with me. I know nothing. Lu Zhoxing's expression was inscrutable as he yanked Chen Zhuangzhu up from the ground and kicked him again. Enough of your excuses. Return the money. Chapter 63. Qiao Niannian strikes gold. I will exchange it immediately for Miss Qiao. Chen Zhuangzhu, realizing the gravity of the situation, became much more compliant. After all, even the master he revered was no match for Qiao Niannian. He dared not entertain any other thoughts. The gambling house's earnings were still locked in his room. This establishment belonged to the third prince, and he reported the accounts biannually. In 2 days, it would be time to submit the accounts. In other words, all the profits from the past 6 months were currently stored in Chen Zhuangzhu's room. Chen Zhuangzhu frequently reviewed the accounts, and the secret chamber likely contained over 1 million taels, a sum amassed after the master set up the feng shui arrangement, 10 times more than usual. Many had even mortgaged their land and homes to the gambling house, which sold these properties to convert them into silver or gold notes for safekeeping. Lu Zhoxing watched Chen Zhuangzhu as he approached the room, but Chen Zhuangzhu hesitated. He needed to retrieve the key to the box, a closely guarded secret not meant for prying eyes. Lu Zhoxing, displeased, kicked Chen Zhuangzhu again. What are you waiting for? Hurry and fetch the silver. If you're unwilling, that is fine. I can have Miss Qiao speak to you personally. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhuangzhu hastily grasped Lu Zhoxing's sleeve, exclaiming, No. I'll get it right now. Without further ado, he retrieved the key from a hidden compartment and opened the secret chamber, leading Lu Zhoxing inside. This chamber contained not only the gambling house's earnings, but also the accounts since its inception. Chen Zhuangzhu was intimately familiar with the chamber upon entering. He lit candles and carried a candlestick inside. The chamber was dim, but not overly large, with 2 rooms. Each room had a hidden door, and Chen Zhuangzhu guided Lu Zhoxing to the innermost room, turning the mechanism to open the hidden door. Lu Zhoxing, remaining cautious, did not rush in but instead pushed Chen Zhuangzhu forward. Once Chen Zhuangzhu entered and lit all the candles inside the chamber, Lu Zhoxing followed. Within the chamber were 4 or 5 large boxes. Lu Zhoxing opened one to discover it was filled with neatly stacked gold ingots. The box was substantial, requiring at least 4 strong men to lift it, and it contained no less than 10,000 taels of gold. After counting, Lu Zhoxing found there were 5 such large boxes, with approximately 1 million taels in silver notes and 4,000 taels in gold, plus several thousand taels in silver, totaling about 140,000 taels of silver. Chen Zhuangzhu, feeling the pinch, approached to retrieve Qiao Niannian's 56,000 taels in silver notes. At that moment, Lu Zhoxing stepped forward and forcefully pulled Chen Zhuangzhu aside. Enough, do not move. All this silver belongs to Sister Niannian. Chen Zhuangzhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Young Master Lu, this is excessive. Miss Qiao won 56,000 taels from my gambling house, yet I have a total of 148,000 taels. How can you give it all to her? Lu Zhoxing, uninterested in further debate, dragged Chen Zhuangzhu back to the front yard. He explained the situation to Qiao Niannian. Sister Niannian, there's too much in the backyard for me to handle alone, but I've calculated it, and it amounts to 148,000 taels of silver, all yours. Lu Zhoxing smiled, his demeanor somewhat obsequious, while also feeling a pang of jealousy towards Qiao Beichen. That lucky fellow was fortunate indeed to have such a remarkable sister. However, upon hearing this, Qiao Niannian's expression was devoid of joy. Instead, she appeared quite serious. As a practitioner of the Tao, how could I covet another's wealth? I cannot accept what does not belong to me. Lu Zhoxing, sensing her solemnity, immediately apologized. Sister Niannian, I am truly sorry, I was wrong. He had only intended to cheer her up, never imagining she would be so principled. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuangzhu breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the silver remained intact, allowing him to provide an explanation to the third prince. Just as Chen Zhuangzhu began to relax, Qiao Niannian spoke again. Chen Zhuangzhu, your gambling skills are quite impressive, and I hold great respect for you. How about we have another wager? Chun Zhuangzhu was taken aback.
No, no, no.
He was adamant in his refusal. Just as he was about to decline, Qiao Niannian produced a set of wooden tokens. Here is the plan. I will throw these tokens, and we will each select one. The one with the higher number wins, with the odds calculated at 2-1. Lu Zhouxing's mind raced, and he quickly interjected, Sister Niannian, Chun Zhuangzhu has 148,000 taels. Subtracting your 56,000 taels leaves 91,900 taels. You can wager 45,950 taels this time. Qiao Niannian's eyes sparkled with admiration as she glanced at Lu Zhouxing before speaking. Double the stakes. I wager 459,000 taels. Master Chen exclaimed. With you all engaging in such tactics, what is there left to compete for? I might as well just give you the money. However, Qiao Niannian, being principled, refused to accept anything for free, as it could lead to unforeseen consequences. She insisted on the competition. To ensure the integrity of the game, Lu Zhouxing took the wooden tokens from Qiao Niannian and tossed them to the two participants. He selected the tokens numbered 1, 2, and 3 to throw towards Master Chen, while he tossed the larger tokens numbered 7, 8, and 9 towards Qiao Niannian. Each participant chose a token and revealed their outcomes. Master Chen drew a 1, while Qiao Niannian revealed a 9. Lu Zhouxing announced, Qiao Niannian wins. Master Chen owes her 911,900 taels, plus the previous 56,100 taels, bringing the total to 148,000 taels. The funds in the gambling den were just sufficient. Master Chen looked utterly dazed. These two were more formidable than bandits, blatantly cheating while he dared not utter a word. His mind raced as he contemplated how to report this to the third prince. But before he could formulate his complaint, Qiao Niannian knocked him unconscious with a swift strike. She then turned to Lu Zhouxing and said, let's go collect our winnings. Lu Zhouxing followed Qiao Niannian to the backyard, where she retrieved a new, unused cloth bag from the firewood shed and affixed a talisman to it. Curiosity etched on his face. Lu Zhouxing asked, Sister Niannian, why are you placing a talisman on the bag? Is it not clean? Qiao Niannian shook her head. Given Lu Zhouxing's actions throughout the night aligned with her intentions, she patiently explained, this is a space talisman. It allows small items to hold more. Space talisman? Lu Zhouxing had never encountered such a thing.
Yet.
He reasoned that a small cloth bag could only hold 4 to 5 jin of grain. Even with a space talisman, it could hardly contain an enormous sum of silver. Just the 80,000 taels of silver required 3 chests, weighing 5,000 jin. This bag could not hold even 1% of that. Lu Zhouxing thought Qiao Niannian, accustomed to living in the Mingyuan Marquis' residence, likely had no grasp of the substantial weight of such silver. He anticipated that once she witnessed the physical reality, she would abandon her notion. With that in mind, he offered no resistance and accompanied Qiao Niannian into Master Chen's chamber. The secret chamber door remained ajar as they entered seamlessly. The candles inside flickered, illuminating 5 large chests, 2 of which Lu Zhouxing had already opened. Qiao Niannian approached, and Lu Zhouxing hurriedly opened all 5 chests. 3 were filled with silver, while 2 contained gold, atop which rested a wooden box. The box, crafted from rosewood, bore intricate carvings, with a green gemstone embedded at its center. Lu Zhouxing picked up the box and handed it to Qiao Niannian. Sister Niannian, this box contains gold and silver notes. You can take it for now. The notes are small enough to fit in that little bag. Qiao Niannian opened it casually and rummaged through the contents. Aside from the gold and silver notes, there were also 2 land deeds for estates. Presumably, Master Chen intended to present them to the third prince, but had yet to do so. This fortuitously benefited her. Qiao Niannian took the box without hesitation and placed it into the cloth bag. Lu Zhouxing chuckled, Sister Niannian, this is too heavy for us to carry. Before he could finish a sentence, Qiao Niannian flung open the chest lid, effortlessly lifted it with one hand, and began pouring its contents into the bag. Lu Zhouxing was left speechless. Previously, he had been astonished when Qiao Niannian had effortlessly lifted a solid wooden gambling table that weighed 7 or 8 people.
Now,
witnessing her single-handedly hoist a large chest containing 20,000 taels of gold, weighing over 1,300 jin, left him utterly dumbfounded. Throughout the night, his worldview had been shattered repeatedly. He had encountered more astonishing phenomena than in his previous 13 years combined. He watched in disbelief as Qiao Niannian poured gold into the bag, which appeared to be an endless abyss, never filling. After emptying the gold, Qiao Niannian proceeded to pour in the silver. The chest containing the silver held approximately 30,000 taels. Weighing nearly 2,000 jin, something that typically required 16 people to lift, was effortlessly handled by Qiao Niannian. For the first time, Lu Zhouxing felt utterly inadequate. A mere girl could lift thousands of jin, while he, a trained martial artist, could manage only 200 jin, 100 with one hand. But could Sister Niannian be compared to an ordinary girl? He felt that a single punch from her might very well be fatal. Qiao Niannian worked swiftly, and soon the secret chamber was completely emptied. She stood up, satisfied. Let us go. Lu Zhouxing followed her in a daze, as if in a trance. As Qiao Niannian passed another secret chamber, she hesitated but eventually entered, collecting some important items and leaving behind evidence of the gambling den and the master's wrongdoings. These items should be handed over to the authorities. When Qiao Niannian emerged, a figure rushed into the courtyard. It was Qiao Beichen, who had gone for help. Upon entering the gambling den and not finding his sister and Lu Zhouxing, his heart raced with anxiety. Fearing for their safety, he hurried to the back to assess the situation. To his relief, he found Qiao Niannian and Lu Zhouxing in the backyard. "What are you two doing here? Little sister, are you alright?" Qiao Beichen asked. Qiao Niannian shook her head. "I'm fine." Seeing that his sister appeared unharmed, Qiao Beichen turned to Lu Zhouxing, only to find him with a vacant expression, his demeanor reminiscent of someone who had just taken medicine. Qiao Beichen raised an eyebrow. "Lu Zhouxing, you haven't taken medicine again, have you? You seem a bit off." However, Lu Zhouxing remained lost in thought, replaying the image of Qiao Niannian lifting the 2,000 gene chest. He didn't hear Qiao Beichen's words. Frowning, Qiao Beichen moved closer to Qiao Niannian. "Sister, is he all right?" Watching Lu Zhouxing, who seemed utterly unresponsive, Qiao Beichen grew concerned. But since his sister said she was fine, he led her back to the gambling den, where they encountered Qiao Chushan. Unbeknownst to Qiao Chushan, while he had been asleep, his son had taken his daughter to gamble, nearly losing their lives. Had he not been worried about his daughter, he would have given Qiao Beichen a sound thrashing. Upon seeing Qiao Niannian approach, Qiao Chushan's expression softened slightly. "You girl, why are you out gallivanting with your third brother instead of staying home at this hour?" Qiao Niannian sighed inwardly, unable to voice her feelings. "I didn't want to, but who can blame me for having him as my third brother? I couldn't just stand by and watch him face danger." Qiao Chushan paused, glancing at his foolish son, who was waving his hand in front of Lu Zhouxing, grinning and saying, "I am your savior. Had I not brought my sister here, you might have lost your life." Xiao Chushan's expression darkened. This ungrateful wretch, not only was he facing peril, but he had to rely on his obedient daughter to save him. Qiao Beichen was boasting to Lu Zhouxing about his life-saving grace when a sudden chill crept up his spine, causing him to shudder. It was indeed quite cold on this late evening. "My savior is my sister Nian. What does that have to do with you? You nearly lost your own life and still dare to claim to be my savior," he retorted. Hearing Lu Zhouxing's words, Qiao Chushan nodded. This young man from the Lu family spoke quite reasonably, for it was indeed his daughter who had saved them. "Had it not been for my bringing my sister to the gambling den, would you have been saved by her?" Qiao Beichen protested vehemently, feeling he had played a significant role in the matter. However, Lu Zhouxing chose to ignore him, neither engaging nor confronting him directly. The two assisted Qiao Chushan in handling the affairs of the gambling house. The unconscious gamblers and the owner, Chen, were carried outside, while none of the thugs were left alive. Stepping out of the gambling den, Qiao Beichen gazed at the sign of Chongqing Gambling House, his expression intricate. Nearby, Lu Wenxian, apprehended by the guards, appeared pallid. Seeing Qiao Beichen emerge, he hastily spoke. "Beichen, I was momentarily bewitched. I realize my mistake now. Please spare me." He had genuinely considered Lu Wenxian his closest friend, often helping his family in secret due to their difficult circumstances. His mother worked as a laundress, and his father was employed as a carpenter. All jobs he had recommended to his friends. At the time, he had not mentioned Lu Wenxian, fully aware of his strong pride and distaste for pity. Yet today, Lu Wenxian's betrayal struck him like a steel dagger, painfully cleaving through flesh and leaving him deeply unsettled. Noticing his son lost in thought, Qiao Chushan assumed he was still preoccupied with the gambling house and prepared to confront Lu. However, Qiao Niannian grasped her father's arm. "Father, let third brother have a moment of peace. For 2 years, he had been played like a fool. His heart must be in turmoil now." Qiao Beichen seized the torch from the guards and walked to the front of the gambling house, igniting the sign. He resolved that from this day forth, he would devote himself to his studies and never again gamble. Lu Wenxian's eyes widened in disbelief. Qiao Beichen had lost his mind. This was the gambling house of the third prince, and he dared to destroy it. He was courting death. Seeing his son set the gambling house ablaze, Qiao Chushan felt a sense of satisfaction. Standing at the entrance, Qiao Beichen watched as the establishment burned to ashes before turning to leave. At that moment, at the border, General Hua, the commander of the attack on the barbarians, had long guarded the frontier and understood their characteristics well. Under normal circumstances, suppressing the barbarians was hardly a challenge for him. Though he commanded an army of 100,000, the barbarians matched him with the same number. However, General Hua always outmaneuvered them, often forcing the barbarians into retreat. Eventually, the barbarians, having realized the prowess of General Hua, became hesitant to attack. This time, however, they had somehow persuaded the state of Shichu to ally with them, launching a combined assault on the Daxia dynasty with an army of 200,000. Taken aback by this unexpected alliance, General Hua promptly sent an urgent request for reinforcements to the emperor. The Daxia dynasty dispatched 200,000 troops, led by Qiao Chuanbai, to the border. Upon arrival, Qiao Chuanbai transferred command to his grandfather. Under General Hua's leadership, Qiao Chuanbai charged ahead, winning 8 consecutive battles and driving the barbarians back 70 miles. Though still quite young, Qiao Chuanbai had earned the respect of seasoned generals through his repeated victories, proving his valor in battle, which even the experienced commanders admired. Despite his youth, Qiao Chuanbai proved himself a formidable warrior on the battlefield, leaving his enemies in fear. For 2 or 3 consecutive encounters, Daxia soldiers found themselves taunting the barbarians. Yet, just 2 weeks prior, the barbarians, who had been too terrified to engage, successfully ambushed and stole 2 months' worth of supplies meant for their army. This act was more humiliating for the Daxia dynasty than any defeat. In warfare, sustenance and resources are indispensable. They play a decisive role in determining the outcome of conflicts. Without adequate provisions, soldiers cannot advance to the battlefield without concern. If the morale of the troops is lost, victory becomes unattainable. General Hua harbored concerns and summoned Qiao Chuanbai to his tent. Upon entering, Qiao Chuanbai bowed respectfully. Commander. At just 19, he had already grown into a striking figure, exuding an aura of a martial leader mixed with an air of scholarly refinement. This had initially caused skepticism regarding his capabilities, as many assumed his good looks rendered him ineffective. Yet on the battlefield, his skill with a spear was agile and precise. Each strike clean and decisive, capable of taking down foes effortlessly. Now, no one dared to underestimate this young general any longer. General Hua surveyed his grandson with satisfaction and beckoned him closer.
Come here.
A map depicting the terrain lay before General Hua, marked with a red, indicating the location of the recent supply ambush by the barbarians. Strangely, the supplies were positioned well behind their army, and the route had been meticulously planned. If the barbarians had dared to attempt a theft, the chances of their complete annihilation would have been high. Yet they had succeeded, not only stealing the provisions but also slaughtering the escorting soldiers. This indicated a premeditated scheme. However, how could the barbarians have known the route taken by the supply convoy? Only a few generals within the army were privy to such information. General Hua dispatched an investigation, but could only conclude that it was a stroke of luck for the barbarians, who had stumbled upon the supply convoy while committing their atrocities. Observing the map, Qiao Chuanbai spoke gently. Commander, there is no need for excessive worry. I have just received a letter from my father. He mentioned that my uncle is personally escorting the supplies via the waterways and will arrive shortly. Hearing this news, General Hua's countenance softened considerably. With provisions on the way, even if the barbarians attacked, they could afford to be less anxious. However, General Hua soon sensed something amiss. Qiao Chuanbai paused briefly before continuing. In addition to mentioning my uncle's escorting of supplies, my father subtly cautioned us to be wary of those around us and advised against publicizing the matter of the provisions. Though seemingly a warning, it was quite apparent. His father suspected there were traitors within the military. Alongside his father's letter, he had also received correspondence from the Crown Prince, imploring him to act discreetly and exercise utmost caution. Uncertain of the happenings in the capital, Qiao Chuanbai felt compelled to heed the advice of both his father and the Crown Prince. Upon hearing this, General Hua focused intently on the map for a moment before indicating a specific area. If your uncle is transporting the supplies via water, he is likely to follow this route. For the next few days, dispatch troops to monitor that area. Upon sighting your uncle's men, discreetly escort them to safety. And do not disclose this matter for the time being. Qiao Chuanbai nodded in agreement. The 2 convoys would follow different routes, and the truth of the situation would only be revealed upon his uncle's arrival. That very night, someone covertly arrived at the military camp, sending a message through Qiao Chuanbai's trusted confidant. Qiao Chuanbai hurriedly went to greet the messenger, discovering it was his cousin Huiyu, who had ridden through the night from the capital. Cousin? Compared to the large troop escorting supplies, Huiyu, riding a swift steed, arrived at the border ahead of the 2 groups. The moment Huiyu laid eyes on Qiao Chuanbai, he leaned heavily against him, his voice weak and breathless.
Cousin, please support me.
I barely ate anything on the way, fearing I would miss the time. I have no strength left. Qiao Chuanbai assisted him into the military camp without alarming anyone. He first had warm water brought for Huiyu to wash up, then arranged for a meal. Once Huiyu had eaten his fill, Qiao Chuanbai, with curiosity etched on his face, spoke up. Huiyu, hearing this, picked up a bundle beside him and retrieved a bronze mirror, handing it to Qiao Chuanbai with utmost seriousness. This is a gift from my little sister. From now on, no matter what you do, you must keep this mirror close to your heart. Do you understand? Upon learning that the item was prepared by his sister, Qiao Chuanbai's demeanor softened. He recalled that when he went to battle, the little girl had been upset, and he had thought it was due to him. He hadn't realized she was secretly concerned for him. While he was pleased to receive something from her, the subsequent request began to sound increasingly absurd. With a resigned expression, Qiao Chuanbai replied, Huiyu, I appreciate the sentiment, but rest assured, I will keep it safe. However, I cannot wear this into battle. If he were to engage in combat, he would naturally don armor, making the mirror a hindrance. Huiyu, seeing Qiao Chuanbai's expression, understood he would not obediently take the mirror into battle. You must carry it. It pertains to your safety. This was calculated by our cousin. Qiao Chuanbai dismissed it, believing that when he left, Qiao Niannian could not have possibly learned fortune-telling. He suspected Huiyu's claims stemmed from some encounter with a charlatan. Huiyu, growing increasingly anxious, finally recalled something serious. You know how Niannian is, she specifically sought this for you. She put in a great deal of effort for it. She said that if you do not wear it, she will never acknowledge you as her older brother again. Hearing this, Qiao Chuanbai felt a pang of guilt, followed by a sense of helplessness. It was merely a dream. How could it be real? Yet, the thought of Qiao Niannian crying and nearly fainting, coupled with her threat of ignoring him, compelled him to act. He took the mirror, placing it against his heart, and looked at Huiyu. All right, I understand. I will wear it now. Qiao Chuanbai sighed. The Marquis of Mingyuan and the general's residents were all sons, but only their mother had given birth to Niannian, who was cherished beyond measure. No matter how many brothers she had, she was adored by all. Huiyu had always protected the little girl, and he meant what he said. Qiao Chuanbai did not want a sister to dislike him, despite the discomfort. He did not remove the mirror. Seeing this, Huiyu finally felt a sense of relief. Qiao Chuanbai might not voice it, but he cared deeply for his cousin. When Xiao Beichen had bullied Qiao Niannian as a child, upon learning of it, Qiao Chuanbai had confronted him, resulting in tears from Qiao Beichen. Though they were young and their antics were typical, Qiao Chuanbai had a different standard. Anyone who bullied Xiao Niannian would face his wrath. He had initially feared that Xiao Beichen would come to resent his cousin, but as they grew, Xiao Beichen recognized her femininity and adored her just as much. That evening, Huiyu stayed at Qiao Chuanbai's place. They had shared many nights together in the military camp and were accustomed to it. Their uncle was soon to arrive at the border. Qiao Chuanbai promptly set out with a few trusted men under the guise of a patrol. After all, inspecting the terrain was crucial for better combat strategy. When Xiao Chuanbai met up with Hua Hongya on the road, both were filled with excitement. Qiao Chuanbai arranged for Hua Hongya and his supplies to settle in a nearby village. This village had once housed around 100 families, but due to the border conflicts, the inhabitants had relocated, leaving it deserted. Although uninhabited, the village still had some resources that could be utilized. Once everyone was settled, Qiao Chuanbai turned to Hua Hongya and inquired, Uncle, wasn't it my second uncle responsible for escorting the supplies? Why did you bring the provisions instead? Chapter 67. Qiao Chufeng's trusted aide. I am not privy to the details regarding the supplies. This matter was directly overseen by your father and ultimately decided by the emperor. I received the imperial edict for this assignment at the last moment, Hua Hongya explained. After receiving a letter from his sister about the shortage of supplies at the border, Hua Hongya had felt urgency. The previous batch had been intercepted by the enemy, and they were on the brink of starvation. He had rushed to the palace to seek a command but found Xiao Chushan already there. Upon seeing him, the emperor had ordered him to immediately transport the supplies to the border via waterway. Hua Hongya had been puzzled and wanted to question Xiao Chushan, but had not found the opportunity. In military confrontations, supplies are pivotal for victory. He had proceeded with utmost caution, fearing any mishaps with the provisions. Fortunately, everything had gone smoothly, and the supplies arrived safely at the border. Qiao Chuanbai refrained from further questioning, though he felt uncertain about his father's intentions. Hua Hongya patted Qiao Chuanbai on the shoulder. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as the supplies are delivered safely and the soldiers are not left hungry, we will not succumb to the enemy. As for everything else, you must remain vigilant. Your father must have sent something. Hua Hongya harbored a bold speculation, but without evidence, he refrained from elaborating. Not only Hua Hongya had his suspicions, Qiao Chuanbai did too. His father had instructed his uncle to deliver the supplies first via waterway, while the second uncle continued on the originally planned route, delaying the timeline by 2 days. This action clearly indicated a precaution against his second uncle doing something unforeseen. Yet his second uncle had always been kind to him, taking him along wherever he went, imparting wisdom and consistently protecting him. Even after coming to the border, they maintained correspondence. His second uncle had always been considerate. During the last battle, when Qiao Chuanbai was surrounded by enemies, his second uncle had ridden to his aid, absorbing a blow meant for him. His second uncle had taken over a month to recover from that injury. He trusted his second uncle completely and believed he would never harbor disloyalty toward the court. If it was not his second uncle, perhaps it was someone close to him, but this matter was not something he could disclose to his second uncle. Qiao Chuanbai deemed this possibility the most plausible. Before he realized it, night had fallen. Dismounting, Qiao Chuanbai handed the reins to a soldier before heading to his tent. Outside, the soldiers he had brought began to disperse. At that moment, someone approached them, inquiring about their findings. Did you gain any insights during your outing? One of Qiao Chuanbai's trusted aides casually replied, What insights could we have? It's the same as always. I ask if there's any food left. We've been following General Qiao all day and are starving. Upon realizing that no valuable information could be gleaned, the individual deftly shifted the conversation. Your meals are awaiting you.
You should go eat.
At this, the loyal followers of Qiao Chuanbai departed in unison. They were the soldiers of the Hua family army, distinct from the troops accompanying Qiao Chuanbai, as they had been meticulously trained under the auspices of the general's household. Dispatched by the venerable Hua patriarch to safeguard Qiao Chuanbai, the general had previously instructed them to remain vigilant regarding anyone who sought to inquire about their affairs. Although the group was unaware of Qiao Chuanbai's intentions, they maintained their composure, engaging in no conversation until they entered the barracks and retrieved their meals. The barracks were empty at this hour, and the group opted to remain and dine within. They merely needed to tidy up after their meal. At this juncture, a member of the Hua army spoke up. The individual who just inquired about us appears to be a confidant of Uncle Qiao. Should we report this matter? The relationship between Qiao Chufeng and Qiao Chuanbai had always been amicable, a fact recognized by all the soldiers in the camp. Additionally, during a previous battle, Qiao Chufeng had shielded Qiao Chuanbai from a fatal blow, spending over a month recuperating from his injuries. It was possible that the confidant was merely concerned for Qiao Chuanbai. We shall adhere to the general's orders and take no further action, they decided. Indeed, we will proceed as instructed by the general. As for other matters, we shall leave them to his judgment. Qiao Chuanbai entered the tent to find Huiyu skillfully roasting a wild rabbit over a fire, using his treasured sword for the task, an unprecedented sight. Upon noticing Qiao Chuanbai's entrance, he beckoned, "Cousin, come quickly. The rabbit is perfectly cooked." The rabbit's skin was a delectable golden brown, sizzling with juices, seasoned to perfection, and the enticing aroma of spices mingled with the scent of the meat, filling the tent. Qiao Chuanbai, having not eaten, approached and took a seat opposite Huiyu. Huiyu handed him a rabbit leg and then inquired, "How goes the matter of provisions?" "All is proceeding smoothly," Qiao Chuanbai replied. "By the way, when will your uncle bring the supplies?" "They should arrive the day after tomorrow," Huiyu calculated. When he set out, Qiao Chufeng had yet to depart. Based on his schedule, Qiao Chufeng would have set out a day later, burdened with a substantial supply of food, which would naturally slow his pace. The day after tomorrow seemed plausible. Contemplating the potential repercussions for Qiao Chufeng, Huiyu tentatively broached the subject. "Cousin, what do you think of your uncle? I perused your topographical maps. The location where your supplies were ambushed is a place the barbarians have never visited. How could he possibly know your provisions would pass that way and time it so precisely?" As Qiao Chuanbai took a bite of the rabbit meat, he raised his gaze at his cousin's insinuation. "What are you implying? That I should suspect my uncle? That is inconceivable. If he were involved, he would not have rescued me from an enemy ambush on the battlefield." Huiyu fell momentarily silent. He had recently sought information and found that since Qiao Chuanbai's arrival, Qiao Chufeng had indeed treated him exceptionally well. Even his grandfather held Qiao Chufeng in high regard. Yet, he trusted his cousin's instincts. He was convinced that Qiao Chufeng harbored ulterior motives. He needed to devise a plan to reveal the true character of his uncle to his cousin. Recalling his cousin's warning about the transactions between his uncle and the barbarians in the Cliff Valley, Huiyu formulated a scheme. "Cousin, how about we make a wager? If I am correct about your uncle's involvement, he will undoubtedly target this batch of provisions. I have studied your terrain maps, and the Cliff Valley seems an opportune location. Let us venture there ourselves and investigate." "The Cliff Valley?" Qiao Chuanbai retorted. "The geography is treacherous, and it lies within the territory of the Great Xia dynasty. Not only would the supply convoy not traverse the Cliff Valley, but the barbarians would also not venture there." Qiao Chuanbai found Huiyu's suggestion utterly absurd. Yet Huiyu remained resolute, insisting on traveling to that location. He was convinced of the significance of the Cliff Valley. "I had a dream last night. Envisioning the supply convoy passing through the Cliff Valley, I have a feeling this dream bears truth." Qiao Chuanbai rolled his eyes. "You slept so soundly last night, snoring away, that I could hardly wake you. How could you have dreamt?" Huiyu retorted. "It's been half a year since we last met, and you have become rather irksome." Regardless, he was determined to drag Qiao Chuanbai to the Cliff Valley. Seeing Huiyu's persistence, Qiao Chuanbai acquiesced to the plan. "Very well. Let us proceed to the Cliff Valley. If it proves your uncle's innocence, you must cease your suspicions and apologize to him." Huiyu readily agreed. "If I have misjudged your uncle, I will apologize without your prompting." In the blink of an eye, the day after tomorrow arrived. Qiao Chuanbai summoned the Hua army personnel and, accompanied by Huiyu, set out to survey the terrain. The soldiers within the camp exchanged glances. Why were they venturing out again so soon after a recent reconnaissance? It was a directive from Qiao Chufeng, who had instructed them to keep a close watch on Qiao Chuanbai's activities, documenting everything he did in meticulous detail. As the group exited the camp, Qiao Chuanbai's confidants approached, relaying the news of Qiao Chufeng's emissary inquiring about them. Qiao Chuanbai listened calmly to his subordinates' report before dismissing them. Huiyu sauntered over, teasingly remarking, "Cousin, it seems you harbor doubts yourself, do you not?" Qiao Chuanbai cast a glance at his cousin but remained silent. He was not suspicious of his uncle, but rather harbored concerns about a potential infiltrator within the camp. As Huiyu had pointed out, the ambush of the supplies was far too coincidental to escape his scrutiny. Just as Qiao Chuanbai was about to lead the group on their journey, Huiyu interjected, "Cousin, if you were a barbarian conspiring with Uncle Qiao to meet in the Cliff Valley, how would you orchestrate it?" The well-being of the young girl was Qiao Chuanbai's primary concern. Huiyu knew precisely where to strike, for before he could finish a sentence, Qiao Chuanbai's expression darkened. "Huiyu, are you itching for trouble?" Being 2 years Qiao Chuanbai's junior, Huiyu understood his position and capabilities. He could easily handle this cousin, if necessary. Huiyu, however, was self-aware enough to retreat a few paces. Yet he maintained his stance. Regardless, your uncle is innocent.
We should see for ourselves.
To quell Huiyu's persistent doubts, Qiao Chuanbai refrained from further argument and instead contemplated his cousin's hypothetical scenario. If there were indeed traitors within the convoy, especially in a location as vulnerable as the Cliff Valley, they would undoubtedly set an ambush. Striking down the supply bearers and seizing their provisions would undoubtedly deliver a severe blow to the enemy's morale. With this in mind, Qiao Chuanbai led his companions through the rear approach to the Cliff Valley, ensuring they remained concealed from potential barbarian scouts. Upon their arrival, they discovered horse tracks on the ground, prompting an immediate investigation. General, someone has recently passed through here and headed towards the Cliff Valley. The Cliff Valley, characterized by its formidable terrain, resembled a mountain cleaved in two, with a 10-meter-wide pathway carved through its center. However, there was no road leading upwards, making it uncommon for anyone to traverse there, let alone a sizable group of mounted individuals. Observing the formation, it was evident that the opposing party was a well-trained unit. Without waiting for Huiyu to speak, Qiao Chuanbai issued a command. Everyone, follow me into the Cliff Valley from the rear and find a place to conceal the horses. The group followed Qiao Chuanbai into the Cliff Valley, seeking refuge on a slope close to the cliff's edge. The slope across the ravine was level with the cliff, yet it was strewn with an abundance of jagged stones and numerous blind spots. Qiao Chuanbai's group was few in number, making it effortless to conceal themselves. As they settled into hiding and scrutinized their surroundings, a revelation soon emerged. General, they are barbarians, one exclaimed, observing that the individuals appeared to be transporting stones to the mountain summit. Indeed, General Hu's earlier assertion proved accurate. However, just as the words left his mouth, he sensed the atmosphere shift and promptly silenced himself. General Hu had not only mentioned the presence of barbarians, but also indicated that Uncle Qiao would conduct trade with them in this very location. One of those predictions had come to fruition, leaving the veracity of the second uncertain for the morrow. Huiyu glanced at the barbarians, feeling no surprise. After all, this was the essence of Qiao Niannian's intuition. His cousin could effortlessly manage even the supernatural, and she could discern the leader of bandits at a glance. The mere presence of barbarians posed no challenge. Conversely, Qiao Chuanbai's expression grew grave. If the soldiers escorting provisions traversed this path while the barbarians had piled so many stones, they could easily send the stones tumbling down upon the soldiers, rendering them defenseless without needing to lift a finger. Yet, the predetermined route for the supply convoy was clearly not this one. Qiao Chuanbai couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Huiyu. Could it be that his cousin truly dreamed of this last night? Not merely a dream, but one with foresight? Regardless of the truth of this matter, he could not disregard the imminent ambush prepared by the barbarians. He promptly dispatched someone to lay an ambush on the other side, alerting the soldiers before the barbarians struck. Meanwhile, Qiao Chufeng, the officer in charge of the escort, issued a direct order to advance toward the ravine. Sir, our previously established route was through the mainland. The ravine's terrain is treacherous and uneven. Why the sudden change of course? Questioned a subordinate. The barbarians are cunning. If they attack us now, how can our soldiers fight on empty stomachs? Although the ravine was perilous, it offered a faster passage by half a day's journey. But what if we are ambushed on both sides? We would be utterly defenseless. The deputy expressed his concerns. The prior avoidance of that route was due to its inherent dangers, which had led to its abandonment. Moreover, even in haste, risking safety for merely half a day's difference seemed unwarranted. This reasoning was somewhat unsound. Chapter 69, Stubbornness. Qiao Chufeng appeared unyielding to his subordinate's words, decisively putting his foot down. After all, he had already devised a plan. Whatever transpired subsequently would be at his discretion to narrate as he pleased. Upon hearing this, his subordinates ceased to speak. Qiao Chufeng was the highest authority in their ranks. What he said was law, in accordance with military protocol. Thus, they would proceed through the ravine. After over an hour of travel, as they approached the entrance to the ravine, Qiao Chufeng unexpectedly moved from the front of the line to the rear. The soldiers looked at him in confusion. Sir, what is the matter? He waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I merely find the winds within the valley uncomfortable for my eyes. You all proceed ahead. I will follow behind. Hearing this, the group continued onward. As they advanced halfway, sudden noises erupted from both sides. Everyone looked up to see stones tumbling down. Not good. We're ambushed. The soldiers swiftly drew their swords, severing the ties binding their horses, and leaped onto their mounts, frantically whipping the horses' sides. The frightened horses bolted forward. Those who had not yet entered the ravine retreated hastily upon witnessing the commotion. The ones who had cut the reins also managed to escape unscathed. Qiao Chufeng's face darkened. The barbarians were utterly inept. He had orchestrated the scenario perfectly for them to strike. Yet not a single soldier had been killed by falling stones, not even a horse. Instead, the provisions were crushed beneath the rocks, which was infuriating. Qiao Chufeng was indeed furious, yet his anger was primarily directed at the barbarians. They had laboriously sent soldiers to move stones for half a day, and yet, no one was felled. They were utterly exasperated. However, there was no time to dwell on that. The soldiers below had already detected their presence, and there was no need for subterfuge any longer. The barbarian leader rose, drew his sword, and waved his hand. Brothers, let us descend and seize the provisions. The barbarian soldiers immediately surged forward toward the valley. Seeing them charge down, Qiao Niannian signaled, and his group swiftly ascended the cliff, occupying the position previously held by the barbarians. They observed the barbarians rush downward, excitement evident on their faces. They were the first to reach the provisions. Qiao Niannian regarded the opposing general, finding him increasingly familiar. It was Huayu who spoke first. Cousin, that leader appears to be General Hu. General Hu was the right-hand man of the barbarian commander, renowned for his valor and invincibility. His grandfather had long been troubled by this figure. Who would have thought he would personally lead an assault on their supplies? Qiao Niannian nodded in agreement. Huayu had previously faced General Hu in battle, suffering defeat. And now, witnessing this general walk into a trap, he could not help but smile. This was a guaranteed military achievement. Qiao Niannian remained silent, his gaze fixed on the unfolding scene below. General Hu had brought a force of 5,000 men, dispatching 2,000 to intercept fleeing soldiers, while the remainder moved stones, hastening to extract the provisions. Although Qiao Niannian commanded fewer than 5,000, he had 2,000 elite troops from the Hu family army, dispatched from his grandfather. The Hu family army was renowned for its prowess, capable of matching 10 foes in battle. Thus, though he had 2,000 men, they could easily be deployed, as if they were 20,000. Qiao Niannian allocated 500 troops to rescue those in peril, while the rest remained concealed atop the cliff. As the barbarians neared completion in moving the stones, he finally spoke. All soldiers, prepare your bows and arrows. The barbarians had also readied their arrows. But before they could unleash them, the noise they had generated had alerted the soldiers within the valley, prompting them to flee with remarkable speed. Now, the barbarians, engrossed in the provisions, were entirely unguarded, which facilitated Qiao Niannian's plan. He raised his hand, and the troops readied their arrows, drawing back their bows. With another motion, the arrows soared forth. The barbarian soldiers, who had been organizing the provisions in the valley, were momentarily bewildered. What is happening? How are there still people above? The leader reacted swiftly, witnessing his brother's fall to arrows, his expression darkening. At that moment, an arrow hurtled toward him, and in a desperate attempt to evade it, he pulled one of his subordinates in front of him as a shield. The arrow pierced through the subordinate's chest, and he barely had time to register the threat before succumbing to his fate. The leader quickly warned, "Everyone be cautious. There are ambushers above. Seek cover." Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately scoured for hiding spots. The valley was barren, with only the recently moved stones and carts available for concealment. With no alternative, the soldiers had to shelter behind the carts or the stones. From above, Huayu observed the exposed backsides of the soldiers with a bemused expression. Is this truly hiding? It's nothing but self-deception. Merely shielding their eyes and ears while exposing most of their bodies was futile. From the cliff, the situation was painfully clear. Particularly with the Hu family army's exceptional archery skills, their aim was near impeccable. In a short span, General Hu's forces suffered significant casualties. Enraged, General Hu seethed with fury. At that moment, a soldier's food bag was shot through, spilling sand onto the ground. Unable to resist, the soldier sliced the bag open, and sand cascaded out in a torrent. The expression on the face of the barbarian soldier shifted dramatically. "General, this is bad. These sacks contain not grain, but sand."
What?
General Hu's face paled as he disregarded the imminent danger before him. He stepped forward, snatched the soldier's saber, and slashed open the grain sacks, revealing them to be filled entirely with sand. He had been deceived. His first suspicion fell upon Qiao Niannian. Only the two of them were privy to this plan. If not for Qiao Niannian's betrayal, how could anyone else have known? Thus, the supposed grain trade was nothing but a ruse, a cunning deception. Had Qiao Niannian deliberately lured him here under the pretense of a transaction, only to ambush him? Rage surged within General Hu, nearly causing him to spit blood. His eyes, now bloodshot, bore into the distance at Qiao Niannian, who felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being hunted by a malevolent spirit. Chapter 70. Capturing General Hu. Qiao Niannian, under the intense glare of General Hu, felt a surge of fear. He opened his mouth to explain but found himself at a loss for words. He had no inkling of an ambush lying in wait behind General Hu. He had adhered strictly to the plan, revealing nothing to anyone. How had the military camp discovered the scheme? As Qiao Niannian grappled with confusion and panic, his subordinates breathed a sigh of relief. Upon witnessing the horde of barbarian warriors charging, they had feared for their lives. Yet, they soon realized their own men lay in ambush behind the barbarians. A wave of joy surged through them, akin to the elation of surviving a calamity, as they looked upon their hidden comrades with the fervor of seeing long-lost family. "My lord, it is our people. Reinforcements have arrived," they exclaimed. No wonder the lord chose this path. It had been prearranged. With these words, the previous dissatisfaction among the men dissipated, replaced by admiration for Qiao Niannian's cunning foresight. Those who had urged Qiao Niannian to take the main road now spoke with remorse. "Your foresight is commendable. I was overly concerned.
Indeed.
There must have been a reason for General Hu to entrust command to Qiao Chufeng. Yet, despite the flattering remarks, Qiao Chufeng found no solace in them. He had made no such arrangements with his own men. His agreement had been with the barbarians, intending for them to take the grain away. This unexpected appearance of his own men was unwelcome. Qiao Chufeng was now in despair. Having accepted payment and with the barbarians ambushed, he faced losses of both wealth and personnel. The barbarians would certainly seek retribution. Moreover, should the details of his dealings with the barbarians come to light, he would find himself in dire straits. He felt he had embroiled himself in a significant dilemma. Before Qiao Chufeng could devise a countermeasure, the barbarian soldiers had already suffered heavy casualties. General Hu, initially intent on exacting revenge on Qiao Chufeng, had taken only a few steps when his soldiers restrained him. General, we have been deceived. Half our brothers have perished. You must retreat. We will cover your escape. General Hu, seasoned in battle, had never before been caught in such a precarious trap. At this moment, he had concluded that Qiao Chufeng was indeed the architect of his misfortune. On the cliff, Xiao Chuanbai observed the barbarian soldiers escorting General Hu's retreat and shouted, "Brothers, follow me to battle." With that command, the remaining troops of the Hu family charged into the valley, launching a massacre against the barbarian soldiers. Meanwhile, the soldiers fleeing on horseback from the valley were pursued relentlessly by the barbarians, who dared not pause, hastily fleeing on horseback. They were caught off guard by 500 soldiers of the Hu family emerging from the surroundings. The sight of the Hu family troops elicited astonished cries of recognition. "It is the Hu family troops. They have come to our aid. Brothers, do not flee. Our men have arrived." The Hu family troops, numbering nearly 20,000, comprised elite warriors admired by the soldiers. Their uniforms were distinctively refined, each bearing the character Hu emblazoned on their chests. The soldiers, initially prepared to escape, abruptly reined in their horses and turned to confront the pursuing barbarians. The Hu family troops moved with remarkable speed, engaging the enemy as they adjusted their course. Though outnumbered, 300 Hu family soldiers coordinated seamlessly, swiftly decimating the opposing forces. Even the few soldiers tasked with escorting supplies found themselves invigorated by the fierce combat. In a short span, the 1,000 enemy soldiers were swiftly dealt with. As General Hu, shielded by his men, managed to escape, he was met with a grim scene of crimson-clad, iron-armored corpses strewn across the ground, his own men. Heartbroken and enraged, he yearned to exact vengeance upon those responsible. But with his own safety at stake, retribution seemed a distant hope. He had set out with 5,000 men, yet now fewer than 100 remained by his side. With eyes bloodshot from rage, he vowed to personally slay his enemies and avenge his fallen brothers. As he turned to depart, he was obstructed by the Hu family troops. General Hu and his remaining soldiers charged forward, but the Hu family troops hindered their progress. Xiao Chuanbai quickly arrived, confronting General Hu. "You, a barbarian, have entered the territory of our great Xia without even a greeting. Is that not somewhat impolite?" General Hu, infuriated, retorted, "Impolite? You slaughtered my men en masse. Is that not a breach of courtesy?" Having heard tales of General Qiao's youthful heroism, he proposed, "Why not engage in a duel today? Do you dare?" Familiar with each other from numerous encounters over the past 6 months, General Hu was eager to challenge Qiao Chuanbai. With a light chuckle, Qiao Chuanbai replied, "I can easily prevail with numbers. Why would I engage in a duel?" General Hu, flustered, had intended to use the challenge as a gamble, believing victory would compel Qiao Chuanbai to spare him. Yet Qiao Chuanbai showed no inclination towards honorable combat. Furious, General Hu demanded, "Are you afraid you cannot defeat me?" Unfazed, Qiao Chuanbai replied, "Let it be that I cannot best you." With that, he called to the Hu family troops, "Everyone, charge with me." Qiao Chuanbai and Huo Yu led the charge, with the Hu family troops following closely behind. Although General Hu was strong and skilled, the overwhelming assault from so many opponents left him unable to react. As he contended with Qiao Chuanbai, Hu Yu struck him from behind. When he turned to counter Hu Yu, Qiao Chuanbai attacked him again. By the time he managed to momentarily suppress both foes, the Hu family troops struck him once more from behind. In mere moments, General Hu was riddled with wounds. Ultimately, he was knocked to the ground by a kick from Qiao Chuanbai, and the Hu family troops swiftly moved to capture him. Huo Yu cried out, "Capture this General Hu, and it will be a great merit. All present shall share in the glory." The soldiers' eyes lit up. In battle, the higher the rank of the enemy slain, the greater the merit. Yet, higher-ranking generals were often the hardest to kill. This time, they were merely reaping the spoils of another's labor. Chapter 71. Qiao Chuanbai's achievement. After binding General Hu, Qiao Chuanbai ordered the Hu family troops to capture the remaining barbarian soldiers. At this moment, Qiao Chufeng emerged from the valley with his troops. Upon seeing Qiao Chufeng approach, Hu Yu's eyes twinkled with excitement as he called out, "Uncle Qiao, you have achieved great merit this time. Without you, we would not have captured General Hu. You are the foremost contributor." On one side, General Hu, already suspicious that Qiao Chufeng had betrayed him, felt his conviction solidified upon hearing Hu Yu's words. His eyes burned with a desire to see Qiao Chufeng punished severely. Xiao Chufeng felt as if he were being cast into a boiling pot by Huiyu's remark. He wished to explain himself, but found himself at a loss for words. He could only hope to find another opportunity to clarify matters with General Hu later. At this moment, his foremost concern was understanding why Qiao Chuanbai was present. Contemplating this, he posed the question. With an expression unchanging, Qiao Chuanbai replied, "Uncle, I brought men here to survey the terrain. We encountered some suspicious figures from the barbarian tribe and decided to follow them to ascertain their intentions. To my surprise, they were planning an ambush against you. Thus, I turned their own strategy against them and captured this General Hu." Xiao Chufeng was infuriated, nearly spitting blood. Why choose this moment to scout the terrain? Yet, he could utter no further complaints, managing only a forced smile. "Thank goodness for your presence today, otherwise, we would have been in dire straits." Feigning ignorance, Xiao Chuanbai humbly responded, "There is no need for such gratitude, uncle. We are family after all, it is only natural." He then turned to the soldiers escorting the supplies, his demeanor softening. "Is anyone injured? Those who are hurt, please step forward." The soldiers were taken aback by Qiao Chuanbai's unexpected concern for their well-being. In the military, they were regarded as the lowest rank, often looked down upon by their fellow soldiers. Given the near disaster, while transporting supplies, they were already grateful that Qiao Chuanbai was not reprimanding them. Now, his genuine concern warmed their hearts. They all affirmed that they were unharmed. Huiyu, standing nearby, fanned the flames of admiration. "You owe your safety today to General Qiao, who discovered the ambush. Had he not risked detection by the barbarians to warn you, you would not have escaped." The soldiers, upon hearing this, were filled with gratitude. They had found it strange that noise had erupted before the stones began to tumble. They had severed the ropes and mounted their horses only to witness the stones fall moments later. They had assumed it was merely a mistake on the part of the barbarian soldiers, unaware that it was General Qiao's deliberate warning that saved them. Their gazes toward Qiao Chuanbai transformed into admiration. From this moment forward, he would be their savior, and they would not tolerate any disparagement of him. Xiao Chufeng's teeth clenched in frustration. These men were meant to be sacrifices, yet they had survived and now rallied around Xiao Chuanbai. Had he been more meticulous in altering their route initially, he would not have left such a vulnerable opening. Distraught, he could not bear to witness Qiao Chuanbai's triumph. Interrupting the interaction, "Chuanbai, the supplies are over there. Let them harness the horses and depart with the goods." General Hu, overhearing Qiao Chufeng's remarks about the supplies, scoffed derisively. "Supplies? What supplies? Merely sand. You truly believe them to be treasures? It is commendable that you have dragged this sand all the way from the capital for your scheme to ensnare me." Aside from Qiao Chufeng, General Hu had others under his scrutiny. Their movements had remained under his control throughout the journey. It was precisely because no issues arose that he had come, only to discover that the situation was far more complex, as plans had already begun to unfold in the capital. Xiao Chufeng's expression shifted dramatically. "Impossible. I was clearly transporting supplies. How could it possibly be sand?" He had personally inspected the goods, convinced there could be no error. He stepped forward, unsheathing his dagger to slice open a bag, and sand immediately spilled forth. Unyielding, he proceeded to cut open several more bags, each revealing nothing but sand. Not only Qiao Chufeng, but even the soldiers escorting the supplies were left dumbfounded. "This cannot be." When we checked, it was indeed grain. How could it have turned into sand? They exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. We had only been away for a quarter of an hour after our inspection, during which so much grain could not possibly have been swapped. Xiao Chufeng's face paled in shock. He had never anticipated that this elaborate scheme was orchestrated by Qiao Chushan. But how could that be? As a marquis, Qiao Chushan had no authority to meddle in matters of grain supply. How could he possibly replace the provisions? And what was the motive? Xiao Chufeng refused to believe that Qiao Chushan had foreknowledge of his plans with the barbarians. There had to be another explanation. Qiao Chuanbai remained silent, continuing to direct the soldiers to harness the horses. The soldiers were perplexed by his intentions. "General, these are merely bags of sand. Why keep them? We might as well leave them here." Qiao Chuanbai shook his head. "This sand is valuable. Once we reach the border, it can be used to repair the city walls." Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the camp. It was well known that General Hu was as cunning as an eel, and despite their numerous attempts, they had been unable to capture him. He was not only strategic but also skilled in combat, serving as the right hand to the barbarian commander. Capturing him was akin to severing an arm from the enemy commander, ensuring that when they next engaged, the barbarians would be at a disadvantage. General Hua, having heard of the situation, promptly summoned several generals to the command tent. Upon entering, they began showering praises. "General Qiao, you are truly remarkable. This expedition has led to the capture of that scoundrel who has slain numerous of our brothers. This is a chance for vengeance." They expressed their eagerness for battle, certain that they would hear the cries of the barbarian scoundrels. Qiao Chuanbai shook his head. "It was merely good fortune. I was surveying the terrain when I unexpectedly spotted the barbarians sneaking into our territory. I followed them, only to discover they intended to steal our supplies." One of the generals, unable to contain his anger, interrupted. "What? That scoundrel dared to attempt to steal our grain? Chapter 72. Qiao Chufeng felt like a fool. General Li, do not be so agitated. They did not succeed. Fortunately, I was accompanied by the Hor family army, who vanquished 5,000 barbarian troops and captured the Hu scoundrel. The Hor family army has achieved great merit, and Huyu contributed significantly. They must be recognized with first-class honors. Xiao Chuanbai reassured the hot-tempered General Li while ensuring that the soldiers' contributions were acknowledged. There were no objections to granting first-class honors to those who captured the scoundrel, especially after defeating 5,000 enemies. Regardless, it was clear that it was Xiao Chuanbai's wisdom and valor that led to the capture of the Hu scoundrel. Indeed, it was all thanks to General Qiao's sagacity. Although Qiao Chuanbai attributed it to luck and did not seek recognition, instead attributing all credit to his subordinates. Those present understood that without Qiao Chuanbai, capturing the Hu scoundrel would have been improbable. They had previously engaged the Hu scoundrel in battle and had never managed to gain the upper hand. Ultimately, General Hu declared that all participating soldiers would receive military honors, including those who had escorted the supplies. It was the first time the supply soldiers had been recognized for their valor. Typically relegated to logistical tasks like cooking, they faced minimal danger compared to other soldiers who fought on the battlefield, where one misstep could lead to permanent loss. Moreover, the supply soldiers were often looked down upon by their peers. However, this battle had transformed their status. The soldiers eagerly inquired about the details of the confrontation. And the supply soldiers did not hold back, recounting their experiences fighting alongside the Hor family army, an elite unit that rarely appeared in the field, even in training, which was conducted separately. They had witnessed the training of the Hor family army, a level of intensity that was simply unattainable for them. The soldiers present were fully aware of the formidable reputation of the Hor family army, and no one dared to question their strength. However, none had ever fought alongside them on the battlefield. Now, upon hearing the tales from the supply troops escorting provisions, they all perked up, listening intently. A sense of regret began to wash over them. Had they known that serving alongside the Hor family army was an opportunity, they would have joined the supply troops long ago. The camp was abuzz with excitement, having captured a prominent general from the enemy and slaying 5,000 of their foes. The entire military encampment was alive with enthusiasm, and their respect for the young General Qiao Chuanbai grew immensely. Not only was he brave and cunning, but he had also resolved the pressing issue of food supplies. This time, they had not only diminished the enemy's morale, but had also addressed the soldiers' primary concern regarding provisions. The morale soared within the camp. The soldiers marched with a newfound vigor. It became clear that, back in the capital, the emperor had already arranged for provisions and had instructed Hu Hongye to take the water route to deliver supplies ahead of time. The shipbuilding was overseen personally by Qiao Chushan. Upon hearing this news, Qiao Chufeng could hardly contain his fury, crushing the jade pendant in his hand. He had never anticipated that the one orchestrating all of this behind his back was his elder brother, Qiao Chushan, whom he had always dismissed as lacking intellect. This time, he had been duped, made to suffer while transporting provisions with his soldiers across treacherous terrain, and it had led to General Hu's capture and the failure of his dealings. Qiao Chufeng felt like a complete fool, blaming himself for placing too much trust in Qiao Chushan. In the past, Qiao Chushan had clearly not possessed such cunning. He had always trusted him implicitly, never once questioning his words. Yet now, he had concealed so much from him. It was a lapse on Qiao Chufeng's part, and he vowed not to be lenient next time. His frustration nearly consumed him, especially as the supply troops showered him with unwarranted praise, provoking an urge to strike them down. However, he maintained a facade of congeniality, accepting their compliments with a smile. Within half a day, Qiao Chufeng fell ill. He had gleaned nothing of value from the conversations he had overheard and began to suspect that Qiao Chuanbai was already doubting him, possibly even those closest to him. Otherwise, why would Qiao Chuanbai use the pretext of surveying the terrain? Qiao Chufeng refused to believe that Qiao Chuanbai's trip to the Cliff Valley was merely coincidental. What if it were not an accident? Had Qiao Chuanbai received intelligence in advance? Desperately, Qiao Chufeng racked his brain, completely unaware of where he might have slipped up. His elder brother was no longer the same. The events that unfolded next were entirely beyond his anticipation, igniting a vague sense of unease within him. He could not remain passive. With General Hu captured, he was acutely aware that General Hu knew all the details concerning their dealings. He had to find a way to reassure General Hu, ensuring he would not disclose their arrangements. He needed to meet General Hu and clarify the misunderstandings. As night fell, the camp was finally quiet. Only then did Qiao Chufeng emerge from his tent, unaccompanied, and made his way directly to the place where General Hu was imprisoned. True to his reputation as a fierce general, the security around General Hu's confinement was stringent. It was impossible for anyone to infiltrate. Even a bug could not crawl in unnoticed by the vigilant guards. Qiao Chufeng had anticipated this and felt no surprise. He understood the risks of meeting General Hu. It could potentially raise Qiao Chuanbai's suspicions. Yet, if he did not proceed, the exposure of his plans would lead to his demise. As Qiao Chufeng approached, a soldier stopped him. "Commander Qiao, what brings you here?" Qiao Chufeng's expression was frosty. "That traitor, who has taken the lives of so many of our brothers. I need to see him. The soldier hesitated. Given Xiao Chufeng's visibly cold demeanor, it was clear he harbored deep animosity towards General Hu. If they allowed him inside and something went awry, what would happen then? Rest assured, I mean him no harm. He is a respected general of the enemy and likely possesses valuable secrets. I simply wish to take a look, he insisted, emphasizing the last few words. The soldiers, knowing the relationship between Qiao Chufeng and Qiao Chuanbai, relented and allowed him entry. As soon as Qiao Chufeng stepped inside, Qiao Chuanbai was informed. He dismissed his men, his countenance darkening. Huiyu, noticing Qiao Chuanbai's troubled expression, refrained from speaking. After a long silence, Qiao Chuanbai finally voiced his confusion.
Why?
Why would my second uncle betray the great Xia? He vividly recalled his uncle's teachings of loyalty and patriotism during his childhood. How had his uncle forgotten those lessons as he grew older? Huiyu understood that Qiao Chuanbai still held his second uncle in high regard. They had shared a close bond in their youth, and now it would be difficult for him to accept the actions his uncle had taken. Huiyu sighed, contemplating the sentiments of his cousin. Perhaps the allure of wealth from the enemy was too great to resist. The barbarians, based in desolate lands, lacked the wealth and resources of Great Xia, which was why they resorted to underhanded tactics, aiming to seize Great Xia's territory and alleviate their food shortages. The previous shipment of provisions, amounting to several 100,000 pounds, represented a substantial loss even for Great Xia. Qiao Chuanbai's uncle had sold information to the enemy, undoubtedly for a handsome sum. As a commander, he earned a mere 20 taels of silver a month, yet selling a single piece of intelligence could yield tens of thousands. He could never amass such wealth through his position alone. Qiao Chuanbai pursed his lips. Meanwhile, inside the tent where General Hu was held, Qiao Chufeng entered to a barrage of curses from the general. You duplicitous coward. You colluded with Qiao Chuanbai to plot against me. And now you dare show your face. General Hu's face flushed with anger as he saw Qiao Chufeng, his excitement causing the chains binding him to rattle. Qiao Chufeng shot a glance at General Hu, hissing, lower your voice. I have not betrayed you, nor have I conspired against you with anyone. I too have been deceived. General Hu's eyes were filled with scorn, utterly disbelieving Qiao Chufeng's words. This scoundrel still thought he could fool him. Just wait. The commander must already be aware of this matter. He would certainly not spare Qiao Chufeng. Qiao Chufeng glanced at the entrance, speaking in a hushed tone. If I were to betray you, I would not have sold you provisions last time, nor would I have allowed you to slay so many of their soldiers. Those provisions and the lives of those soldiers, were they all a ruse? General Hu narrowed his eyes, disdain evident in his voice. How can your 500 soldiers compare to my 5,000? Moreover, last time it was only 300,000 pounds of provisions. This time it's a full million. How can you even draw comparisons? Scoundrel, do not try to deceive me with your words. General Hu remained unconvinced, knowing they had suffered losses not only in men, but also in finances. This time, the commander had given Qiao Chufeng 1,000 taels of silver in advance for the 1,000,000 pounds of provisions, with the remaining 4,000 to be paid upon success. Yet, Qiao Chufeng had pocketed the silver, plotted against him, and gained 1,000 taels for nothing. This time, the barbarians had suffered a tremendous loss. The more General Hu thought about it, the angrier he became, wishing he could rip a piece of flesh from Qiao Chufeng. Qiao Chufeng was infuriated, feeling utterly wronged. No matter how he explained, this scoundrel refused to listen. He decided to strike back with a powerful assertion. I know you do not believe me, but I possess a means to prove my innocence. General Hu's interest was piqued. What method? He was certain that mere words would not suffice. He would not fall for that again. The life of Qiao Chuanbai. General Hu was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Qiao Chufeng, asking, what did you say? I said I can arrange for Qiao Chuanbai to meet his demise. We had already devised a plan, hadn't we? Once the food supplies are seized by you, and the rations are cut off, you can instigate the war. In the ensuing chaos, I shall eliminate Qiao Chuanbai. What do you think? General Hu regarded Qiao Chufeng with skepticism. Is that true? As far as I know, Qiao Chuanbai is your own nephew. Can you truly bear to do such a thing? Qiao Chufeng scoffed. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, General Hu joined in the laughter. Very well, I shall trust you once more. He momentarily forgot that Qiao Chufeng was ruthless. Over the years, they had won numerous victories thanks to the intelligence provided by Qiao Chufeng, resulting in the deaths of many soldiers from the Great Xia dynasty. He was indeed a treacherous man. As long as adequate benefits were offered, he could be persuaded to act in any manner. The commander had stated that individuals like him were the easiest to manipulate, fulfill his desires, and he would serve their purposes. At this moment, General Hu felt convinced of Qiao Chufeng's innocence. Previously, in his anger, he had assumed that Qiao Chufeng's actions were merely to mislead them into complacency. However, upon reflection, he recognized that it was not so. The information and the fallen soldiers, if revealed, would seal Qiao Chufeng's fate. This was precisely why Qiao Chufeng had chosen to lead his men personally. His previous anger had clouded his judgment. It was clear now that someone had leaked information. With this realization, General Hu spoke haughtily. I shall grant you another opportunity. Your performance tomorrow will determine your fate. With this newfound assurance that Qiao Chufeng had not betrayed them, General Hu's arrogance swelled. In his eyes, Qiao Chufeng was akin to a dog on a leash. Were it not for his utility, he would have long since ended his life. To put it plainly, as a soldier, General Hu held disdain for those who betrayed their own dynasty. Yet, this did not prevent him from exploiting such individuals to achieve his goals. Qiao Chufeng clenched his fists, seething with anger that General Hu, despite being a prisoner, still maintained such arrogance, while he himself had to stoop low. Once the war concluded and Xiao Chuanbai was dead, chaos would ensue within the army, and at that moment, he would ensure General Hu's departure. Upon hearing this, General Hu found the plan acceptable and nodded in agreement. Then act swiftly. I am suffocating from this predicament. His men would catch Xiao Chuanbai off guard, ensuring success. However, with no issues concerning the food supplies at present, he lacked an excuse to summon reinforcements. Moreover, he intended to take matters into his own hands. Is Qiao Chushan capable of outsmarting me? Then let him experience the pain of losing a child. What Qiao Chufeng did not know was that shortly after his departure, Qiao Chuanbai, accompanied by Huiyu, visited General Hu. The guards set up 2 chairs and a table on one side, followed by the delivery of a teapot and cups. Upon witnessing this scene, General Hu immediately grew wary. Huiyu, with a beaming smile, said, "Do not fear. What ill intentions could we possibly harbor?" General Hu remained cautious. Yet, no matter how on guard he was still a captive, devoid of any power to speak. Huiyu, stretching his neck with cracking sounds, seized a whip from beside him, cracking it twice before smiling at General Hu. As General Hu is our guest, I shall endeavor to treat you well. Chapter 74. Nearing death, General Hu observed the whip in Huiyu's hand, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. In the next moment, Huiyu lashed the whip across him.
Ack!
General Hu cried out in agony. He had been stripped of his armor upon capture, now clad only in a white prison garb, which bore a deep crimson stain where the whip had struck. Qiao Chuanbai remained silent, seated comfortably in a chair, pouring himself a cup of tea and savoring it with delight. Were it not for the inappropriate circumstances, one might mistake him for a nobleman enjoying tea by a campfire. The scene, indeed, possessed a certain charm. He had faced Qiao Chuanbai multiple times, never once gaining the upper hand. Huiyu, all smiles, wielded his strikes with a wicked precision. The two of them seated together instilled an inexplicable sense of dread. What were their intentions? A chill ran down General Hu's spine. Before he could ponder further, the whip in Huiyu's hand seemed to have a mind of its own, striking him across the face. A new crimson mark appeared on General Hu's visage, eliciting a cry of pain from him. Huiyu's expression soured. Bring me something to gag him. His cries are unbearable, and he still has the audacity to shout. General Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. This beast. He struck him with such ferocity, yet forbade him from expressing his pain? Whenever he had assaulted others, he had always allowed them the chance to scream. Before General Hu could retort, a soldier entered with a rag and promptly stuffed it into his mouth. Huiyu appeared satisfied. Inside the tent, candlelight flickered into the night. Qiao Chuanbai continued to sip cup after cup of tea. General Hu lost track of when he had been rendered unconscious. All he knew was that he had fainted from pain, only to awaken again to more suffering and then descend into unconsciousness once more. By the time he finally lost awareness, Huiyu's whip was drenched in blood, and his prison attire had transformed into a garment of crimson. Realizing that General Hu was on the brink of death, Huiyu, feeling unsatisfied, delivered a few more strikes before reluctantly relinquishing the whip. Qiao Chuanbai said nothing. The two of them entered quietly and exited just as silently. Upon reaching the door, Qiao Chuanbai commanded, "No one is to enter and disturb the old general." Except for Hua. The soldiers promptly complied. Once they departed, a collective sigh of relief escaped the guards. For reasons unknown, they always felt an acute tension during General Qiao's presence. Now that he had left, they too relaxed. They had stood vigil at the door, listening to the sounds of the whip for half the night. From the sound alone, they could tell it was undoubtedly painful. They had never witnessed Huiyu in action before. He appeared so gentle on ordinary days, they couldn't fathom what he was like when interrogating prisoners. One soldier ventured to speak. Hearing this, the Hua family soldiers shuddered. Given General Hu's unique situation, they had specially assigned Hua's troops to guard alongside the regular soldiers. They exchanged glances with the speaking soldier and kindly advised, "It's better if you remain unaware." The soldier was puzzled, but chose not to inquire further. Time passed swiftly, and morning arrived. It was time to deliver food to General Hu. As the soldier entered with the meal, he finally understood why the Hua family soldiers had advised him to remain ignorant. Upon stepping inside, he was immediately assaulted by a strong metallic scent of blood. He then beheld General Hu, suspended by chains, resembling a pile of mush. Half his face was stripped of flesh, one eye missing, and both arms and legs appeared to be broken, hanging at grotesque angles. The ground beneath him was soaked in crimson, where the whip had torn through his clothing. The exposed skin looked as if it had been reduced to a mere puddle. General Hu could not possibly be reduced to such a state. He had previously seen others preparing meatballs by mashing meat until it became indistinguishable. That was how one achieved a smooth and tender texture. In that moment, the soldier lost all appetite for meatballs. He thought to himself, had it not been for the chains, General Hu would have long since collapsed to the ground. At this rate, he was surely clinging to life by a thread. Witnessing General Hu in such a condition left the soldier unable to eat, and he exited with the food, appearing unusually somber. During lunch, he could not bring himself to eat a single bite. He had seen various forms of punishment before, but witnessing a man reduced to a mass of flesh was more than he could stomach. The Hua family soldiers offered a sympathetic pat on his shoulder. You'll get used to it. However, for ordinary soldiers it is still not easy to accept. In truth, the so-called elite have merely witnessed more brutality and are more capable of confronting such horrors. Hui remains unaware of the impact he has caused. He is no fool. General Hu is valuable, particularly when it comes to interrogating the enemy regarding military intelligence. Just moments ago, he had severed the tendons in his opponent's hands and feet, rendering them powerless. Huayu is exceedingly protective of his family, yet he exhibits great ruthlessness towards his foes. The enemy, upon seeing him, trembles in fear even before the first blow is struck. Cousin, why not interrogate him a bit? Surely some information could be gleaned at this moment, Qiao Chuanbai suggested, casting a calm glance at Huayu. You've left him with barely a breath. He likely lacks the strength to utter a word now. Huayu rubbed his nose, unable to suppress his excitement at the sight of blood, such is his nature. After a brief moment of squinting, the sound of a horn resonated through the military camp. Then came the soldiers' voices from the entrance. General, the barbarian soldiers are challenging us from outside. A battle is imminent. Qiao Chuanbai immediately donned his armor, and Huayu was not far behind. They both prepared simultaneously. By the time they emerged, General Hua had already gathered with the other generals at the ready. Spotting Huayu, he appointed him and another general as the vanguard, while assigning Qiao Chuanbai to remain in the rear for support. As for Hua Hongya, he had departed early.
Huayu was retained by Hua Hongya.
Following their orders, Qiao Chuanbai and the others mounted their horses and charged forth with the soldiers. Xiao Chufeng's eyes flickered before he too mounted his steed and joined the fray. General Hua cast a solemn glance at Xiao Chufeng. Chapter 75. Qiao Chuanbai learns that Qiao Niannian saved him. General Hua observed Xiao Chufeng as he mounted his horse, a sense of unease settling in his heart. He had heard whispers regarding the grain issue. Qiao Chushan had preferred to send Hua Hongya by water route with supplies, deliberately delaying Qiao Chufeng's departure. Yesterday, in his obstinacy, Xiao Chufeng had traversed the cliff valley, only to be ambushed by barbarian soldiers. Had Chuanbai not led his men there, Xiao Chufeng would have been transporting supplies for 300,000 troops, and the barbarians would undoubtedly have seized them. At that moment, should the barbarians have launched their assault, the great Xia dynasty would have faced inevitable defeat, and in a manner most tragic. Having spent a lifetime on the battlefield, General Hua's gaze was sharp. He foresaw the impending fate of the soldiers. Indeed, without Qiao Niannian's warning, Qiao Chushan would have remained oblivious to Qiao Chufeng's ambitions. Although General Hua was unaware of these details, he no longer trusted Qiao Chufeng. Contemplating his options, he summoned several members of the Hua family army. You will accompany him. Keep an eye on Qiao Chufeng and ensure Chuanbai's safety. The Hua family soldiers acknowledged the command and hastened to follow. On the barbarian side, with the commander leading the charge, morale surged. The barbarian commander, a man in his 50s, sat in a war chariot amidst his soldiers, flanked by 4 fierce generals. Down from 5 after General Hu's capture yesterday. Unlike his robust companions, the commander appeared lean, possessing an air of refinement. His piercing gaze scrutinized the soldiers of the great Xia dynasty, quickly identifying the 2 generals leading the charge. This young general, Huayu, is the grandson of General Hua and a youthful hero. However, Huayu is not his target. That distinction belongs to Qiao Chuanbai. The commander's gaze fixated on the youthful figure surrounded by the army, clad in armor that glimmered with an icy sheen. Despite his tender age, he exhibited both courage and cunning. Should he be allowed to mature, he would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the barbarians. The commander had gone to great lengths to achieve this. His sole aim was Qiao Chuanbai's demise. Commander, Qiao Chuanbai has emerged, one of the generals beside him announced. Enraged by General Hu's capture, the commander had received a letter from Qiao Chufeng, claiming to have a method to take Qiao Chuanbai's head, contingent upon their cooperation. Qiao Chuanbai, brave and strategic, had slain countless barbarian soldiers. Yet, what mattered most was his age. At merely 19, he already possessed such capabilities, and if allowed to grow, the barbarians might forever find themselves subservient to the great Xia dynasty. This was not the outcome they desired. After perusing the letter from Qiao Chufeng, the commander promptly consented, setting the stage for the battle that would unfold that day. To bolster morale, the commander personally directed the assault from his chariot. While his generals were tasked with isolating the soldiers protecting Qiao Chuanbai, providing Qiao Chufeng the opportunity to strike. No matter how vigilant Qiao Chuanbai might be, he would likely not anticipate an attack from his own uncle. As the 2 armies clashed, There was no room for idle chatter. With the sound of war drums and the commander's orders, both forces surged forward. Huayu led the charge, embodying the role of vanguard like a newly forged sword, piercing through the enemy ranks and carving a bloody path. The soldiers followed closely behind, engaging in a fierce melee. Xiao Chuanbai wielded his spear, decapitating foes with each thrust, leaving no barbarian unscathed. The Hui family soldiers surrounded him, slaying enemies while ensuring his safety, moving only within his vicinity. In the distance, the commander observed, narrowing his eyes. He turned to his 4 generals and issued a stern order. Engage the soldiers protecting Qiao Chuanbai and create an opening for Qiao Chufeng. The 4 generals charged into battle with a clear target in mind, heading straight for Qiao Chuanbai. The generals who had been accompanying Qiao Chuanbai also spurred their horses into action. As the 4 generals drew the enemy toward their main forces, they ensnared them before regrouping around Qiao Chuanbai. The Hui family soldiers, noticing the approaching figures, surged forward, clashing with the generals. The barbarian commander, seeing the opening by Qiao Chuanbai, signaled with a wave. At that moment, a man clad in black armor emerged from behind the war chariot, his hair standing on end, exuding an aura akin to a cold, venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment.
Go.
Eliminate him. Without a word, the man brandished his large blade and charged into the fray, his serpentine eyes fixated solely on Qiao Chuanbai. He swiftly approached the young warrior, Qiao Chuanbai, having just dispatched several barbarian soldiers, sensed the man's gaze and looked up, meeting those chilling eyes. This individual possessed an unsettling appearance, and Qiao Chuanbai had never heard of him nor encountered him on the battlefield. The aura he emitted was profoundly disquieting, though he appeared human. He radiated an absence of warmth, resembling a cold-blooded, malevolent serpent. Qiao Chuanbai had no doubt that the man before him was an unadulterated killing machine, a fact he recognized immediately. This man was, in fact, a meticulously crafted instrument of death, trained specifically by the barbarian commander. Upon spotting Qiao Chuanbai, he wasted no time before launching an attack. Qiao Chuanbai hastily raised his arms to defend himself. The clash of their internal energies was so intense that it caused Qiao Chuanbai's steed to collapse beneath him. Seizing the moment, he exerted all his strength to deflect the large blade, then executed a swift maneuver, dismounting his horse. Thus began a fierce struggle between the two. Xiao Chufeng's eyes flickered as he seized this opportunity to dismount and approached Qiao Chuanbai from behind. In his fixation on Qiao Chuanbai, he neglected the black-armored man beside him, who cast a glance in his direction before swiftly bringing his blade down toward Qiao Chufeng. Qiao Chuanbai's expression shifted alarmingly. "Uncle, be cautious." After speaking, he abruptly shielded Qiao Chufeng and retreated, but this action inevitably slowed his pace significantly. The black-armored man's large blade severed Qiao Chuanbai's silver armor. In the distance, the barbarian commander immediately sat upright, recognizing that a favorable opportunity had presented itself. Qiao Chufeng did not disappoint the barbarian commander. Witnessing Qiao Chuanbai's silver armor being torn away, revealing the clothing beneath, he swiftly drew a dagger from his bosom and lunged towards Qiao Chuanbai's chest, declaring, "Die." Chapter 76. The rebound talisman. Qiao Chuanbai looked at Qiao Chufeng in disbelief, instinctively grasping Qiao Chufeng's wrist, his eyes filled with shock. "Second, uncle, you truly wish to take my life?"
Why?
Qiao Chufeng scoffed. "How dare you ask why? Your father has monopolized the Marquis for so many years. What right does he have? We are both sons of our father. Why is it that the Marquis of Minuan is not me, and the Marquisate is not mine? Do not feign innocence. You have known about my connections with the barbarians for quite some time. Haven to you? I am curious. How did you learn of my dealings with them? I cannot believe it is mere coincidence. Chuanbai, I had no intention of killing you so soon, but you know too much. I have no choice." With that, Qiao Chufeng forcefully wrenched the dagger from Qiao Chuanbai's grasp. Qiao Chuanbai attempted to resist, but his body felt weak, and he could not muster any strength. His expression changed. "You poison me?" Qiao Chufeng sneered. "This is the intoxicating elixir of the western regions. Colorless and tasteless. Once inhaled, it takes effect, causing the entire body to weaken, rendering one incapable of exerting any strength, even internal energy. However, it does wear off after a day or two, but clearly you will not live to see that." After speaking, Qiao Chufeng thrust the dagger fiercely into Qiao Chuanbai's chest. Meanwhile, the Hui family army noticed the commotion. "General Qiao." They attempted to rush forward to assist, but before they could reach him, they were immediately surrounded by numerous soldiers, entangling them. As for Huiyu and several generals, they were led away by a few enemy commanders, completely unaware of the events unfolding here. Qiao Chuanbai closed his eyes. He had not anticipated that Huiyu would come to him on the first day, speaking of a dream, and now, that dream had become reality. He had originally intended to request a title for the young girl from the emperor based on military merit. It seemed that would no longer be possible. Suppressing the unwillingness in his eyes, he opened them again. Even if he were to die, he wished to know how it would happen. He watched helplessly as Qiao Chufeng's dagger pierced his chest. The next moment, a sharp sound rang out, followed by a burst of golden light. The dagger that Xiao Chufeng had aimed at Xiao Chuanbai abruptly veered and struck his own chest instead. With a sickening thud, the dagger embedded itself deeply, blood oozing from the wound. Xiao Chufeng's expression turned to one of horror as he stared at his hand and the dagger, unable to fathom that he had inadvertently taken his own life.
No.
This is impossible. Summoning his last vestige of strength, he withdrew the dagger and lunged at Xiao Chuanbai once more. As before, the dagger seemed to be under some form of control, curving again to plunge into Xiao Chufeng's own chest. Xiao Chufeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Chuanbai as though he were viewing a monster. This time, he did not last long before collapsing to the ground. After all, sustaining 2 direct stabs to the heart and surviving was simply untenable. He was unaware of the events that had transpired, but he understood that the copper mirror had saved him. Having worn it daily, he had forgotten the copper mirror gifted by the young girl. When Xiao Chufeng had attacked, he had not harmed him. Instead, he had struck the copper mirror. Full of questions, he found that the current situation left him no room for contemplation. Xiao Chuanbai cast a cold glance at Xiao Chufeng. Just as Xiao Chufeng prepared to deal the final blow, he was no longer his second uncle. In the distance, the barbarian commander watched intently. He had believed that Xiao Chufeng would succeed, especially since he had procured the elixir from the western regions for him. However, he did not anticipate that after a brief standoff, Xiao Chuanbai would rise as if nothing had happened, while Xiao Chufeng fell. In a fit of rage, the barbarian commander smashed the handle of the war chariot, exclaiming, "Useless fool. You cannot even manage this simple task." It was a waste to lose so many soldiers to create opportunities for Xiao Chufeng, and to part with so much silver for medicine. And what do I have to show for it? Not even a single hair of Xiao Chuanbai has been harmed. How can there be such foolish incompetence in this world? Observing the battlefield, the barbarian commander realized they were being thoroughly overwhelmed by the great Xia army, particularly since he had concentrated all combat power around Xiao Chuanbai. Leaving other areas manned by ordinary soldiers against Huiyu and several generals, the consequences were devastating. The barbarian commander promptly issued an order to retreat. They could not continue fighting. If they pressed on, his soldiers would be completely annihilated. After all, he commanded 100,000 troops, while the remaining 200,000 were borrowed from the Western Shu. The losses were too severe for him to account for to the Western Shu. Seeing the barbarians retreat, the great Xia army did not pursue but instead began tallying casualties. Huiyu, having not fought in a long time, truly relished this battle, single-handedly slaying over 100 enemy soldiers. It was as effortless as slicing through watermelons. He appeared bewildered. "Cousin, what is it? If you utter one more falsehood, I shall deal with you properly." Huiyu paused for a moment, then turned to Xiao Chuanbai. "Are you unhurt?" Xiao Chuanbai responded ambiguously from your tone. "It seems you anticipated I would encounter trouble?" Huiyu realized he could no longer hide the truth and confessed everything. "It was my cousin who informed me. You may not know, but she is extraordinarily capable. She belongs to the Xianmen. She foresaw your danger and sent me across great distances to deliver the protective copper mirror. She stated that with this item, your life would be safeguarded." Xiao Chuanbai felt as though Huiyu was jesting. Yet everything that had just transpired was undeniably real. He still found it hard to believe. Huiyu patted him on the shoulder. "I was skeptical as well at first." He then recounted his own encounter with a ghost, and how Qiao Niannian had provided him with a talisman and helped him capture the bandit leader. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuanbai fell into a contemplative silence. The realization of the young girl's remarkable abilities astonished him. However, considering how she had always cared for him and had asked Huiyu to deliver the protective copper mirror, he felt a swell of gratitude.
Today,
he had indeed been saved by her copper mirror. As for the golden light, he understood it was likely the so-called talisman. Although he had encountered members of the Xianmen before, he had never seen one so young and yet so powerful. With these thoughts, Xiao Chuanbai exited the tent and sought out General Huo. "Grandfather, I believe now is the perfect time to pursue the defeated barbarians, as their morale is shaken." General Huo looked up. "Are you suggesting we engage in another battle?" He understood his grandson well. Despite his youth, he possessed remarkable composure. Today's sentiments were somewhat unlike him. Chapter 77. Assault on the barbarian's grandfather. This is the best opportunity. Our soldiers are emboldened, and the enemy has fled in defeat. Now is the time to catch them off guard. I am willing to lead the troops personally. Xiao Chuanbai spoke with clarity and purpose. After a moment of contemplation, General Huo agreed. In the capital, Qiao Niannian was practicing her breathing exercises when a knock sounded at her door. "Niannian, it's your mother." Xiao Niannian ceased her practice, descended from her bed, and opened the door. Normally, she did not allow anyone to attend to her during her training, and the maidservants had long since grown accustomed to this, only approaching if the young lady required assistance. Upon opening the door, she was met by a pale-faced Huisher. "Mother, what is the matter?" Huisher appeared drained of color, looking exceedingly unwell. She gazed at Qiao Niannian, her tone imbued with urgency. "Niannian, I had a dreadful dream about your elder brother. I dreamt that Qiao Chuanbai was on the battlefield, valiantly fighting the enemy, but at that moment, a soldier stealthily approached him from behind and plunged a dagger into his chest. Mrs. Hua meticulously recounted her nightmare. She had awoken in fright, seeing Qiao Chuanbai fall to the ground, leaving her breathless, unable to discern whether it was a dream or reality. The thought of her son still stationed at the border, coupled with the news from her daughter that Qiao Chuanbai was indeed in peril, left her restless. Even though Qiao Chushan had already penned a letter to his son, Mrs. Hua's anxiety remained unassuaged, prompting her to seek out Qiao Niannian. Xiao Nyen was taken aback. How could mother dream of such things? Under normal circumstances, my brother might indeed fall victim to Qiao Chufeng's subordinates, but fortunately, I have intervened. I have arranged for my second cousin to deliver a protective copper mirror to my brother, ensuring his safety. After scrutinizing Mrs. Hua's features, Xiao Nyen felt a wave of relief wash over her. From mother's countenance, it is evident that the calamity threatening my brother has been averted. He shall be safe. Xiao Nyen attempted to convey the news of her brother's well-being to Mrs. Hua. Mother, in truth, my brother is already. Mrs. Hua seemed to suddenly lose her hearing, unable to comprehend anything. However, she had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Though her daughter possessed vast knowledge, it appeared she could not freely express it. Yet, Mrs. Hua felt immense gratitude. Just hearing her daughter's thoughts was enough to satisfy her. Xiao Nyen felt a sense of helplessness. It seems I still cannot convey the truth, but this time is better than before. At least I can utter a few words. Now having regained 70% of her powers, she still found herself unable to defy the celestial order. It was clear that full restoration was necessary. Unable to reveal the true circumstances of Qiao Chuanbai to Mrs. Hua, she could only offer her comfort. Mother, perhaps dreams are often contrary. Do not take them to heart. Mrs. Hua nodded, grasping Xiao Niannian's hand. You are right. One must not place faith in dreams. Xiao Niannian, though cherished by her mother, understood that Mrs. Hua also held deep affection for her 3 sons. She pondered that her light-hearted words of consolation might be futile. Yet, her mother evidently believed them. Just then, Mrs. Hua embraced her tightly. My precious daughter, how fortunate I am to have you. You are truly a treasure sent by heaven. Our ancestors must be smiling down upon us. Tomorrow, I shall take your father to pay respects to your grandfather. With that, Mrs. Hua hurriedly departed to prepare incense and offerings. Qiao Niannian sighed in resignation. As long as mother is happy, that is what matters. Once the room fell silent again, Qiao Niannian cautiously began to speak. In truth, my brother is safe and sound. We are but mere pawns, paving the way for the heroine of the tale. She swiftly predicted several events chronicled in the book, articulating them with remarkable ease. However, at that moment, an unseen force constricted her, preventing her from revealing the truth. Although she contemplated utilizing her spiritual energy to shield herself, doing so would result in backlash. Thus, it was not a matter of her inability to disclose the plot, but rather her inability to share it with others. Qiao Niannian was not one to relish in restrictions. She resolved to restore her powers as swiftly as possible. Producing a teleportation talisman, she vanished from her position in an instant. In the Eastern Palace, Xia Rongyu was engrossed in reviewing memorials. The emperor often selected certain matters to be sent to the Eastern Palace for him to address. Xia Rongyu preferred solitude while attending to affairs, finding comfort in his own company. Just then, a commotion erupted at the door. Frowning in irritation, he noted the source of the disturbance. Outside, the 10th princess, Xia Muyen, stood at the entrance, accompanied by a dozen palace maids. Being full-blooded siblings, they had not seen each other in a month. Today, Xia Muyen had visited their mother to pay her respects, and upon learning that her elder brother was unwell, she immediately resolved to visit him. After all, she had been craving the delicacies from his palace for days, and now she had the perfect excuse to indulge. However, she was halted by the guards before she could even enter. Princess, the crown prince is busy and cannot see anyone. Xia Muyen's expression was confident. That may be so for others, but I am the crown prince's own sister. He would never refuse to see me, especially since it is nearly noon, and he surely has yet to have lunch. How can he recover without eating? The guard remained impassive. Princess, he is truly occupied. Xia Muyen grew obstinate. No, I must see my elder brother today. I cannot leave until I see him eat lunch. With that declaration, she disregarded the guard's attempts to stop her and boldly strode inside. Today, she was determined to sneak a meal. Naturally, if she could coax her brother's chef away, that would be even better. This had been her goal since she was 7, and now at 10, it remained unfulfilled. Xia Muyen, with her audacious demeanor outside, became much more subdued upon entering the room. Elder brother, how is your health? I specifically came to check on you. Xia Rongyu glanced at her. His innate composure and nobility, coupled with his calm, distant gaze, exuded a sense of authority that was palpable. Xia Muyen felt her voice falter under her brother's scrutiny. Xia Rongyu's expression softened slightly. Have you completed your studies today? Xia Muyen was taken aback. What a dreadful question. She had never enjoyed her studies, having driven several tutors away in frustration. The mere mention of classical texts would send her into a slumber. She often dozed off in class, neglecting her assignments, much to the chagrin of both the queen and the emperor. They were at a loss on how to handle her. After the queen reported her misbehavior to Xiao Rongyu, he had disciplined her, which had led to a marked improvement in her behavior. At least, the current tutor had endured for a month. However, to Xiao Nyen, this had been a source of considerable distress. She had ignored her elder brother for an entire month, but upon hearing of his illness, she had come to visit. Little did she expect him to inquire about her studies right away. Xiao Nyen hesitated at the threshold, contemplating whether she should have come at all. Chapter 78. My brother is a devil. Xiao Nyen felt a surge of indignation.
Fine.
I won't mooch off your food. Humph. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze fell upon a glistening glass cake on the table. Her large eyes widened, unable to look away. This glass cake, crafted with intricate traditional techniques, was a specialty only the chefs in her brother's palace could create. Recalling the cake's soft, fragrant sweetness, she could devour several pieces in one sitting, stopping in her tracks.
She grinned.
Elder brother, as for my studies, I will learn them when I grow up. For now, I am still a child, and I should sleep and eat more. As she spoke, she stealthily approached the table, reaching for the coveted glass cake. However, Xiao Rongyu interrupted her again. You are already 10 years old. Even the 11th prince excels in his studies compared to you. If your assignments are not completed, you are forbidden from eating. Xiao Nyen felt utterly defeated. Elder brother. Studies are one thing, and eating is another. How can these two be conflated? Xiao Rongyu remained unmoved. He even instructed the maids around Xiao Nyen. Ensure the princess completes her assignments. If she does not finish them, the kitchen will withhold meals for the day. Xiao Nyen's eyes widened in disbelief. Her brother was truly a devil. In the end, Xiao Nyen fled the Eastern Palace in tears. She had come to mooch a meal, only to leave empty-handed and facing the prospect of being monitored for her studies. Oh, how tragic her fate seemed. She is likely to become the first princess in history to be overwhelmed by academic burdens. Xiao Rongyu shook her head in resignation. Fond of both food and play, she is still a child at the age of 10. As Xiao Rongyu pondered this, another cherubic face, marked by baby fat, surfaced in her mind. Although she too is a little girl of 10, she displays a composure akin to that of an adult. She delights in food, as well, her eyes sparkling with joy whenever she encounters delicious dishes. Xiao Rongyu couldn't help but feel that the two would surely get along splendidly if they were to meet. The mere thought of such an encounter brought a smile to her lips. As Qiao Niannian entered the Eastern Palace, she heard Xiao Rongyu's soft laughter, which piqued her curiosity. What could the crown prince be laughing about? After a brief moment of surprise, Xiao Rongyu couldn't resist reminding the little girl before him to address him as brother. Qiao Niannian obediently called out, Crown Prince brother. Only then did Xiao Rongyu speak with calmness. It's been several days since Niannian last came to visit her brother. Indeed, Qiao Niannian had not come for several days, as she had been preoccupied with her training, scarcely leaving her room and dedicating entire days to her practice. This visit to the Eastern Palace marked her first outing in days. I've been quite busy lately, she explained. Xiao Rongyu scrutinized Qiao Niannian closely. Compared to their last meeting, the baby fat on her face had diminished somewhat. He couldn't help but gently ruffle her hair. You are still young, and you need ample rest. In the future, if you continue your training, you may come to the Eastern Palace to find me. He knew that he could facilitate Qiao Niannian's training, making it far more effective. However, apart from the first couple of times, she had not sought him out recently for her practice. Qiao Niannian's eyes brightened. Her visit today was indeed to discuss this matter with Xiao Rongyu. Now that he had broached the subject, she naturally had no reason to refuse. Yet, she felt she could not take advantage of him without offering something in return. Crown Prince brother, once I recover, I will help you find the person who has stolen your life essence. I will ensure you remain safe. Xiao Rongyu nodded with a gentle expression. I have some official matters to attend to. You may amuse yourself for a while. The table has delicacies prepared by the imperial kitchen. Do try them. After saying this, considering Qiao Niannian's tastes, he stepped out to instruct the kitchen to add 2 more dishes for lunch. Upon returning, he recalled Xiao Mayan's personality and added, keep an eye on the 10th princess. If she fails to complete her assignments, she is not to eat. The guard nodded calmly, already foreseeing how distraught the princess would be upon hearing this. At noon, Qiao Niannian stayed in the Eastern Palace for lunch.
There were several new dishes this time. Meanwhile,
the 10th princess remained in her quarters, having not finished her assignments and thus missed her meal. Xiao Mayan cried, wanting to report to their mother, but was dissuaded by the palace maid. Princess, don't go. It will be of no use. Have you forgotten that the empress always listens to the crown prince? Indeed, if the crown prince learns you haven't completed your assignments and you report it, you might not have dinner tonight either. Ultimately, Xiao Mayan refrained from reporting and diligently completed her work. Otherwise, she would truly miss out on a variety of delicious foods. The 10th princess thought to herself that with a brother as cold-hearted as him, she would likely never find a crown princess. Unaware of the sibling dynamics, Qiao Niannian enjoyed her lunch and remained in the Eastern Palace to train in the afternoon. Being by Xiao Rongyu's side indeed made her training significantly more fruitful. Having arrived from the pages of a book, she possessed a natural talent, which, with Xiao Rongyu's assistance, had been restored to 65%, while the remaining 15% was the result of her diligent practice over the past months. Remarkably, she had not spent as much time training with him as she had on her own. It was no wonder that she attracted the attention of malevolent spirits and demons. The allure was simply too great. Fortunately, her resolve was strong. As evening approached, it was time for dinner. Xiao Rongyu invited Qiao Niannian to join him, which made her feel a bit awkward. She found it difficult to accept the hospitality of someone from whom she drew energy. As she contemplated how to politely decline, Xiao Rongyu preemptively said, "The reason I want you to stay for dinner is to discuss the matter of the dragon vein." Qiao Niannian recalled that during Xiao Rongyu's previous peril, it was related to the dragon vein. The dragon vein was crucial to the fate of the great Xia dynasty, the royal family, and the Minuan Marquis. She genuinely wished to know the outcome. Only after finishing dinner did Xiao Rongyu begin to speak about the dragon vein. In the royal family, there has always been a tradition regarding the dragon vein. The dragon vein is a land of auspiciousness. A ruler with a strong dragon vein ensures the longevity of the nation's fortune. Conversely, the destruction of the dragon vein portends the downfall of the state. It is said that the last emperor of a fallen ancient nation discovered the dragon vein of the Xia dynasty. At that time, the Xia dynasty was not as powerful as the ancient nation. The trusted advisor of the ancient emperor detected the rising purple qi above the Xia dynasty, resembling 100 divine dragons in turmoil, which posed a threat to their nation. Fearing the Xia dynasty's potential threat, the ancient nation arranged for the advisor to sever the dragon vein. Now, beneath this dragon's head, a hidden river had formed, continuously eroding the dragon vein. If this continued for an extended period, it would create a climate that would sever the connection between the dragon's head and body, thus destroying the dragon vein. However, the task of filling this hidden river with soil would be no small feat, and its efficacy remained uncertain. Chapter 79. The hidden current presence issues. This hidden current is rather peculiar, Qiao Niannian remarked. Suddenly recalling something she seemed to have forgotten. She tapped her head, feeling slightly forgetful. Then, she opened the medicine vial hanging from her waist, and a shadow floated out. Observing Qiao Niannian's actions, Xiao Rongyu silently approached and stood beside her. Qiao Niannian drew out a talisman and affixed it to Xiao Rongyu's forehead. In the next moment, Xiao Rongyu saw a shadow materialize in the air above his palace. This shadow cowered at a distance, trembling against a column of the grand hall. Qiao Niannian explained to Xiao Rongyu, "This is a ghost I recently captured, similar to that Qinsang, who serves the statue of the master. It has a connection to the dragon vein." When Xiao Niannian captured it, she noticed it bore traces of the dragon vein's aura, which is why she decided to keep it. Now, it was the perfect opportunity to inquire. This ghost belonged to the master of a gambling den. After being dispatched, Qiao Niannian captured its soul. As it emerged, it hid aside, quaking with fear. Previously, it had contemplated seizing Qiao Niannian's life essence, as hers was superior to Qiao Beichen's, but now it faced a formidable foe. Having summoned the master, it found itself defeated by Qiao Niannian. Unconcerned with its pitiful demeanor, Qiao Niannian directly produced a talisman of heavenly fire. "Will you speak truthfully? Or shall I reduce you to ashes with this heavenly fire?" The master's soul immediately knelt, stammering, "I will speak." It was the third prince who did this. The royal tomb is protected by the dragon's aura, making it inaccessible to ordinary people. The third prince used a magical artifact to enter and altered the layout of the royal tomb, causing the hidden current that originally flowed alongside the dragon vein to change direction and flow beneath the dragon's head. This is akin to placing a knife at the dragon's head. Over time, the water flow will sever it, thus rendering the dragon vein useless. Should the dragon vein be rendered useless, it would directly affect the fortune of the great Xia dynasty, leading to its inevitable demise. Qiao Niannian cast a glance at the master, whose tranquil yet intense gaze left the master trembling with fear. He looked at Qiao Niannian in terror. "Master, no, immortal. What I said is true." Qiao Niannian disdainfully collected the master's soul into the vial. It seemed that the master had long been in league with the third prince. Given the third prince's capabilities, it was impossible for him to alter the geographical layout on his own. Such a feat required extraordinary skill, and those capable of such a transformation are few and far between. Although Qiao Niannian had never met the sovereign and the state tutor, she recognized them as the only two individuals capable of achieving such feats based on their deeds. The state tutor had no motivation to undertake this endeavor. His life was irrevocably intertwined with that of the great Xia dynasty, and while many wished for its downfall, he did not share that sentiment. Thus, the responsibility fell to the sovereign. He had first targeted the Minuan Marquis and then the general's manor. Furthermore, within the court, loyal ministers, even if temporarily spared, were ultimately eliminated after the third prince's ascension. It was possible that the third prince himself was merely a pawn, orchestrating chaos within the great Xia dynasty. Once the loyal ministers were gone, only treacherous advisors would remain at the third prince's side, rendering governance of the nation untenable. At that point, with the great Xia in turmoil, the sovereign could effortlessly seize the throne. Xiao Rongyu had evidently contemplated this as well, casting a glance at Qiao Niannian. What are your thoughts, Nianner? Qiao Niannian articulated her perspective. The undercurrents had already coalesced, and the situation regarding the dragon vein had been altered, indicating that the third prince had commenced his machinations at least 3 years prior. Altering the terrain required time. It could not be accomplished overnight. Given her current capabilities, she could not effect such a change unless her powers were restored. Though her spirit was formidable, her physical form was frail, lacking sufficient strength to support her body. Any injury would be significant. Only by recovering her full powers could she mitigate the harm to her physical self. Xiao Rongyu nodded, his gaze upon Qiao Niannian imbued with gentle light. Do not overexert yourself. The great Xia will not falter due to a single dragon vein. Moreover, this is the Xia family's legacy. It is my duty to protect the great Xia, not yours. He wished to alleviate any burden from her shoulders. He could not, simply because she possessed this ability, place all responsibility upon a young girl, even if he were to lose his own fate. As long as he was the crown prince, safeguarding the Xia family's legacy was his responsibility. Qiao Niannian's eyes flickered with surprise at his words. Xiao Rongyu refrained from discussing the matter of the dragon vein any further. The information Qiao Niannian had provided today was already of great significance. Contemplating tomorrow's arrangements, he suddenly spoke. I may not be at the East Palace tomorrow. I need to accompany the supervisor to the royal mausoleum, but I shall return the day after. Qiao Niannian nodded and then expressed her desire to join him. Xiao Rongyu hesitated, sensing the perilous nature of the dragon vein situation, instinctively reluctant to involve her. Qiao Niannian discerned his thoughts immediately. She tugged at his sleeve. Crown Prince brother, please let me go. I have yet to see the altered mausoleum terrain. The little girl, pulling at his sleeve and displaying her endearing charm, with her strikingly clear eyes filled with pleading, was simply irresistible. Xiao Rongyu had never encountered such a display of affection before and softened his tone. Very well. Stay by my side once we arrive. I am aware of your abilities, but this situation is too extraordinary. Qiao Niannian readily agreed. She then produced a teleportation talisman and vanished from sight, reminiscent of a discarded trinket. Xiao Rongyu, however, gazed at his sleeve, momentarily lost in thought before shaking his head. She is merely a little girl. It was simply the novelty of such close interaction that intrigued him. His inner musings were, of course, unheard by Xiao Nyen, who would be the first to object. She often resorted to such charm. Had the crown prince lost his memory? At that moment, Xiao Nyen was engrossed in her writing. Having skipped lunch, she had secretly consumed 2 pieces of cake she had hidden away while her maid turned a blind eye. However, with only 2 pieces consumed, she could not afford to miss dinner. She had spent the entire afternoon catching up on her studies, managing to complete a month's worth of assignments in just half a day. Regardless of the quality of her writing, she had certainly used a considerable amount of paper, now stacked in a thick pile. Looking at her work, a surge of pride welled up within her. Indeed, she was quite impressive. With this much completed, she could look forward to a satisfying dinner. Having written so much, she had to ensure the kitchen prepared something delectable for her to savor. With thoughts of food, Xiao Nyen's face broke into a broad smile. A palace maid glanced at her but refrained from delivering the harsh news during her moment of joy. Just moments ago, the crown prince had commanded that henceforth, the princess's assignments were to be submitted for his review. Chapter 80. To the royal mausoleum otherwise, having gone a day without eating, she would need to concoct an excuse. Miss, when did you go out? I left in the morning. I had both lunch and dinner outside, the maid remarked, astonished that they had not noticed her absence. Qiao Niannian disregarded the maid's thoughts and strode directly to her chamber. This was a matter they would have to gradually acclimate to. The following day, she bid farewell to Mrs. Hua and departed. Mrs. Hua did not impede her, but could not conceal her concern. Xiao Chushan, upon observing this, offered reassurance. Our daughter is unique. She has her own path to tread. We merely need to support her from behind. Whenever she requires it, we shall stand ready to protect her. Mrs. Hua understood this well, yet her worry persisted. Qiao Niannian remained oblivious to their sentiments. Upon reaching the entrance, a carriage awaited her. The driver was Feng, the crown prince's personal bodyguard, accompanied by Niu, responsible for ensuring Xiao Rongyu's safety. Feng was composed and rarely displayed emotion, while Niu was lively, his expressions animated. Though their names were similar, they were both elite members of the Shadow Guard, tasked solely with protecting His Highness. Feng approached Qiao Niannian upon seeing her. Miss Qiao, His Highness is waiting for you in the carriage. Qiao Niannian boarded the carriage, where Xiao Rongyu extended a hand to assist her into a plush seat, gesturing toward an assortment of delicate pastries on the table. These pastries were exquisitely crafted, boasting various flavors, ideal for casual snacking. Outside, Yu, having overheard Xiao Rongyu's gentle voice, widened his eyes in astonishment. He had served beside the prince for many years and had only witnessed him indulge the 10th princess to a degree, while maintaining a distance from others. Among the royal princesses, only the 10th dared to be endearing before him. The others would rather distance themselves, becoming nearly invisible. Yet here was the 10th princess requesting the chef to prepare treats, and the prince had habitually denied her such indulgences. This morning, however, he had instructed the chef to prepare an array of pastries. Initially, he assumed they were for the 10th princess, only to discover they were all meant for Qiao Niannian. Had she been older, and you might have suspected a selection for a future crown princess. Nevertheless, this revelation was shocking enough. And Feng remained impassive, never voicing opinions on his master's behavior. He simply executed tasks as instructed, remaining invisible and silent unless addressed. And Feng drove the carriage steadily to the royal mausoleum. Outside, Supervisor Wang Xuanji awaited them, appearing somewhat fatigued. The issue concerning the dragon vein had weighed heavily on him. And he had also been tasked with investigating the sovereign behind Qinsang, with both matters progressing poorly. Most troubling of all was the sudden emergence of a hidden river within the mausoleum, which disrupted the feng shui. This had once been a prime location, with the dragon veins situated here, promising scenic beauty that would uplift the spirit even for ordinary folk. However, with the hidden river's presence, should it expand further, the tomb itself could be submerged. Furthermore, the surrounding spiritual energy had diminished significantly due to the river's influence, altering the terrain. The emperor had instructed him to find a solution. His only recourse was to fill the river with earth. The emperor deemed this approach too time-consuming and detrimental to the populace. The construction of the royal tomb is rather unique, although the space within is ample. It cannot accommodate a multitude of individuals. Furthermore, the filling of a concealed river requires a significant amount of earth. According to the relevant personnel's investigations, even if this subterranean river is filled, over time, it will inevitably resurface. The emperor cannot bear to see the royal tomb submerged in water, which is why he sent Xiao Rongyu to personally assess the situation and determine if a resolution exists. If no satisfactory solution is found, the only viable option would be to relocate the royal tomb, which currently stands as the most prudent course of action. As Wang Xuanji was lost in his thoughts, a bright and cheerful female voice broke the silence. Lord Supervisor, you need not fret. I have a method to address the matter of the royal tomb. Upon raising his gaze, he saw a young woman clad in white attire, leading a horse as she approached from a distance. Her hair was styled upright, her appearance immaculate, and she wore black riding boots, moving gracefully yet swiftly until she stood before Wang Xuanji. Upon hearing her words, Wang Xuanji nodded. So, the national master is aware of this? Shun Jingrong replied affirmatively. My master observed the stars last night and discerned the issue. Shun Jingrong is the sole disciple of the national master, raised closely by him. Recognizing her innate talent for the Tao, he imparted some basic teachings to her. Shun Jingrong proved to be diligent, mastering the Tao with increasing depth and often assisting her master with various tasks, earning considerable renown in the imperial capital. She held the position of a junior supervisor in the Department of Celestial Observations, an esteemed official of the 4th rank. In the Department of Celestial Observations, apart from Wang Xuanji, an official of the 2nd rank, Shun Jingrong and Li Yunting held the highest ranks. In certain matters, Shun Jingrong even surpassed Li Yunting in capability. At merely 16 years of age, her accomplishments marked her as a promising talent within the Taoist community. After exchanging greetings with Shun Jingrong, Li Yunting, who had been trailing behind, finally spoke. Jingrong, was the journey arduous? His gaze toward Shun Jingrong was filled with affection and admiration, making it apparent to discerning eyes that his feelings for her ran deep. However, Shun Jingrong merely smiled lightly. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Li.
It was not arduous for me.
This response left Li Yunting momentarily at a loss for words, while Wei Qingning beside them wore a displeased expression and muttered softly.
What is so remarkable about that?
Li Yunting's countenance turned awkward, and it was Su Wenin who subtly tugged at Wei Qingning's sleeve, urging her to remain silent, lest it cause embarrassment for their senior brother. Li Yunting, Wei Qingning, and Su Wenin were all disciples of Wang Xuanji, while Shun Jingrong was the disciple of the national master. Although they all worked in the same department, Shun Jingrong preferred solitude, often handling matters on her own. Li Yunting had frequently seen her return from tasks injured and had offered assistance, yet once she recovered, she reverted to her aloof demeanor. Wei Qingning disapproved of this trait. Unfazed by Wei Qingning's opinions, Shun Jingrong had just arrived from the palace, having heard that the crown prince would also be entering the royal tomb, prompting her to hasten on horseback. Anticipating her encounter with the crown prince, she could not help but loosen the reins of her white horse and discreetly adjust her outer robe. The horse, freed from restraint, stood still by her side. As the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar, Shun Jingrong glanced into the distance and chuckled softly. The crown prince is coming. Chapter 81. The arrival of the national master's disciple instantly. Everyone turned to follow Shun Jingrong's gaze. There, amidst the verdant trees, a modestly luxurious carriage appeared, adorned with the royal insignia. At the front, the crown prince's personal bodyguards, and Feng and Anu, were driving. These two were among the elite selected from the secret guards, skilled in martial arts and always in attendance to the crown prince. The onlookers quickly adjusted their attire in preparation to receive the crown prince. And Yu reined in the carriage, while Feng dismounted, lifted the curtain, and assisted Xiao Rongyu as she descended from the carriage. The crowd bowed in respect. Xiao Rongyu waved her hand and then stood beside the carriage. Just as confusion spread among the crowd, another figure emerged from the carriage, a young girl. The girl was exquisitely dressed, slinging a linen-colored satchel adorned with embroidered flowers over her shoulder, with a hint of baby fat. Her delicate features and fair skin instantly endeared her to those who beheld her. As Qiao Niannian stepped down from the carriage, Xiao Rongyu extended her hand. Though Qiao Niannian could have easily jumped down, she reached for Xiao Rongyu's hand instead. Xin Jingrong observed this interaction. The girl's fingers were slender and fair, reminiscent of the finest jade, untouched by any blemish. It was evident that she had been raised in comfort, having never endured hardship. Xin Jingrong could not help but squeeze her own fingers. Although she had been adopted by the national master, she had been abandoned by her parents due to her gender and had once lived a life of begging, often facing beatings and scorn. A faint scar on her hand, nearly invisible, was a remnant of an encounter with a dog while scavenging for food. Despite her current status as a junior supervisor, living in luxury as a disciple of the national master, the hardships of her past could never be erased. Xin Jingrong watched as Xiao Rongyu carefully guided Qiao Niannian down from the carriage, a softness in her expression that Xin Jingrong had never witnessed before. She tightened her grip, feeling the warmth of her own hand, and noticed that Xiao Rongyu's smile had vanished. On this outing with her master, Xin Jingrong had come specifically to address the crown prince's ailment, and in just over a year, a young girl had appeared by his side. Judging by her age, around 10 years, and her apparent high status, it could only be the 10th princess. However, as a practitioner of the Tao, Xin Jingrong could discern that the two shared no blood relation. If she were not the 10th princess, then who was she? Xin Jingrong was filled with suspicion. Wang Xuanji, however, reacted differently. Upon seeing the newcomers, his creased eyes sparkled with delight, and a broad smile spread across his face as he almost rushed forward. Yet, instead of greeting the crown prince, he addressed the young girl beside him. "Nian girl, you have arrived." His demeanor was akin to that of a man who had just found a prized treasure. Xin Jingrong was taken aback. What was Wang Xuanji's status? He was the supervisor of the Department of Celestial Observations, a high-ranking official, and due to his unique position and profound knowledge of the Tao, he was the object of many people's flattery. Although the national master possessed greater Taoist skills than Wang Xuanji, he remained detached from worldly matters, only intervening in times of turmoil, rendering the efforts of those seeking his favor futile. Wang Xuanji, on the other hand, had the power to resolve many unique issues for others. In her 5 years at the Department of Celestial Observations, Xin Jingrong had never seen him exhibit such familiarity with anyone. Overwhelmed by astonishment, she finally mustered the courage to speak to Li Yunting. "Who is that girl? I have been in the capital for many years and have never encountered her before." Li Yunting, upon seeing Qiao Niannian, was equally exhilarated. For a moment, he was so entranced that he did not register Xin Jingrong's inquiry. Her expression darkened. It seemed that wherever the girl appeared, Li Yunting's attention was solely on her. This marked the first time Xin Jingrong felt overlooked by him, and a sense of wariness towards the 10-year-old girl began to rise within her. With patience, Xin Jingrong repeated her question, and this time, Li Yunting finally responded enthusiastically. "The girl beside the crown prince is the daughter of the Mingyuan Marquis, also a practitioner of the Tao, and exceptionally skilled. The last time the Grand Tutor's only daughter was taken by a serpent demon, the Emperor commanded the Department of Celestial Observations to rescue her. It was Qiao Niannian who offered her assistance. Otherwise, we would not have been able to retrieve the Grand Tutor's daughter from the demon's lair, let alone subdue the serpent demon itself. That demon had already transformed into human form after a millennium of cultivation, making it exceedingly formidable. Such a formidable demon, once in the hands of Qiao Niannian, was skillfully subdued, for admiration for the powerful is innate. Li Yunting was no exception. However, Xin Jingrong found it peculiar. She remembered Mingyuan Ho, who had safeguarded the emperor's safety before his ascension, and even risked his life to save him during a perilous moment. After the emperor's coronation, he was bestowed the title of Marquis. Yet, thereafter, he had not achieved anything particularly noteworthy, remaining rather ordinary. Nevertheless, even Mingyuan Ho did not warrant the attention of the esteemed crown prince, let alone that of his daughter. Xin Jingrong frowned discontentedly. This was the royal mausoleum, and their purpose today was serious. When had the crown prince become so muddled? Although Xin Jingrong did not explicitly label Qiao Niannian as a burden, her implication was clear. What was a mere girl doing here, if not causing mischief? As for the Taoist arts mentioned by Li Yunting, what could a 10-year-old girl possibly comprehend? After all, she had only begun practicing talisman drawing at that age. Noticing the unusual tone in Xin Jingrong's voice, Li Yunting patiently interjected, "Miss Jiao is quite remarkable. Her presence on this journey to the royal mausoleum may indeed yield a solution." She looked at him in surprise. Li Yunting had always been exceptional, having achieved the rank of 4th-rank junior supervisor at the Xian Bureau at a young age, a feat few in the younger generation could rival. He was sought after by the city's elite and was notably favored as a successor by the Bureau. He was also an object of admiration among many young women in the capital. His brilliance cast a shadow on those around him. making it difficult for even her to stand beside him. Instances of her excelling were often occasions where Li Yunting had graciously yielded to her. This was the first time in many years that she witnessed him so animatedly praising another, particularly a woman other than herself. Shen Jingrong found herself struggling to accept this. She clenched her fists, determined to assess the capabilities of this daughter of Minuan Ho. Qiao Niannian's gaze fell upon Shen Jingrong's features. She did not take a liking to this person. Chapter 82. Entering the royal mausoleum, Qiao Niannian's initial impression of Shen Jingrong was one of aversion. Coincidentally, Shen Jingrong harbored a similar disdain for Qiao Niannian. Though petite, her thoughts were profound, having deceived the crown prince into bringing her along, which demonstrated some skill. Shen Jingrong mused that the emperor was probably unaware of this matter. With that thought, she instantly felt more at ease. She then turned her attention to Xiao Rongyu. After a year apart, the crown prince now exuded an even more composed aura befitting a ruler. His cold, clear eyes and the dark patterned robes adorned with golden threads conveyed a sense of serene luxury. Shen Jingrong could not help but approach, bowing respectfully. Xiao Rongyu nodded slightly and gestured for her to rise, acknowledging her thoughtfulness. While Xiao Rongyu conversed with Shen Jingrong, Qiao Niannian examined the imposing mausoleum before her. This royal mausoleum was not only grand but also situated in an excellent location, nestled against the verdant hills to the south, with lush forests, and bordered by the winding Weishui River, resembling a silver serpent at rest, a veritable treasure trove of feng shui. For geomancers, a site of such auspiciousness could gather fortune and ensure the prosperity of a family. The dragon vein could conceal winds and gather waters, blessing the family with wealth and longevity, intricately linked to the rise and fall of dynasties. The mausoleum was constructed in this prime location, promising not just the flourishing of the dynasty, but also the continuation of the royal lineage, ensuring that the entire Xia dynasty would enjoy favorable weather and fewer calamities. Xiao Niannian had already done her research prior to her arrival. The mausoleum was built here upon careful examination of the terrain by the national master, who approved the chosen site. Xiao Niannian had also surveyed the surroundings and noted that aside from the emergence of an underground river, the feng shui of this location was flawless. Unfortunately, the occurrence of the hidden stream had altered the environment, giving rise to a detrimental dragon head. If not addressed, it could lead to the dynasty's decline, premature deaths among royal offspring, and rampant plagues and disasters. Given the significance of the dragon vein and mausoleum, upon learning of the troubles, the emperor had promptly assigned Wang Xuanji to address the issue. Wang Xuanji had pondered for several days, but could only devise a plan to fill the underground river. To be frank, managing this underground river was indeed a formidable challenge. However, that did not mean there were no solutions. Since the underground river was not visible from the outside, determining its level of threat required entering the mausoleum to ascertain its precise location. Just as Qiao Niannian contemplated this matter, Xiao Rongyu's cool voice broke the silence. Let us proceed inside. Xiao Rongyu stepped forward to the entrance of the mausoleum, where the enormous stone door, towering 3 men high and adorned with the carved heads of 12 ferocious beasts, awaited. This door weighed over 5,700 pounds and was impossible for an ordinary person to open. However, this was to be expected. The royal mausoleum was of utmost importance to the royal family, guarded not only by soldiers but also by formidable tomb keepers. It was challenging for ordinary individuals to approach, and entry was strictly prohibited. Had it not been for the emergence of the underground river, Qiao Niannian and her companions would have never had the opportunity to enter. Even now, only a select few could gain entry. Besides Xiao Rongyu and Qiao Niannian, Wang Xuanji, Li Yunting, Shen Jingrong, Wei Qingning and Su Wenin were permitted to enter. Li Yunting, Wei Qingning, and Su Wenin were Wang Xuanji's 3 disciples, while Shen Jingrong was the national master's student. All 4 were junior supervisors at the Qiao Bureau, tasked with handling special cases. Given the severity of the situation, other matters were secondary. The emperor had ordered that the dragon vein issue be resolved first. As Xiao Rongyu approached the door, the great entrance swung open from within. Wang Xuanji could not help but comment to Qiao Niannian, "The crown prince certainly commands respect. During my previous visits, I was subjected to a quarter-hour inspection just to present my credentials." After saying this, he leaned closer and whispered, "Little Niannian, you must lend your assistance this time. Rest assured, as long as you help, you may choose anything you desire from the treasures of the Qiao Bureau." Qiao Niannian's eyes sparkled. She had heard that the Qiao Bureau was the wealthiest institution in the entire royal city, as they dealt with special cases and often interacted with high-ranking officials who offered substantial rewards for their services. She was curious to know just how generous these rewards could be, especially since her family's ancestral temple had yet to find a suitable location. With this in mind, Qiao Niannian replied, "That sounds agreeable, but I shall forgo your treasures. Instead, if I assist you in resolving the issue of the underground river, you must agree to one condition." Without hesitation, Wang Xuanji acquiesced, "No problem." They exchanged a pact with a handshake, though a flicker of contemplation crossed their eyes. That moment of contemplation vanished entirely once they entered the mausoleum. As the group stepped inside, the heavy door weighing over 5,700 pounds closed behind them. The walls of the mausoleum, embedded with numerous luminous pearls, ensured that despite the absence of sunlight, the interior remained exceptionally bright. At the very least, the structures within the mausoleum were clearly visible. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious area, with 4 towering columns standing majestically at each corner. Each column was intricately carved with a mythical beast, brought to life with remarkable detail. Upon closer inspection of the adjacent walls, one could see exquisite stone murals depicting women, fish, insects, and trees, all so lifelike they seemed to leap from the surface. This scene merely marks the entrance to the royal tomb. Proceeding further reveals a corridor adorned on both sides with exquisite murals. Unlike the entrance, these murals are vividly colored, rendering them remarkably lifelike. Each mural is illuminated by a golden lotus lamp, cradling luminous pearls that cast an innocent clarity upon the corridor. Qiao Niannian couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Here, in the royal tomb, the elusive luminous pearls, which are rarely seen in daily life, appear as though they are in abundance, each one of exceptional quality. The stone carvings and paintings are masterpieces. The craftsmanship of these masters is priceless. The golden lamp holders, intricately carved to resemble lifelike golden lotuses, are adorned with colorful glazes, resembling blooming lilies upon the walls. Additionally, the blue stone slabs underfoot are of superior quality, meticulously polished to a thickness of a fist, their smooth surfaces reflecting light perfectly, ensuring that even after millennia, they remain as pristine as ever. It may take a craftsman a month to polish just one slab, and while these bluestone slabs are the least valuable within the corridor, they are also the most plentiful, hinting at the immense cost involved. It is no wonder that the tomb is heavily guarded. Should a thief or an inadvertent destroyer venture here, the value of the damage would be incalculable. Qiao Niannian appeared to be in awe, while Shun Jingrong wore an expression of disdain. Chapter 83. Seeking the master since entering the royal tomb. Shun Jingrong had been observing Qiao Niannian, noting her rustic demeanor as if she had never beheld such grandeur before, and could not suppress a derisive snicker. Is this all? Just a few luminous pearls and she is wide-eyed? Her cultivation seems rather ordinary. She chose to divert her attention from Qiao Niannian and instead focus on their surroundings. With the method provided by her master to navigate the hidden river, she was confident it would resolve their current predicament. Unbeknownst to them, within the palace, the emperor had summoned a bronze mirror, approximately the height of a person, and placed it before him, capable of reflecting his entire figure. Li Furui approached to inspect it and, finding no issues, looked to the emperor. The emperor, satisfied with the mirror's dimensions, nodded slightly, prompting the head eunuch to understand his intent. He stepped forward, dismissing the maidservants and eunuchs present, and secured the doors and windows of the grand hall, ensuring nothing was overlooked before standing beside the emperor. The emperor, already anxious, urged Li Furui to begin. Yes. Li Furui replied, retrieving a carved ebony box inlaid with gemstones from a nearby cabinet. Upon opening the box, he carefully took out a transmission talisman and affixed it to the mirror. In the next instant, a flash of golden light emanated from the mirror. The once empty bronze surface now displayed a familiar scene, the interior of the royal tomb. Upon seeing the prince appear within the mirror, Li Furui immediately knelt to pay his respects. Your Highness, he greeted. Suddenly, the emperor's mocking laughter echoed. Li Furui chuckled awkwardly. The image is so lifelike. I almost believed the prince had truly appeared. He then stood up, continuing to gaze intently at the reflection. He could not help but exclaim, Your Majesty. This transmission talisman is indeed remarkable. It conveys the scene from within the royal tomb with such clarity. Every move and gesture is distinctly visible, as if I were accompanying Your Majesty within the tomb. Thankfully, he maintained his composure, unlike Li Furui's earlier faux pas. The two, one a sovereign and the other the emperor's most trusted head eunuch, scrutinized the mirror for a while before taking their seats to observe the unfolding scene. In the image, a group was making its way to the depths of the royal tomb, approaching the location of the hidden river. This area, originally elevated, showed no signs of dampness even with the construction of the royal tomb. However, as they ventured deeper, the scent of moist earth became apparent, and soon, they were stepping into puddles. Wang Xianji and the others halted their progress and discussed the issue at hand. The hidden river flows from south to north, and the water level has been rising steadily. Just a few days ago, when I last checked, it had only submerged a corner of the tomb, but now it has encroached upon 3 more burial chambers. From Wang Xianji's words, it was clear that if left unchecked, the flooding would only worsen, eventually engulfing the entire royal tomb. Xia Rongyu, visiting the royal tomb for the first time, found the situation even more dire than Wang Xianji described. The emperor, having previously inspected the area, confirmed that only a corner was submerged. He had not anticipated such rapid escalation in just a few days. His expression darkened. Should the flooding continue, the first to be affected would be the tomb of the founding emperor of the great Xia dynasty, his ancestor. This issue was far more significant than flooding his own royal tomb. Yet, there was no solution in sight, and the emperor could only pin his hopes on Shun Jingrong, as she was the apprentice of the national master, who had foreseen problems arising within the royal tomb and might be able to avert this crisis. Li Fu Rui, known for his eloquence, found himself at a loss for words, unable to offer any comfort. With the tomb on the brink of flooding, any attempt at consolation would likely fall on deaf ears. He chose silence, dutifully observing the individuals within the tomb alongside the emperor. Wang Xianji had given the emperor a talisman, but it seemed he had forgotten to remind the others. Qiao Niannian began to walk along the edge of the hidden river and, after taking only a few steps, sensed something amiss. She halted, her gaze fixed on the depths of the murky water. There, a wisp of malevolent energy seeped from a neighboring tomb, the water appearing blackened within the burial site. Given the distance, the malevolent aura was faint, and had Qiao Niannian not been vigilant, she would have surely missed it. This hidden river carries malevolent energy? The realization caused her brow to furrow. This individual not only aims to destroy the dragon vein but also seeks to ruin the fortune of the great Xia dynasty. To confirm her suspicions, Xiao Niannian continued northward along the river's edge. Along this path lay 13 tombs. The royal tomb was replete with numerous burial sites, some housing coffins while others remained empty. As Qiao Niannian observed, she noted a peculiar phenomenon. Some tombs emanated malevolent energy, while others did not. Thus, the malevolent aura was not a product of the hidden river, but rather intrinsic to the tombs themselves. This revelation complicated matters further. Compared to the hidden river, the gathered malevolent energy within the tombs posed a more formidable challenge. Qiao Niannian clenched her fingers, realizing that she would need to expend all of her recently restored spiritual energy to confront this issue. As she pondered, she noticed a white figure nearby. She recognized that today, the only individuals in white were Shen Jingrong and the third apprentice of the Master of Supervision, Su Wenyan. Having met briefly on Sunset Mountain, Su Wenyan stood at a distance, sent by his master to survey the terrain, yet his thoughts were solely on Qiao Niannian. In truth, he was not a formal disciple of his master, but merely a student placed under his guidance. His master had told him that he lacked the fate of a disciple, but would encounter his true master in due course. However, recognizing Su Wenyan's enthusiasm for metaphysics, his master had temporarily imparted knowledge of the mystical arts to him. Su Wenyan's grasp of these arts was modest, falling short of Li Yunting and Wei Qingning, and even his closeness to his master paled in comparison to theirs. For years, he had been searching for a master but had yet to find one. After witnessing Qiao Niannian's prowess during the subjugation of the serpent demon on Sunset Mountain, he hoped she could assist him in divining the whereabouts of his master. When will he find his master? Everyone else has a master, yet he does not. However, he is also conflicted. What if he discovers the whereabouts of his future master? Should he seek him out? But his master is entirely unaware of his existence. If he were to go, would his master even recognize him? As Su Wenyan pondered this, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Chapter 84. The dark river is merely a facade. Fate will arrive when the time is right. Its absence signifies that the moment has not yet come. After speaking, Qiao Niannian smiled at Su Wenyan before surveying the surrounding terrain. Su Wenyan stood frozen for a moment, astonished. He hadn't even voiced his question, yet Qiao Niannian seemed to know it and provided him with an answer. How incredible is that? Seeing her depart, he couldn't help but follow. Master Qiao, no, Daoist Qiao, he called. Just call me by my name, Qiao Niannian. Titles like Master or Daoist are merely what others use to address me. What truly matters is respect, which is either present or absent. I do not seek reverence in titles. Noticing her indifference, Su Wenyan finally spoke. Qiao Niannian, have you made any discoveries? He had just walked around the area and noticed nothing unusual. Doubts crept into his mind about whether he possessed any talent for the Tao. Qiao Niannian glanced at him and produced a talisman, placing it on his forehead. Su Wenyan jumped in surprise, and by the time he realized what had happened, the talisman had vanished. Just as he was about to inquire further, he looked down and saw the ground where the dark river flowed, suffused with a dense malevolent energy. What is this? He asked. Malignant energy, she replied. Malignant energy? Can you discern its type? Malignant energy is classified by levels. Low-level malignant energy may cause minor misfortunes, while severe cases can lead to grave calamities and the most extreme can devastate the surrounding feng shui. Su Wenyan recited this knowledge, and Qiao Niannian nodded. Indeed. But the malignant energy here is more ferocious. It is a dragon head malignant gathering formation. A gathering formation?
Su Wenyan et Galim.
Recognizing it as one of the 10 most dangerous formations, Qiao Niannian confirmed with a nod. Su Wenyan was left in disbelief. A gathering formation, as its name suggests, is a formation that gathers malignant energy, and it is exceedingly vicious. As the malignant energy accumulates, it consumes the surrounding vitality to amplify its power. However, before that point, the royal tombs would suffer. Surrounded by malignant energy for extended periods, the corpses interred in the royal tombs could undergo mutations, turning into zombies. If it were to be rumored that the royal ancestors had all transformed into zombies, chaos would surely ensue. After all, the royal family has always been seen as divinely protected by the common people. If the royal tombs were to face such a calamity, how could the royal family maintain their rule? Su Wenyan felt as though he had unearthed a significant secret, leaving him unsettled. He glanced at Qiao Niannian, who was calmly observing the dark river, her expression tranquil, showing no signs of alarm. Could he be less composed than a mere girl? He forced himself to regain his composure and voiced his inner doubts. Qiao Niannian, he still felt awkward addressing her by name. This Miss Qiao was evidently a person of great wisdom, and such a casual address seemed disrespectful. Yet, Qiao Niannian did not mind, and Su Wenin mustered the courage to continue. Qiao Niannian looked up at him. Instinctively, he straightened himself, and his questions spilled forth. Typically, areas that generate malignant energy are either locations with numerous deceased, such as graveyards or slaughterhouses, or prisons where many criminals reside, as these places are prone to the formation of malignant energy. Given that this dragon vein is a feng shui treasure, how could it harbor such severe malignant energy? That question struck a chord. This was not a natural occurrence. It was a deliberate act. Deliberately so? In the royal tombs? Su Wenin's mind was left reeling. Qiao Niannian said no more and moved forward. Seeing her advance, Su Wenin fell and stepped behind her to investigate further. He traversed several locations within the royal tomb, each revealing different findings. In some areas, malignant energy was present, while in others, it was absent. Notably, in the final tomb, the black energy was most concentrated, yet it was peculiarly dry, with the dark river's water having yet to seep through. How strange. Could it be that this malignant energy was not brought by the river water? Qiao Niannian nodded. Not only is it not from the river, but the water of the dark river is also employed to conceal the malignant energy here. Initially, Qiao Niannian thought the discovery of the dark river merely altered the surrounding environment. However, the moment she entered the royal tomb, she sensed something was amiss. The aura of Yin was overwhelmingly heavy. Typically, tombs, even those outside, would gather Yin energy, as this is quite normal. Spirits are drawn to darkness. Yet, this place was different. Though a royal tomb, it differed from ordinary ones. It was a dragon vein, a true feng shui treasure. What constitutes a good feng shui location? It is a place where malignant energy should not accumulate. The dragon vein itself is a rare feng shui treasure. And due to the careful selection of the royal tomb's location, the gathering of malignant energy should be impossible. For various reasons, a temporary accumulation of malignant energy has formed here, but due to the feng shui characteristics of this place, it should dissipate into the surrounding environment. This is the advantage of a feng shui treasure. Otherwise, so many individuals wouldn't seek out such auspicious locations to inter their ancestors. A good location ensures the continuation of descendants and brings blessings, which is the true value of feng shui. As for the dragon vein, it is the pinnacle of feng shui treasures. Even malevolent elements can transform into positive forces. Yet, within the current royal tomb, malignant energy and Yin energy coexist, clustering together. When malignant energy accumulates excessively, it results in death energy. Ordinary individuals who come into contact with it may fall gravely ill, while those with weaker constitutions could lose their lives. These are personal impacts. As death energy accumulates, it will also affect the dragon vein. At best, it may become a land of misfortune. At worst, it could become a haunted ground, where any who enter would meet their demise. This creates a vicious cycle. The intentional accumulation of malignant energy prevents it from dissipating, resulting in an ever-growing presence of malignancy. The more malignant energy, the more dangerous the place becomes. Over time, it could lead to fatalities, and with vengeful spirits, the danger would only escalate. As the malignant and death energies intensify, and with more vengeful spirits, not only would the dragon vein be destroyed, but it would also hasten the decline of the great Xia dynasty. Chapter 85. Unable to contain admiration, Su Wenin stood agape. Realizing that everything Qiao Niannian stated was true, someone had meticulously gathered malignant energy here. He was certain that not only had he failed to notice this, but even his master had been oblivious to it. For days, his master had been troubled by the dark river issue, never once mentioning malignant energy. If Qiao Niannian had not arrived, no one would have discovered this matter. It was evident what would unfold in the future. The dragon vein would be ruined, transforming this place into a land of malevolence, devastating the national fortune, and igniting conflict within the great Xia dynasty. How terrifying. Su Wenin felt a chill run down his spine. The individual orchestrating this was exceedingly sinister. Setting up a gathering formation in the royal tomb was an act aimed at destroying the great Xia dynasty. Who could possibly be behind such a scheme? Before Su Wenin could ponder further, Xiao Rongyu and Wang Xuanji approached. After Shen Jingrong's examination, she determined that her current position was optimal for casting spells. Hearing commotion outside, Qiao Niannian and Su Wenin stepped out together. Their simultaneous appearance surprised the onlookers, but they merely assumed the two were investigating the dark river together. Regardless of whether it is Wang Xuanji or Shen Jingrong, they have consistently remained at the location reached by the dark river, showing no desire to gaze upon the unvisited places. This indicates that neither of them has yet discerned the presence of malevolent energy. When Su Wenin emerged, he appeared somewhat dazed, a reaction entirely understandable given the shocking news he had just received. It was astonishing to learn that someone intended to obliterate the dragon vein and national fortune to overthrow the great Xia dynasty.
Li Yongding.
Upon seeing Su Wenyin and Qiao Niannian emerge together, expressed surprise, as his junior disciple had never shown interest in matters of feng shui. Today, he had been forcibly brought along by Li Yunting. Since their master had declared a lack of fate between them, Su Wenyin had been searching for him for a decade, yet without success. Li Yunting had repeatedly attempted to console him, emphasizing that although they were not master and disciple, they had grown up like brothers. However, Su Wenyin remained impervious to his words. Aware that some feelings could not be shared, Li Yunting chose to let it be and sometimes offered assistance, yet to no avail. Now, witnessing Su Wenyin's disoriented state, he stepped forward and asked Wenyin, "What troubles you?" Just as Su Wenyin was about to respond, Shun Jingrong interjected, "Your Highness, I have already examined the Dark River with the Grand Supervisor. My master entrusted me with a magical artifact upon his arrival, which should resolve the issues at hand. Although the location of the Dark River is deeper than my master anticipated, it should not pose a problem." The purpose of their visit was indeed to address the Dark River, and Wang Xuanji had been troubled for days. Upon hearing that Shun Jingrong possessed a solution, a glimmer of joy appeared on his face. Though she was not his disciple, he held great respect for her abilities, and with the National Master's artifact, he was confident in her success. This meant he would no longer have to endure the Emperor's cold demeanor. Shun Jingrong's voice, though soft, was clear in the presence of only a few. Li Yunting momentarily forgot his concern for his junior disciple, now intrigued by Shun Jingrong's approach to the issue. Wei Qingning, who typically held a disdain for Shun Jingrong, could not help but acknowledge her prowess. Noticing the shift in everyone's attitude, Shun Jingrong remained unchanged. Lifting her gaze towards Xiao Rongyu, she was indifferent to others' opinions and focused solely on earning his recognition. However, Xiao Rongyu's demeanor was starkly different from the joy and admiration of the others. His expression was devoid of emotion, and his tone carried a hint of aloofness. "Then I shall trouble you, Shun." Shun Jingrong felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped for a word of praise from Xiao Rongyu, only to find him as distant as ever. From the moment she had met him, he had always been so cold and unapproachable. Though she believed her efforts would bridge the gap between them, after all these years, there had never been a reflection of her in his eyes. Suppressing the bitterness within her, Shun Jingrong regained her confidence. Regardless of the prince's thoughts, the one who could alleviate his burdens was undoubtedly her. Stepping forward, she positioned herself and began, "Your Highness, I shall commence the spell now." In the distant palace, the Emperor could not help but commend Shun Jingrong. Indeed, she is worthy of being the National Master's disciple, truly inheriting his profound teachings. The Dark River that even Wang Xuanji could not resolve, she has found a way. Although the artifact was bestowed by the National Master, its power was innate to her. The artifact merely served as a tool. Li Furu also chimed in. The National Master possesses unparalleled wisdom and boundless power. The ability to take Shin as a disciple is undoubtedly due to her own innate talent. The Emperor nodded, then turned his gaze to Xiao Rongyu with a hint of helplessness. The prince was still too young. If only he were a bit older. Observing Shun Jingrong's expression, it was evident that she harbored feelings for the prince. In time, he could bestow a marriage between the two, and Shun's capabilities would undoubtedly aid the great Xia dynasty's advancement. Li Furu, hearing the emperor's words, chose to remain silent. The matter of the prince's marriage was not for him, a mere servant, to comment on. However, he could not help but feel that the prince had no interest in Shun Jingrong, but rather displayed a distinctive fondness for the young lady of the Qiao family. Yet, the Qiao lady was still too young. A few more years, and she would be a more fitting match. Unbeknownst to Xiao Rongyu, others were already concerned about his marital prospects. He was still quite young, viewing Shun Jingrong as a superior and treating Qiao Niannian as a younger sister to cherish. He held no romantic feelings towards either. However, at present, Xiao Rongyu was primarily focused on the matter of the Dark River. Observing Shun Jingrong performing her spell, fearing for her safety, he instinctively took Qiao Niannian's hand and moved aside. Wang Xuanji and his 3 disciples also retreated. Shun Jingrong cast a fleeting glance at the prince holding Qiao Niannian's hand, her smile vanishing, her lips pressed thin, shadows flickering in her eyes. She felt she should not resent a young girl, yet in the face of the prince's profound attachment, he always exhibited more warmth towards Qiao Niannian. This warmth was what she yearned for, but could not attain. Witnessing another receive it, she could not help but feel a pang of unhappiness. Nevertheless, Shun Jingrong concealed her emotions. Since entering the royal tomb, she had meticulously observed the countenance of Miss Qiao. Although the young lady hailed from nobility, her features foretold a short life. It seemed that within 2 years, her fate would be sealed. There was no need for her to contend with someone whose days were numbered. With this thought, Shun Jingrong took a deep breath, regaining her composure. She stood at the forefront of the Dark River. Chapter 86, The Command of 5 Thunders. Su Wenyin, seeing Shun Jingrong take her position, recalled the malevolent energy he had sensed earlier and could not help but glance at his master. Master, is the National Master truly capable of resolving this matter? He initially intended to mention the malevolent energy, but considering that neither his master nor Shun Jingrong could perceive it, he thought it prudent to inquire further. Wang Xuanji, unaware of his disciple's thoughts, nodded in response to the inquiry about the National Master. Of course, the National Master is exceptionally formidable. Since he has anticipated this issue with the Dark River, he must have already devised a strategy. Wang Xuanji held no doubts about this. Upon hearing his master's affirmation, Su Wenyin fell silent. Xin Jingrong had already begun to form hand seals. Qiao Niannian, recognizing Xin Jingrong's position, understood her intentions. While the chosen spot was indeed suitable, if the aim was solely to address the malevolent energy, it would suffice. However, if combined with the malevolent energy, it would be inadequate. Moreover, as she expelled the Dark River, the malevolent energy would also be driven out, potentially triggering the gathering malevolent array. Qiao Niannian had initially believed that the National Master possessed a foolproof plan, only to realize that it was merely aimed at the Dark River. If that were the case, Xin Jingrong could not proceed in such a manner. Once the gathering malevolent array was activated, they would have to break the array, which would waste a significant amount of spiritual energy. With this in mind, Qiao Niannian spoke up, Miss Xin, I believe the National Master's method may not be sufficient. Perhaps we should discuss it further. Her words echoed in the tomb, met with a profound silence. Xin Jingrong felt as though her dignity had been provoked, and anger surged from the depths of her heart. She glared coldly at Qiao Niannian, unyielding. Miss Qiao, do not presume that a few days of studying Taoist arts grants you the authority to question my master. I assure you, if my master cannot resolve this issue, then no one can. This was her first direct conversation with Qiao Niannian, yet it was laden with gravity. After speaking, Xin Jingrong felt as though she had released a pent-up frustration. Unlike her, Wang Xuanji, aware of Qiao Niannian's capabilities, believed she would not speak without reason. He turned to Xin Jingrong, ready to address the matter. Jingrong, perhaps it would be wise to deliberate further on this matter. Zheng, do you doubt my master's words as well? Xin Jingrong found this utterly astonishing. It was merely the ramblings of a little girl, yet Wang Xuanji took them to heart. She perceived that Qiao Niannian was simply feeling uncomfortable due to being overshadowed, which prompted her to intervene. Wang Xuanji was left at a loss for words in response to Xin Jingrong's remarks. He naturally believed in the abilities of the National Master, who, although uninterested in mundane matters and solely focused on the rise and fall of the great Xia dynasty, had nevertheless secured his position in the Tianjian. Wang Xuanji remained silent. Li Yunting and Wei Qingning also refrained from speaking. The presence of the National Master was too overwhelming and powerful. As cultivators of the Xianmen, they were acutely aware of his prowess, and thus, they would never question it. However, Su Wenyin felt that Xin Jingrong was merely flaunting her master's presence, completely overshadowing Qiao Niannian. He, feeling indignant, leaned closer to Qiao Niannian and whispered, Do not be upset. I think you are truly remarkable. Truly. Qiao Niannian chuckled softly. I am not angry. Never mind. You should conserve your energy. She chose to say no more, feeling that further discussion would be futile. Seeing that no one else was speaking, Xin Jingrong felt a sense of comfort. She believed that Qiao Niannian was simply seeking attention. Her master had stated that following his instructions would resolve this issue, yet Qiao Niannian insisted on provoking her. She decided to demonstrate the disparity between them. Swiftly, Xin Jingrong summoned the 5 Thunder command, her hands forming seals as she recited incantations, causing the command token to hover in midair and rapidly spin as she cast her spell. Wang Xuanji's face lit up with joy at this sight. This is the 5 Thunder command, capable of summoning winds and rain. I did not expect the National Master to wield such a powerful artifact. Behind him, Li Yunting, seeing the 5 Thunder command for the first time, asked, Master, can this resolve the issue of the Dark River? Su Wenyin could not help but interject, but what about the malevolent aura? Wang Xuanji was momentarily taken aback. What malevolent aura? Su Wenyin, equally perplexed, replied, the gathering malevolent formation. This tomb contains a gathering malevolent formation. The Dark River is merely a facade concealing it. How can the command token resolve the issue of the formation? Wang Xuanji's expression changed dramatically as he stared at Su Wenyin, his eyes wide with disbelief. You mean there is a gathering malevolent formation here? How did you know?
Did you not see?
I observed it myself. Su Wenyin, sensing his master's excitement, found it odd. However, having recently followed Qiao Niannian to many places where she patiently explained half of the layout of the gathering malevolent formation, he was indeed aware. Wang Xuanji nearly spat blood. Why did you not mention such an important matter earlier? I just asked the National Master if he was capable of resolving the issue, and you affirmed that he could. Wang Xuanji was exasperated. This foolish disciple. The National Master could indeed address the matters here, but he was unaware of the gathering malevolent formation's presence. Had he known, he might have considered alternative approaches. After all, the 5 Thunder command could only summon winds and rain, not dispel malevolent auras or break formations.
Now,
he finally understood why Qiao Niannian had warned Xin Jingrong earlier. He was in a state of urgency, his gaze falling upon Qiao Niannian. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Xia Rongyu stepped directly in front of Qiao Niannian, shielding the young girl behind him, his tone frosty. Niannian has already warned you. It is you who chose not to listen. The moment Qiao Niannian spoke, Shen Jingrong had retorted, causing Xiao Rongyu's expression to darken. However, as the matter of the Dark River was paramount, he refrained from exploding with anger. Now, not only had the issue of the Dark River gone unresolved, but a gathering malevolent formation had also been activated. Since Shen Jingrong was so adept at confronting others, there was no need to seek assistance from his little girl. Qiao Niannian obediently remained protected by Xiao Rongyu, not uttering a word. Wang Xuanji's face twitched. My crown prince, what time is it? And you still choose to defend her? The gathering malevolent formation was now activated, and all of us would be its sustenance. The current priority was to address the formation. Moreover, he had not wronged Qiao Niannian. He had just been advocating for her moments ago. In the palace, the emperor could see the expressions of the individuals involved, but could not hear their words. However, from their faces, he discerned that something was amiss. He furrowed his brow. Li Forue shook his head, yet his gaze lingered upon the crown prince's protective stance over Qiao Niannian, further solidifying his suspicions. The future crown princess could never be Shen Jingrong. It could only be that girl from the Qiao family. Truly a stroke of good fortune. He needed to keep his eyes sharp. Within the royal tomb, Shen Jingrong sensed something was amiss midway through her incantation. Chapter 87. The activation of the gathering malevolent formation. Something feels profoundly wrong. Shen Jingrong had already sensed that the Dark River posed a problem, but having completed her spell and activated the Five Thunder command, the waters were retreating in large swathes. Even if she wished to stop, she found herself unable to do so. Panic surged within her. She had never encountered such a scenario, and her master had not forewarned her of its possibility. What was she to do now? She instinctively turned her gaze towards Wang Xuanji, the only one present with greater knowledge and capability. Wang Xuanji did not hesitate and immediately lent his assistance. Li Yunting and Wei Qingning followed suit. Xiao Rongyu silently pulled Qiao Niannian back a couple of steps, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. Su Wenin also took a few steps back, sharing the same sentiment. Shen Jingrong noticed Xiao Rongyu's movement and felt deeply wounded. The next moment, her resentful gaze fell upon Qiao Niannian. Miss Qiao, you clearly knew there was a problem here. Why did you not speak up sooner? Wang Xuanji silently released his hold on Shen Jingrong. Li Yunting frowned, and Wei Qingning's expression was equally grim, but they had to support Shen Jingrong due to her injuries. Xiao Rongyu's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. Qiao Niannian remained expressionless, not even glancing at Shen Jingrong. Shen Jingrong's anger intensified. Miss Qiao, do you wish to see me humiliated? Su Wenin exploded. Shen Jingrong, how can you say that? Did not Master Qiao just warn you? Was it not you who chose to disregard her? You claimed that if your master could not resolve this issue, no one could. Did you not say that? Shen Jingrong did not deny it. Yes, I did say that. But you clearly detected the malevolent aura. Why did you not mention it? Su Wenin had always regarded Shen Jingrong with indifference, treating her as a mere colleague. But now, her two statements made him feel that she was utterly insincere. It was clearly her own fault, yet she insisted on placing the blame on others. He would not indulge her. Shen Jingrong, already injured, could not withstand Su Wenin's rebuke and immediately coughed up blood. Su Wenin scoffed. Do not think that bleeding and being injured grants you justification. Reason does not belong to the weak. Wang Xuanji, seeing that Su Wenin had gone a bit too far, feigned anger and reprimanded. Enough. The situation is as it is. Further words are futile. We all overlooked the malevolent aura, and now the gathering malevolent formation has been activated. We are all within its confines and must find a way to save ourselves. Otherwise, we will all become nourishment for the formation. After speaking, Wang Xuanji let out a heavy sigh. To encounter one of the 10 great malevolent formations, the gathering malevolent formation, was indeed a grave misfortune. It seemed that recent events in the capital were far from tranquil. One peculiar incident followed another. First, the emperor fell victim to a blood curse. Then they encountered a snake demon, and now, even the royal tomb had been ensnared in a gathering malevolent formation. It was truly vexing. He found himself envious of the national master. Had he known, he would not have been so lazy and would have accompanied the national master to find a solution for the crown prince's stolen fate. After all, the Taoist mastery of the national master far surpasses his own. When such matters are placed in the hands of the national master, they may perhaps be resolved with greater ease. Yet, words are futile. Today, he can only rely on his frail body. Wang Xuanji's remarks successfully drained the last vestige of color from Shen Jingrong's already pale countenance. The gathering evil formation, one of the 10 most malevolent formations?
How could this be?
She had thought it was merely a backlash of malevolent energy, never anticipating such a vicious array. The gathering evil formation harnesses the surrounding environment to amass malevolent energy, and as this energy accumulates, the dragon vein and all creatures in the nearby mountains will be absorbed as sustenance by the formation. Consequently, a desolate landscape devoid of life will emerge within 1,000 miles. Not only will the mountain's fauna suffer, but the flora and villages below will also be adversely affected, ultimately losing their lives. These are merely the repercussions brought about by the gathering evil formation. Its most formidable aspect lies not in the extent of its influence, but in its capacity to extract life. Once activated, the formation will draw the surrounding malevolent energy. And as it operates, the lives ensnared within will be gradually consumed. In other words, their very existence will be siphoned away by the gathering evil formation. Besides life, the spells and internal powers they possess will also be devoured. Li Yunting had read descriptions of the gathering evil formation in ancient texts, yet this was his first encounter. Wei Qingming, oblivious to the severity, directly inquired of Li Yunting. Upon realizing the formation's potency, she was immediately engulfed by a wave of panic.
Master, what shall we do now?
We cannot simply allow the gathering evil formation to drain our lives and spiritual energy without taking action. Wang Xuanji pondered for a moment before responding slowly. Although the gathering evil formation is formidable, the imperial tomb is suppressed by dragon energy, causing the accumulation of malevolent energy to be relatively slow. Currently, the formation has yet to fully develop. If we act together, we should be able to dismantle it. As he spoke, Wang Xuanji turned his gaze toward Qiao Niannian. However, he himself felt uncertain. And given that it was Qiao Niannian who had detected the malevolent energy, perhaps she possessed a method to counter it. Yet, with Xiao Rongyu, his esteemed prince, guarding her so closely, Wang Xuanji could not even catch a glimpse of Qiao Niannian's hem. Thus, he had to abandon the thought. Shun Jingrong's obscure eyes swept over Qiao Niannian, protected by the prince, as she silently gritted her teeth. She could not comprehend why the prince was so intent on safeguarding Qiao Niannian, who had contributed nothing. Though she had not resolved the matter of the hidden river and had inadvertently triggered the gathering evil formation, she had nonetheless sustained severe injuries in her efforts to assist him. Despite this, the prince chose to protect someone so ineffectual as Qiao Niannian, refusing even to spare her a glance. Shin Jingrong's heart felt as though it were submerged in a cold pool, chilled to the bone. Nevertheless, she was unwilling to concede defeat. From her bosom, she produced a magical artifact. This Qianquan ring, consisting of 2 interlocking rings, bore engravings of the Big Dipper. Its exquisite craftsmanship indicated it was a fine piece. With the enhancement of the artifact, her power would be significantly amplified. The onlookers' expressions brightened at the sight, their confidence in breaking the formation growing stronger. Xiao Nyen raised an eyebrow. Wang Xuanji was correct. The gathering evil formation was indeed no simple matter. Where were they? In the imperial tomb. Within the tomb, where the dead lay, setting the gathering evil formation could ensnare the surrounding death energy, resulting in a synergistic effect that exceeded mere addition. Attempting to dismantle a formation designed to absorb death energy with a mere mindset of breaking it would be futile. Chapter 88. Breaking the formation. Qiao Niannian discreetly tugged at Xia Rongyu's sleeve. Although merely 13 years old, he towered over her by more than a head. Noticing her intent to speak, he leaned down slightly, drawing closer to her. Qiao Niannian leaned in as well, whispering the situation to him. The little girl, so petite, exhaled softly, like a warm feather brushing past his ear, evoking a slight tickle. Xia Rongyu hardly paid attention, his senses ensnared by the moment. Fortunately, he was quick-witted. Though he caught only a few words, he quickly pieced together her meaning. It was highly probable that Wang Xuanji's plan would not succeed, and might even lead to further trouble. Yet, these troubles were inconsequential. Even if they could not succeed, they could still drain a portion of the malevolent energy's power. Xia Rongyu reached out to ruffle the little girl's hair. No need to worry. Seeing that Xia Rongyu had said this, Qiao Niannian decided to leave it be, standing beside him to observe. Wang Xuanji initially led the group around the gathering evil formation, subsequently identifying its focal point. The 5 of them then launched an assault on the formation's eye. As their attacks commenced, malevolent energy surged to converge at the eye of the formation, repelling their spells. The clash of malevolent energy and spells caused their robes to billow and their hair to fly. In the next moment, the stone slabs within the tomb cracked open. Qiao Niannian pulled Xia Rongyu to a blind spot, where they could witness the efforts to dismantle the formation without incurring any harm. In the palace, the emperor gazed at the scene reflected in the bronze mirror, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. What on earth are they doing?
Li Furui hurriedly explained.
It appears they are attempting to break a formation, something called the gathering evil formation. He was adept at observing the expressions of the individuals, and the most frequently mentioned term in the recently transmitted images was indeed the gathering evil formation. Although Li Furui lacked knowledge of metaphysics, he could discern that they were engaged in dismantling a formation. The emperor furrowed his brow. When was a malevolent formation set within the imperial tomb? How could I have been unaware? He slammed his palm onto the table beside him, incensed. What do these people take my royal family for? To cast curses and alter my heir's fate, and dare to meddle in my imperial tomb? This was akin to pulling the whiskers of a tiger. How could the emperor not be enraged? This was a direct affront to his authority. Li Furui was shaken by the sound of the emperor's palms striking the table. His heart racing, he knelt abruptly. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. The Emperor Jing'an took a moment to compose himself before addressing Li Furui. Enough. This does not concern you.
Rise.
He turned his attention back to the bronze mirror. Within the mirror, Wang Xuanji and his companions were entangled with the malevolent energy, and their bodies were sent flying. 4 of the 5 were hurled against the walls of the tomb, instantly leaving cracks in the stone. The only one who did not get thrown out was Xinjingrong. With the aid of the artifact, her offensive power was the strongest. Yet she was now enveloped by malevolent energy. The energy surged around her, growing increasingly dense as her life force transformed into white light, consumed by the malevolent energy. In addition to the white light, there was a faint golden glow, representing Xinjingrong's cultivation. Su Wenyan, whose talisman had yet to lose its efficacy, raised his eyes to witness this scene and gasped. This is bad. The malevolent energy is absorbing Xinjingrong's life force and spiritual power.
What?
Wang Xuanji exclaimed. Though he could not see the white and golden lights, he could sense Xinjingrong's life force waning. This is dire. The formation has selected Xinjingrong, intending to siphon her life force as nourishment. At this moment, Xinjingrong was also in distress. She could distinctly feel her soul being torn from her body, a pain surpassing even that of dismemberment, akin to her essence being subjected to 1,000 cuts. Witnessing Xinjingrong in such agony, Wang Xuanji could no longer hesitate and turned his gaze to Qiao Niannian. Nian girl, can you save her? Qiao Niannian remained silent, but Xiao Rongyu spoke first. An apology. Wang Xuanji immediately understood the prince's implication. Qiao Niannian could indeed save her, but first, an apology was necessary. He hastily addressed Xinjingrong. Jingrong, quickly apologize to Nian girl. She can save you. Xinjingrong's soul, torn by malevolent energy, felt as though it had been ripped open in countless places. Yet, this agony paled in comparison to the humiliation of apologizing to Qiao Niannian. She pressed her lips tightly together, casting a pleading glance at Xiao Rongyu. Your Highness, save me.
Please.
Xiao Rongyu's expression remained cold, her gaze devoid of any warmth. I cannot save you. Only Qiao Niannian can. Whether you choose to apologize is entirely up to you. As Xinjingrong's soul was being wrenched, she emitted a heart-wrenching cry.
Ah!
Unable to bear the torment, she clutched her head. She understood that if the crown prince spoke, Qiao Niannian would undoubtedly come to her aid. Yet, the crown prince was unwilling to speak up for her. In his heart, Qiao Niannian held greater significance than herself. She resolutely refused to bow to Qiao Niannian. In the next moment, her body succumbed to the pain inflicted by the soul-harvesting formation, and Xinjingrong collapsed to the ground. She felt as though she were staring into a vast abyss, one that threatened to engulf her whole. If she fell in, she would plummet into an eternal hell. Terror gripped her heart. She looked toward Qiao Niannian, her voice laced with desperation. Miss Qiao, I was wrong to confront you. Please, I beg you to save me. I realize my mistake. Upon seeing Qiao Niannian's expression remain unchanged, Xinjingrong abandoned all restraint. She raised her hand and struck her face several times until her once beautiful cheeks were red and swollen before speaking again. Miss Qiao, I implore you to save me.
I do not wish to die.
The force of the soul-harvesting formation was overwhelming. Her soul had nearly separated from her body. In mere moments,
she would be consumed by it.
Qiao Niannian, however, felt little sympathy for Xinjingrong. She simply did not want the formation to grow stronger by absorbing Xinjingrong's soul. She conjured a talisman and hurled it at the malevolent energy. Heavenly Fire Talisman Break. The talisman soared toward the malevolent energy, and upon contact, it erupted into a towering flame that incinerated the surrounding malevolence completely. Xinjingrong's body weakened, and she slumped to the ground. Li Yunting's expression tightened as he hurried forward to carry Xinjingrong away. Qiao Niannian paid no heed to Li Yunting. Just moments ago, Xinjingrong had been targeted by the formation for her stronger magical power, but now, with Qiao Niannian intervening, the formation shifted its focus, redirecting all the malevolent energy toward her. With a flick of her fingers, Qiao Niannian summoned another Heavenly Fire Talisman. As the malevolent energy closed in, she cast the talisman once more, which swiftly annihilated a large portion of the encroaching darkness. Chapter 89. True Sunfire. The flames summoned by the Heavenly Fire Talisman were the true Sunfire, the most potent of the 10 divine fires, known for its ability to vanquish all malevolent spirits and purify the world of impurities. It was the greatest nemesis of this malevolence. As the dark energy was continuously burned away, it seemed to recognize Qiao Niannian's formidable power and hesitated, retreating to the center of the formation. They circled around the perimeter, deliberating on how to attack the individuals within. However, Qiao Niannian lacked patience. She unleashed a surge of magical energy, instantly obliterating a significant portion of the malevolent energy. Su Wenyin watched in awe, her eyes wide. So impressive. Qiao Niannian's magical force sent the malevolence fleeing in terror. Just moments ago, they had been so brazen, akin to highwaymen eager to seize whatever they could, yet now they scattered like frightened prey. Regardless of their frantic escape, Qiao Niannian's magical energy pursued them relentlessly. Resembling a ferocious beast, whenever it caught up with the malevolence, it would sink its teeth into them. In no time, a sizable cluster of malevolence diminished by half. The malevolence, clever in its own right, chose to flee through the cracks in the stones, escaping from harm. The malevolence trembled in fear. This girl, though seemingly delicate, was undeniably formidable. They were no match for her. This time, they would retreat and allow her to leave unharmed. Su Wenin, witnessing Qiao Niannian's victory over the malevolence, could not help but swallow hard. Master, what should we do now that Qiao has driven the malevolence away? Wang Xuanji was equally astonished. What did you say? The malevolence has fled? Are you jesting? This is the soul-gathering formation, the domain of malevolence. Why would they flee? He then realized something and turned sharply to Su Wenin. How do you know this? Su Wenin, not wishing to conceal anything, relayed the tale of Qiao Niannian giving her a talisman to her master. Wang Xuanji's face tightened, fearful of revealing his jealousy. Had he known that following Qiao Niannian would yield such benefits, he would have chosen to accompany her from the outset, perhaps even obtaining a heavenly eye talisman for himself. Regret washed over him. He was filled with remorse. As Su Wenin and Wang Xuanji conversed, Qiao Niannian rose and made her way toward the formation's focal point. Xin Jingrong bit her lip. Despite her severe injuries, she had overheard Su Wenin's words and discerned that the malevolence had indeed retreated. She was astonished by Qiao Niannian's incredible prowess. Having followed the national master since childhood and always held in high regard, being surpassed by a mere girl filled her with immense discomfort. Yet, she refused to concede. Xin Jingrong tugged at Li Yunting's sleeve. Yunting, the malevolence has hidden away. We must leave this place quickly. Li Yunting looked up to see Qiao Niannian departing from the formation center, clearly in pursuit of the malevolence. The crown prince, along with his master and junior disciple, did not hesitate to follow suit. Now only he, his junior sister, and Xin Jingrong remained at the formation's focal point. He glanced toward the direction Qiao Niannian had taken and spoke softly. The soul-gathering formation has yet to be resolved. Master Qiao is pursuing the malevolence. I shall see if there is anything I can assist with. With that, Li Yunting entrusted Xin Jingrong to Wei Qingning and followed after Qiao Niannian. Wei Qingning immediately wore a look of disdain. She too wished to follow and see, but upon glancing at the injured Xin Jingrong, she could only remain by her side. Xin Jingrong felt a surge of frustration. She glared at Li Yunting's retreating figure, her heart filled with resentment. Did this man truly care for her? How could he disregard her safety and run off with Qiao Niannian? Meanwhile, on the other side, Qiao Niannian was oblivious to Xin Jingrong's turmoil. She approached the formation's focal point and cast a heavenly fire talisman, directing a beam of fire straight towards a corner of the imperial tomb. The once vacant corner suddenly revealed a small black flag that shot forth at great speed, emanating a dense malevolent aura. This was likely a magical artifact crafted by the one who had laid the formation. Su Wenin, trailing behind, could not contain her curiosity. Master, what is this? This is the formation flag of the soul-gathering formation. Qiao Niannian intends to destroy the soul-gathering formation. He spoke with a worried expression. The soul-gathering formation was profoundly malevolent and immensely powerful. They struggled merely against the malevolence within the formation. Qiao Niannian's ambition to obliterate the formation's magical artifact was an endeavor far more daunting than breaking the formation itself. Su Wenin found her master's words utterly astonishing. The gathering of evil spirits formation is indeed one of the 10 most malevolent arrays. The mere act of deciphering it is a commendable feat. Yet some seek to obliterate the array's talismans. He could not help but widen his eyes, unwilling to miss a single moment. To witness someone extinguish a formation's talisman in this lifetime is truly an enlightening experience. Not only Su Wenin, but even Wang Xuanji was witnessing someone directly confront a talisman for the first time. The banner, crafted from the finest celestial silk and tempered by heavenly fire, was impervious to scissors, enscathed by flames, and indestructible to thrusts, already exhibiting a hint of sentience. As the banner sensed Qiao Niannian's impending attack, it swiftly dodged aside. Nevertheless, the malevolent energy tainted by the heavenly fire talisman was instantly incinerated. The banner trembled violently, perhaps comprehending the talisman's might, and hastened its flight towards the outer reaches of the royal mausoleum. Naturally, Qiao Niannian could not allow the banner to escape. She formed intricate hand seals, channeling her spiritual energy like a binding rope to ensnare the banner. The banner writhed in fierce resistance. Qiao Niannian unleashed the heavenly fire talisman, enveloping the banner in flames. Sensing the authority of the heavenly fire talisman, the banner struggled even more vehemently, but Qiao Niannian's spiritual energy resembled an impenetrable barrier, rendering it powerless. At the moment the talisman made contact with the banner, flames erupted, reducing it to nothing but ash. This spectacle caused Wang Xuanji to flinch. Su Wenin, Eguali Biwi, Etgalim. Master, wasn't this talisman forged from heavenly fire? Is it not impervious to flames? How has it been reduced to mere ash? Wang Xuanji paused for a moment before responding with difficulty. It is, of course, due to the might of Miss Niannian's flames, which surpass even those of heavenly fire. The notion of flames exceeding even heavenly fire was beyond Wang Xuanji's imagination. Chapter 90. Su Wenin's astonishment having expended her spiritual energy to destroy a banner. Qiao Niannian's complexion paled somewhat, though it was not easily noticeable at first glance. Without hesitation, she proceeded to the next position. The gathering of evil spirits formation consisted of 8 banners, hidden in various locations. She suspected these were brought in by the third prince. The royal mausoleum forbids outsiders. Yet the master she apprehended at the gambling den had mentioned that the third prince had introduced items into the mausoleum, altering its layout, which subsequently attracted the Dark River. Those items could very well be these banners. It remains uncertain whether the third prince is aware of the grave dangers posed by these banners. Should the dragon vein be destroyed and the mausoleum fall into chaos, conflicts would arise alongside rampant epidemics. Though such matters can be articulated succinctly, how does one convey the slaughter and the displacement of innocent lives caused by war? How to express the suffering of the deceased and the shattered families during an epidemic? Qiao Niannian is not inherently benevolent. Despite her cultivation, she does not assist everyone indiscriminately. However, witnessing innocent commoners perish, displaced, and succumb to diseases due to the vile intentions of a few is something she cannot ignore. These 8 banners must be destroyed, otherwise, chaos will inevitably ensue. With each banner she dismantled, a layer of her power was consumed. By the time all 8 banners were obliterated, Qiao Niannian's complexion had drained of all color. She forced a bitter smile, having believed that her utmost effort would suffice to resolve this array, only to discover that it was even more formidable than she had anticipated. Perhaps it was due to the dragon vein, which absorbed the dragon's energy, that this formation was more potent than an ordinary one. At present, she could no longer muster even a trace of spiritual power. As she swayed, she felt herself on the brink of collapse. Xiao Nyen rushed forward, catching the young girl in his arms. He gazed at Qiao Niannian's terrifyingly pale face, his eyes darkened with concern. Wang Xuanji hurriedly approached, placing his fingers on Qiao Niannian's wrist before speaking. Xiao Rongyu said nothing, merely tearing off the jade pendant inscribed with the gathering spirit array and placing it into Qiao Niannian's palm. Qiao Niannian's eyes widened in protest, yet devoid of spiritual energy. She was no match for Xiao Rongyu. Despite lacking magical prowess, he was a martial prodigy, having attained the status of a top-tier expert at a young age, easily overpowering anyone in the palace guards. He grasped Qiao Niannian's hand and effortlessly subdued her. Qiao Niannian thought Xiao Rongyu had lost his mind. The gathering spirit array was intended to suppress the altered fate that had befallen him. Removing it would grant those who had stolen his fate an opportunity. And Xiao Rongyu's life would be forfeit. She deemed his actions reckless. Not only was he foolish, but also reckless. Wang Xuanji, witnessing Xiao Rongyu's actions, exclaimed in alarm, "Your Highness, you cannot remove that jade pendant." The National Master had painstakingly arranged the gathering spirit array on that pendant to suppress Xiao Rongyu's stolen fate. If it were removed, what would happen if his fate were stolen? Wang Xuanji was in a state of urgent distress. The Dark River had remained unresolved due to the gathering of evil spirits formation, but now that it had been dismantled, the remaining matters could be dealt with by him. Before Wang Xuanji could utter another word, Xiao Rongyu strode away, cradling Qiao Niannian in his arms. In the bronze mirror, the emperor did not mind the prince holding Qiao Niannian. He, too, had witnessed her pallid visage. The young girl was on the verge of fainting due to the affairs of the royal mausoleum, so what harm was there in the prince holding her? However, following the events at the mausoleum, the emperor's perception of Qiao Niannian had shifted. Previously, he regarded her simply as a capable young girl with decent skills in the Dao. Though he knew she was formidable, she was not a courtier. The emperor had no means to compel a young girl to serve him. Yet today, he realized he had misjudged her. Even Xinjingrong was inferior to this girl. The gathering of evil spirits formation, which had posed a challenge for many, had been dismantled by her. Qiao Niannian's strength surpassed his expectations. Should she assist the royal family in the future, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. How might he forge a connection between her and the royal family? The emperor pondered this while Li Furuai remained silent. Meanwhile, General Qiao and his comrades would soon return to court. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jing'an smiled. His gaze sharpened instantly. If memory serves, the officer responsible for escorting the grain supplies was indeed Qiao Chufeng. However, later, it was Qiao Chushan who suggested taking the water route, thus entrusting the task to him. Strangely, Qiao Chushan had concealed from Qiao Chufeng that Huahongya had led men to take the water route 2 days earlier. Subsequently, Qiao Chufeng's men were ambushed in the cliff valley. Fortunately, Qiao Chuanbai arrived with reinforcements and captured a fierce general among the barbarian forces. At that moment, the emperor had found it odd, and the recent death of Qiao Chufeng only compounded his suspicions. The emperor meticulously reviewed Qiao Chufeng's memorial, his countenance darkening with fury. What a Qiao Chufeng! Colluding with the barbarians, nearly endangering my general's life. This is outrageous. Qiao Chufeng's treachery warranted a punishment of exile for his entire family, barring them from employment for 3 generations. Since Qiao Chushan and Qiao Chufeng had long since separated, the emperor's decree did not involve Qiao Chushan's family. Colluding with the barbarians was a capital offense that warranted the extermination of 9 clans. Thus, the decision to merely exile them was the most lenient punishment. Li Furuai understood the implications. The Qiao Chufeng family had seemingly benefited from the Minuan Marquisate. The Minuan Marquisate, having produced a remarkable daughter, was now favored by the emperor. and it seemed that Miss Qiao would soon take on a different significance. After dealing with Qiao Chufeng, the emperor's mood lightened considerably. He casually flipped through a couple documents before locating Qiao Chuanbai's memorial. Upon reading it, his spirits brightened. This young man intended to use all his military achievements to secure a title for Qiao Niannian as a princess. What a splendid idea. The emperor granted his approval without hesitation. Li Furuai quickly acknowledged the decree. The emperor cast a glance at the bronze mirror. With the departure of the prince and Qiao Niannian, only Wang Xuanji remained to tie up loose ends. Chapter 91. The prince returns with the girl. The matter of the royal mausoleum has been resolved. The talisman on the bronze mirror, once vivid in its cinnabar hue, had now faded considerably, leaving the emperor uncertain if it would be of use again in the future. Nonetheless, it was indeed a remarkable item, and he intended to request some from Wang Xuanji. Unbeknownst to everyone, the moment Xiao Niannian departed from the royal tomb, a beam of golden light surged into her body, causing a fleeting look of astonishment to cross her eyes. Meanwhile, Xiao Rongyu was consulting with Qiao Niannian in the carriage about their next destination. Since the 10th princess had already utilized it twice, she was unperturbed by the idea of using it once more. Consequently, that evening, Xiao Chushan and the Hor family learned that the 10th princess had taken a liking to Qiao Niannian, prompting her to remain in the palace. Hu cast a glance at Xiao Chushan, who, with a smile, saw the messenger off. In the eastern palace, Qiao Niannian absorbed spiritual energy for a while, regaining some strength before hastily returning the jade pendant to Xiao Rongyu. Xia urged her to continue absorbing energy, but Xiao Niannian shook her head, explaining that the pendant's effects were minimal for her, as overtaxing spiritual energy required gradual recuperation. Seeing her determination, Xiao Rongyu finally accepted the pendant back. He arranged a room for Qiao Niannian and summoned the imperial physician to examine her pulse. After a thorough inspection, the physician prescribed a plethora of tonics. Xia instructed an attendant to deliver the medicines to the kitchen, ensuring that a nourishing soup would be prepared for Qiao Niannian. Soon after, Xiao Rongyu took his leave, needing to discuss the matter of the hidden river with his father and inform him about the formation of the gathering evil array. Once Xiao Rongyu departed, Xiao Niannian requested the palace maids to leave, finding herself alone in the room. She quickly began to channel her spiritual energy, only to discover that her previously depleted reserves had entirely replenished. Was she healed? Pondering this, she concluded that it must have been the merits she acquired upon leaving the royal tomb. The events surrounding the gathering evil array and the hidden river had not occurred in the novel, which was why Qiao Niannian felt so astonished. In the narrative, the royal tomb had remained undisturbed. According to the timeline, it was the moment when the news of her older brother's demise was delivered, and Qiao Chufeng presented evidence of her brother's collusion with the barbarians to the emperor. In the Minuan Marquise, her father, unable to bear the news of his son's death, began to lose his senses, while the second Madame Su seized power. The third prince remained in seclusion, and the early chapters of the novel predominantly revolved around the protagonist, Qiao Yueying. Thus, the author elaborated extensively on the fates of every member of the Minuan Marquise. However, should such monumental events truly transpire in the world of the novel, they would inevitably alter many destinies, and the author could not possibly remain silent on the matter. In a blink, she transported herself back to her own room. Xiao Niannian had no intention of venturing out again, having already sent word. If she reappeared unexpectedly, she would have to expend energy explaining herself. She lit incense for her ancestral master, only to find several additional sticks had been added since her departure, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. At that moment, the ancestral tablet spoke. This incense was placed by your mother during her visit after your departure. When Hu came to inspect Qiao Niannian's room for items that needed replenishing, she discovered the ancestral tablet. Reflecting on her daughter's abilities and the frequent incense offerings, she speculated that her daughter's skills might have been imparted by the figure represented on the tablet. Although unsure of how such transmission occurred, Hu felt a deep sense of gratitude and reverence, leading her to respectfully offer a stick of incense. Upon hearing this, Qiao Niannian contemplated deeply. She had refrained from mentioning her past life due to its unspeakable nature, as well as the enigmatic circumstances surrounding her ancestral master. However, if her mother was not averse, Xiao Niannian intended to establish a small temple for her ancestral master, ensuring that he received ample offerings. Calculating her finances, she realized that while a larger temple was financially unfeasible, a modest one would be entirely possible. With this thought in mind, she solidified her intentions. The ancestral tablet inclined slightly towards her, resembling a pair of eyes scrutinizing her. Then, the voice of her ancestral master resonated. This merit was granted to you for resolving the issues of the dragon vein and safeguarding the royal tomb, thereby rescuing the common people. Such merit is rightfully yours. Xiao Niannian nodded inwardly, affirming her suspicions. Master, we dwell within a narrative. Yet the matters of the gathering evil array and the hidden river have not been mentioned within it. The world of the novel? How could that be? The ancestral master categorically denied it. This is a genuine world. The so-called novel is merely a narrative centered around a particular individual, disseminated inadvertently for you to discover. The fact that you chanced upon this tale signifies a connection, my child. Your extraordinary encounter also indicates that you bear a mission. Simply continue to forge ahead. With that, the ancestral master fell silent, regardless of how many questions Qiao Niannian posed. She was left in contemplation. Thus, everything seemed to be orchestrated by fate, leading her to this novel, where she was the youngest daughter of the Mingyuan Marquis, perishing in the fire. Was her mission to alter the tragic fate of her family? As Qiao Niannian pondered this, Hua's voice suddenly echoed from outside. With a flick of her fingers, she vanished from sight. Outside, Hua entered the room, immediately greeted by the scent of sandalwood incense. Upon stepping into the inner chamber, she discovered a stick of incense burning vigorously. Her eyes darted, and she turned to her maid. Originally, she intended to retrieve a garment previously worn by Qiao Niannian for alterations, hoping to have a new outfit ready for the mid-autumn festival banquet at the palace. But to her surprise, despite the incense being lit, no one was present. In the palace, the 10th princess hurriedly made her way to the eastern palace, her maid trailing behind, unable to keep pace. Princess, slow down, watch your step. But how could 10th princess Xiao Nyen slow her pace? Not only had the crown prince brought her into the eastern palace, but he had also summoned the imperial physician to attend to her ailments. Chapter 92. The first meeting of the 10th princess and Qiao Niannian. Xiao Nyen rushed forward, her legs moving swiftly as her maid followed in sheer panic, fearing for her safety. Xiao Nyen expertly approached the eastern palace, cautiously peering inside. The maid, bewildered, asked Princess, "What are you doing?" Xiao Nyen placed a finger to her lips, hushing her. "Shoo, I'm checking if my brother, the crown prince, is here." The maid sighed in exasperation. She had assumed her princess was running so fast out of bravery towards the crown prince, only to realize that fear had set in just before reaching the door. Dark Feather could no longer contain himself. Speaking up, "10th princess, are you searching for his highness? He is not here." Startled by Dark Feather's voice, Xiao Nyen quickly realized he was merely stating the obvious and let out a sigh of relief. Good, he is not here. She dreaded encountering her brother, especially after the last time she had tried to mooch a meal, only to be met with academic punishment from him. She had spent an entire month catching up on her studies, and after finishing, she felt as though her hands were no longer her own. They had gone numb. With a haughty air befitting a princess, she declared, "I am hosting a gathering." Her eyes then fell upon several medicine packets in Dark Feather's hand. Curiosity piqued. Where did these medicines come from? Dark Feather shook his head. "Princess, these were sent by the crown prince. They are still useful. I must take my leave." As members of the elite guards selected to protect the crown prince, they were bound by rules that forbade them from discussing anything regarding him unless directly questioned by the emperor. Others were to remain uninformed. Even though the 10th princess was the crown prince's younger sister, Dark Feather maintained a strict code of silence. Once Dark Feather departed, the 10th princess entered the room. After some effort, she finally discovered where Qiao Niannian resided, and she promptly stormed in, her little figure clad in palace attire, her hair neatly arranged, resembling a miniature adult. Although Qiao Niannian is the same age as the 10th princess, she stands half a head taller and possesses a maturity that belies her years. Upon encountering a young girl, her immediate response is that of an adult, finding the child irresistibly adorable. As Qiao Niannian scrutinizes Xiao Nyen, the latter also observes her intently, but soon her gaze is drawn to the exquisite pastries displayed in Qiao Niannian's room. Xiao Nyen's eyes widen in delight at the sight of the crystal cakes, her absolute favorite. Puzzled, she wonders why this girl possesses such delectable treats. Noticing Xiao Nyen's intense focus on the pastries, Qiao Niannian finds her expression endearingly naive. These pastries were prepared by Xia Rongyu before her departure. And aside from the crystal cakes, there are several other beautifully crafted delicacies. Qiao Niannian, having tasted them and found them delightful, instinctively picks up a piece of the crystal cake and tentatively asks, "Would you like some?" A palace maid behind her scoffs, disapproving of the exchange. Though the 10th princess has a penchant for sweets, she would never indulge in front of an adversary, especially when she is there to confront Qiao Niannian. The maid dismissively replies, "No, thank you." However, her words are swiftly contradicted by the princess herself. Initially, Xiao Nyen had come to confront Qiao Niannian, curious about the enchantress who had captivated her royal brother, yet upon seeing Qiao Niannian, she inexplicably feels that she is not the villain she expected. Despite her love for food, the 10th princess, raised in the palace, is well-versed in the art of intrigue and can discern that Qiao Niannian is a good-hearted girl. After all, how could a truly wicked person offer her crystal cake? Without hesitation, Xiao Nyen strides over, takes a seat beside Qiao Niannian, and plucks a piece of the crystal cake to savor. Watching her enjoy the treat makes Qiao Niannian feel a pang of hunger, prompting her to indulge in a piece as well. The crystal cake, with its delicate appearance and translucent beauty, proves to be as delicious as it looks, eliciting expressions of satisfaction from both girls. Qiao Niannian's refined demeanor while eating is a sight to behold, exuding grace that captivates onlookers. In contrast, the 10th princess, with her charmingly innocent mannerisms, resembles a playful squirrel as she munches, cheeks puffed out adorably. seeing Xiao Niannian's delight. Qiao Niannian places the crystal cake in front of her and begins sampling other pastries. At that moment, Xiao Niannian feels a warmth towards Qiao Niannian, remarking, "Your royal brother allowed you to have crystal cake? When I tried to sneak a piece last time, I was punished with a month's worth of lessons." As she eats, Xiao Niannian vents her frustrations about Xiao Rongyu, prompting Qiao Niannian to smile in understanding. "That sounds quite taxing. Studying can be exhausting. You're remarkable. Many people succumb to pressures and despair. It's truly a challenge to attend school. Thankfully, I don't have to," Xiao Niannian casually complains, astonished when Qiao Niannian empathizes with her. Instantly, she sees Qiao Niannian as a confidant and begins to recount the trials of her life, how strict and dull her tutors are, the difficulty of her studies, the need to practice calligraphy and memorize lessons. Her life feels overwhelmingly bleak. Qiao Niannian listens intently, her sympathy deepening. As Xiao Niannian talks more animatedly, the palace maid stands by, astonished. The 10th princess, who is primarily known for her love of food, also possesses a remarkable talent for conversation. Typically guarded, she reveals an unexpected openness, sharing memories from her life with Qiao Niannian, even divulging the secrets of her hidden savings, information known only to her.
Qiao Niannian,
Unfazed by this revelation, attributes it to her own virtuous nature, which emanates a certain congeniality. Coupled with her spiritual energy, being near her induces a sense of comfort, particularly for pure-hearted individuals like Xiao Niannian, who naturally gravitate towards her. As Xiao Niannian continues to speak, she draws closer to Qiao Niannian, feeling an inexplicable comfort as if savoring a soothing broth. The palace maids, however, remain perplexed. The 10th princess, normally poised and regal in front of outsiders, has let her guard down with Qiao Niannian, engaging in carefree conversation while devouring the pastries before them. In a short span, Xiao Niannian devours 2 plates of delicacies, which are not easily digestible. Concerned, Qiao Niannian advises, "You shouldn't eat too much, or you'll feel unwell. Besides, we'll be having dinner soon, and you won't be able to eat anything else." Realizing the wisdom in her words, Xiao Niannian concedes, "All right. I won't eat anymore. By the way, what is your name?" Qiao Niannian explains her identity, and Xiao Niannian, pleased, nods enthusiastically. "Then we shall be friends. May I visit you outside the palace?" Despite her status as the 10th princess, she finds herself without any true companionship. Many seek to curry favor with her, but she finds them all lacking. Meeting Qiao Niannian ignites a desire for more shared moments, relishing the prospect of having someone to talk to. Qiao Niannian affirms, "You can come anytime." However, she is aware that the 10th princess cannot freely leave the palace. She recalls that this 10th princess is a formidable antagonist in the tales she has read. With her royal brother victimized and her mother fallen prey to treachery, the once loving father, now a tyrant, neglects palace affairs. Following the queen's demise, the power-hungry consort rises, leaving the 10th princess without allies. Had it not been for her brother's protection, she would have been left to fend for herself. In the early days, she bore the trials imposed by the consort with a facade of innocence, all while secretly gathering strength to confront her adversaries. The 10th princess, appearing vulnerable, was in fact planning her ascent to power, ultimately becoming an obstacle in the path of the 3rd prince's ambitions. If it weren't for the resources provided by Qiao Yuing, the 3rd prince's rise to the throne would not have been assured. Qiao Niannian feels a sense of indignation at the thought of Qiao Yuing's complicity in such dealings, vowing that this lifetime, she will not allow any silver from their family to fall into her hands. She had previously been patient, wary of striking too soon and endangering those affected by the stolen destinies. As for Xiao Niannian, with her genuine kindness, it would be a tragedy if she were to endure the same fate as in her past life, succumbing to darkness in her quest for vengeance, ultimately meeting a tragic end at the hands of Qiao Zhaosheng. The book she was reading was authored by an unknown writer, depicting the unfortunate life of Qiao Yuing, who had stolen another's fate yet remained resilient, and the 3rd prince, who, seizing the opportunity, sought to usurp the throne with grand ambitions and clever stratagems. Essentially, both were thieves at heart, enamored with pilfering from others. The novelist was likely either the female protagonist or someone close to the 3rd prince, capable of portraying these shameless individuals in such a glorified light. Xiao Niannian found solace in the proximity of Qiao Niannian and could not resist inching closer. Just as she was about to draw nearer, an anxious voice from a palace maid echoed at the entrance. The 10th princess, almost in a state of frenzy, leapt from her seat and waved at Qiao Niannian before dashing towards the door. She hurriedly cast a glance at her princess, hoping to convey a message. But Xiao Niannian, completely oblivious, rushed outside, fearful of being caught by her royal brother. In her haste, she collided with Xiao Rongyu, who had just entered. As Xiao Niannian was about to bump into him, he swiftly grasped her attire and lifted her as one would a small creature. Suspended in midair, Xiao Niannian flailed her legs momentarily, only to realize her precarious situation and look down, discovering she was indeed hanging. Just as she was about to shout in indignation, she met the serene countenance of her royal brother. Xiao Niannian extended her small hand, exclaiming, "Brother, I have come to see you again. Xiao Rongyu, unsure whether to believe her, carried her into the room and scrutinized Qiao Niannian. He noted her complexion, which radiated a healthy glow, indicating her well-being.
Qiao Niannian.
Aware of her own state, promptly clarified, I have recovered. Xiao Rongyu, relieved by her rosy health, shifted his gaze to the 10th princess, who stood by, resembling a child caught in mischief. Qiao Niannian pondered, was this what they referred to as bloodline suppression? The once assertive 10th princess now appeared as timid as an ostrich, desperately trying to minimize her presence. Turning sharply, Xiao Rongyu commanded, investigate who has been discussing the master's private matters behind closed doors and ensure the 10th princess is informed. Those responsible must face severe consequences. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nyen immediately felt compelled to intercede for the eunuchs. Believing they had not acted with malice but rather had spoken carelessly, a mere slip that should not warrant severe punishment. However, Qiao Niannian interjected, moving her fingers thoughtfully before speaking, an investigation is warranted. After all, the third prince deliberately arranged for my affairs to be discussed in front of the 10th princess, most likely to sow discord. Xiao Rongyu shared this sentiment, fully aware of his sister's temperament, innocent yet impulsive, prone to rash actions. Having previously dismantled the third prince's malevolent scheme within the royal tomb, Xiao Rongyu knew that the third prince was well aware of Qiao Niannian's identity. By instigating gossip near Xiao Nyen, he sought to manipulate her against Qiao Niannian. Chapter 94. The enraged 10th princess Xiao Rongyu recognized that his sister only showed her softer side in his presence. Otherwise, she was quite formidable. Yet, her esteemed position made her a subject of flattery. The third prince likely assumed that Qiao Niannian would seek to curry favor with Xiao Nyen, just like others, unaware that Xiao Nyen despised such flattery and would consequently make things difficult for Qiao Niannian. This realization necessitated an investigation. Xiao Nyen was no fool. Rather, she was quite astute. Otherwise, she would not have survived to contest the throne with the third prince as the ultimate antagonist. Upon grasping her brother's and Qiao Niannian's dialogue, she suddenly understood that she had been ensnared in the third prince's scheme.
Ah.
So it was the third prince who had deliberately informed me. I always suspected he harbored ill intentions, and now it is evident he is indeed malicious. Xiao Nyen had never held the third prince in high regard, and their encounters were often marked by tension. Realizing she had been manipulated by him darkened her expression. Then, turning her gaze towards her royal brother, she felt a pang of guilt. After all, she had intended to confront Qiao Niannian. With this thought, Xiao Nyen could not help but apologize. Brother, I am sorry. She had nearly fallen for that unscrupulous plot. Xiao Rongyu remained silent, yet the palpable pressure emanating from him was unnervingly intense. Not only Xiao Nyen but also the palace maids and guards outside felt too intimidated to breathe. Qiao Niannian glanced at the sibling duo. It was clear that Xiao Rongyu intended for Xiao Nyen to learn a lesson, to temper her impulsiveness. Feeling slightly awkward, she interjected on Xiao Nyen's behalf. The 10th princess has recognized her mistake and will not repeat it. Xiao Rongyu regarded Qiao Niannian before turning back to Xiao Nyen. You truly understand the gravity of your error? Xiao Nyen nodded vigorously. Only then did Xiao Rongyu relent, allowing the matter to pass. Xiao Nyen was left in a state of bewilderment. Just like that? No further repercussions? This was uncharacteristic of her royal brother. Surely she should have received at least a month's worth of academic punishment. Just as she contemplated this, she inwardly chastised herself. Nonsense, this was indeed for the best. Why was she even dwelling on the prospect of punishment? She had no desire to endure the agony of writing until her hands ached, a discomfort she wished to avoid at all costs. Thanks to Xiao Rongyu's leniency, she decided to linger for dinner that evening, leaving the Eastern Palace with a satisfied heart. She had been quite worried. Madame Hua tenderly caressed her daughter's small face, understanding her child's myriad secrets, but choosing not to pry further. Instead, she shared some joyful news. In 6 days, the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet will take place. I will have the embroider measure your dimensions shortly to create a garment for you to wear during the celebration. Qiao Niannian had no objections. She left such matters to Madame Hua's discretion. However, the novel detailed the Mid-Autumn Festival extensively, as it was a pivotal moment for the protagonist's first encounter and a significant occasion for Qiao Yueying, who would gain considerable renown in the capital. Thus, it was customary for the palace to host the Mid-Autumn banquet, and the Minuan Marquis's residence was certainly expected to attend. Following Madame Hua's misfortune, concubine Su seized control. The entire household faced turmoil. The eldest son perished on the battlefield, the second remained abroad and had yet to return, and the third fell victim to gambling, losing his limbs and ultimately succumbing to fate. With the entire first branch in disarray, only Qiao Niannian remained to represent them. Yet, due to her mother's passing and lingering ailments from her near drowning, she had been frail and unwell. Concubine Su publicly appeared to manage the household, but secretly deprived Qiao Niannian of her basic necessities. Even her maidservants had been replaced with those loyal to concubine Su, constantly monitoring Qiao Niannian to prevent any mischief. As for meals, they were barely sufficient to sustain her. The focus was merely on keeping her alive. The notion of receiving medicinal supplements was utterly out of the question. In such dire circumstances, concubine Su still brought Qiao Niannian to the banquet. The day before the event, Qiao Niannian was dressed elaborately, while her own attire was decent yet far from extravagant. At the banquet, the noble ladies were immediately drawn to concubine Su's demeanor, finding it favorable, which earned her a good reputation. Moreover, her children had caught the Empress Dowager's attention, making them the center of attention at the gathering. Concubine Su's machinations were so adept that even the general's residence could find no fault. In the narrative, the thieves embedded within the general's estate remained undetected, lurking in the shadows. Thus, the general's household also attended the mid-autumn palace banquet, albeit at a distance, not mingling with the others. Qiao Niannian did not have the opportunity to express her predicament, while the people from the general's residence, aware of her frailty, mistakenly attributed it to the might of her family, believing she was unable to bear the weight of the situation. The imperial banquet was proceeding as usual, but on that day, envoys from a small kingdom arrived. Qiao Niannian was publicly requested to play the guqin. As a noble lady, it was expected that she would excel in the arts, and indeed, she had some proficiency. However, in her current state, she lacked the strength to perform, and ultimately, when forced onto the stage, her playing was utterly dismal. It was Qiao Yueying who stood up with poise, offering to replace Qiao Niannian at the guqin, and her self-composed piece garnered resounding applause, bringing honor to the Daxia dynasty. The emperor and empress dowager were exceedingly generous with their rewards, and even the envoy from the small kingdom expressed heartfelt admiration. Qiao Yueying became renowned, stepping above Qiao Niannian like a cloud. From that moment on, whenever the exquisite guqin skills of Qiao Yueying were mentioned, it inevitably highlighted the poor performance of Qiao Niannian, reflecting on Qiao Niannian's demise. Huasher trembled with rage at how the Su family dared to treat her beloved daughter in such a manner. What a formidable figure Su Shi was, indeed. She had spoiled these people too much. Chapter 95. The sudden fury of Huasher. Huasher summoned the housekeeper with a chilling voice. Effective immediately. All financial support to the second branch was to be severed. Not a single coin was to be given. The housekeeper had rarely witnessed Huasher's wrath. The last occasion had been when she discovered Qiao Chushan and Su Shi in a compromising situation. This was the second time. Uncertain of the cause of her anger, he dutifully complied with the lady's orders, instructing the accounts department to cease all monthly allowances to the second branch. Qiao Niannian was utterly bewildered. She had intended to ask her mother to cut off the second branch's funds, yet before she could utter a word, her mother had already issued the command. Moreover, her mother appeared visibly upset. Had the second branch done something to provoke her mother's displeasure yet again? Qiao Yueying is truly remarkable. The girl who saved the Empress Dowager was not her at all. It was merely a fortuitous encounter that allowed her to claim the credit after recognizing the Empress Dowager. The true savior of the Empress Dowager was the sister of a royal merchant who brought tributes to the court. She happened to be resting at a temple while traveling from afar when she stumbled upon the Empress Dowager in distress. Qiao Yueying's audacity in claiming another's merit is astonishing. Huasher listened to her daughter's thoughts, astonished. It was solely because Qiao Yueying had saved the Empress Dowager that the latter, fearing Qiao Yueying might feel slighted upon learning her true identity, had expressly summoned her to the palace for a discussion. Huasher harbored no affection for Su Shi, nor was she particularly fond of Qiao Yueying. Yet she did not treat her poorly either. The standards of her family were aligned with those of others. She simply chose to remain indifferent to the affairs of the second branch, believing that out of sight would mean peace of mind. However, because the Empress Dowager valued the second branch so highly, Huasher did indeed pay more attention to Qiao Yueying, often bringing her along to banquets. Now, realizing that her previous forbearance was a result of Qiao Yueying's deceit, Huasher was on the brink of fury. Consequently, her dissatisfaction with the second branch intensified. Having regained her full strength, her ability to craft talismans had improved significantly. Now, if she encountered a gathering of malevolent energies, a few of her talismans could dismantle the formation with ease. Qiao Niannian was occupied for an entire day. In the second branch, after Su Yinyang emerged, she was still under the influence of the deceitful talismans. Qiao Yueying and Qiao Chaoqing attempted to inquire about the reasons for her confinement, but Su Yinyang refused to divulge anything. Not only that, she incessantly praised Qiao Chushan and Huasher, even attempting to speak a kind word for Qiao Niannian. Qiao Yueying was utterly speechless, her brows knitted in displeasure. Qiao Chaoqing shared her sentiments, bewildered by how their aunt had become such a different person. Having always opposed the main branch, now seemingly supporting them, which greatly disappointed them. Su Yinyang eventually fell silent, opting for nonverbal expressions instead. After a few days of recuperation, Su Shi's condition had improved considerably. The second branch had also returned to a semblance of normalcy. The only discontent stemmed from their elaborate schemes against the main branch, which ultimately yielded no result. Instead, they had provoked the main branch's ire. All the maidservants and nannies they had bribed were dismissed by Huasher and sold off. Now, aside from Jiao Mama and the personal maid, their courtyard was filled with Huasher's people. When Qiao Yueying, Su Shi, and Qiao Chaoqing convened to discuss matters, they did so behind closed doors. With only 6 days remaining until the imperial banquet, Huashe showed no inclination to prepare garments for her, which infuriated Qiao Yueying. She pulled Su Yinyang and Qiao Chaocheng aside to strategize about the situation. Qiao Chaocheng was somewhat surprised but believed it was not necessarily a negative development. After all, you are the Empress Dowager's benefactor. If others do not attend the banquet, you are certainly expected to, and you could seize the opportunity to speak to the Empress Dowager. Subtly reprimanding Huashe, Xiao Yueying shared this sentiment, eager to confront Huashe after informing the Empress Dowager about her treatment. Su Yinyang remained silent, while Qiao Chaocheng pondered. Today was the day for distributing monthly allowances, and typically, someone would have already delivered the funds by now. Why had they not yet arrived? This was precisely why Qiao Chaocheng remained at the residence, waiting for the monthly allowance. Xiao Yueying found this peculiar. After some thought, she summoned a maid to investigate. The result was that the lady had ordered the second branch to receive no funds from the household, not even a single coin. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yueying was taken aback and her eyes reddened. What did this mean? Were they not also the daughters of their father? Why could her children receive funds, while they could not? As Qiao Yueying voiced her thoughts, Su Shi's expression shifted. Unbeknownst to Qiao Yueying and Qiao Chaocheng, their father, Qiao Chushan, was already aware that they were not his children. Su Shi wished to caution them, but despite her utmost effort, not a single word escaped her lips. At that moment, Qiao Niannian stood at a distance, observing the scene unfold. Suddenly, she felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, she had also experienced the frustration of being unable to voice her thoughts, and now Su Shi seemed to be savoring that feeling herself. Qiao Niannian glanced at the fuming Qiao Yueying, the restrained Qiao Chaocheng, and Su Yinyang, who was desperate to explain yet could not utter a word. It was indeed a curious sight. Having regained her magical abilities, Qiao Niannian was no longer subject to the constraints of the heavenly order. Now, she could express herself freely regarding the unfolding narrative. It appeared she needed to remind her mother about the banquet. With that thought, Qiao Niannian prepared to leave. At that moment, she distinctly sensed an additional binding force surrounding her. Raising an eyebrow, a glimmer of inscrutable intent flickered in her eyes. The binding had previously been insurmountable, but now, with a mere flick of her hand, it dissipated. Just then, the sky transformed dramatically. A fierce wind howled, dark clouds swiftly coalesced, and thunder rumbled ominously. The entire capital was thrown into confusion. What had been a bright sunny day turned into a tempestuous storm in an instant, changing faster than a childish mood. In mere moments, the streets were deserted. Qiao Niannian stood motionless in the open courtyard, her beautiful eyes fixed on the heavens. Ever since she had regained 70% of her magical prowess, she had sensed that whenever she broached the subject of the narrative, forces seemed to be watching her. Imposing bindings. She suspected it might be the heavenly order. Just moments ago, she had intentionally tested this, only to find that breaking a mere binding provoked a reaction from the heavenly order. Before Qiao Niannian could act, a force enveloped her, lifting her into the clouds. In the next instant, a childlike voice rang out. Qiao Niannian, how dare you defy the heavenly order? Chapter 96, Negotiating with the Heavenly Path. Qiao Niannian wore a look of astonishment. She had not anticipated that the voice of the heavenly path would sound so juvenile, akin to that of a 14 or 15-year-old boy. How utterly vulnerable this seemed. Although Qiao Niannian's soul was that of an adult, often forgetting her 10-year-old body. At this moment, she felt a fearless audacity, bolstered by her adult consciousness. I merely wish to shield my family from calamity. What business is it of yours, Heavenly Path? The Heavenly Path, indignant, retorted. You are a practitioner of the Tao and should possess a deeper understanding of cause and effect. Future events are not to be divulged. If she were to reveal future occurrences, how would the world continue to function? Would it not descend into chaos? For an ordinary person, foretelling the future often comes at a significant cost, fraught with pitfalls. Yet, Qiao Niannian's foresight did not rely on divination. She inherently knew. The heavenly path had no justification to impose its burdens upon her, and thus could only restrain her ability to articulate future events. However, its constraints had proven ineffective. The heavenly path felt a twinge of frustration. As a lesser manifestation of the grand heavenly path, it had descended to the small world to hone its abilities, strictly adhering to the rules. Encountering someone unafraid of its limitations was a considerable challenge. Regardless, future matters cannot be disclosed. And what if I do reveal them? Qiao Niannian challenged. The heavenly path coldly responded, then your loved ones shall face retribution. If you merely hint at one thing, they will suffer double the punishment. The heavenly path operated under its own laws, which could not be transgressed. In an instant, Qiao Niannian's demeanor shifted, her once playful disposition vanished, and her black and white eyes grew icy. Though she bore the appearance of a 10-year-old, when angered, she exuded a calmness reminiscent of a storm about to break, strikingly unsettling. The clouds surrounding the heavenly path subtly shifted aside. In the next moment, an overwhelming energy erupted from Qiao Niannian, launching an assault towards the dark clouds of the heavenly path. The heavenly path, quick to react, evaded her strike. Her attack was formidable, scattering the billowing clouds behind. You cannot strike me, it declared, for the laws of the heavenly path are immutable. Qiao Niannian regained her composure and sat upon Five-Cloud Mountain, beckoning the heavenly path over. Come here, let us discuss. After a moment's hesitation, the heavenly path drifted closer. Regardless, you cannot reveal future events, especially concerning your family. Others are inconsequential, but your connection to your relatives ties you to the web of causality. Altering their fates equates to altering your own, which is a selfish act. If every practitioner sought to benefit their kin, chaos would ensue among the cultivators of the world. Thus, practitioners possess a flaw. They cannot foresee their own tribulations, nor those of their loved ones, with exceptions like Qiao Niannian, who not only could foresee, but also knew the script in advance. It was clear that should she divulge the plot to aid her family in evading disaster, it would contravene the heavenly path, granting it the right to impose double punishment upon them. Qiao Niannian chuckled, realizing how absurd it was to bully a child. Fine, I want to speak of it. Haven't you been watching me? I haven't you revealed anything thus far? The heavenly path fell silent. Ever since Qiao Niannian had changed her core, it had sensed an anomaly and had kept a vigilant watch over her. Indeed, she had not disclosed any plot details, but as long as she did not voice them, the heavenly path could not claim she had violated its rules. Nonetheless, the heavenly path remained skeptical. Are you truly not going to speak? Qiao Niannian smiled, nodding and gesturing with her fingers. After a moment of silence, the heavenly path floated closer to her. Above the clouds where the heavenly path resided, a dense power of thunder brewed, a manifestation of divine punishment, the very essence of terror for malevolent beings. Many spirits, during their transformation, faced this divine retribution, and the perilous nature of such punishment had led to the demise of numerous entities. Qiao Niannian surmised that her ability to withstand the heavenly path's punishment, and even to counter it, was likely due to her youthful physical form, coupled with her moral integrity. Hence, the punishment would not be excessively harsh. Additionally, her profound mastery of the Tao naturally allowed her to resist. Simply put, her soul eclipsed her physical body in strength, and any punishment from the heavenly path must conform to the limitations of her corporeal form. With these realizations, Qiao Niannian felt a wave of relief wash over her. Though she possessed a heavenly thunder talisman, imbued with the essence of divine punishment, it paled in comparison to the heavenly path's might. She felt a pang of envy towards its thunderous power. Just as the heavenly path was about to ease its tension, Qiao Niannian spoke. If I assist you, shouldn't you also lend a hand? The clouds brimming with thunderous energy churned violently, signaling that Qiao Niannian was not one to be easily swayed. She remained unperturbed. Do not be angry. My actions are for your benefit. As the heavenly path, allowing malevolent forces into your realm would tarnish your reputation. If this were to come to light, where would your authority lie? The heavenly path bristled. You speak nonsense. When have I permitted malevolence to infiltrate? It prided itself on its diligent oversight, ensuring the world remained orderly, denying any claims of negligence. Seeing the heavenly path's disbelief, Qiao Niannian released the master from her confines. He emerged, momentarily dazed. Upon witnessing the thunderous clouds, he felt as if his very soul was on the brink of disintegration from the overwhelming aura. Reacting swiftly, he distanced himself several miles away. Once at a safe distance, he dared to observe closely, only to find Qiao Niannian seated atop the clouds, with a swirling mass of thunderous energy beside her. A sight so terrifying it nearly shattered his spirit. No, this cannot be, he thought. Qiao Niannian was a practitioner of profound Tao, capable of cloud surfing, an ability reserved for deities. How could she possess such prowess? The crackling thunderclouds were an awe-inspiring sight, and merely glimpsing them nearly caused his spirit to scatter. Qiao Niannian remained unfazed by the master's reaction. After all, the thunder of divine punishment was no trifling matter. Even a near brush with it could obliterate a spirit. Yet, she was unconcerned with the fate of his spirit. Instead, she summoned him, extracting a wisp of dark energy from him and sending it into the roiling thundercloud. She then collected his spirit back. Chapter 97. Forming an alliance with the heavenly path. The master was bewildered. Is this it? He then realized that the wisp of malevolent energy his superior had left within him was now gone. This energy had been his protective talisman, the reason he could call for his superior during perilous moments. His cries were merely a catalyst for the energy, alerting his superior to his danger. Initially, he had hoped that Qiao Niannian was unaware of this energy's significance. Now, he comprehended that she had known all along, simply waiting for the opportune moment to retrieve it. Any hopes he had of relying on his superior's intervention were dashed in that instant. Outside, the thunder emanating from the heavenly path expanded several-fold as it discerned the presence of a significant malevolent force behind the energy. It diligently toiled, yet somehow allowed a malevolent entity to infiltrate the realm it governed. Should Father discover this, it would surely face severe repercussions. No, this cannot be allowed. Not only would it incur punishment, but it might also forfeit its ability to govern a world in the future. The celestial path lamented. What shall we do? With the reins of power in another's grasp, Even I, the celestial path, must acquiesce. Can you not simply annihilate this foul creature? After a moment's contemplation, the celestial path shook its head. Alas, this malevolent being shares a lineage akin to mine. It does not belong to this world. Even if I were to act, I could only engage with its corporeal form, which would possess the means to resist. But are you not a practitioner of the way? You could vanquish this wicked entity. The celestial path's suggestion sparked a flicker of cleverness within it. If it could enlist Qiao Niannian's aid to eliminate the malevolent being, it could pretend as though nothing had transpired. Qiao Niannian grimaced slightly. Despite the celestial path's formidable nature and the strength of its celestial punishment, its intellect seemed somewhat lacking. The plan was far too transparent. She was not so foolish as to undertake such a thankless task. Even if her true aim aligned with the eradication of the malevolent entity, who would engage in an endeavor without reward? With a dismissive wave, she reclined upon the clouds. No, this malevolent being has not wronged me. Why should I seek its demise? The celestial path grew anxious. How can you say that? As a practitioner of the way, exorcising evil is your duty. It is what you are meant to do. Qiao Niannian rolled her eyes. There are countless practitioners in this world. Why not seek one among them to exorcise evil? I am not that sort of person. The celestial path was momentarily speechless, having never encountered a practitioner of the mystic arts so indifferent to the presence of malevolent forces. Unlike other Taoists, who would rush to confront any specter or evil upon hearing of its existence, Qiao Niannian remained unmoved. The celestial path paced anxiously around her. This malevolent entity is incredibly powerful, having committed innumerable heinous acts. Will you truly turn a blind eye? I will. The sight of so many innocents suffering did not stir her conscience. I can be resolute. The celestial path was utterly at a loss. It realized that Qiao Niannian was impervious to its entreaties. No matter what it said, she remained unmoved. Finally, in a state of utter exasperation, it asked, "How might you assist me? If you help, I can grant you merit points." In the practice of the way, accumulating merit is paramount. Only through sufficient merit can one transcend to immortality. However, merit points are exceedingly rare, typically earned only through acts of great benevolence. In ordinary circumstances, due to individual limitations and the constraints of the world, it is challenging to amass enough merit. Thus, some enlightened beings cultivate for many lifetimes to gather merit points. Such a reward is difficult for any practitioner to refuse. Yet, Qiao Niannian shook her head. I do not desire merit points. I can assist you. Just provide me with your celestial punishment thunder, which would be most effective against the malevolent entity. The celestial path, incensed, retorted, "You insolent girl. How dare you covet my celestial punishment thunder? Absolutely not. The power of this thunder is too formidable. Only the celestial path can wield it, and this is a matter of its dignity. It cannot simply distribute its thunder." Qiao Niannian remained silent. Moments stretched into what felt like an eternity. As time passed, the celestial path still did not yield. Qiao Niannian, unaccustomed to such a standoff, felt the atmosphere growing increasingly dark. Below, the tempest raged. Yet not a single drop of rain fell, leaving all spectators bewildered. The sky was more ominous than during a downpour, with winds fierce enough to sweep a person away. The impending storm loomed, yet no rain descended. Seeing Qiao Niannian prepare to depart, the celestial path became genuinely anxious.
Fine.
I concede. I will grant you a measure of celestial punishment thunder, but only a small amount. It had no choice but to compromise. Should Father learn that a malevolent entity had breached its realm, disrupting the peace, it would face severe consequences. As for its dignity, witnessing the malevolent being run rampant, unable to confront it, was a far greater indignity, especially now, when people were increasingly irate, blaming the heavens for every misfortune. The complaints had piled up, and Father would surely reprimand it. Qiao Niannian, initially poised to leave, halted her steps and turned to the celestial path with a smile. Reluctantly, the celestial path delivered a measure of celestial punishment thunder to her. Upon receiving it, a thunderous rune manifested upon her brow, and in the next moment, she raised her palm, unleashing a bolt of celestial punishment thunder as thick as a bowl. A resounding crack echoed in the sky. Many people peered out their windows, startled by the sight. The thunder today was particularly fearsome, instilling a sense of dread in all who witnessed it. The celestial punishment thunder was not only effective against malevolent beings, but also immensely powerful against ordinary mortals. None could disregard the might of thunder. After sending Qiao Niannian on her way, the celestial path departed, accompanied by a thick blanket of dark clouds. That day, thunder rumbled incessantly. Yet not a single drop of rain fell, becoming a curious phenomenon discussed among the citizens of the capital. In tea-houses and taverns, the gossip spread. What manner of weather is this? The winds howl, lightning flashes and thunder booms, yet not a drop of rain falls. Could it be that some malevolent creature is undergoing tribulation? Xiao Bei-chun felt a sense of numbness. He had merely mentioned it casually, having read it in a story, yet it appeared to ring true. He glanced at his younger sister, contemplating whether a malevolent creature undergoing tribulation would require lightning strikes. As a human, Would his sister need to face such tribulations? Would she be vulnerable to lightning strikes? The thought of today as thunder, so thick and formidable, almost splitting the sky, was indeed terrifying. He could hardly bear to imagine such a scenario befalling his sister. She planned to draw a few thunder talismans, hoping to harness the celestial punishment thunder, believing the results would be even more impressive. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, 2 days later than originally anticipated. Qiao Chuanbai had to issue orders to seek a physician to tend to the soldiers' ailments, which delayed their journey. The victory at the border had greatly inspired the great Xia dynasty, marking a moment of triumph. Some even spun tales of their exploits, spreading through taverns and tea houses. Among the stories, the most captivating featured Qiao Chuanbai, the young hero, who valiantly faced a formidable enemy general and ultimately triumphed, earning significant accolades. Beyond his prowess, the focus of attention also rested upon his marital prospects. At 19, he remained unmarried, and the Mingyuan Marquisate was both influential and affluent, yet its household was notably modest. The Marquis had only one wife, whom he cherished for many years, and later married only a single concubine. Compared to the other noble families in the capital, where many lords had multiple concubines, some even in their 20s, competing for the affection of one man, the situation was disheartening for women. However, the Mingyuan Marquisate stood apart. The Marquis had not taken numerous wives, and his sons were certainly not lacking. Coupled with his capabilities and noble lineage, and despite being a martial figure, he possessed a dignified appearance, endearing him to many young women who found themselves captivated by such a heroic figure. He was particularly eager to meet his younger sister. Had it not been for the eagerness to reunite with Qiao Niannian, he might not have summoned the determination to strike with such vigor, leaving the barbarian forces utterly defenseless. It has been over a year since he ventured to the border, and he wondered whether the young girl had matured and grown more beautiful in his absence. At that moment, Qiao Niannian was practicing her calligraphy in the courtyard. Upon hearing footsteps, she lifted her gaze slightly and saw a young man rushing into the courtyard, his steps swift as the wind. Yet, as he crossed the threshold, he instinctively softened his pace. As Qiao Chuanbai entered, his eyes met those of his younger sister. Gazing at her increasingly exquisite features, a smile graced his lips. For a moment, Qiao Niannian was at a loss for how to respond. Is this really my elder brother? He is far too handsome.
Indeed.
The genes of our parents are formidable. None of the 4 children from the main branch are unattractive. These were merely her musings, for in her memory, her second brother had also been quite good-looking. Suddenly, Qiao Chuanbai's smile froze. Had he just heard something? It seemed like his sister's voice, yet she had not spoken. In that moment, the fierce warrior, who had grown accustomed to the brutality of battle, found himself unsure of how to react. Fortunately, his experience allowed him to quickly regain his composure. At that moment, Qiao Niannian adjusted her expression and sweetly called out, "Elder brother." Qiao Chuanbai took a couple of steps inside, making room for a few soldiers who followed him, carrying 2 large boxes. Qiao Niannian raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Qiao Chuanbai opened the boxes and said, "Little sister, I wasn't too sure what you would like, so I chose a few things for you. I assure you, they are all clean and unworn." He would never bring anything that had been touched by others from the battlefield to his beloved sister. As Qiao Niannian approached, she was taken aback. She recognized the styles. They were reminiscent of a necklace that Qiao Chufeng had given to Qiao Yuing, which had caused quite a scandal and ultimately ended up burned. The necklace Qiao Chufeng had gifted was undoubtedly valuable, but she was certain it could not compare to the treasures her brother had brought her. While he had presented only a single necklace, she now had 2 full boxes of exquisite items. "Wow, elder brother is too good to me. I am truly fortunate," she exclaimed, feeling her little stash grow considerably. "Thank you, elder brother." She felt that her small treasury had been significantly enriched, and her ancestral temple had made further progress. Qiao Chuanbai was still somewhat unaccustomed to hearing his sister as heartfelt sentiments, yet knowing she genuinely appreciated him brought a warm smile to his face. "As long as you like it, little sister. Next time I go out, I will bring you more." Given his sister's delight, Qiao Chuanbai wished for more opportunities to venture to the frontier, engage in battles, and acquire more treasures to please her. Qiao Niannian's heart brimmed with joy, not only for the value of the gifts, but also for her brother's thoughtfulness. She earnestly examined the treasures within the boxes, selecting her favorites for daily wear. Once she had finished organizing, she instructed her servants to carry the items into her private treasury. Qiao Chuanbai was somewhat surprised. He recalled that when he had departed, his sister's calligraphy was merely passable. Yet, after a year apart, her handwriting had transformed into a powerful and natural expression of strength, imbued with a sense of grace and ease. Observing her work, it was hard to believe it was penned by a girl. One could easily mistake her for a master of calligraphy. The strokes revealed her character and spirit, each one exhibiting a quiet strength that hinted at deeper insights. A shiver ran through Qiao Chuanbai. Merely gazing at his sister's calligraphy seemed to hint at a breakthrough in his martial prowess. Especially when he sensed the underlying principles within her work, the feeling of a significant advancement became increasingly palpable. He forcefully suppressed his urge to break through and exchanged a few words with his sister before hastily departing. Chapter 99. Inquiring of Huiyu watching her brother leave in haste, Qiao Niannian assumed he was pressed for time and refrained from questioning him further. Xiao Chuanbai made his way directly to the General's residence. The journey had been grueling, with inadequate food and lodging, leaving him utterly exhausted. Upon his return, he indulged in a refreshing bath, preparing for a well-deserved rest. However, just as he was about to lie down, someone seized his collar. Huiyu, instantly agitated, demanded to know who dared to grasp his collar, clearly seeking trouble. Turning to face the source of the disturbance, he was met with Qiao Chuanbai's impassive expression. Huiyu was momentarily bewildered. Why was he, instead of staying home with his sister, at the General's residence? And why did he appear so grim? Tentatively, Huiyu inquired, "Cousin, what's wrong?" Xiao Chuanbai tossed a clean outfit at Huiyu and commanded, "Put on your clothes, we're going to spar." Huiyu was taken aback. "What? A spar?" he protested. Seeing Huiyu's reluctance, Xiao Chuanbai threatened, "If you don't get dressed, I will fight you as you are. If you happen to expose yourself, don't say I didn't warn you." This left no room for negotiation. With a resigned sigh, Huiyu donned his clothes, lamenting his unfortunate fate. Why was he being subjected to such torment? Exhausted and deprived of rest, he was now expected to engage in a brawl. As he hesitated, Qiao Chuanbai charged at him without warning. The force behind his punch stirred the air, compelling Huiyu to step back rapidly. "Cousin, are you serious?" he exclaimed. Ignoring Huiyu's protests, Qiao Chuanbai continued his assault, leaving Huiyu no choice but to take the fight seriously. "Cousin, have you broken through?" The two had often sparred in the past, with Qiao Chuanbai having the upper hand. However, after his recent advancement, he easily overpowered Huiyu, who was left gasping for breath, while Qiao Chuanbai remained composed and unperturbed. After over 100 exchanges, Qiao Chuanbai paused, while Huiyu collapsed onto the floor, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead, panting heavily. The practice of inner cultivation requires intense focus to achieve breakthroughs, often taking weeks to find the necessary opening. This situation defied all logic. Qiao Chuanbai sought out Huiyu not only to stabilize his martial skills, but also to discuss some pressing questions. Huiyu stared in astonishment. What kind of scripture had such extraordinary effects that merely glancing at it could lead to a breakthrough? He had been stagnating in his progress for quite some time. Could it be that by merely reading the scripture, he too might achieve a breakthrough? The more Huiyu pondered, the more impatient he became, suddenly feeling invigorated, and he urged Qiao Chuanbai to accompany him. He was eager to uncover the secrets of the scripture and its potential to assist others in their breakthroughs. It was well known that the more one practiced internal martial arts, the more challenging it became to advance. Many individuals spent their entire lives stuck at a certain level without making any progress. To achieve a breakthrough in internal martial arts required an opportunity, one that many never encounter. If Qiao Niannian's scripture truly possessed the ability to facilitate breakthroughs, word of it would undoubtedly spread, inciting frenzy among martial artists. It might even attract the attention of some old masters. Consequently, upon arriving at the General's residence, the servants witnessed Qiao Chuanbai and Huiyu engaged in a friendly sparring match before they both ventured out together. Back at the Mingyuan Marquis residence, the two made their way directly to Qiao Niannian's courtyard. Indeed, she was engrossed in transcribing scriptures, albeit with a unique twist. She infused them with spiritual energy. The scriptures she penned, when viewed by different individuals, would yield varied insights. Should one grasp the underlying principles, it would lead to personal growth, whether in internal cultivation, swordsmanship, or intellectual enlightenment. As long as one could comprehend the philosophical essence contained within, a degree of enhancement would surely follow. When Xiao Chuanbai arrived, Xiao Niannian had only completed half of her writing, and then he hastily departed. Just as she laid down her pen, Qiao Chuanbai entered with Huiyu. Huiyu, ever familiar, approached Xiao Niannian eagerly. "Cousin, I heard you've penned some scriptures. May I have a glimpse?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Niannian couldn't help but glance at Qiao Chuanbai, surprised to sense that his aura had intensified since their last encounter. Had he broken through? Qiao Chuanbai nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Little sister, can your scriptures enable one to break through?" Xiao Niannian confirmed. "It does possess that capability, but the extent of the breakthrough depends on individual comprehension. Your talent is remarkable. Even though I have yet to complete my writings, you have already gained insights from them, leading to your breakthrough. Such talent is indeed rare." Huiyu widened his eyes in disbelief. It was true. He eagerly picked up the scriptures Qiao Niannian had written and read through them, but upon finishing, he felt nothing at all. The principles and philosophies conveyed were lost on him. However, he didn't tease out the words of his elder cousin and cousin. Instead, he felt it was his own lack of understanding that hindered him, leading to a sense of frustration. "Elder cousin, why can't I feel anything?" Qiao Niannian explained. "You are too impatient. You must calm your mind and immerse yourself in the scriptures." Huiyu scratched his head, rereading the text several times, but still found nothing. Yet, he couldn't help but admire his cousin's handwriting. Each stroke seemed to penetrate the paper, and the lines gave the impression that every character created its own realm. Lost in thought, Huiyu suddenly perceived the scriptures, as if they were martial artists executing their moves. He found himself deeply engrossed. Chapter 100. Huiyu gains amplification. Xiao Chuanbai glanced at Huiyu, noticing he was completely still, his eyes fixed on the scriptures without a blink. He understood that Huiyu had immersed himself in the text. Qiao Niannian also recognized this. The duration and depth of comprehension varied among individuals. Having just broken through, Xiao Chuanbai had no intention of pursuing further insights at that moment. He thought he would return later when time permitted, perhaps to discover new revelations. Xiao Niannian summoned a maid to bring tea and snacks. Xiao Chuanbai glanced at the treats on the table, all of which were his favorites. How thoughtful of the little maid. The two enjoyed tea and snacks, exchanging occasional pleasantries, creating an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. This cozy environment persisted until a resounding shout abruptly shattered it. "Cousin! I see it! I've comprehended something!" Huiyu exclaimed excitedly, embracing Qiao Niannian in his exuberance. Xiao Chuanbai's expression darkened at this display, pulling Huiyu away. In battle, he was courageous and adept at strategy. The rapid defeat of the barbarians was largely due to Xiao Chuanbai's tactical maneuvering, which had targeted their supply lines. Having suffered a loss, their resources were now depleted, leaving them no option but to surrender, even agreeing to territorial concessions and reparations. The goods they had previously intended to offer to the great Xia dynasty had multiplied fivefold, causing immense frustration among the barbarians. Their leader, upon learning of this, nearly fainted from despair. Moreover, Qiao Chuanbai had not spared the Western Shu either. Were it not for their lending troops to the barbarians, the latter would not have had the audacity to resist. Thus, the Western Shu had hoped to benefit from the conflict, only to withdraw hastily upon witnessing the barbarians' swift capitulation. The increase in tribute by fivefold further intimidated them into silence. However, Qiao Chuanbai would not allow the Western Shu to escape unscathed. He would not permit them to play the opportunist. It is important to note that the power displayed was not merely the might of beasts, but rather the result of Qiao Chuanbai's strategic positioning during the battle, where he had commanded archers to strike from a distance. Both the barbarians and Western Shu incurred significant losses in this conflict. Those who knew him well understood that once he donned a grim countenance, misfortune awaited someone. Yet, Huiyu, immersed in his delight, sensed no danger. He even urged Qiao Chuanbai, "Elder cousin, let us spar again so you may see what I have comprehended." Just as Qiao Chuanbai intended to reprimand his younger cousin, an opportunity presented itself, and he seized it without hesitation. The two would not spar within Qiao Niannian's courtyard, and instead made their way to the martial arts arena. Equipped with weapons of their choice, Huiyu selected a sword while Qiao Chuanbai chose a spear, both suited to their skills. Xiao Niannian opted not to follow them to observe the duel. As she began to tidy up, she noticed a small creature at her feet, a little black snake that had been absent for several days. Xiao Niannian had placed a binding on the little snake, allowing it to roam freely as long as it did not misbehave. This binding had one drawback: it could not stray too far from her side. The creature resembled a newly hatched dragon. "Have you evolved?" she inquired. The little black dragon nodded. "Indeed, I have evolved. I am finally a dragon." It was overjoyed. Previously, when it claimed to be a dragon, others had looked upon it with skepticism. Now, with its dragon horns, tiger whiskers, and claws fully developed, it was on the cusp of becoming a true dragon. Who would dare belittle it now? While the little black dragon reveled in its fantasies, Xiao Niannian seized its tail and, in the next moment, flung it into the pond within her courtyard, which connected to the larger pond of the Mingyuan Marquis estate. The little black dragon, caught off guard, plunged into the water. As it surfaced, it glared at Xiao Niannian with resentment, then began to splash about. Dragons, like the little black dragon, loved water, and it frolicked joyfully, its formidable presence causing the goldfish in the pond to huddle together in fright. Unbothered by their distress, it swam freely, eventually floating belly up, basking in the sun. Once Qiao Niannian had gathered her belongings and glanced at the sky, she instructed a maid to remind Qiao Chuanbai and Huiyu that it was time to come down. The maid, bewildered, stared at the clear blue sky and the glaring sunlight, which appeared to promise no rain. However, she dared not question her mistress, who exuded an overwhelming presence. Thus, she relayed the message as instructed. Meanwhile, Qiao Chuanbai believed he was exerting 80% of his strength and would soon defeat Huiyu. However, he was mistaken. Huiyu's swordplay flowed like water, agile and fluid, capable of instantaneous transformations that left Qiao Chuanbai scrambling to respond. It was only due to his recent internal breakthrough that he managed to maintain an edge over Huiyu. Had it been before, he might have found himself bested. This sword technique was unfamiliar to Qiao Chuanbai, Huiyu had likely gleaned it from the scriptures. The more they fought, the more astonished Qiao Chuanbai became. Initially, Huiyu's swordsmanship had been somewhat unrefined, but now he had mastered many aspects, making it increasingly challenging for Qiao Chuanbai to contend with him. Having personally sparred with Huiyu, Qiao Chuanbai came to appreciate the exquisite nature of the swordplay, while simultaneously growing increasingly astonished by the profoundness of his younger sister's scriptures. The implications of these scriptures, if revealed, would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar, whether in the martial world or within the court. This matter must remain confidential. As Qiao Chuanbai contemplated this, he exchanged a few more moves with Huiyu. At that moment, Qiao Niannian's maid rushed over to remind the two of them. Chapter 101. Swift resolution. Upon hearing the maid's words, Qiao Chuanbai and Huiyu instinctively glanced up at the sky. The azure heavens were devoid of clouds, making it impossible for rain to fall. Yet, his sister was no ordinary individual. She possessed the ability to make even the most obstinate of individuals yield. Just as they stepped through the threshold of their home, rain cascaded down in torrents, resembling ink spilled across a canvas. Their younger cousin had astonishingly predicted the weather with such accuracy. Had they delayed even slightly, they would have been caught in the downpour. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the Mid-Autumn Palace banquet arrived. Xiao Nyen was summoned to the dressing table by Madame Hu early in the morning. Observing the numerous hands working on her hair, Xiao Nyen was left speechless. Mother, isn't the banquet in the evening? Must preparations commence so early? Madame Hu, gazing at her daughter's fair and tender visage, was filled with delight. Today is the palace banquet, and it is your first time attending with me. Naturally, you must be adorned beautifully, inciting envy in others. Having borne 3 sons, Madame Hu had longed for a daughter, and now that she had won a true blessing, she felt that, were it not for her daughter, she might have already fallen victim to treachery. Not only her, but also Beiqing and Chuanbai would have met a similar fate. With such a remarkable daughter, it was only fitting to showcase her for others to admire. For the first time, Xiao Niannian felt the intensity of her mother's desire to flaunt her, and she decided to relinquish control, allowing the maid to fuss over her for a full hour and a half. The result was a set of exquisite jewelry adorned with gemstones, perfectly complementing the brocade satin dress she wore. This luxurious fabric had been a reward from the emperor, granted at the behest of Qiao Chuanbai for his military achievements. And it was an exceedingly rare silk product from the south, both costly and intricate in craftsmanship. Each year, only a limited amount was presented to the palace, reserved for favored princesses and noble women of high rank. When Xiao Niannian expressed her admiration for the fabric, Qiao Chuanbai had requested a piece, and Madame Hu had promptly commissioned a dress for her. Once Xiao Niannian was fully adorned, Madame Hu surveyed her daughter's delicate features, satisfied, and instructed her to eat something before they departed for the banquet. The maid promptly complied. During the meal, Xiao Niannian took only a few bites before being reminded by the maid to eat sparingly. Attending the palace banquet was not akin to dining at home, and given the cumbersome attire, it would be prudent to limit her intake to avoid any mishaps during the event. After a few bites, the maid cleared the table. As the time to depart approached, Xiao Niannian reached the door to find Madame Hu waiting by the carriage. Alongside her stood concubine Su, with Qiao Yueying by the second carriage. In stark contrast to the elegant Madame Hu, concubine Su wore a rather ordinary dress, showing signs of wear. Xiao Niannian could not suppress her eyebrows from arching in surprise. Concubine Su had always maintained her expenditures according to her station as a concubine. Madame Hu had only recently curtailed concubine Su's financial provisions, yet she found it hard to believe that concubine Su had no suitable attire to wear. It seemed deliberate. Concubine Su intentionally dressed in such a manner to meet the Empress Dowager, hoping to garner sympathy as the latter would surely express concern for Qiao Yueying, who had once saved her, potentially deepening the Empress Dowager's disdain for her mother. Madame Hu had not acknowledged concubine Su until she heard her daughter's thoughts, prompting her to glance over at concubine Su, who, despite having given birth to 2 children, still retained her beauty. Having once served as a maid in the household, concubine Su's hands were delicate and fair. Now, as the only concubine in the residence, she was well cared for by the servants. Concubine Su's gentle features evoked a sense of vulnerability, the kind that would elicit pity from men. Yet today, she wore a dark green gown, a color that was particularly unforgiving. At first glance, one would think she was ill-suited for such attire. To an unfamiliar observer, she might initially seem disrespectful, but a second glance would reveal the garment's faded hue, clearly washed numerous times. To attend a palace banquet in worn and ill-fitting clothing was an affront. While the ill fit was concubine Su's fault, when combined with the state of her attire, it could imply she could not maintain a concubine. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Madame Hui's eyes. Concubine Su had come this far, yet still sought to sow discord. Under Madame Hui's piercing gaze, concubine Su lowered her head, adopting a humble demeanor. Xiao Yueying stood beside her, having arrived early, and with Xiao Niannian's absence, Madame Hu had refrained from boarding the carriage, leaving them to wait by the vehicle. At long last, upon Xiao Niannian's arrival, Madame Hu unexpectedly directed a look of disdain toward them. In the past, she had merely ignored their presence. This was the first time she had expressed overt contempt. Xiao Yueying could hardly bear it, especially upon seeing the exquisite garments and jewelry adorning Qiao Niannian. A sense of injustice welled within her. Though they were both the daughters of the same father, Qiao Niannian wore the emperor's bestowed brocade and rare ornaments, while she had only received a mere necklace in the past, resulting in a harsh reprimand from their father. Now, Qiao Niannian donned an entire set without consequence. Was it merely because she was a concubine's daughter that she was treated thus? Was the chasm between legitimate and illegitimate offspring truly so vast? At that moment, Xiao Chushan emerged, accompanied by Qiao Chuanbai and Qiao Beichen, while Qiao Zhaoxing was absent. Concubine Su and Xiao Yuang's presence at the banquet was due to a personal invitation from the Empress Dowager. Since the Empress Dowager had not mentioned Qiao Zhaoxing, Qiao Chushan would not take him along. Observing the warm camaraderie between Qiao Chushan and Qiao Chuanbai, Qiao Yuang's teeth clenched in resentment. Concubine Su, too, felt a pang of discomfort. Her children were so accomplished yet were subjected to humiliation in this household. How could she endure such a fate? Fortunately, today would change everything. Concubine Su grasped Xiao Yuang's hand, her gaze toward Qiao Niannian devoid of emotion. It was indeed peculiar. In the narrative, Concubine Su was aware that someone might have sent word. That individual was most likely the black-clad rogue imprisoned in the dungeon. Yet with the rogue captured, how could Concubine Su still receive messages? This was undoubtedly strange. Chapter 102. Concubine Su's schemes with everyone gathered. Let us board the carriage. Xiao Chushan announced as he observed the group assembled, then promptly mounted his horse. Qiao Chuanbai and Qiao Beichen followed suit. Just as Madame Hua was about to help Qiao Niannian into the carriage, Qiao Yuang suddenly spoke up. Father. Qiao Chushan did not respond. Qiao Yuang, unable to contain herself, called out once more, Father. Still, Qiao Chushan remained unresponsive until Qiao Chuanbai reminded him, prompting Qiao Chushan to realize that Qiao Yuang was addressing him. His expression darkened. He knew Qiao Yuang was not his daughter and had not visited her courtyard recently. He was taken aback by her sudden address. However, he had not yet driven anyone away, and Qiao Yuang's identity remained undisclosed, so he had to respond to that inquiry. What is it? Qiao Chushan asked coldly. As if conversing with a stranger, Qiao Chuanbai was somewhat taken aback. Previously, his father had treated Qiao Yuang with a degree of affection, as one would a daughter. But after being away for more than a year, he wondered how his father's attitude had shifted so dramatically. Xiao Niannian immediately noticed the puzzlement on her elder brother's face, and her spirits lifted. He surely is unaware that Qiao Yuang and Qiao Chaocheng are actually the offspring of Su Yinyang and another man, not father's biological children. She had already dealt with the ominous talisman. All that was left was to consult a physician, and the individual should be fine. Qiao Chuanbai stood beside Xiao Niannian's carriage, and upon hearing her thoughts, he listened intently. Yet the weight of the information was indeed staggering. He never imagined Su Yinyang would betray their father. It was no wonder their father appeared so distressed. Quick-witted, Xiao Chuanbai deduced that his father had retained Su Yinyang and Xiao Yuang for some compelling reason. Thus, he reined in his emotions, pretending to be oblivious, while directing a considerable amount of attention toward Xiao Yuang. They were both daughters of their father, yet it seemed his heart only belonged to Qiao Niannian. What did that make her? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and Xiao Yuang felt a deep-seated resentment, though she did not forget her own advantages. Feigning hesitation, she nervously pointed to the necklace adorning Qiao Niannian's neck and spoke. Father, previously when I wore such a necklace, you became quite enraged. Now, my sister wears one as well. Isn't that rather inappropriate? Qiao Chushan appeared bewildered. His gaze shifted to Qiao Niannian, who was dressed in beautiful garments. Her hair elegantly styled, and the necklace harmonizing splendidly with her attire, enhancing her delicate complexion and charming features. Gazing at his daughter's youthful, radiant face and lively eyes, he could not help but feel a surge of tenderness. Your sister is different from you. The necklace she wears is a royal gift, while the one you previously donned was of dubious origin. They cannot be compared. He concluded. Enough, we must not delay further. We cannot afford to miss the auspicious moment. With that, Qiao Chushan cracked the whip, urging the horse forward. Tears welled in Qiao Yuang's eyes. She had not anticipated such blatant favoritism from her father. It seemed that ever since she had met the master, her words had become inversely interpreted. She felt helpless, unable to comprehend when she had developed this peculiar ailment. Fortunately, she had received some good news. She had heard from others that an ambassador from a foreign nation would be present at the palace banquet, representing a small country that was a vassal of Shichu. Since Qiao Chuanbai had vanquished 50,000 soldiers of Shichu, they harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Daxia. The arrival of Shichu's vassal was, in fact, a means to embarrass the Daxia court. The mid-autumn banquet presented an excellent opportunity. The ambassador, being an aficionado of the Guqin, would undoubtedly seize this chance to challenge the status quo. At that time, all would come to know just how remarkable the daughter of the Mingyuan Marquis family truly was. However, that was not enough. She needed Xiao Niannian to step forward, to serve as a stepping stone for her daughter. Only then could her daughter's excellence be accentuated. Subsequently, they concluded that she could not speak the truth. Thus, the entire scheme was orchestrated with the assistance of those individuals, including the assertion that Xiao Niannian was the finest Guqin player in the capital. Given the ambassador's passion for the instrument and his desire for engagement, he would naturally not overlook this opportunity. If Xiao Niannian faltered, her daughter would rise to the occasion, and in that moment, everyone would remember her daughter's brilliance. When recounting Qiao Yueying's deeds, they would likely also include how Qiao Niannian had brought shame upon Daxia. Su Yinyang desired precisely this outcome, to ensure that Qiao Yueying would forever stand atop Qiao Niannian. Contemplating this, Su Yinyang could not help but laugh aloud. Inside the rigid carriage, Qiao Yueying seethed with indignation. In the past, her traveling carriages had been furnished with soft cushions, food, and tea, providing every comfort.
Now,
The Hor family had targeted her branch, and even the carriage had diminished in quality. This one, merely wooden, appeared decent from the outside but was uncomfortable and bore a foul odor within, likely suited only for the impoverished. Qiao Yueying was filled with impatience. Especially after hearing Su Yinyang's laughter, her annoyance grew. Ever since her aunt had been imprisoned and released, she had seemed unhinged, yet the physician had found nothing amiss. Qiao Yueying felt powerless, resigning herself to treating Su Yinyang's odd behavior as an undiscovered ailment. In stark contrast to Qiao Yueying's carriage, Xiao Niannian's vehicle was drawn by 2 horses, the compartment significantly larger than that of Su Yinyang and Qiao Yueying's. Moreover, the seats were plush, and a small table was placed in the center, adorned with books and pastries, one for leisure, the other for snacking. In winter, a hot water bottle would also be provided. Additionally, the carriage contained thin blankets and cushions, allowing for comfort against a cold or when feeling unwell. It was spacious enough for Qiao Niannian to lie down comfortably. Besides these amenities, there were spare garments and jewelry, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, allowing for graceful handling of any situation. Chapter 103. A chance encounter with Du Heng. This marked Qiao Niannian's first attendance at a palace banquet, and Huishi had specifically assigned a trusted matron to accompany her, ensuring she would not err. Along the way, Huishi continuously reassured Qiao Niannian, urging her to remain calm. The carriage soon arrived at the palace gates. The subsequent journey required everyone to walk to the imperial garden. This year, the emperor hosted the banquet in the garden, featuring performances of song and dance, as well as a theatrical troupe, followed by a display of fireworks, which sparked Qiao Niannian's anticipation. Su Yinyang and Xiao Yueying were to visit the Empress Dowager first before proceeding to the banquet, a privilege indeed. Since Huishi and Xiao Niannian were not summoned, they were not obliged to attend. Xiao Niannian found this agreeable. After all, meeting the Empress Dowager would require bowing, and the Dowager was unaware that her savior was not Qiao Yueying, resulting in a rather unfavorable disposition towards her mother. Should they indeed meet the Dowager, they would only suffer consequences. The walk from the palace gate to the imperial garden was not short. Huishi was accustomed to it, while Qiao Niannian, being a practitioner, found the journey trivial. They soon arrived at the garden. Several ladies familiar to Huishi approached, and after Huishi introduced Qiao Niannian to everyone, the latter, feeling out of her depth among the elders, found an excuse to excuse herself from the banquet. She intended to explore the garden, reassured by the presence of palace maids and eunuchs, knowing no trouble would arise. Huishi made no objections, merely advising the matron accompanying Qiao Niannian to keep a close watch over her. Unfazed, Qiao Niannian departed from the banquet, heading directly to a secluded corner. She favored tranquility and felt somewhat out of place in bustling environments. Yet, as she sought solitude, she did not expect to find someone already there. Initially intending to leave, she glanced at the individual's countenance and felt compelled to halt. This person bore dark markings on their forehead, indicative of a looming calamity. However, their features were handsome, their eyes clear, and they radiated an aura of fortune and wealth, particularly the latter, which was strikingly apparent. This individual likely dealt frequently with money. Contemplating her surroundings, Qiao Niannian realized that the attendees at the banquet were primarily from noble families, the powerful elite. The only one among them who would be involved with finance was undoubtedly the Du family from Jiangnan, renowned for their textile production. The Du family is a prominent merchant clan, supplying most of the luxurious silk fabrics used in the palace, primarily sourced from the southern regions. Thus, this narrates the tale of the ill-fated Du Heng. The true savior of the Empress Dowager, however, is none other than Du Heng's sister, Du Ruo. In their final moments, neither of them realizes that the person Du Ruo once saved has become the current Empress Dowager. Yet, in the narrative, Du Heng's demise is still over a month away. This is because the male protagonist, the third prince, discovers that it is Du Ruo who rescued the Empress Dowager, and perceives the Du family's existence as a threat to Qiao Yueying. Consequently, he instructs his subordinates to engage the notorious Ghost Gate, known for settling scores in the underworld, offering a bounty of 200,000 taels of silver to annihilate the entire Du family. The story unfolds entirely from Qiao Yueying's perspective, highlighting the moment Du Ruo saves the Empress Dowager, followed by the tragic eradication of the Du family. Initially, Qiao Yueying worries that the Empress Dowager might uncover her deceit, but upon learning of the Du family's obliteration, she breathes a sigh of relief. Later, as she becomes entwined with the third prince, his subordinates inadvertently reveal the circumstances surrounding this event, evoking a profound sense of gratitude from her. She is astonished to discover that the proud third prince has been quietly assisting her in managing the aftermath. Aside from the Du family, the Minuan Marquis is also implicated. Qiao Yueying's actions leave traces, almost leading the general's manner to uncover the truth, but the third prince intervenes. However, this incident transpires a month later, as the narrative's timeline suggests that the third prince and Xiao Yueying have yet to meet. Yet, the impending doom hanging over Du Heng is unmistakably imminent tonight. Is it possible that the numerous alterations in the storyline have triggered a cascade of repercussions? After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Niannian approaches Du Heng. He is not resting but merely passing through when he notices a flourishing osmanthus tree nearby. While osmanthus trees are commonplace in the southern streets, they cannot survive the harsh winters of the north. He has one at home, planted when his father wed his mother, now blooming beautifully. Due to this cherished sentiment, he has learned various cultivation techniques. As he admires the flourishing blossoms, he loses track of time. Had Qiao Niannian not interrupted him, he might have remained lost in thought, risking tardiness to the emperor's banquet, especially with a soft and delicate girl before him, whose presence naturally warms his gaze. Moreover, she seems eager to speak, prompting him to inquire, "Little girl, do you have something to say?" Surprised by his perceptiveness, Qiao Niannian responds directly. "You have a death calamity. It is set for tonight. Based on your features, it may relate to what you brought today." Du Heng, quick-witted and eloquent, finds himself at a loss for words in response to her proclamation. He forces a chuckle. "Who instructed you to say such things?" Although perplexed by Qiao Niannian's sudden declaration, he dismisses it as the fanciful notions of a child, likely learned from someone else. Qiao Niannian shakes her head. It costs little to observe closely. If someone indeed meddles, inciting the emperor's wrath could result in fatal consequences. With that, she turns and departs. As Du Heng watches her leave, two of his guards approach from the side. They had followed him, but remained at a distance. However, they overheard the conversation between Qiao Niannian and Du Heng. Upon her departure, they quickly approach him. "Master, shall we keep an eye on her?" This little girl appeared out of nowhere, spouting nonsense. She may have ulterior motives. Du Heng declines. "No need. Have someone monitor our belongings and instruct Rua to wait outside the palace with the items, ready for summons." The guards exchange astonished glances. "Master, do you truly believe that child's words?" She appears no older than 10. "Furthermore, we are here to offer tribute, a customary practice. Is it plausible that anyone would dare to act against us within the palace? If discovered, it would be catastrophic." Chapter 104. The Eighth Princess, Xia Chaoyan. Du Heng struggles to articulate his thoughts. Here is a mere child, of similar age to his son, who currently occupies himself with thoughts of skipping school and avoiding homework. Yet, Qiao Niannian speaks of life and death, foretelling the future. It is indeed somewhat absurd. But looking into her calm eyes, he suddenly senses that the little girl is not deceiving him. He exhales. "The child is right. We should keep a close watch. It is prudent for us to avoid any mistakes during this mid-autumn banquet. Proceed with the arrangements." His subordinates say nothing further and act accordingly. The Du family has served as imperial merchants since Du Heng's father's generation, and by now, they have established connections within the palace over the past 20 years. Meanwhile, the matron dutifully follows Qiao Niannian, saying little, content as long as Qiao Niannian avoids perilous actions. Not far along, the 10th princess, Xia Nyen, rushes over, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Qiao Niannian. "Niannian, you truly came." Both girls are of the same age, and Xia Nyen, fond of Qiao Niannian, had informed the empress of her presence in the palace today and rushed out to greet her. The 10th princess is dressed in a charming pale yellow palace gown, her hair adorned with a jeweled hairpin, a fitting look for her vivacious nature. As they walk together, both appear to be 10-year-old girls, yet they exude an aura as if an elder sister accompanies her younger sibling, one composed, the other lively. Xia Yen pulls Qiao Niannian towards a pavilion to feed the fish. As they settle down, Xia Yen can no longer restrain herself and begins to vent her frustrations. "Niannian, do you know whom I just saw?" "Qiao Yueying." She entered the palace with her aunt to see the Empress Dowager, dressed in an old garment, deliberately trying to gain her favor. "That Qiao Yueying even tried to tarnish your reputation alongside your mother. She believes that because she saved the Empress Dowager once, she can leverage that to seek revenge. I simply couldn't hold back and retorted at her before running out to inform you. I noticed the Empress Dowager seemed quite displeased, so be cautious." She glances at Qiao Niannian, a hint of sympathy in her gaze. Qiao Yueying's tactics bear resemblance to her 8th elder sister, always portraying herself as a victim, as if perpetually bullied, which is rather nauseating to contemplate. Qiao Niannian, however, remains largely unfazed, aware that both Su Yinyang and Qiao Yueying adeptly exploit their advantages to garner sympathy. Society tends to pity the weak. Before Qiao Niannian can respond, a light, melodic laugh reaches their ears from a distance, and upon hearing it, Xia Yan's expression immediately darkens. The maidservants hastily alert. It is the 8th princess and Qiao Yueying. How annoying! Why must they be here as well? "You all head that way. I will take Niannian down the small path." Xia Yen understands her royal sister is deliberately taking this route, likely having spotted her maidservants nearby. The 8th princess is the daughter of the Xian Fei, who bore 2 children, the crown prince and the 8th princess. Being the first woman to accompany the emperor, she holds a unique status in his heart.
Now,
Only the eighth princess remains by her side, and her health is frail. The emperor, showing tender concern for the two frail children of the virtuous consort, favored his youngest daughter, the eighth princess, above all others. While outsiders were aware of her delicate health, only Xiao Nyen knew that Xiao Chaoyan's frailty was merely a fade. Nevertheless, the little cat adored curling up on her lap, its soft purring a delightful sound. However, one day, the cat went missing, and in her panic, Xiao Nyen eventually found it by the pond, only to witness Xiao Chaoyan toss her beloved pet into the water. Enraged, she confronted Xiao Chaoyan. Soon, a palace maid and the emperor arrived.
Xiao Nyen.
In tears, reported the incident. Xiao Chaoyan, with a pallid complexion, revealed her scratched hand, claiming she had only acted out of fear, asserting that she had thrown the cat away due to pain. The emperor believed her words, failing to reprimand her and instead expressing sympathy. From that moment, Xiao Nyen harbored resentment towards Xiao Chaoyan, yet every time Xiao Chaoyan wept, the emperor remained silent, leaving Xiao Nyen to bear the consequences. Consequently, Xiao Nyen wished to avoid Xiao Chaoyan at all costs. She took Qiao Niannian down a secluded path leading towards the cold palace, a route less traversed, where the surrounding flora grew tall and dense. Although Qiao Niannian was half a head taller than Xiao Nyen, she was well obscured by the foliage. Silenced by her anger, Xiao Nyen chose not to speak, while Qiao Niannian recalled the narrative from their novel. The eighth princess was a pivotal figure in the ascension of the third prince. After becoming the antagonist, Xiao Nyen leveraged her connections through Xiao Rong to gather forces, ultimately clashing with the third prince. During their climactic confrontation, Xiao Nyen surprisingly gained the upper hand, with their weapons aimed at each other during their most critical moment. At that instant, the eighth princess intervened, taking a fatal blow meant for the third prince, leaving Xiao Nyen unshielded and ultimately slain. Following the third prince's ascension, the eighth princess became the sole princess of the Xia dynasty, enjoying the third prince's favor, granted a princess palace, lands, and the privilege of selecting her own consort. In the novel, Xiao Nyen perished due to the eighth princess's demise. In reality, this princess represented a fatal calamity for Xiao Nyen. Though her true nature had yet to manifest, the moment the eighth princess appeared, it began to affect Xiao Nyen's fate. This peculiar eighth princess intrigued her. Reflecting on this, Qiao Niannian produced a talisman from her belongings, folded it into a triangle, and presented it to Xiao Nyen. This is a protective charm. Wear it for safety. The Xia dynasty held faith in metaphysics, and Xiao Nyen was not averse to such matters. Grateful for the gift, she accepted the talisman with joy, exclaiming, "This is the first gift I have ever received." At the moment she grasped the talisman, an overwhelming sense of tranquility enveloped her, even alleviating the irritation caused by Xiao Chaoyan's voice. She gazed at the talisman, astonished. "This charm is remarkable. Where did you obtain this talisman? Its effects are extraordinary. I must seek one for myself next time," Xiao Nyen inquired, carefully stowing the charm. No one comprehended the profound impact Xiao Chaoyan had on her. Whenever Xiao Chaoyan was present, her mere laughter, voice, or even breath made Xiao Nyen feel uneasy, a burgeoning anger she could hardly suppress. Just moments ago, the distant sound of Xiao Chaoyan's laughter had stirred her agitation. The emperor would never believe that Xiao Chaoyan was bullying her. He always perceived her as the aggressor. Every time she endeavored to explain, the pitying and mocking gaze of Xiao Chaoyan rendered her speechless. After enduring numerous punishments, fearing her mother's tears, she resolved to distance herself from Xiao Chaoyan whenever possible. Yet, even a brief interaction left her unsettled for days. She had assumed this feeling would linger, but the talisman had soothed her. She desperately needed it. Before she could voice her thoughts, Qiao Niannian suddenly covered her mouth. Xiao Nyen's eyes widened in surprise. Qiao Niannian signaled for silence and led her into the thick underbrush. Just then, footsteps approached, two individuals seemingly arranged to meet. A eunuch's sharp voice broke the stillness. What did the third prince say? Someone must have leaked information, prompting Du Heng to be cautious. His sister is waiting outside the palace gates, likely to intervene in case of an emergency. Intervene? She must first gain entry into the palace. Came the dismissive response from another eunuch, his tone laced with scorn. Once the banquet begins, close the palace gates. Regardless of what transpires outside, ignore it. Others will handle the situation. This matter was crucial for the third prince, and he instructed his subordinates to remain vigilant. If anything goes awry, we will all face the consequences. Are we clear? The sharp-voiced eunuch quickly affirmed, not daring to show any hesitation. Their brief exchange concluded, and they departed, parting as if they were strangers. Once the coast was clear, Xiao Nyen whispered, "Nyen, what is the third prince plotting? Who is Du Heng?" Du Heng is a tribute merchant. His sister, Du Ruo, is the one who saved the Empress Dowager. Xiao Nyen gasped in shock. She is the one, while Qiao Yuing is an imposter. Her face darkened. Impersonating the savior of the Empress Dowager? She deserves severe punishment. Just then, the implications of the eunuch's words struck her. They clearly intended to harm Du Ruo. Confusion clouded her thoughts. Why would Xia Zaiqi target Du Ruo? Xia Zaiqi was the third prince, the sole son of the favored consort. Xia Muyan had never liked the third prince, usually referring to him by name, only calling him third brother in front of others. To her, Qiao Niannian was an ally connected to the crown prince, and she felt no need to disguise her true self in her presence. Qiao Niannian showed no particular reaction to Xia Muyan's address, casting a glance at the distressed eunuch's figure before speaking slowly. Xia Muyan's eyes brightened with realization. Now I understand. Regardless of whom Xia Zaiqi intends to harm, I cannot allow it to happen. Niannian, we must rescue her. With that, Xia Muyan grasped Qiao Niannian's hand, heading towards the palace gates.
Wait.
Qiao Niannian halted her. Someone is watching Du Ruo at the gates. We need to locate the eunuchs we just overheard. Eunuchs?
Xia Muyan exclaimed, distressed.
But I didn't even catch a glimpse of what they looked like. I did, Qiao Niannian responded, leading Xia Muyan towards the cold palace. Xia Muyan felt bewildered. Hold on, how does Qiao Niannian seem to know the palace better than I do? While Qiao Niannian might not be familiar with the palace, she had observed the eunuch departing in this direction. Following the eunuch was no challenge for her. As they navigated through the corridors, Xia Muyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had never experienced anything so thrilling. Throughout their journey, Qiao Niannian skillfully avoided the patrolling guards, and Xia Muyan couldn't help but think that if Qiao Niannian aimed to pilfer something from the palace, she would undoubtedly succeed with ease. At this moment, Xia Muyan remained unaware of Qiao Niannian's possession of a teleportation talisman. Otherwise, such a thought would never have crossed her mind. After all, to employ such a formidable artifact merely to pilfer a few items from the imperial palace seemed excessively extravagant. The two soon caught up with the eunuch, and as he arrived at a secluded spot, Qiao Niannian stepped forward and delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing behind a rockery. Subsequently, she produced a talisman, sealing the eunuch's mouth with it. Xia Muyan stood there, utterly astonished. Qiao Niannian's earlier kick had been nothing short of spectacular. Yet, despite having captured the eunuch, Xia Muyan was at a loss regarding their next course of action. She gazed at Qiao Niannian, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Qiao Niannian grasped the eunuch by the collar, dragging him completely behind the rockery. Before affixing a truth talisman to him, finally removing the sealing paper, the eunuch appeared quite bewildered. He had been on his way to fulfill the third prince's orders when, out of nowhere, he received a kick. Assuming he had encountered robbers, he was utterly horrified to discover the identities of his assailants, the 10th princess and Miss Qiao. Clearly, he recognized both Xia Muyan and Qiao Niannian. Without further ado, Qiao Niannian demanded, "What did the third prince instruct you to do?" However, before Xia Muyan could interject, the eunuch divulged everything in detail. The third prince had instructed him to go to the palace gates and inform the guarding sentinels that once the mid-autumn banquet commenced, the main gate was to be shut, regardless of any commotion occurring outside. Upon completing his confession, the eunuch's eyes widened in horror as he clamped his hands over his mouth, staring at Qiao Niannian in utter terror. Such revelations could cost him his head. How could he have let them slip? Why would the third prince wish for such measures? Just as the eunuch was about to shake his head, his mouth betrayed him once more. A mere merchant like Du Heng dared to disregard the third prince's authority, and thus, there was evidently no reason to spare him.